The lawless city of Liqueur, this place that Keter was born in, had a harsh, extreme environment. It was free to enter, but leaving was impossible. The air here was thin, even though the gravity was twice as strong as outside. What kind of people would voluntarily enter such a shitty city? Well, there were heinous criminals who would receive the death penalty if caught, psychopaths exiled from society, and vicious cannibals. Of course, that wasn't to say there weren't any sane people here at all. There were also people like debtors who fled to escape their creditors, people entangled in grudges who came here to hide, and those who were mentally unstable. This was Liqueur, where people like this were considered normal, and this was where Keter was born. Just as creatures born in the sea naturally had webbed limbs and gills, and those born on cliffs had wings, Keter adapted to survive in Liqueur, a city of madmen. He became a lunatic to face lunatics, and he chose to become a hunter rather than prey. At least that was what he claimed. Some people said he was crazy to begin with and he was just making up excuses, but actually perhaps that was true, as Keter was very much enjoying his way of life. In Keter's childhood, he was often beaten or scammed because he was weak and incompetent, but now it was the other way around, was the one beating people up. However, he didn't scam people, he had a legitimate business. Unlike normal Liqueurians, who solved everything with violence, Keter had a legitimate job as a fixer. He solved problems with reason, logic, and just a tad bit of violence. Simply put, Keter didn't have trouble putting food on the table in this lawless city, and he didn't have many opponents either. Though if he had to pick one thing that was disappointing about his life, I really want to go outside. No matter how comfortably Keter lived and how powerful he was, this was still Liqueur. Of course, it was a huge city, but living here for 18 years had made it feel small. But he couldn't leave. Liqueur's history went back hundreds of years, and in all that time there was no record of anyone ever leaving. Keter had tried to leave as well, but failed miserably. A gray fog surrounded the outskirts of Liqueur, and this fog was the walls of the city. It was just fog when one came in from the outside, but when they tried to leave, whether they were swordmasters or grand mages, the fog made them circle back to where they started, no matter what they did. Keter had basically given up on leaving. That was until one day, someone from the outside world shouted they were looking for him. Liqueur was a very closed-off world. Because of that, outsiders were always noticed, no matter how well disguised they were. Keter coincidentally saw the newcomer coming into Liqueur. It was normal for him to not be particularly fascinated, as he had seen it hundreds of times, but this time he looked at the newcomer with interest. A man in his mid-20s. He's healthy and well-trained. Judging by his disciplined gait, he's a knight. Even though the newcomer was wearing a big, loose cloak, Keter was able to discern the basic details about him. Interesting. He didn't come here fleeing from something, he came here with a specific goal. It wasn't anything special to go somewhere for a specific goal, but this was Liqueur. This was a mission from which there was no return. It was intriguing. Keter followed the knight and watched him. It was obvious that the newcomer wouldn't answer him if he asked, and most of all, he didn't have to go out of his way to do that. The Liqueurians didn't have Keter's patience. Kekekek, hehe. Within a few steps, the knight was surrounded by Liqueurians in an instant. Everyone was holding weapons, so there was no room to mistake them as friendly locals who wanted to show him the way. The knight quickly pulled out his sword, as if he had expected that something like this would happen. Voosh. Piercing blue aura emanated from the knight's blade, power so absolute that it fatally wounded ordinary people with just a mere cut, a power third-rate thugs could only dream of. It was the aura blade, a destructive blade that could cut through steel like paper. In the outside world, it was a power that only the chosen minority could have. Even the worst thugs would be afraid of this power, but the people of Liqueur did not back down. It was because aura was basic knowledge in Liqueur. PSHHH. Aura began to beam out of the Liqueurians' weapons. These people, who survived in harsh environments, could naturally use aura without anyone teaching them. It erupted like it was boiling over instead of being neatly shaped like a knight's aura, but that only made it look more fearsome. The knight's expression darkened quickly, and it seemed like he hadn't expected the Liqueurians to all be able to use aura. The Liqueurians slowly pressured the knight as if they were playing with their prey. Then the knight opened his mouth calmly. "Before we fight, there is something I want to ask you." He sounded like he had prepared for death, but it wasn't enough to stop the Liqueurians. The knight went on as if he wasn't expecting an answer from them anyway. "Keter, what do I have to do to meet him?" That was when the Liqueurians stopped. Slowly, their faces scrunched up into a harsh frown. Fuck, is this another one of Keter's jokes? No wonder a fresh newbie walked in alone. There's no way that would happen. Bastard, you think we'll fall for it again, Keter? Not for the fourth time. Until just a moment ago, these Liqueurians had been laughing ominously, but now they were shouting in anger. The knight didn't understand what they were saying, so he was surprised by the sudden change in the situation. As he stared at the backs of the departing Liqueurians, he shouted, "Please wait. I'll pay you. Please tell me where I can find Keter." However, all that he heard back were curses. "Why don't you ask your mom?" The knight was left alone, but he kept interrogating people without giving up. Thoughts raced through Keter's mind. How could a knight from the outside world know of his existence? It was impossible. It made no sense for an outsider to know of him. He was born in Liqueur, and it was impossible to leave this place. However, the impossible had been realized, and the most important question was why this knight was seeking Keter out. What could he possibly want from Keter that it was worth living here forever? The questions were driving him crazy, but Keter had the greatest patience in all of Liqueur, so he could wait a little longer. Besides, it could be a trap. The only thing he had to lose by waiting was a bit of time, and so Keter watched the night until darkness fell. In the middle of the night fell, holding his abdomen. He had been ambushed while trying to find a place to sleep for the night. No one will touch you because they're afraid of Keter, but I'm different. The knight had been stabbed by a young boy. This boy, known as the Black Shadow, was a first-rate assassin. Hundreds of people had died by his hands. The moment Black Shadow was about to finish off the knight closed his eyes and murmured to himself, "I'm sorry, sir. I have failed to complete the mission. It is unforgivable." Crack! It was the sound of a skull being bashed in not the knight's but the Black Shadow's. Keter's purple eyes shone in the darkness. The long-awaited time of questioning had arrived. In Keter's office, the knight, who was now lying on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes. Keter was sitting beside the knight, and when he noticed that, he said in a nonchalant tone, "Get up if you're awake." The knight looked around his surroundings like a cat, then looked up and stared at Keter. Keter looked young, no more than 20 years old, but his eyes, which looked golden as if they were refined by sunlight, had a depth that seemed endless. There was also an unknown madness in his eyes. Keter had short silver hair that was put up, exposing his forehead. His finely drawn, sharp features accentuated his golden eyes. "Where am I and who are you? I'm the one asking the questions. Who are you and where are you from?" As Keter had expected, the knight was quite stubborn, but there wasn't anything he couldn't break. "Weren't you looking for Keter? Do you know him? Please let me meet him." As soon as Keter let out a hint that he was an acquaintance of Keter, Oren's demeanor immediately changed, and he started begging Keter. Keter stifled a laugh and spoke with a stern expression. "I will let you meet him if you tell me why you're looking for him. I'm sorry, I am not at liberty to discuss that." As the knight had made it clear that he would not answer even under torture, Keter decided to stop playing games. "Okay, tell me now. As I told you, I can only discuss it with Lord Keter." "That's me, pardon, I'm Keter." Oren went silent, and his facial expression shifted instantly. He went through the stages of shock, suspicion, then calmness. Keter, on the other hand, became more curious. Oren hadn't recognized him by face, meaning that Oren had come to find him based on his name alone. How was he going to tell if someone lied about being Keter? "Could you turn off the lights here for a moment?" It wasn't a difficult request, so Keter covered the sunstone's light. In the blink of an eye, the office was taken over by a pitch-black darkness. Oren immediately said in a shaky voice, "Could you turn the lights back on, please?" "Sure." As soon as Keter turned the light back on, he saw that Oren was now sitting in a respectful manner. "I humbly greet you, Lord Keter." Now it was Keter's turn to be surprised, as Oren seemed very sure of himself as he called him Lord. Then Oren explained how he knew. "Eyes that glow purple in the dark, they are exclusive to the Saphira bloodline." Keter was aware of the first part, that he had purple eyes that glowed in the dark, but he didn't know what that meant. "Do you know of the Saphira family, my lord?" "Saphira, the masters of archery, right?" "Yes, my lord." Saphira was a special family. It was one of the 7 prestigious families that upheld the Lilling Kingdom, which Liqueur was part of. The Saphira family was the only one that mastered the art of archery. Keter had loads of questions for Oren, but one matter was the most pressing of all. "Let's say I'm of the Saphira bloodline and you're a knight of Saphira. So what then?" This was the most important thing. Oren had risked his life to find Keter, but now what? It wasn't like they could get out of Liqueur anyway. With a mysterious look on his face, Oren said, "I assume you're talking about how one cannot leave Liqueur after entering, my lord." "Yeah, I suppose all you can do is send me a message." "No. I am here to escort you out, my lord." What? Keter had been born and raised in Liqueur for 18 years, and he knew better than anyone else that it was impossible to escape from this place. Thus, Oren's words sounded nonsensical to him. Seeing Keter's look of disbelief, Oren made his intentions clear. "Leave Liqueur and come to Saphira with me, my lord." Keter was sitting in the Solver's office. "Big brother, it's been exactly 1 year since you've returned from Saphira." This boy, who was calling Keter Big Brother, was holding a cigarette in his left hand, which contrasted with his young face. "Has it already been that long?" Keter asked. "You also said you would tell me what happened in Saphira. You still remember. I hate to disappoint you, but all I did in Saphira was eat, sleep, and play. Still, I'm sure you didn't come back empty-handed, right?" "They gave me an artifact when I lasted for a year, and I left as soon as I got it." There was more he could talk about if he wanted to, but he didn't, as it was neither interesting nor touching. For Keter, the year he spent in Saphira was something that was forgettable and irrelevant. He had also cut ties with his family when he left. "But why did you come back to Liqueur? You could have stayed in Saphira and lived as the direct descendant of a prestigious family," the boy asked. "What's the point of that if it's no fun?" No offense, but you seem like the kind of person who would kill themselves if the world became boring. I just hope to die of old age before that happens. What about the artifact you got from Saphira? Was it real? Yeah, you really can leave liqueur as you please. Keter talked about it nonchalantly like it wasn't a big deal, but this would have been a shocking revelation to ordinary Liquurians, an artifact that allowed one to leave liqueur at will. That was a treasure even the Godfather, the ruler of liqueur and a major figure in the underworld, would covet. If you can leave, why are you staying in liqueur? The outside world is much bigger than this place. Dork had been Keter's subordinate for a long time. He was almost like a part of his body. He prided himself on knowing Keter well, but he couldn't understand why Keter would stay in liqueur when he could leave. Keter's answer to that was simple and straightforward. There's nowhere as fun as liqueur. While Big Brother, you are insane. Other Liquurians would sell their souls if they could leave this place. I wouldn't want their souls even if they begged me to take it. That's true. With his curiosity satisfied, Dork moved on to more mundane day-to-day matters. Big Brother, there are a few interesting cases that came in. Whatever, we're closed today. But you were closed yesterday. We're closed tomorrow too. Why don't we take the entire week off then? Good idea. Let's do that. The two of them got along quite well. Keter returned to liqueur from Saphira, thinking that his ties with Saphira were now over. However, his connection with Saphira was an ill-fated one, and such ties did not break simply by being ignored. Oren came to Keter again. It had been 5 years since their last meeting, but there was no time for a heartfelt reunion. Oren was on the brink of death, practically a walking corpse, and it was a miracle he had managed to make it to liqueur alive. Lord Keter, please take this as the last. Word from Saphira. Oren handed a firmly folded letter to Keter and passed away. Feeling the urgency, Keter first read the letter. To Keter, my son, read the enclosed letter in the dark. Only the eyes of Saphira can read the location. Our Saphira's secret archery techniques and treasures are gathered there. I am not asking you for revenge. Do not face the queen, for she is beyond human control. Run away and hide. Use the treasure to fund your escape, and use the secret archery skill as a bargaining chip if you are captured. Finally, I apologize for bringing you into the family, then ignoring and belittling you. I did so because I saw no good in you being associated with our family. As it turned out to be meaningless, I have nothing left but regret. I should have said this myself, but now I can only deliver it in writing. I love you. Please live. The corner of Keter's eyes twitched as he read the entire letter. Dork, sensing the tension, cautiously asked, Big Brother, what does the letter say? Without a word, Keter handed the letter to Dork, who read it and began to tremble. Esso the patriarch of the Saphira family, is actually your biological father. No, that's not what's important right now. You need to hide immediately. The queen is a bitch who would even send an army to liqueur. It was mad to send an army into a place that was inescapable. But the queen of this country, Queen Lillian, was ruthless enough to do it. Keter bent down and gently closed Oren's eyes before picking him up. Dork grabbed Keter's arm, trying to stop him. Big Brother. We don't have time for that right now. We need to hide deep underground, or we have to get out of liqueur quickly. If we run away to the Empire, even Lillian won't be able to do anything. Dork, look me in the eye, Keter said. A man who risked his life for me died. Don't insult the work of burying him so he can rest in peace. There was no such thing as good land in liqueur, but Keter buried Oren in the best land there was. He dusted off his hands, then glanced at Dork. And what did you say, hide underground or run away to the Empire? Big Brother, you can't possibly be thinking of going up against the Queen. Why not? My motto is eye for an eye. You don't need to do that for Saphira, do you? Dork knew that Keter was incredibly strong, was someone capable of defeating swordmasters or grand mages, those known as superhuman beings in the outside world. But the queen of this country was not human. Though she looked like one, she was a being who had lived for hundreds, even thousands of years. With a flick of her hand, she could turn mountains to plains and plains into canyons. People easily called the queen a god. She might not be omniscient, but her power rivaled that of a deity. No matter how strong a human being was, they couldn't defeat a god. Moreover, the queen ruled an entire nation. To oppose her meant turning an army of hundreds of thousands, thousands of knights, and hundreds of mages into enemies. Keter knew this all too well, and yet he still boldly claimed he would fight the queen who was trying to kill him. However, it wasn't for Saphira. Make no mistake, I'm not seeking revenge for Saphira. I'm simply doing the same for the queen. I know that's your nature, but this time it's different. We're talking about the queen. No one would call you a coward for running and hiding. Dork, I've never chosen my opponents. That's why I survived in liqueur, and it's my life's purpose to never bow to anyone. The queen is no exception. Feeling the firm resolve in Keter's words, Dork gave up trying to persuade him. If you don't want to be involved, leave now. Go by yourself. It was a one-sided termination notice. Though Dork was shuddering in terror, he put on a smile and said, Where would I go, Big Brother? You can't do anything without me. Don't do anything you'll regret, Keter said. You were the one who said that you should make a name for yourself in this world. So I'm going to make a name for myself as a loyal servant of the man who stood up to the queen. That's more like it. You're crazy too. No wonder you're my subordinate. Let's leave liqueur first. The queen won't know we can leave this place. Once we're out, we'll be able to hide well. I told you I'm not going to hide. We're hiding strategically. You're not thinking of barging into the palace right away, are you? Let's make a plan first. Oh, I knew you had a plan. Keter planned to leave liqueur with only a few of his valuables. However, the queen was more thorough than he had anticipated. Her army had already spread throughout liqueur. The queen's actions were indeed ruthless and merciless. She mobilized an army of 50,000 soldiers to encircle liqueur, a forbidden city from which no one could escape. It was clear that she intended to kill Keter, even if it meant waging a full-scale war against liqueur. Big brother, what should we do? There don't seem to be any gaps in their perimeter. It looks like we'll have to fight our way through. And Keter stroked his chin. The soldiers sent by the queen were heavily armed and extremely resolute. No matter how strong Keter was, he was basically a lone dork, wasn't a great fighter. The number of soldiers blocking the path ahead alone was at least 300. If the fight dragged on even a little, he would be surrounded by 50,000 men, the entire troop. The army was closing in, tightening their encirclement by checking everyone on the streets. As Keter's concern deepened, Dork suggested an alternative. What if we go underground? We can hold out there. No matter how long they stay, they'll give up in 10 years out of exhaustion. Then we can get our revenge. No, they'll never give up. Neither the queen nor I would ever give up. Keter leaped onto the roof and shouted at the top of his lungs. Looking for me, idiots. Everyone's attention was drawn to the voice, which was so loud that it rattled the windows. The soldiers looked back and forth between the portrait and Keter, then surrounded him in an instant. But it wasn't the army that had swarmed around him. The Lycurians had also gathered after hearing his voice. Pointing to the soldiers, Keter said, "The queen sent these idiots to kill me, so I have decided." Keter raised his fist with a calm face. "I'm going to leave liqueur right now. I'm going to leave and then kill the queen. Why, you ask? That's because that's the way of life in liqueur." It didn't matter how Keter got on the wrong side of the queen or how he was going to leave liqueur. If Keter said he would do it, he was going to. There wasn't a single Lycurian who didn't know that. "Nice speech, big brother, but what are you going to do now?" Dork asked, glancing below them. So many soldiers and knights filled the streets and alleys that it was difficult to count them. The soldiers were not ordinary soldiers, but from the elite army directly under the queen, and all the knights were above 2 stars. Each one was a tough opponent, and they all came to liqueur with the sole intention of killing Keter. There wasn't even any formal conversation. As soon as the man, who seemed to be the commander, gave the order to attack, crash, boom. A massive explosion ripped through the city, instantly creating a hole in the middle of the army that was hit. Soon, an old man emerged from the smoke. "Heh, I finally get to use my bomb on the queen's dogs." It was Ragnan the Bomber, one of the 5 lunatics of liqueur. "Charge." Undaunted, the commander pointed to Keter and ordered the soldiers to attack Keter. The army charged in unison with their shields raised. That was when, whoosh. 2 scythes slithered like serpents through the air, slaughtering the men. Their armor of shields made of amantir, which could even resist aura, were torn to shreds. It was Jenny the Chain Scythe, one of the 5 lunatics. She looked back at Keter and winked. "I saved your life in a moment of crisis, so you're going to marry me, right?" Before Keter could answer, Jenny dove into the soldiers and harvested lives. It didn't matter, as Keter's response was always the same: "Wake up." 2 of the 5 lunatics, the madmen feared by other madmen, had stepped up. Their appearance seemed very unnatural. It was as if they had been waiting, but Keter paid no attention, as the appearance of the 2 lunatics threw the hundreds of soldiers into chaos and created openings. There was no reason to argue about things when Keter had suffered no losses. Keter, who came down from the roof, walked down the street casually, as if taking a stroll. The army couldn't reach him, as Lycurians kept appearing out of nowhere to protect Keter, all saying the same thing: "I've paid off my debt with this, you damn fixer. Go kick that pompous queen's ass. Only a Lycurian can kill a Lycurian." Keter, known as the clear-eyed madman, was avoided by most Lycurians, but grudges weren't the only thing he had gotten at liqueur. There were hundreds of people who owed him their lives. In addition, there were many in liqueur who had a grudge against the queen because of her law of sending all criminals who were hard to deal with to liqueur. Ragnan the Bomber, in particular, had a deep hatred for the royal army, as his entire family was executed because he studied explosives. Others, like Jenny the Chain Scythe, fought for the simple reason of love. As the battle intensified, the army that had surrounded the entire city converged where Keter was. Among them was a swordmaster known as a Transcendental. No matter how strong the Lycurians were, they were powerless before a swordmaster. With one slash of the swordmaster's blade, the Lycurians were cut to pieces, stopping Keter's footsteps. The swordmaster, wearing jet black armor, pointed his sword at Keter and declared, "I am Her Majesty the Queen's sword and executor. Keter, the descendant of Sephira who committed treason. According to collective punishment, I'm here to deliver your verdict." The sword master's aura sword, which could cut through all things, approached Keter, but he stood still, his hands loose at his sides. He was relaxed because he felt a familiar presence. Clang, a red blood sword blocked the swordmaster's aura sword. It was Balt, Liqueur's blade demon. Keter wondered why this bastard showed up, as Balt had no reason to help him. Swinging away the executor's blade, Balt said, "Go, Keter. You have to die in my hands. He's just as crazy as I am." Keter chuckled and replied, "I hope you live a long life because I'm going to be the one who kills you." The executor filled the sky with his sword. Dozens of swords occupied every inch of space, putting pressure on Keter. However, he didn't stop walking. Even in the midst of the aura blade, in fact, he ran. A thin, red line flashed past Keter's side. It was Balt's flash of light. The executor's sword attack split apart in mid-air, opening the way for Keter. Keter and Dork were able to escape Liqueur with the help of other Lycurians. As expected, there were no soldiers outside. After ensuring they were safe, Dork said, "There's no one outside. If we hide, this is the best opportunity, but are you really going to fight the queen?" "Yeah," Keter replied. "You have enough reason to think why you would win, right? I'm just anxious." "Dork, there's no such thing. I'm doing it because I have to." Keter was doing this because he had to do it. Reason was unnecessary here. No matter how unfavorable the situation, no matter how strong the opponent, Keter never backed down. That's how he had lived since birth. This time was no different. "I know you said you're not fighting the queen for Saphira's sake, but let's make it seem like you're seeking revenge for the Saphira family. It makes sense, and it will help you gain allies." Keter began refining new techniques to kill the queen. The skills he had learned and mastered in Liqueur were all in their raw form. While excellent for killing people, they were unsuitable for fighting a divine being like Queen Lillian. Keter chose archery as his technique to battle the queen. This was because Bissell, the head of Saphira, and his father left a legacy, Zodiac Archery, a collection of Saphira's secret archery skills. Though he had never learned archery before, it didn't take him long to. He was already a master at throwing, and his talent for combat was unrivaled. Keter didn't train, he learned the skills through battle. The entire country was his enemy, so there were plenty of opponents to fight. Every soldier was going around as fast as they could, searching for him to kill him. He fought his pursuers as they came, sometimes going to them before they found him. There was never a day that went by that he didn't fight, never a day that didn't end in bloodshed, proving that people didn't call him the clear-eyed madman of Liqueur for nothing. Keter enjoyed risking his life in these battles. Keter usually worked alone, but Queen Lillian could not catch him for some reason. It was strange that an entire kingdom couldn't do anything about one single person. This was because Keter had a just cause to avenge Saphira. The Saphira family was exterminated overnight for treason, a charge that was never substantiated, but he hadn't got any closer to his goal of killing the queen. He had started out boldly, but Keter realized that he was just a frog in the well. The stronger he became, the more he truly realized that Prime, the strongest state a human could reach, was not the end but only the beginning. The first time Keter felt a limit was when he encountered one of the Four Lords. The Four Lords were the queen's trusted henchmen and the pillars of this country. To kill the queen, he had to kill these Four Lords first. Keter sought out and challenged one of them, the Lord of the East, Dale the Slasher of Skies. True to his nickname, Dale wielded a swordsmanship that could cut the sky. After fighting him, Keter couldn't help but scoff in disbelief. Who came up with his nickname? It's wrong. He doesn't just slash the sky, he splits it. The impact of Keter and Dale's battle completely altered the terrain, creating endless holes and gaping canyons everywhere. Nothing about them was human except their appearance. In the end, Keter was defeated. Dale was seriously wounded, but Keter suffered a fatal blow from Dale. Catching his breath, Dale said, "It's the first time a human has injured me this much. It's a pity if you weren't a descendant of Saphira, you could have replaced one of the Four Lords. Hey, let me ask you something. How much stronger is the queen compared to you?" Keter was dying, but his voice was calm. He could only act this way because he had no regrets. He had done his best in the fight, therefore. He had no regrets, even though he lost. Actually, he felt a sense of relief. Keter felt like he was up against the queen, but he knew this fight wasn't going to end. There was a limit to what he could do alone. While there were forces helping him here and there, they were not significant. Now a middle-aged man, Keter fought the Lord of the East, hoping to make a meaningful impact before he aged further. He was ultimately defeated, but it was a fight without regret. He was only able to think this way because he wasn't sure he could kill the queen, even with more time. The question he was asking now before dying was a fundamental desire to satisfy his curiosity. After a brief pause, Dale spoke. "Keter, you should consider it a blessing that you are dying in my hands right now. Her Majesty is incomparably stronger than I am. Even if all the Four Lords combine their strength, they wouldn't even be able to touch the tip of Her Majesty's finger. Is that because of the power of Ein?" Dale's eyes widened. "You figured that out yourself. Truly astonishing and pitiful. If you figured that out sooner, the outcome of this fight would have been different. It's nothing grand." "Ein is just aura and mana combined," Keter replied. "You would have also realized that it is impossible with a human body and mind. You used Ein, but it was incomplete because you are human. I admit, it wasn't easy. It would have been nice if I had a little more time. You shouldn't have gone up against the queen if you wanted time. You had a chance to run away. That's not my cup of tea. If there is a next life, live it by compromising with reality. The queen had originally ordered the four lords to bring back Keter alive. However, Dale pointed his sword at Keter's neck. Like Keter, Dale had also once thought that he could kill Queen Lillian. Out of respect for Keter, who grievously wounded him with archery skill, he looked down on Dale was doing Keter a favor to stop him from becoming Queen Lillian's puppet. It's over. Even as Keter faced death, his beliefs remained unchanged. There is no compromise in my life. If there is a next life, I will kill you, Dale, and I will kill the queen. Voosh. Dale's blade sliced cleanly through Keter's neck. An afterlife, a world after death. Keter had never given it much thought, but now he was forced to think about it. What is this? His consciousness briefly faded and then returned. His vision was blurry, but he could definitely feel that he was alive. He touched his neck. He clearly remembered it being cut off by Dale's sword, yet it was completely attached. His blurry vision came into focus now, and he was faced with an unfamiliar sight. Is something wrong, my lord? Keter shook his head silently and looked around. He was in a carriage. The scenery outside the window rushed by quickly. Inside the carriage it was calm. Although it lacked extravagance, there was an air of tranquility and elegance. The ceiling and walls, made of thick, sturdy oak, had soft curves. Richly colored, monochromatic fabrics added subtle accents. Hard and soft, this carriage, which embodied two opposite qualities, was painted with a drawing Keter recognized. There was a large tree reaching from the ground to the sky, and arrows hung from its branches like fruit. It was the symbol of Sephira, the masters of archery, and in front of Keter was a familiar, middle-aged man who seemed concerned about him. Now he realized what was happening. This carriage was headed to Sephira, and this middle-aged man was Jacques, his butler. So, Keter had traveled a few decades back in time to the beginning of the most uninteresting and uninspiring year of his life, with 1 year of his life that was worth forgetting about. He knew how crazy this was. He was sure that he was dead, but he had reincarnated. On top of that, it didn't seem like a coincidence that the time point he returned to was right before he entered Sephira. Who did this, why, and how? I guess it just happened. Keter had regressed, but he decided not to think too deeply about it. He once thought everything happened for a reason, but living life, he realized that sometimes things just happen. Maybe that wasn't true, but that was just what he decided to believe. It was a waste of time to overthink things when he didn't have a clue as to what happened. The truth about these things would eventually come out, whether he wanted it to or not, so there was no point in trying to figure it out. Right now, he just had to live in the present. As Keter reached a conclusion, Jacques spoke. Would you look out the window, my lord? This is the estate of Sephira. The carriage slowed down as Jacques gave a signal. Then the scenery that had been passing by so quickly suddenly became clear. The wide plains and the streams that flowed through them glistened a pale silver color. Lush trees lining both sides of the well-maintained road cast shadows and swayed as if they were welcoming the carriage. The mountain trails, hills, and mansions peeking through the trees looked like a part of the natural landscape. Seeing the intact mansion and estates gave Keter a strange feeling. Jacques, who mistook his mixed feelings for admiration, smiled in satisfaction. My lord, do you see that small hill over there? It wasn't the first time Keter had heard this. He nodded silently and predicted Jacques' next words in his head. He's going to ask if I can see the mountain range over there. Jacques turned to Keter, his face beaming with pride. Do you also see the wide mountain range behind it? As expected, Jacques was repeating what Keter had heard in his previous life. As he nodded, just like he did before, Jacques finished off his introduction in pride. From here to the mountains over there, it is all Sephira's territory. We have 200 knights and 2,000 soldiers. Counting their families and the hired hands who work for the house, there are 8,000 residents living here. In his previous life, Keter had gasped mildly as Jacques wished, but now that he had reincarnated, he could only scoff. It's nothing compared to other master families, he said. Yes, the master families were the core of the country's military power. This kingdom, under the rule of Queen Lillian, had a total of 7 master families, with the Sephira family having the smallest army. The Magi family, which had the second lowest number of troops after Sephira, had 300 knights and 6,000 soldiers. In addition, they had more than 30,000 residents. There was a threefold difference in population alone, so it was no wonder the Sephira family was called the weakest of the master families. How did Keter know so well? It was because he was the one who destroyed the Magi family. The Magi family was the most aggressive in hunting down the Sephira bloodline. Anyway, even if Sephira was the weakest of the prestigious families, it was as big as a small country. Unable to hide his fluster at Keter's unexpected reaction, Jacques began making excuses. Why yes, but that's because we have different roles. The Sephiras, as you know, are trained in archery, my lord. You wouldn't understand how challenging it is compared to swordsmanship until you try it yourself. And also, Jacques' explanation went in one ear and out the other as Keter looked at Sephira's mansions, which were getting closer. They were spacious and open, with a diverse array of buildings, but there was not even a hint of luxury. The gardens, which were symbols of wealth, and the mansions, symbols of power, were exceptionally plain. This wasn't because the Saphira lacked wealth, but rather because they practiced modesty, which was not characteristic of aristocracy. Click-clack, the carriage entered the garden. The garden was surrounded by 4 large mansions. Keter obviously knew the purpose of these mansions. The south mansion housed the patriarch, the east mansion housed the vassals, and the west mansion housed Saphira's descendants. To the north of the gardens, Keter caught a glimpse of dormitories and training grounds for the helping hands, soldiers, and knights. The carriage seemed to head for the west mansion, where Saphira's descendants lived, but then it abruptly turned and stopped in front of what looked like a deserted shed. This was where Keter was going to be staying. I was shocked when I first saw it. The family had turned a shed into living quarters for him. It felt like they were treating him like baggage. As Keter stepped out from the carriage, he felt all eyes on him, curious gazes from patrolling soldiers and helping hands doing chores. However, none of them came forward to greet him. It was a stark reminder that Keter had traveled back in time, as no one had come to greet him in his previous life either. Back then, he was so irritated by this that he had reciprocated and ignored them. But now, it's different. If he left this family alone, the same thing would happen. The Saphira family would be destroyed again, and he would be forced to fight against Queen Lillian in a losing battle. Keter had no intention of repeating the past. He was going to change the future through active intervention, not for the sake of his doomed family, but for the sake of his own comfort and life. Intervening didn't mean that he was going to be the head of the family. Why bother with such a troublesome position? All Keter wanted was a position like the godfather of Lycura position, where simply displaying enough dignity allowed him to oversee loyal subordinates who worked and risked their lives for him. Of course, it would take a lot of hard work to get there, but once he got there, the rest of his life would be leisurely. But it wasn't enough just to save the Saphira family. Keter wanted to grow Saphira and make it the greatest family on the continent. Then, he would become the power behind such a prestigious family. He would utilize the power of the Saphira family without being tied to it. Ultimately, Keter was going to kill Queen Lillian for trying to execute him under collective punishment, and now for actually killing him. An eye for an eye. Queen Lillian ruined his previous life, even killing him, so he was going to pay her back. Until that time, Keter was going to grow the family's strength and build its power. He was just going to show the Saphira family how he survived and lived in Lycura. As Keter stared at the main mansion, Jacques pulled his arm. "I will show you around the grounds later, my lord, but for now, why don't you head back to your living quarters? It would be good to rest a little and then freshen up." "Wait a minute. Oh, you cannot go there, as that's the main mansion where the patriarch resides. Moreover, it's your first day, so you should be even more cautious in your actions." "I know. Pardon. What's wrong with a son going to see his father?" Keter began walking to the front door before Jacques could stop him. It should have been this way in his previous life as well. He should have given a proper greeting, something he deliberately avoided out of frustration from being ignored. "Father, the bastard you abandoned has returned." Everyone's eyes, including Jacques, widened at Keter's bold actions. In the Saphira family's arrow shed, a place filled with the musty smell of old leather, a middle-aged man was carefully inspecting the arrows. It was Basilel Saphira, the head of the Saphira family. For decades, he had inspected the arrows produced each day without fail. There were light and balanced ordinary arrows, but also huge arrows almost the size of his arm designed for hunting monsters with thick, tough skin. The last arrow he picked up was like a skewer, made to pierce thick shields or armor. These arrows were the fewest in number. Bissell was emotionless as he stroked the fletching of the arrow. At that moment, the doors to the shed slowly opened. Someone came in, silencing his footsteps. It was Hyssop, his first son, who had returned home last night. His sharp features, intense eyes, and stern face, which was hard to imagine smiling, were a spitting image of Bissell. Dressed in elegant and sophisticated blue velvet attire, Hyssop greeted Bissell with an impeccable posture, befitting his role as the deputy patriarch who handled external affairs in place of the patriarch. He placed his left hand on his stomach and his right hand at his side, then bowed. When Bissell nodded to acknowledge the greeting, Hyssop straightened up and got straight to the point. "Father, I heard from Mile that my half-brother Keter is coming." Bissell, rubbing the fletching of the arrow in his hand, replied, "That is correct. I respect and admire you, father, and I trust there is a good reason for this. However, no matter how much I think about it, I think it is premature. I guess you wouldn't like your half-brother who showed up out of the blue. I've never met him, so I do not like nor dislike him. However, you know best that the family is in jeopardy right now. I don't think bringing in an outsider in these troubled times would be safe for us or for that child." It was a reasonable and valid point. With his tone unchanged, Bissell asked, "So, Keter may stay with us, but we cannot let him get involved in family affairs for our sake and his," Hyssop replied. "Are you saying we should ignore him?" "Unfortunately, yes. Keter is from the lawless city. I do not want to be suspicious of Keter without evidence, but I don't want to blindly trust him either." It was a reasonable point, completely devoid of emotion. As Hyssop had learned all these qualities from him, Bissell had no reason to object. Do not worry, I have also determined so. As such, I am going to keep an eye on Keter. I want to see how he will act. As you wish, Patriarch. However, if it's all right, I have something I would like to ask. How did you know about Keter, and how and why did you bring him here? That is not a question I can answer lightly. Bisil, avoiding the question, held his hands together behind his back and stared at the mountains through the window. I hear the carriage, so Keter is probably here. I have already told the vassals to pay no attention to Keter, so you should do the same. As you wish, as Bisil ended the conversation like he had nothing more to say, Hyssop bowed to show respect and left the shed. Bisil put back the arrow he was holding into the quiver and let out a deep sigh. The reason that he brought his son from the lawless city of Liqueur into the family who he didn't even know existed started with a letter he received a month ago, sending me a letter all of a sudden that I have a son. The letter was from a mysterious woman he had briefly met 20 years ago when he was young and feisty. The content of her letter was shocking. The starry night feels like just yesterday, but time has flown by. I am doing well, but I assume you are not, so I am sending you this letter. We have a son between us. His name is Keter. Just as you helped me back then, now our child will help you. He is currently in Liqueur. The signet on the ring enclosed in this letter can bring him out of Liqueur. There was no sender's name, but Bisil could tell who had sent him the letter from the opening line. Akra. It was a momentary fling, but Bisil had indeed spent a passionate night with a mysterious woman named Akra. Back then, Akra had told him not to worry about anything, but now, saying that they had a son and that this son would help the family was utterly absurd. At first, Bisil did not intend to look for Keter. It wasn't because he didn't trust Akra, but because the family didn't have the resources to do so. However, Bisil changed his mind overnight as Akra's letter had disappeared. The letter that he had placed on his desk in his office had vanished without a trace. He thought perhaps the maids threw it away by mistake while cleaning his office, but it made no sense. Who would dare to tamper with the items on my desk? Moreover, not just anyone can come and go from my office. Unable to find any signs of intrusion, Bisil asked the soldiers guarding the front of his office who had come by while he was gone. 3 elders and the chief butler visited, said the soldiers. The list of suspects was narrowed down to 4. However, this only made Bisil more troubled. One of the key members of the Saphira family had secretly read the letter and stolen it. It would not bode well if the existence of a bastard child in the Saphira family, which was known for its integrity, was revealed. The key members would know this, which made Bisil even more unsettled that one of them stole it. Is there a traitor in the family? The suspects expected to be traitors included 3 elders composed of the family's bloodline, and the chief butler had been loyal ever since the previous patriarch. Bisil's headache was worse than ever, but it was clear what he had to do right now. I have no choice but to bring Keter now. Bisil hadn't refrained from calling Keter from the family. Because of where he was born, it was because the Saphira family currently had many enemies, and its power was dwindling. There was no reason to summon him and involve him in the potential bloodshed. However, now that the traitor knew Keter's identity, he was in danger as well. Bisil judged that it would be better for Keter to be in his sight. He didn't know Keter existed and what he looked like, but he's still my son. Bisil held a meeting to notify people of Keter's existence and unilaterally informed them that he would be bringing Keter back. However, he kept Keter's origin hidden, saying that he was bringing Keter from Absinthe, a city that imitated Liqueur. If word got out that there was an artifact that allowed one to come out of Liqueur, no master family would be able to handle that, not just Saphira. Akra, who are you to have such a great artifact, and why did you let our child grow up in Liqueur? Bisil couldn't understand what Akra, someone he could barely call his wife, was thinking. It was a series of circumstances that were definitely not favorable, but even in the midst of all that, Bisil as a father was curious how Keter, his and Akra's son, grew up and what kind of values he had. He wondered if Keter resented them, thinking he had been abandoned by his mother and father. Keter hadn't grown up in ordinary circumstances, he had grown up in the lawless city of Liqueur. It was easy to deduce that he had grown up roughly. The worst-case scenario was that Keter might actually put the family in jeopardy. Once you go into Liqueur, you can never leave. That's the kind of place Keter grew up. Could he really possess a normal character? There were many possible scenarios, but Bisil could only think of the worst-case ones. Realistically, he thought it might be best to eliminate any future threat, but Bisil had no intention of doing that. He believed that abandoning one family member was the same as abandoning the entire family. Coming out of his reminiscence, Bisil heard the sound of a carriage stopping. There was only one carriage expected at this hour. It was Keter who had come from Liqueur. Keter, rest assured that I will not burden you with the responsibilities of the family. I have only called you here to protect you. It wasn't just that. If the family fell, Bisil had to save Keter at the very least, as he had done nothing wrong and bore no responsibility. Therefore, Bisil had made the decision to ignore Keter and maintain a distance, even if it seemed harsh. If he was blatantly isolated to appear as someone unrelated to the family, the internal enemies would lose interest in him. Bissell only hoped that Keter, who had grown up lonely without parental love, would be safe, comfortable, and unharmed here, no matter what happened. I've wasted too much time. Bissell's shoulders felt heavy. As the head of the family, he had the duty to protect the honor and history built by his ancestors, and as a father, he had the responsibility to protect his family. It was when Bissell, who had set aside his personal feelings, was about to leave the arrow shed. A loud shout came from outside. "Father, the bastard you abandoned has returned." A passionate voice like a volcanic eruption. Bissell instinctively knew that this was the voice of his son, Keter, whom he hadn't seen in 18 years. Ha, ha ha, Bissell scoffed. He never imagined that Keter would greet him in such a bold manner. He's just like me when I was younger. However, Bissell had no intention of meeting Keter immediately. I'll watch you, Keter. Bissell, who loved his family as much as his children, went up to his office. My lord, the patriarch is busy and won't be able to hear you, so why don't you go back to your living quarters for now, said Jack, who quickly followed behind Keter. Keter also knew that his father wouldn't come out anyway. He would be disappointed if he could meet his father so easily. I don't think my father is deaf. It's clear that he's ignoring me on purpose. Jack blinked for a moment at Keter's blunt words before making up an excuse. If you adapt well to the family, the patriarch will surely call for you. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm curious about how patient my father is. Keter wasn't disappointed that Bissell didn't meet him instead. He took it as a challenge. He wondered when Bissell would finally call for him. If you last one night, I'll say you lasted a long time. Jack, who didn't know what Keter was thinking, asked, what do you mean by that, my lord? Whatever. Let's go to my living quarters. It's that shed-looking one, right? Jack was flustered as he watched Keter walking ahead of him, heading straight in the direction of the shed. How did he know? There was no time for Jack to question this. Although Keter appeared to be walking, he was moving so fast that it was like he was running. My lord, please wait for me. As Jack hurriedly followed Keter, the soldiers on guard duty began whispering about Keter. Is that the person the patriarch mentioned? They certainly look similar, right? Yeah. He looks exactly the same as the young patriarch's picture hanging in the main building. Do you think his coming will be beneficial for our family? I'm worried. Don't be silly. Has the patriarch ever made a mistake? Let's just focus on our duties. Yeah, you're right about that. After gossiping, the soldiers were about to go back to their stations. But just then a soldier arrived late and interrupted them. Hey, did you hear where he came from? We only heard that he was coming, but not where he's from. This is a secret, but there are rumors that he's from the lawless city of Absinthe. Absinthe, that shithole. Oren was the only one that knew Keter came from Liqueur, and everyone else believed he came from Absinthe. The city of Absinthe was similar to Liqueur in that they were both lawless cities, but it was called a shithole for a different reason. I can't believe Lord Keter is from Absinthe. It was shocking that Bissell had an illegitimate child, but it was still understandable, but not if the child was from Absinthe. The soldiers quickly turned somber. With a serious face, the soldier that first mentioned Absinthe added, I've been to Absinthe before, and everyone who lives there is crazy bastards with shitty personalities. If Lord Keter is also from there, you better be careful. I wasn't able to take a good look at him, but he didn't seem that way. You never know. I shouldn't get on his bad side. Not even that, just avoid him. Isn't that better? I agree. That's probably safer. The rumor spread quietly through the family by a soldier who knew about Absinthe. The fact that Keter was not from an ordinary place and was from Absinthe, a lawless shithole, became a secret that everyone knew about. There were no rumors that Keter had done something evil, but he was naturally labeled as someone to be avoided. All of the reasons why Keter had been ignored by everyone in his past life were revealed. Of course, Keter didn't care at all. He soon arrived at the place where he would be staying from now on. My lord, this is the bathroom, and on the left is the closet. Jack enthusiastically explained the various rooms, but Keter just looked around, pretending to listen. It's exactly the same, just as I expected. Pardon, what do you mean it's the same? Don't worry about it. Gramps, what are my brothers doing? Keter asked. Amps, my lord, do I look that old? Jack rubbed his smooth forehead as Keter called him Gramps. It's just because you remind me of a nice grandpa. Anyway, are you going to tell me? Oh, Jack trailed off. He'd been given strict orders from the patriarch to keep Keter away from his siblings, so Jack couldn't take Keter to the others for greetings. Keter, who obviously knew the situation, shook his head. It's fine if you can't tell me. It doesn't matter if I find them, right? Asked Keter. Jack was at a loss for words again. Everything Keter was saying was so unexpected. I heard that Lord Keter lived his entire life in Absinthe. How is he so unconcerned when he's in a foreign city, especially with a noble family? It had only been an hour since Keter had arrived. Jack didn't know what to make of Keter's actions, which looked like he had already adapted to this environment. Keter tried to leave his room abruptly, so Jack had to do something to stall for time. Jack said, My lord, wouldn't it be better to start with a bath and a change of clothes? People will regard you favorably if you show the dignity of a nobleman. It was a convincing, reasonable argument, but it wasn't enough to stop Keter. Good appearance. Give me a break. How are they going to think highly of a bastard like me? Jack felt dizzy from the blunt and unfiltered remarks. I'm just going to say hello. It's just a simple greeting. Keter quickly slipped out of his room when Jacques was occupied. Jacques was a quick learner. He was soon going to learn how to counter Keter, so there was no need for Keter to go easy on him. First, Keter headed to the West Mansion, where the family resided. He had 6 brothers, but there was one person he wanted to meet first, Anis. Anis el Sephira was the 3rd son of the Sephira family. In Keter's previous life, unlike the other siblings who ignored and avoided him, Anis was the only one who didn't. He challenged Keter to duels, getting riled up when Keter made a dismissive remark about archery. Of course, Keter destroyed him. They became close after that, as they fought whenever they met. By Keter's standards, people were close friends if they fought without killing each other. Well, that didn't matter anymore. Keter was at the mansion now, but he wasn't sure if this life was exactly the same as his previous one. It was the same so far, but he expected some things to be different. He thought that seeing Anis would make it clear maybe Anis would welcome him with kindness and warmth. Keter didn't know where Anis was, but he had an idea. As far as he knew, Anis was a training fanatic, and he always trained underground like a creep, so he might be there. If not, Anis was probably in the training room above ground. As Keter was walking there, he could feel people's gazes. The soldiers knew to keep their eyes down, but the maids were secretly glancing at him. When he looked at them, they avoided his gaze. He couldn't help but say something. If you want to look at my handsome face, look me in the eyes. You're not going to be able to get a proper look like that. The maids ran away, squealing like chickens. That was when Keter heard a familiar sound, squeak. This sound, like stretching twisted rubber, was from Zodiac Bow's unique archery technique of the Sephira family. Specifically, it was the sound of Leo archery. Anis was definitely in the underground training room. As Keter went down, he saw several training rooms, but there was only one being guarded by 2 soldiers. They're guarding it so obviously. Keter approached the one, who seemed significantly more muscular than the other soldiers. The one of the right, possibly the senior out of the 2, held out his hand. Stop. This is Lord Anis' private training room. If you're lost, I can guide you back. Keter could tell from his palm lines that the soldier had a destiny to die early due to his lack of awareness. I've come to the right place. Step side. I cannot. This area is not open to others. If this was liqueur, this was what Keter would have done. 5, 4, 3. If they didn't move aside even at 2, it was Keter's principle to leave them half-crippled. However, this was Sephira and he was a noble. And like a noble, he wanted to try to resolve this through conversation. Are you prepared? What for the consequences of blocking my path? I am aware of who you are, my lord. You still cannot enter. Keter really tried to resolve this through conversation like a gentleman, but these 2 brutes just puffed up their chests and glared at him menacingly. If they were going to be like this, Keter's actions would be justified. You're wrong. They seemed to think Keter was a lord, so he needed to remind them about something. You don't know me at all. The 2 soldiers guarding the entrance to Anis' private training room did not look favorably upon Keter. It was because their fellow soldiers had quickly informed them that Keter was from Absinthe. This was their first encounter with Keter, and he was acting incredibly forceful. This made the soldiers, who were already wary of him, more irritated, causing them to view his every action negatively. Putting his hands in his pocket, he thinks we'll bow to his authority and step aside. Although Keter was a direct descendant of the Sephira family, he hadn't officially joined the family yet. The 2 soldiers had been educated several times by their squad leader that they didn't have to follow all of Keter's orders, and that it was fine to refuse unreasonable ones. Moreover, Keter acting like he didn't mind a physical confrontation made the 2 soldiers scoff. Keter's agile-looking physique and handsome appearance made him seem entirely unrelated to fighting. In contrast, their own biceps were thicker than his calves. It seems like he's trying to solve this using force, just like his absinthe ways. How immature of him. The soldier flexed his thick, muscular arms and said, "This is your last warning. Go back to your living quarters." Keter took a big step toward them and replied, "I don't take orders from someone weaker than me. If you try to use force, we have no choice but to fight back." Keter chose to walk forward, ignoring the soldier's warning. In response, they grabbed his shoulders with their large hands. Considering the size difference, there was no need for both of them to step up. Just one of them seemed more than enough. No matter how infamous Keter was for being from Absinthe, he shouldn't have been able to overcome such an overwhelming physical difference. However, Keter didn't budge, like a pillar deeply embedded in the ground. However, the real problem was that he was a human being and hadn't stopped walking. What? The soldiers now tried to stop Keter with all their strength, but they were pushed back effortlessly. It was so ridiculous that it looked like a part of a well-rehearsed play. They were being pushed so forcefully that smoke began to rise from the friction between their shoes and the floor. How can he be this monstrously strong? He doesn't have the body for it. Hey, Alex, are you really pushing with all your strength? The soldiers' faces had already turned bright red, and their muscles were bulging as if they were about to burst. Meanwhile, Keter remained completely relaxed, his hands still in his pockets. Whoosh, thud. With a single shake of his body, Keter sent the 2 soldiers flying, but they had persistence. They immediately grabbed onto his legs and ankles, putting their weight onto it. However, they were now just being dragged along as he continued walking to the training room. They're persistent. Though all their muscles are useless, to Keter, training was child's play. The strength gained from training, which could be started and stopped at will, was insignificant. On the other hand, life in Liqueur was hellish, and it was never just training. Every day was a life or death battle. If Keter hadn't put his life on the line and faced it head-on, he would have been isolated or have died. That was the way of life in Liqueur. He had to run even if his feet were blistered and bleeding, and he had to carry a log 5 times his weight just for a piece of bread. Even soldiers raised in prestigious families underwent intense training, but they did not push themselves to the point of risking their lives. Instead, the families focused even more on safety to avoid losing valuable resources. That was why it was even more incomparable. Muscles strengthened without the fear of death could not defeat muscles developed with life itself as the risk. Ha ha, Keter arrived at the door with the soldiers, who were trying to catch their breath still on his leg. In a lecturing tone, he said, "If you've come this far, just let it go. Can't you read the room? Be sensible and do it on your own, you know. Be sensy." Dit. What? The 2 soldiers hesitated. They knew they stood no chance against Keter with strength alone. However, their loyalty to the family was deep enough that they never considered running away. Keter sighed, finding them bothersome. "You guys, it's not like I'm going to eat Anis up. I just want to see my brother's face, but why are you making me the bad guy? Do you really want to see me become the bad guy?" That was when the soldiers jumped to their feet. "No, my lord, sorry, my lord, we just—" Keter shook his hand and cut them off. "I get it, guarding the door is your job. But you need to have some tact when dealing with people. I'll let it slide today since it's my first day, but if you act clueless again next time." Keter drew a line across his neck with his finger. The sound of the soldiers gulping rang in the hall. "W will remember that, my lord." These soldiers used most of their brain power for training, but a strong will to survive made them show respect. They had only fought Keter once, but they instinctively realized that to go against Keter meant they didn't want to live anymore. The senior soldier opened the door to the training room where Anis was, even though Keter didn't ask him to. The overwhelming difference in power was able to create a sense of courtesy that wasn't present before. Anis El Safira spent an entire week eating and sleeping in the training room. He was drenched in sweat as he held his bow. His hands were trembling. He had shot so many arrows that his right hand, which held the string, was covered in blood. "It's not enough. At this rate. Creak." Anis twisted the already fully drawn bowstring. He was attempting to use Leo archery, the 5th technique of Saphira's renowned zodiac archery. Creak. The bowstring was drawn so tight it seemed like it might snap, and the bow itself was bent to its limit. Arg, thwack. As Anis released the string, the bow unleashed a shockwave. He was also knocked down by the force, but crack. Power of the Leo archery was terrifying. It not only pierced through a thick steel shield 200 meters away, but also turned it into a spiral shape. The shield, which was thick and rounded to block arrows, was penetrated with a single shot. This kind of formidable power was certainly only something possible within the Saphira family. It was a power deserving of praise, but Anis did not look satisfied at all. In fact, he seemed disappointed. There shouldn't even be a trace of the shield left. The reason for Anis' obsession with strength was simple. He knew that he would soon need power. He sensed the impending crisis for the family and anticipated that a violent conflict would soon occur. In times like this, he had to protect the family, so he was committing everything to this, even sacrificing his sleep. Anis had trained so hard that his bone was visible through the cuts on his finger. Yet he picked up another arrow to knock it on the bowstring like he didn't feel the pain. However, he was interrupted by someone opening the door. "I told you not to let anyone inside," Anis said sternly, not even looking back. He had clearly told the soldiers guarding the door that he would not be meeting anyone, even if his father or the elders called upon him. He wasn't going to leave until he achieved satisfactory results, so when the door opened, it was understandable for him to be angry. There was no response, so Anis turned his head to reprimand the intruder. When he did, his eyes widened. He could have understood had it been his father or one of the family's elders, but the person he saw was a young man with a bright smile. Anis squinted, trying to see the person at the door. It was a young man with silver hair and golden eyes smiling. He was so handsome that he would stand out even in a crowded street. His playful smile and cheerful demeanor seemed that he was happy to see Anis. The man, who had entered the training room without permission, waved casually, causing Anis' handsome face to frown. "Who is he, and why is he acting like he knows me? I've never seen him in my life." Anis racked his brain, wondering if he had forgotten or something, but he was certain it was their first time meeting. First of all, his attire isn't noble-like, and the way he walks is utterly lacking in dignity. He looks like an outsider, yet the soldiers just let him in. Seeing that the soldiers were standing at the door and looking this way, it was clear that the man wasn't an intruder. But since Anis couldn't consider him an ally, he stopped the man. "Stop. Who are you?" However, the man didn't stop walking, as if he didn't hear Anis. Maybe I was too quiet. Anis thought perhaps he had lost his voice due to the strenuous training, so this time he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Stop, who are you?" This time his voice echoed through the training room. There was no way the man hadn't heard him. However, the man still didn't stop and continued approaching with a carefree smile. Is he deaf? Anis decided to be prepared, gripping his arrow as he faced the man. The man, who stopped 5 steps away, exuded a peculiar aura. How strange. It's the first time I've met him, but he feels familiar. Wait, his eyes. The descendants of Sephira shared a common trait. They had a blend of purple and gold in their eyes, which the man before him also had. Golden irises, which were reminiscent of a sunlit wheat field at sunset, and gem-like purple pupils. These were eyes that only a member of Sephira could possess. "Are you Anis?" the man asked. Anis was irritated with the man's impoliteness, but he bit his tongue as there was someone who came to mind. "Are you Keter by any chance? Judging by how you are answering a question with a question, you must be Anis." Keter was relieved when he saw Anis. He had reddish-brown hair that reached just above his ears, eyes that showed suspicion and wariness, and a slightly furrowed face that looked cool rather than frightening. Anis was a bow maniac who spent his entire life pursuing more strength until he was exhausted. Although they had only exchanged greetings, Keter was convinced that the Anis from the past and Anis of the present were exactly the same person. It would be a shame to just leave right away. Anis' hands were covered in blood, his hair was disheveled, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. But compared to Anis in the future, he still seemed human. "In my past life, Anis couldn't overcome his limits and eventually went mad." Keter stared at Anis' fingers discreetly and saw that all 10 were still intact, meaning he hadn't completely lost his mind yet. A smile crept up on Keter's face. If someone needed help, he would assist them. Even if they didn't want it, he would still help. That was the way of Liqueur's Solver, a service that sought out his clients. That was his secret to making a living in Liqueur. "How did you know I was here?" Anis' voice was filled with hostility, clearly suspicious of Keter. "I was just passing by the area. It was a coincidence. Woo. Did you do that to the shield? That's some impressive power." Anis' expression did not soften. Passing by the area, a coincidence. This made no sense, but considering Anis' ambitious nature, he was more bothered by the last part of the comment. "It may look impressive to you. Now leave, you're being a nuisance. I'll forgive your intrusion this time. I didn't mean that as a compliment. It means you're being foolish because you're only focusing on power." Criticized out of nowhere, Anis clenched his fists. Creak. He gripped the iron arrow so hard that it bent in half. "What do you know about shooting a bow to spout that kind of nonsense?" In the Lilian Kingdom, it was illegal for commoners to possess ranged weapons unless they were soldiers, nobles, or licensed hunters. Of course, it didn't matter if one wasn't caught, but given the size and presence of a bow, it wasn't easy to hide it. As such, it was true that most commoners, including Keter, never had an opportunity to shoot a bow. Keter shrugged. "It's not enough to kill people, right? Unless it's for monsters, since they move on instinct." Anis frowned as Keter, unlike his attitude, was being surprisingly logical. By nature, Anis was competitive and hated losing, even in an argument. Naturally, he immediately countered Keter's point. "You're wrong. I emphasized the power of the bow to make it meaningless for the knights to block the arrow. Think about it carefully. Why do you think knights can block arrows?" Keter retorted quickly. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" "It's obviously because they can see the arrows," Anis replied. "You are an idiot. If they can see the arrow, why don't they dodge it instead of blocking it? It's because blocking is easier than dodging. Now, let me ask you again. If you shoot that incredibly powerful arrow, will the knights try to block it or dodge it?" It was common sense, but Anis realized it only now. No matter how powerful the arrow was, it was meaningless if it didn't hit. However, it was an inevitable misunderstanding for him, as he had seen knights easily blocking arrows countless times. Thus, he mistakenly believed that training for unblockable arrows was the best way to deal with knights. Keter drove the point home to Anis, who had just realized this uncomfortable truth. All fighters go through the same trial and error. When they face opponents who can easily block their attacks, they pursue overwhelming power that can't be blocked. However, they realize in real combat that even overwhelming power is meaningless if it doesn't hit. So the first thing an archer should pursue is accuracy. Power comes after that. How about that? Did I sound like someone who has shot an arrow or two before? Arrows were always at a disadvantage compared to other martial arts. Once an arrow was shot, that was the end of it. The archer could no longer intervene. Moreover, to fully utilize its power, one condition must be met: the archer must be in a safe situation. On the battlefield, there would be high walls and infantry to protect the front. But if the archer was alone and fighting against a swordsman of similar skill level, the archer would never be able to win. While they might be able to defeat an ordinary person, anyone sufficiently trained could easily follow an arrow's movement with just their vision and reflexes. Moreover, arrows could only be shot in a straight line. Although they could arc, the path was predictable and lacked variation, which meant it was simple. While this could be an advantage, it was a fatal flaw in one-on-one combat. Anis believed he could compensate for this flaw with sheer power. In certain situations, this might be the right answer, but for the Saphira family, which was politically isolated and lacking allies, it was neither suitable nor sufficient as a primary strategy. Having been criticized by Keter, Anis trembled in frustration. He knew this, as did every member of the Saphira family and every archer who trained in archery. Power and variation could not coexist in archery. The Saphira family boasted a 300-year history, but they had yet to solve this problem. It was because there was no need. In the past, during frequent wars, archers were never isolated. There were always knights risking their lives to protect them and also high, strong walls. At that time, the family's reputation was extremely high, and they were favored by the queen. It had only been 30 years since large-scale wars diminished into small-scale regional wars, and it had only been 10 years since the Saphira family fell out of favor with the queen and began being attacked by other nobles. No one, including the previous patriarchs and Bissell, the current patriarch, anticipated such a decline for the Saphira family. By the time they recognized the deteriorating situation and began developing archery specialized for personal combat, it was far too late. They lacked the time, resources, and manpower. When Anis bit his lip and stayed quiet, Keter added, "No matter how powerful the shot is, it's pointless if it can be dodged, so stop wasting your time on useless training. Instead, think about how to actually hit a knight with your arrows." Anis glared at Keter with anger. If Keter had only insulted his pride, he might have let it go, but to let Keter mock his archery and the family's secret techniques without knowing the family's circumstances. Disrespecting Saphira was intolerable. You think it can just be dodged? Fine, try dodging this. Anis drew an arrow from the quiver at his waist. Though his words were emotional, he showed rationality by removing the arrowhead, showing that he only intended to give Keter a scare. Of course, it could be dangerous if he hit a vital spot, but Anis had no intention of going that far. In the blink of an eye, Anis had knocked the arrow and aimed it at Keter's thigh, the area known to cause the most pain. Thwack, an arrow shot instantaneously at extremely close range. No ordinary person would even be able to react to it, but Keter dodged it easily by shifting his left foot. Too slow. You've got the skill to back up your arrogance at least. Anis grabbed 3 arrows simultaneously and removed the arrowheads before firing them all at once. Anyone who has ever held a bow would know how difficult it was to shoot 3 arrows simultaneously. Moreover, the arrows weren't just shot, they were fast and accurate. They aimed for Keter's shoulder, abdomen, and calf, all areas that were hard to dodge. If that was all, Anis wouldn't be a descendant of the masters of archery. He quickly drew another arrow, ready to shoot again if Keter managed to dodge. However, swish, Anis' eyes widened in shock, as Keter had dodged all 3 arrows by twisting his torso while walking toward him. Even while marveling at Keter's flexibility to perform movements impossible for human joints, Anis didn't forget to shoot the arrows. Voosh! Anis shot another arrow at Keter, who was now right in front of him. It required extraordinary composure and courage to do so, but smack! Keter deflected the arrow with his left palm at point-blank range. Then Keter grabbed Anis' bow with his right hand. It was quick, but it was laughable to Anis. Is he trying to play a tug-of-war with a bow? Anis found Keter's attempt at a strength contest amusing. An archer's strength was concentrated in the upper body, especially the arms and shoulders. In terms of sheer physical strength, an archer often surpassed a typical swordsman. There was no reason for Anis to avoid this confrontation. In fact, he welcomed it. Creak, the bow, caught between them, bent as if about to snap. Anis expected this to be easy, until he felt he was gradually pulled forward. Flustered, cold sweat ran down his back. How can a commoner have such strength? Anis hurriedly used aura as he felt like he was going to lose. Aura, a power that allowed one to transcend human limits, enhanced the user's physical abilities by at least twofold. Creak. Although Keter was superior in pure physical strength, Anis began to slowly gain the upper hand as he used aura, as expected. But just as the bow was being pulled towards Anis, Keter suddenly released his grip, diving into Anis. Predictable. This move was also anticipated by Anis. Enhancing one's physical abilities with aura meant more than just increased strength, reflexes, and dynamic vision also improved. Anis, who had extensive combat experience, was prepared to counterattack, aiming his knee at Keter's abdomen. So he thinks archers are weak in close combat. Anis never underestimated Keter. Despite his shallow and vulgar tone, Keter's body was that of a seasoned warrior. That was why Anis had decided to use his aura as soon as he began to lose the strength contest. However, he didn't anticipate that Keter's combat smarts would far exceed his own. Keter reacted as if he was expecting Anis' counterattack. Thud! Keter hooked his right leg on Anis' left leg to trip him. With his right leg in the air for a knee attack, Anis lost his balance completely and fell backward. Even so, Anis quickly reached out to grab Keter's collar with his enhanced physical abilities to try and reverse the situation, but Keter, anticipating this movement as well, struck Anis' fingers with his fist. Thud! Anis ended up collapsing on the ground. As he was always full of competitive spirit, he immediately tried to stand up, driven by his determination to win. Creek, Keter, who snatched the bow when Anis was on the ground, aimed it at him. There was no arrow, but it was clear what it meant: Anis' complete defeat. Keter clicked his tongue and said, "Your legs are weak." Anis' senior personal guardsman couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Lord Anis lost. Although he had allowed Keter to enter easily, it wasn't just out of fear of Keter, it was because Anis was strong. Keter was freakishly strong as well, but the guardsman thought no one could surpass Anis. He also expected that Anis would teach Keter a lesson, but the results of the match were surprising. Keter and Anis began fighting fiercely in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, the match was decided with Anis' defeat. Their movements were so fast that the guardsman couldn't see everything clearly, but he could see that Keter beat Anis purely with skill. His subordinate, Alex, had been sent to the main mansion to report the situation. This was more disappointing, as he was the only one who had witnessed their brief but intense battle. Even if he told the other soldiers, they probably wouldn't believe him that Keter subdued Anis so quickly. How could Lord Anis? Anis often sparred with the soldiers as part of his training, and he had never lost. He usually went against 3 people simultaneously, and on good days he had a record of defeating 9 at once. If anyone asked which member of the Saphira family the young soldiers admired most, it was undoubtedly Anis. It was hard for the guardsman to accept his defeat, as Anis was universally admired. This was an ambush. Lord Anis had been undergoing intense training for several consecutive days and was even injured. Lord Keter attacked first, which was unfair. Having watched from behind Keter, the senior guard didn't realize that Anis had attacked first. It's true that Lord Keter is strong, but I can't leave Lord Anis like that either. What should I do? While the guardsman was contemplating what to do, he watched as Anis, who had fallen, tried to get up. "Why is a corpse getting up?" Keter said. "He's saying that I would be dead if this was real combat." Anis, understanding what Keter was saying, replied, "This was not a fair fight." "Oh, in what way?" "I haven't slept for 3 days due to training. Plus, for an archer, distance is life. If you were an actual enemy, I wouldn't have let you get this close in the first place." "Ah, so you're saying this: an enemy trying to kill you would ensure you're in peak condition and aware of their presence before attacking. That's what you consider a fair fight, right? Do not mock me. You've lived your whole life as a commoner, so you wouldn't understand, but dignity is as vital as life to a noble. Whatever the reason, you lost. Right now, you can make excuses because you're alive, but once you're dead, you can't do that. You'll just be a fool who died stupidly. What makes you think you know enough to teach me? And what makes you think you know so much? You're just a kid who knows nothing." You, as Anis, overcome with anger, tried to stand up again, Keter pushed him down with his bow, forcing him back to the ground. A victor can't take everything from the defeated, but they can certainly take their life. "So, are you saying you'll kill me?" The situation was tense. They were talking about killing each other on their first encounter. The senior guard who was watching them was so tense that he forgot to breathe. He readied himself to rush in if Keter decided to kill Anis. However, Keter grinned cheekily and replied, "Why would I kill a valuable client?" Anis blinked in confusion as he saw Keter pull a business card from his chest pocket, which he held out to Anis between his fingers. The card was made of stiff paper with a coat of magic. What is a business card in this situation? Anis was puzzled, but following the noble customs, Anis couldn't refuse to accept the business card handed to him. "Problem solver, Keter. I resolve issues at an unreasonable price." Anis turned over the card as he felt an unusual texture on the back. There was an inscription of a contact rune of Archisic code, a long-distance communication spell used by mages. "So you're a mage from the lawless city of Absinthe?" Anis asked. To use the Archisic code, mana and knowledge about magic were essential. Keter just shrugged at Anis' question. "I'm a solver, not a mage." "It seems like you finally want to talk, and I can't have my client sitting on a cold floor." Keter extended his hand to Anis, but he stood up on his own. "A problem solver? Ridiculous. I know my problems well and already know how to solve them. I don't need anyone's help. Enough with the chatter, let's fight again. This time I'll fight seriously. If you want to fight me, there's quite a long waiting list. Do you have the money to get a ticket? I'm willing to offer a family discount." Talking about money first, how typical of someone from Absinthe. "So how much do you have?" "You have more than me." Anis became speechless again. He had never thought about his wealth before. "How much money do I have?" He then shook his head, trying to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. Talking with Keter made him feel distracted for some reason. "Enough, I don't care if you're from Absinthe or you're a problem solver. Just get out. I don't have time to waste like this," Anis shouted angrily. Keter then held up 2 fingers. "I don't take verbal requests. 200 gold to leave. That's absurd. I don't have that kind of money. Don't worry, I accept promissory notes too." As Keter took out a pen and paper from his pocket, Anis frowned. "You carry that around with you, you're crazy." Then Keter smiled and said, "Looks like you're starting to understand me a little." Keter handed back the bow and arrows he had taken from Anis. Anis accepted them, but he still looked uneasy. "You're not going to ask me for money, right? Let's call it a day." Eat well, get plenty of rest, and come find me when you're feeling better, Keter said. It wasn't a request, but an order to come find him. Anis scowled again. Why should I? Ignoring him, Keter had already turned his back and was walking toward the entrance. Because you lost, he replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Anis took that as Keter accepting a rematch on his terms. Fine, I'll come find you. I'll prove that your victory was just a fluke. For Keter, creating a client where none existed before was just part of his method. This was the moment he secured his first client in the Saphira family. This was Keter's first fight after he returned to life. He wasn't satisfied after all. No adult felt joy in defeating a child. He could clearly feel what the problem was. His body couldn't keep up with the techniques he knew. It was only natural, as the techniques were from his previous life, but his body was from the present. How much aura and mana did I have at this point in my life? Keter focused and assessed the amount of accumulated aura and mana in his body. He saw that he had 7 years' worth of aura and 2 years' worth of mana. For an 18-year-old, that was enough to make him stand tall anywhere, but by ordinary standards. By his standards, it was a minuscule amount. Ein, the power he used to confront one of the four lords, was a fusion of aura and mana, and achieving that fusion required at least 100 years' worth of both aura and mana. It took about 30 years to achieve in Keter's previous life, and even that was expedited at the cost of his lifespan. It wasn't complete Ein either. With incomplete Ein, Keter couldn't defeat the four lords, let alone the queen. As such, he needed to achieve complete Ein and acquire an even greater power. The next stage beyond Ein was Ein Sof. This was the power used by those revered as gods. Keter also needed this power to confront the queen. However, while he knew that Ein Sof existed, he didn't know how to obtain it. First, Keter needed to recover the level he reached in his previous life, surpassing the 6-star Grandmaster to the final level allowed to humans, 7-star Prime. It took him 30 years in his previous life, but maybe I can shorten it to 5 years this time. He was going to try to attain the power of Prime, the highest and ultimate realm achievable by humans, within 5 years. Then he was going to obtain a complete Ein instead of the incomplete Ein he used in his previous life. People who knew about the power of Ein would laugh at him, but if Keter couldn't accomplish this after his regression, he might as well die of embarrassment. However, now was the time to praise himself for his accomplishments and enjoy the rewards. He confirmed that there were no differences between his past and present lives and succeeded in making Anis his first client. This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After getting such a pleasant gain, he suddenly began to feel the hunger he had forgotten about. Saving the family and killing the queen is all to live a happy, fulfilled life, isn't it? As Keter headed toward the restaurant, which he already knew the location of, he met eyes with Jacques, who had been looking for him. He rushed over, huffing in anger. Lord Keter, why did you go to the West Mansion alone? If you got lost, you could die from a heart attack caused by acute panic disorder. Jack's overreaction that never made sense was just as dramatic as ever, both in his previous and present life. Wait, my lord, blood on your shoulder. Wait, it's not mine, Keter replied. It seemed like some of Anis' blood got on his clothes during their scuffle. Excuse me, what did you say? That's even worse. Who did you kill? Who? I don't just kill anybody. Anybody. What are you talking about? Please, I'm begging you, my lord. Could you at least stay out of trouble on the first day? You don't even know anything about the Saphira family yet. Jacques was right to some extent. Keter knew almost everything about the Saphira family on the outside, didn't spend the whole year doing nothing. However, he didn't know the finer details. In his previous life, he wasn't interested in the internal affairs of the family. He definitely needed to get information from someone who knew the family's inner workings well, and conveniently that person was right in front of him. Jacques was born on the estate of Saphira, educated as a butler, and had been loyal to this day. In other words, he was a living witness to the family's history. Keter put his arm around Jacques and said, Gramps, let's get something to eat. All of a sudden, of course, do we have to make plans to eat? Oh yes, well, it is lunchtime. I can guide you to the dining room, but please, for heaven's sake, at least change your clothes, my lord. There's blood on them and the attendants are getting frightened. Looking around, Keter noticed the helping hands scattering like rabbits in front of a hunting dog when they made eye contact with him. I'll do it for free this time because it's you saying it. Keter stopped by the dressing room and, ignoring the refined clothes Jacques recommended, picked out something he liked. It was dark blue mixed with black, like the darkness of the night sky, with touches of crimson here and there. It was perfect for him. He also didn't button it up as it felt too constricting. However, Jacques didn't say anything more, as if he knew that Keter had conceded as much as he could. In the dining room, a bald-headed chef was waiting for him. Nice to meet you, my lord. I'm Alton, assigned as your personal chef from today. There was no way Keter would forget Alton. In his previous life, he was the kind-hearted uncle who looked like an octopus and made him anything he wanted to eat. Nice to meet you, Uncle Octopus. Octopus. Yes, pleased to serve you. Shall I prepare your meal right away? 4 servings, 2 part vegetables, 8 parts meat. I can eat anything, so use the freshest seasonal ingredients and make whatever you're best at. That's quite specific. Understood, my lord. As Alton went into the kitchen, the sounds of bustling preparations soon followed. I will be waiting outside, my lord, so please enjoy your meal. Keter slipped his hand under Jacques' armpit as he was about to leave and placed him on the chair. Why wait outside? We're not strangers, let's eat together. That is not proper conduct, my lord. Though Jacques was easily flustered in front of Keter, he was a loyalist who served the Saphira family with his life until their downfall, and he was trustworthy. No matter how friendly he was, Jacques would never answer questions that crossed the line. But Keter knew Jacques' weakness. He grabbed the wine on the table, popped the cork, and poured a full glass. Screw proper conduct. Here, my word is law. Now take a glass, Gramps. Keter then filled Jacques' glass to the brim and raised his. Cheers, we should celebrate our meeting. Clang, clinking his glass against Jacques. Keter drank the wine. He could clearly see Jacques gulping, staring at Keter's throat as he downed his drink. Gramps, when Keter lightly shook his empty glass, Jacques gulped once more. Then I'll just have a little bit. He took a small sip reluctantly and set the glass down on the table. Why is this guy so reluctant? A slight frown from Keter was all it took. Seeing that, Jacques emptied his glass entirely with a sad look. People are going to think I'm forcing him to drink. Jacques was a man who couldn't resist alcohol, though he strictly abstained from it while on duty. Even now, he was glancing at the empty wine glass in disappointment. Glug, glug, glug. Keter wasn't about to just watch. He filled Jacques' glass to the brim again, watching his expression shift from joy to worry and back to joy. As Keter went to pour into his own glass, Jacques snatched the bottle away. It is customary to return the favor when offered a drink. Allow me to pour it for you. Splash. Jacques elegantly filled Keter's wine glass a little and then tried to put the bottle away. However, Keter shook his wine glass to express his displeasure. You poured me so little, Gramps. Are you not happy to see me? And no, my lord, it's not that. I just thought it wouldn't be good for you to drink too much on your first day. Are you implying that I can't handle my liquor? Keter asked. That is not what I. That hurts my pride. Why don't we play a game? Let's see who gets drunk first, and the loser grants the winner a wish. How could I possibly play a game against you, my lord? Jacques declined firmly, but Keter had anticipated this reaction. Oh dear, my apologies, Jacques. You're older, so your tolerance for alcohol must be low. It was unfair of me to suggest a game. Forget about it. Let's pretend it never happened. As Keter reached for the wine bottle to put it away, he saw Jacques' eyebrow twitch. Being called a lightweight was something that the booze-loving Jacques couldn't stand. Clang. Jacques grabbed the wine bottle. With a serious face, he asked, My lord, are you serious about what you just said? About the bet where the loser grants the winner a wish? Keter had him hooked. I swear on my honor. Hey, what's with that disappointed look? Keter asked. Fine. I swear on my blood of the Saphira family that if I lose, I will grant you any wish. I also swear, unlike Keter's casual oath, Jacques performed a ritual and made a vow quite solemnly, closing his eyes and praying devoutly. I swear on my soul to Her Majesty the Queen Lillian that if I lose this bet, I will grant Lord Keter one wish, provided it does not harm the Saphira family. My lord? Ah yes, I heard you. Hearing Queen Lillian's name instantly soured Keter's mood. Of course, to Jacques and everyone else, she was nothing short of a deity. Even the very name of this country was Lillian Kingdom. Queen Lillian had maintained her youth for nearly 800 years since the kingdom's founding, and even for thousands of years before that, proving her divinity. But Keter knew that she wasn't a god. Other monarchs in different kingdoms also claimed divinity, but they were all killable. In any case, the Saphira family mattered more right now. Kings and gods came after that. Meals are served. The real feast began with Alton walking out of the kitchen, carrying a large dish. Simultaneously, so did Keter's drinking contest with Jacques. Cheers. Jacques confidently started drinking first, but to Keter it looked adorable. He wondered if Jacques knew that whenever there was a drinking contest in liqueur, they always called for him to judge or mediate. Why? Well, because Keter was a go-to-god of alcohol. Since he started drinking at the age of 7, until now, Keter had never lost a drinking contest. If one asked the children of liqueur how to get a trustworthy person to spill the beans, this was what they would say in a cheerful voice: heat up a skewer and stab their belly. Of course, Keter might start with the skewering if he was pressed for time, but when he had time, he preferred the carrot and stick approach. For example, he would provide delicious food and drinks after a good scolding. He had yet to meet anyone who didn't succumb to this. Heh. The wine tastes especially good today. Drunk and tipsy, Jacques was giggling. There were 4 empty bottles at his feet. Gramps, I might lose at this rate. Please slow down. Keter encouraged Jacques and refilled his glass. Jacques eagerly drank, but spilled almost half of it. Just a bit more and he'll be out. If Keter's goal was to win, he could finish him off, but that wasn't his goal. Gramps, when I arrived today and no one came to greet me, that would have been my father's order, right? Keter tested the waters with something Jacques wouldn't discuss sober. Then Jacques responded with hazy eyes. Yes, that's right. The patriarch has been asking us not to approach you for almost a month before you arrived. Jack sounded defenseless, which confirmed that he was indeed inebriated. What did my father say about me? Keter asked Jack. Not much, just that you are his son. But he told us that we shouldn't get too close to you because your identity is uncertain. Seriously, isn't that too harsh? You're his son. This was when Keter should chime in to loosen him further. He clapped once to wake up Jack, who was drowsy because of the wine, and went on. Exactly. Why do you think that is? You would know, wouldn't you, Gramps? There are a lot of reasons. You're from the lawless city of Absinthe, and you showed up all of a sudden after 18 years claiming to be his son. Wouldn't it be strange not to be suspicious? Still, it was too harsh. You're his son. Maybe I overdid it. Jack was repeating himself in his drunken state and seemed on the verge of completely losing it, so Keter asked a more provocative question. Did others besides my father agree with him? The elders, for example, didn't oppose the sudden appearance of an illegitimate child. As expected, Jack sighed and spoke. Oh, absolutely. Everyone said no. Some even suggested hunting you down and killing you. Seriously, that's just not right. Bang. Jack angrily slammed the table in anger. Keter also became a little pissed as the alcohol was getting to him. Who suggested killing me? If I find out, I won't let it slide. So bringing me here was solely my father's decision, Keter asked. Exactly. He said you'd be in danger out there and that abandoning one family member was like abandoning all, so he found you and brought you here. Others reluctantly agreed, but with the condition that you don't interfere with family matters. Wow, that's something, right? My lord, that's why you really need to be mindful of your behavior and words. That's the only hiccup. The others will acknowledge and accept you as family. Thud. Jack slammed his forehead onto the table and mumbled, HRMPH. I will serve you well, my lord. I'll help you adjust to the family. With that, Jack started snoring. Just like in Keter's past life, Jack took great care of him in the present too, so how could Keter possibly dislike him? Keter called a servant to bring him ice water and drank it to wash away the tipsiness. Kaya, this makes it clear. The letter Keter received from his father in his past life was truthful. The Saphira family really did call him back to protect him, though they didn't show it. However, he still had questions. How did my father find out about my existence? Who told him? Overthinking and creativity only complicated matters, so he had to simplify, start with the truth as the foundation and build from there. First, Keter's mother abandoned him. Bissell probably hadn't known about his existence. Given his character, he wouldn't have left Keter to grow up in Liqueur if he had known. So the only way Bissell would have found out about Keter would have been through his mother, meaning his mother informed Bissell about his existence. She likely only told him, either in person or through a letter. Bissell wouldn't have had a reason to pull Keter out of Liqueur otherwise, as no one would have known. But the fact that Bissell did look for Keter meant someone else discovered his existence. The fragmented clues began to come together. Keter's mother informed Bissell, but Queen Lillian also found out, implying that there was an informant or traitor within the family. This wasn't a groundbreaking deduction, as a crumbling family often had a traitor or two. The immediate suspects Keter thought of were the elders of Saphira, the most influential figures in the family. However, he wasn't going to confront an elder right away. He had no solid evidence or justification, and plus, he wasn't entirely convinced either. More importantly, before confronting a family elder, Keter needed to prove that he was beneficial to the family and that he didn't make false accusations. While I'm at it, I might as well fill my pockets. With his stomach full and his brain full of knowledge, Keter got up and went to the kitchen to talk to Alton. Uncle Octopus, please take care of Gramps. I'm heading out. Pardon? Oh yes, my lord. Keter returned to his quarters and immediately got in a hot bath. Taking a bath when he was full and slightly tipsy was one of his favorite things to do. As he let the fatigue melt away, he decided his next destination. I should start with Amaranth. 3 months from now, the Saphira family was going to face a major disaster. A knight possessed by demon Bo Amaranth was going to become the marksman of the demon arrow and go on a rampage. Despite being a disaster, there weren't going to be many casualties, only 2 deaths, the knight himself and a blacksmith. However, these 2 deaths would significantly impact Saphira, as the knight who would die was Tarragon, the 4th son of this family and Keter's half-brother. The blacksmith who would die wasn't just any blacksmith, he was Volcanus, the greatest bow craftsman who had been making bows for the Saphira family for 200 years. Volcanus died trying to stop Tarragon, the knight rampaging in madness. As the head of the family, Bissell killed and put an end to Tarragon's rampage. Basically, a father killed his son. At the time, Keter had no particular interest in the incident due to his circumstances, but now he was extremely interested. Why would I just leave a treasure without an owner alone when I know where it is? Keter didn't know the exact location of it because he had only heard of it, but he knew that it was in the forge. Coincidentally, he also needed a bow. As the son of a renowned archery family, he should at least have a proper bow. Moreover, he considered equipment to be part of one's skill, so ordinary gear wouldn't cut it for Keter. It didn't matter whether it was cursed or demonic, as long as the user knows how to handle it right. While Keter was enjoying a relaxing bath after deciding his next destination, the sons of Saphira were secretly holding a meeting. Anis is late, muttered Hyssop, the firstborn son who held the meeting. Mile, the second-born son who was sitting beside him, replied, he's been staying at the training ground for days lately practicing Leo archery. He's probably running late because he needed to clean up. By the way, have you heard any news about our youngest who went to the Empire? 3 people were absent from this meeting. Anis, the third son Hyssop mentioned, Laurel, the family's only daughter, and Cherbil, the youngest brother who Mile brought up. I heard that he was chosen as the representative of the first-year students at the academy that has all the geniuses of the Empire. Cherbil had gone to study abroad in the neighboring Samil Empire and was admitted to the country's top private academy, Clifford, an academy known for selecting only the best of the best geniuses. The brothers were worried about Cherbil being alone in a distant foreign land, but they were also proud of him. Cherbil is the hope of our family. When he graduates and returns, I plan to recommend him as the patriarch. Mile frowned at Hyssop's words. While it's undeniable that Cherbil is the most outstanding among us, that doesn't mean you're any less capable, so please don't say things like that. Cherbil wouldn't want that either. Hyssop closed his eyes and remained silent, neither affirming nor denying Mile's statement. Knock, knock. A knock broke the silence. The door opened and Anis walked inside. I'm sorry I'm late, he said. Now with his eyes open, Hyssop said, you're always the one to arrive first, but you're late today. How strange. Hyssop was puzzled. He thought Anis might have been late because he was getting ready, but taking a closer look, he saw that Anis had bandages wrapped around various parts of his body. The injuries didn't seem severe, but Hyssop asked just in case. Did you train so hard that you got hurt? That's not like you. Anis hesitated, wondering if he should tell Hyssop about Keter. Actually, sit down first. I called you because I have something important to tell you all. Dragging out the conversation would make things more confusing. Seeing Hyssop speak seriously, Anis decided to hold off on his story and sat down next to Taragan, who had been quietly present. He nodded slightly to greet Anis and then focused on Hyssop. Finally, the 4 sons of the Saphira family had gathered. Hyssop cleared his throat. Ahem, the reason I called you is to tell you about our half-brother, Keter, who arrived this morning. When Hyssop mentioned Keter, all the brothers reacted as if they had expected it. Father already told you, but I will emphasize it once more. Ignore Keter. Don't seek him out, don't meet him, and if you happen to run into him, do not engage in any conversation. There are 2 reasons for this. First, Keter grew up in the lawless city of Absinthe. Second, it is suspicious that he suddenly revealed his existence when our family is in a precarious situation. While he is suspicious, we have no evidence. As such, there is no need to be hostile, but you must remain cautious. When Hyssop finished speaking, Taragan raised his hand to ask a question. Are you sure this Keter guy is truly father's son? Yes, it is certain. They say Keter has the same eyes as us. This referred to the eyes that only the descendants of Saphira possessed, golden irises and purple pupils that glowed brightly in the dark. Taragan continued to press about Keter's origins. Who is his mother? I don't know. Father hasn't told us either, Hyssop replied. I know father always has his reasons, but this time I truly don't understand. Why bring someone of uncertain background into our family? Like Taragan, Hyssop also found it hard to accept, but one thing was certain. As I said before, we are to be wary of Keter, not hostile. If our family's situation were better, we would have had the time to slowly build a relationship. However, that isn't possible right now, and we'll only have an ambiguous relationship. Taragan was about to add something, but Mile intervened. He might be an enemy. Just because he's family doesn't mean we should be too lenient. Feeling that Mile was backing him up, Taragan used this opportunity to add his own thoughts. Is ignoring him enough? Let's lock him up so he can't do anything foolish. Hyssop sighed at Taragan's suggestion. Taragan, I've told you repeatedly to think before you speak. We can control you right now, but I worry deeply about the time when we can't. Scolded by Hyssop, Taragan slouched with a sullen expression. Hyssop then turned his gaze to Anis. Anis, what do you think about Keter? Anis seemed like he had expected this moment to come. Actually, Keter came to see me. Mile and Taragan jumped to their feet when they heard Anis. Hyssop placed his clasped hands on the table and said, How did Keter know you and for what reason? I didn't have the chance to find out at that moment. He suddenly showed up and insulted my Leo archery, saying that it was unnecessarily powerful. Mile became particularly angry upon hearing that Keter insulted Leo archery. Who does he think he is to insult our family's archery? Hyssop gestured for Mile to sit down. So what happened next? Keter said that arrows that are only powerful can just be dodged. In my anger, I challenged him to dodge one and I shot an arrow at him. I removed the arrowhead, of course. Did he get hit and start thrashing about? Did you beat him up then? Taragan said, raising his fist in excitement. At that, Hyssop grew annoyed. Don't interrupt Anis, Taragan. Dejected, Taragan slowly lowered his fist. Anis recounted the brief duel with Keter, candidly admitting that he ultimately lost, after he finished telling the story. Bang! Miles slammed his fist on the table in anger. How rude. He thinks he can assert dominance through violence. How befitting of someone from Absinthe. and to target you first so cowardly. The brothers did not believe that Anis lost because he was weaker than Keter, as they knew he had been training day and night for several days. Anis calmed down Mile, who looked ready to storm out. "Brother, I already agreed to face him again," he said. "Really? That's good news. When is it?" "I won't be satisfied until I see that bastard rolling on the ground like a dog," Mile replied. "He told me to come when I'm in top condition. He probably wants to buy time, but it won't work. I'm thinking of going to see him in 4 days at the latest." "All right, since you insist, I won't intervene. However, we will watch the duel together. That way Keter won't try anything suspicious." Mile glanced at Hyssop for agreement. He nodded, judging it wouldn't be a big issue. Keter was the one who started this, so we have justification. But Anis, even if he took advantage of your weakened state, his victory wasn't purely by chance. You're not someone who loses just because of bad luck. Anis nodded with a tense expression. Yes, Keter's martial arts and quick thinking were not to be underestimated. That's the right attitude. Never let your guard down, no matter who the opponent is. That vigilance will protect your life in real combat. Anis and Hyssop exchanged warm smile, but Tarragon, failing to grasp the situation, intervened. "Brothers, should I go find Keter first and beat him to a pulp?" Mile clicked his tongue. Just moments ago, he had said he wouldn't intervene, but Tarragon was suggesting the same thing. Hyssop stood up and pressed down on Tarragon's shoulder, forcing him to sit down. "Tarragon, once this meeting is over, reflect on our conversation. Your lack of focus is your biggest problem." Tarragon felt like he was being scolded by Hyssop again, so he sulked. Returning to his seat, Hyssop continued, ignoring Tarragon. "Keter and Anis duel aside, there's something that is hard to understand. How did Keter know where to find Anis? That's very strange to me. Keter had arrived today with no prior information about the Saphira family. It was hard to understand how he managed to pinpoint Anis' exact location among all the vast buildings." In a nonchalant tone, Miles said, "Of course, it was a coincidence. Keter was just wandering around, saw the soldiers guarding a place, went in, and happened to find Anis there. He saw that Anis was in bad shape and took the opportunity to provoke him. That seems like the most plausible explanation for now." Hyssop thought that it would be far-fetched to assume that Keter knew the layout of the Saphira family estate and went to find Anis for a specific purpose. "I guess I've become more skeptical because there's a lot for me to think about." Hyssop had nothing more to say about Keter. Looking each of his brothers in the eye, he said, "I've said all I wanted to say. I'm leaving right away, so Mile, take care of your brothers. Don't worry about us and travel safely. Not to boast, but I do have charisma that's as compelling as you, don't I? Ha, sure." Hyssop glanced at his brothers and said, "I'll be on my way now." With Hyssop's departure, the meeting was concluded. Everyone returned to their places, except for one person. Tarragon wandered aimlessly, looking for someone. "Keter, I need to see what that guy looks like." Even though Hyssop had strongly advised against approaching Keter first, Tarragon acted however he wanted. After some asking around, he arrived at Keter's residence and questioned the nearby guards. "Keter, is he inside? He left a little while ago." "Where?" "He didn't say where he was going. We only know he headed in that direction." Tusk wandering around as he pleases so arrogantly. Tarragon clicked his tongue and set off to find Keter, walking around quickly. He even asked everyone if they had seen Keter, letting everyone know that he was searching for him. However, Tarragon had some success. It was easy to find Keter as he wasn't hiding. It wasn't easy to hide his presence anyway. "I finally found him." Tarragon, awkwardly hiding behind a pillar, only stuck his head out. He could clearly see Keter. He was quarreling with the guards at the entrance of the forge. Keter arrived at the entrance to the forge and looked around. Even from the front, the forge looked vast and magnificent. The surrounding air was thick with the scent of iron and dirt, and the intense heat created waving mirages. "Phew, it's hot all the way out here." In his past life, Keter knew the Saphira family had a forge and where it was, but he had never visited it before. It was because he had no interest in archery in his past life. He only started using archery after the complete downfall of the Saphira family. Before that, anything he could get his hands on was his weapon. In this life, he came to find Amaranth, the demon bow. Not for that, he would have targeted the Saphira family heirlooms, the 3 divine artifacts. These artifacts were 3 legendary bows: Tempest, the bow of the wind created by a human great wizard and an elf elementalist Agarth, the heavyweight bow made from the heaviest metal in the world by a dwarf king, and finally, Doppelganger, the shape-shifting bow that could transform into any form. Each of these artifacts was so valuable that they could sell for more than 10 million gold at an auction. However, this foolish family was only using one of these magnificent heirlooms. It was understandable that they weren't using Agarth, the heavyweight bow, as it could only be wielded by a chosen one due to its weight. However, they refused to use Tempest because they claimed to adhere to the kingdom's magic prohibition laws. Doppelganger, the shape-shifting bow, was being used by Basil, his father and patriarch. If Keter didn't know about Amaranth, he would have gone for the Tempest. As Keter was about to enter the forge, a soldier blocked his way. "Please stop for a moment." "Are you Lord Keter?" "Seriously, they all just stopped me first without question." Why are you stopping me when you already know who I am? I hope you have no reason for this, because that way I'll have a reason to beat you. Oh, well, this is the forge, so I thought you might have come to the wrong place. I know this is the forge. May I ask what you're here for? Guess. You have one chance. The soldier licked his dry lips nervously. He didn't intentionally block Ketter's way. It was just that the soldier instinctively sensed that Ketter was dangerous from his fierce impression and stopped him out of professional habit. Are you here to look at bows? The soldier asked. Ketter looked disappointed at the soldier's response. You're lucky. The soldier sighed in relief and naturally let Ketter in, wondering why he was stepping aside in relief. It's so damn hot. Ketter felt the heat from the entrance, but it didn't compare to the heat inside. People would sweat profusely here, even in the winter. Clang, clang, the sound of hammering echoed constantly from all around. Ketter walked through the heat, glancing at the blacksmiths crafting bows and arrows. As he reached the end of the forge, the person he was looking for came out to meet him. Who the hell are you? I haven't seen you around before. He was short with a rugged build, a bushy beard, and a half-bald head. He looked like a typical middle-aged dwarf. His name was Volcanus, a half-dwarf, a mix of human and dwarf, who was destined to be killed by the marksman of the demon arrow 3 months from now. In Ketter's previous life, Volcanus was just an old man he had introduced himself to. They didn't have any particular relationship, but in this life he planned to owe Volcanus a lot. The power of archery could be amplified dozens of times depending on not just the bow but the arrows as well. In other words, Ketter would need the labor of a craftsman like Volcanus to make the arrows he wanted. Seeing Volcanus glaring at him made Ketter feel good, as he seemed lively and well. I'm Ketter. Ketter, are you Bissel's bastard child? And you are a dwarf, aren't you? The forge, which had been extremely noisy, suddenly fell silent. The blacksmiths stopped their work and looked at Ketter, calling Master a dwarf. Is that guy crazy? The soldier who followed Ketter from the entrance hurriedly intervened. Master Volcanus, Lord Ketter did not call you a dwarf with any malice, so please understand. Lord Ketter, Master Volcanus dislikes being called a dwarf. However, Ketter just shrugged. Is there a reason why I can't call a dwarf a dwarf? Wait, the soldier stammered. You stay out of this. Volcanus, dismissing the soldier, slung the large, long hammer he was holding over his shoulder. Ketter, was it, boy? I'm pretty big for a boy, no. You have no sense of humor or manners. Ketter shrugged again. That sounds more like you than me, but okay, I guess. You damn brat, all talk and no substance. Why are you so confident? Do you think Bissell will protect you? I've taken care of myself alone just fine ever since I was born. Ketter's unyielding attitude made those around him even more anxious. Volcanus expressed his displeasure by cracking his neck. Ha, this kid, how can you be this reckless? Though I'd love to smash your face with this hammer, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself, considering Bissel's reputation. So bow down and apologize, and from now on call me Master Volcanus. Volcanus gave Ketter an ultimatum. However, Ketter gave him one as well. I'll give you a chance too, considering my father's reputation. I don't particularly dislike the nickname bastard, but I don't like being called that. Genius, madman, solver, call me something like that. The people who were watching Ketter and Volcanus' power struggle looked confused. Ketter said he didn't dislike being called a bastard, but he didn't want to be called that. However, Volcanus nodded like he understood. Is that so? Fine. I won't call you a bastard, and you won't call me a dwarf. All right, let's do that, Ketter replied. I'll generously overlook your lack of manners since you're a country bumpkin. How about a handshake of reconciliation between two bumpkins? Ketter kneeled to meet Volcanus' gaze. Though Ketter was taller, Volcanus' muscle density and size were overwhelmingly greater. To offer a handshake to someone like him, Volcanus grasped Ketter's hand and smiled, thinking this was his chance, and said, Welcome to Saphira, bumpkin. Looking forward to working with you, Grandpa Midget. Everyone was shocked again by Ketter. After being told not to call Volcanus a dwarf, he called him a midget while they were shaking hands. As if to prove that their concerns weren't for nothing, Volcanus, with an angry face, squeezed Ketter's hand as hard as he could to break it. Drrr. Volcanus ripped the sleeve of his leather shirt just by flexing his muscles. Ketter is dead now. Everyone thought Ketter would beg for forgiveness in tears, but he was fine. Grandpa Midget, did you not have lunch yet? Ketter asked calmly. You brat! Volcanus' face turned even redder and the veins in his arm bulged. His grip was powerful enough to tear wooden planks in half. It was a superhuman strength beyond human capabilities, yet for some reason it didn't affect Ketter. After a minute, which felt like an hour, Ketter let go. Let's wrap up the greetings now. I'm here to see some bows, to talk about looking at bows in such a tense situation. The other blacksmiths thought Ketter must have gone mad from the heat of the forge. He's not in his right mind. He must be crazy. Don't make eye contact with him. Volcanus glared at Ketter, who was calmly looking for a bow. In his 150 years of life, he had never seen such a crazy human. Perhaps that was what piqued his interest. Have you at least used a bow before? Volcanus asked. For 30 years. Arrogant. However, Volcanus didn't entirely dislike Ketter. He has determination, unlike youngsters these days. If he wasn't a descendant of Saphira, I would want to take him as my student. The dwarves had a mission, which was similar to an obsession, to create exceptional weapons and bestow them upon those worthy. Even if Volcanus denied being a dwarf, he was still of dwarf blood. Volcanus wanted to test Ketter's capabilities, so he took him to the storage room where the bows were stored. The storage room was full of numerous bowswooden bows, metal composite bows, bows made from horns, and lots of bows made of unknown materials. The common trait among all of them was that they were all masterpieces. His hammer still on his shoulder, Volcanus gestured toward the bows with his chin and said, "Bumpkin, here are the bows you wanted. Pick one." Normally, he would explain the types of bows, but he didn't for Ketter. While Volcanus liked Ketter's determination, it didn't mean he liked his personality. Therefore, he took Ketter to a storage room filled with defective bows to assert dominance. Although it was filled with defective items, to an untrained eye, they would look like excellent bows. Those full of vanity tend to choose large and flashy bows. This place was full of bows that would appeal to shallow peeplethos that were more decorative than practical. They were either made by Volcanus when he was bored or by other blacksmiths who were driven by vanity. Even so, they were still qualified to be called masterpieces outside. Ketter walked past the bows without examining them closely, then approached a particular bow. "This one's good." Ketter picked up a bow adorned with jewels. Volcanus, who had been waiting for this moment, took a deep breath and said, "I knew it. Of course you'd pick something as useless as..." thunk. Volcanus couldn't go on as Ketter removed the emerald embedded at the end of the bow. "Huh." Volcanus, who took a deep breath to shout, paused. "A jade jewel. Who said you could take it?" Ketter put the jewel in his pocket and replied, "It was embedded in a garbage bow anyway. I'll sell this and buy you a drink later." Ahem. Volcanus was not enticed by the promise of a drink. He was surprised that Ketter called the bow trash. Does this brat actually know how to evaluate bows? Though bows may appear simple in structure, they were the most complex and difficult weapons to make. Their durability plummeted without perfect overall balance, and they couldn't even shoot arrows accurately. Volcanus shook his head. The jewel-encrusted bow looked suspiciously flashy, even to his eyes. "Trash, you haven't even touched the bow. Don't pretend to know what you're talking about. I can tell just by looking at them. Ha ha ha. Are you saying you're a dwarf or something?" Unlike humans, other species were descendants of gods and born with special abilities. For dwarves, it was said that they could roughly assess the value of equipment just by looking at it. "I can drink like a dwarf, though," Ketter said. "Stop talking nonsense and pick your bow. You can't leave until you pick one." There were over 100 bows here, and all of them were garbage. No matter which one Ketter chose, they were all duds. There was no way for him to escape, choosing a bow just by looking. "How dare you show off in front of me like that?" While Volcanus was waiting for Ketter to choose a bow, Ketter clicked his tongue as he looked around. "Everything here is garbage. What is this box?" Volcanus slammed the floor with his hammer and said, "There's no need to look at that box. It's just a collection of unfinished items." "Really?" Ketter asked. Ketter was the type to do it more when told not to, but the reason he stopped in front of the box wasn't just because it seemed suspicious. Amaranth was calling the demon bow that he had been looking for was right here. Amaranth seduced him through a mental projection. It promised him absolute, invincible power, honor, and wealth. It promised him everything. Meanwhile, Volcanus scolded Ketter, who wasn't listening to him. "There's nothing to get from there, so pick one of the ones hanging on the wall." "Wait a minute." Ketter pulled out all the bows piled inside the box and picked up the one that was at the very bottom. It was a jet black bow, as if carved from darkness itself. "Wow, you really hid this one well. Wait a minute, how did you find that?" Volcanus shouted as he approached Ketter with his hammer in his hand. The atmosphere was tense, as if he might strike with the hammer at any moment, but Ketter spoke calmly. "Grandpa Midget, this place is full of trash bows anyway, so I wondered why you would even need a box for unfinished pieces. Sure enough, there's something like this at the bottom, huh?" Ketter said, waving the bow around. "Put it down. That bow should not exist in this world," Volcanus said in a serious tone. "Oh, hearing you say that makes me want it even more. This is no joke, you fool. That is the cursed demon bow." Volcanus raised his hammer as if he were about to strike at any moment. However, Ketter would never yield to threats, even with a knife to his throat. "The demon bow, huh?" Ketter muttered like he hadn't known as he stared at the black bow. Amaranth, who called Ketter, tried to take over his mind the moment he grabbed the bow. But Ketter blocked the attempt with sheer willpower, and he could sense Amaranth panicking and growing wilder. "Cute. Did you think you lured in an easy mark, but you've been kidnapped by me. What are you going to do now? This bastard is really dangerous, isn't it?" Ketter said mischievously. Sweat dripped from Volcanus' forehead. He knew the terror of the demon bow, so he had no room to entertain Ketter's jokes. "This is your final warning. Put the bow down. You think you found the bow, but it's the other way around. The bow lured you," Volcanus said cautiously. "No," Ketter replied firmly. He then fist-bumped his chest. "I was the one who seduced it first." "What? If this thing could lure just anyone, it wouldn't have been stuck here all this time. It would have gotten someone else. But why did it respond to only me?" "Because I have an irresistible charm." Listening to Ketter, Volcanus frowned deeply. It was what others would usually call an expression, filled with contempt and bewilderment look, when people ran into a crazy person. Volcanus realized what kind of person Keter was in just an hour. When Keter didn't listen, Volcanus gripped his hammer more aggressively. Though Volcanus was currently a blacksmith, he was formerly a combatant who had smashed countless monsters and knight heads. His intimidating presence couldn't be ignored even by a high-ranking knight, but Keter just casually looked at the bow. "What's this thing's name?" Keter asked, pointing at the jet-black bow. "This is your last warning. Put down Amaranth. I'll give you the finest bow, not these pieces of trash. Amaranth." It rolls off the tongue nicely. Voom. Amaranth vibrated the moment Keter mentioned the bow's name. In an instant, it transformed from a bow into a liquid form and enveloped Keter's right hand. Since it couldn't take over his mind, it was trying to take over his body first. Voosh. Volcanus mercilessly swung his hammer at Keter's head, trying to knock him unconscious before Keter became the marksman of the demon arrow. Thud. The hammer was destructive and powerful enough to kill an ogre instantly. However, Keter caught the attack with his right palm on the spot. Vrrr. The hammer, made of black iron, which was 10 times harder than regular steel, shook violently. Volcanus had swung with all his might, but Keter was only pushed back slightly. Stepping back 2 paces to steady himself, Volcanus muttered, "Damn, is it too late? Has he already become the marksman of the demon arrow?" Volcanus was certain that Keter's incredible strength that blocked his hammer came from Amaranth. He believed Keter had already been taken over by the demon bow, but Keter, shaking off his right hand, said, "Ow, my hand. Grandpa, why are you trying to crush someone's head all of a sudden? That's something that Lycurians would do." Keter was completely normal. Volcanus finally sensed something was off. From what he had witnessed, the eyes of the marksman of the demon arrow turned completely black as they lost their sanity. However, Keter's eyes were still those of a Saphira, deep, with a mix of purple and gold. How is this possible? Volcanus looked closely at Keter's right arm and saw that Amaranth had not completely taken over. It had swallowed his right hand, but had not gone up past his wrist. "I've never seen that before." Amaranth sent black tendrils up Keter's arm, still trying to take over, but... "Hey, the adults are trying to have a conversation. Stop it." The wriggling black tendrils limply retreated back into his hand as Keter swatted them away as if catching a mosquito. "This is impossible. To handle Amaranth like that." Volcanus was shocked. Over the years, many heroes tried to control Amaranth. However, they all failed, either going berserk as the marksman of the demon arrow, or in rare cases, making a contract with it to control it briefly. Even those who managed to make a contract inevitably faced doom. As Bissell was also one of the victims, Volcanus and Bissell promised they would seal Amaranth away forever in an isolated place. However, Volcanus secretly hid Amaranth in the storage room because of his instincts as a dwarf, which drove him to cherish exceptional artifacts like his life. "Grandpa, why did you leave such a troublesome thing here? Were you actually waiting for its rightful owner to appear?" Keter asked. Keter, quick-witted, had easily figured it out. Volcanus swallowed hard. "Who are you? How can you control Amaranth?" "Oh, this thing." Keter raised his right hand, which had turned completely black from being taken over by Amaranth. "I'm not controlling it, I'm just keeping it locked up. It had the audacity to try and take over my body. That's even more unbelievable. Locking it up. Did you learn magic or something? No, even a grand wizard wouldn't be able to confine a cursed artifact like that." Keter pointed at himself with his thumb and said, "I told you I'm quite an exceptional guy." Volcanus gripped his hammer tightly, deep in thought. "I can't figure out who this guy really is." Keter wasn't wrong. Deep down, Volcanus also wanted to find a right owner for Amaranth as a blacksmith. Though it was cursed, his soul as a blacksmith didn't want Amaranth, an exceptional artifact, to be sealed away forever. But until now, no one had been able to fully control Amaranth, not even the past patriarch nor Bissell. Bissell had managed to make a contract with Amaranth and control demon arrows, but after a certain incident, he broke the contract with Amaranth and handed it over to Volcanus. Bissell pleaded to Volcanus not to mention Amaranth to his family and to seal it away forever so that no one would ever find it. Instead of saying he would, Volcanus responded to Bissell with silence. Since then, he hadn't mentioned Amaranth to Bissell's children either, but he had subtly tested them. Whenever Bissell's children came to receive a bow, Volcanus would always call them here, telling them to choose a bow as a test. Among them, only one person noticed the existence of Amaranth. That person was the genius of the Saphira family, Cherbil el Saphira. Like Keter, Cherbil discovered Amaranth by its temptation and even held it in his hands, but he resisted its lure with immense willpower. "I do not want to entrust my future to anyone else. I will make my own path." With that, Cherbil left the family and went to study abroad in the Empire. But now, this rascal not only discovered Amaranth, but made it submit to him. Honestly, Volcanus wanted to ask Keter to hand over Amaranth, because giving such an artifact to a suspicious bastard he had just met today was absurd. However, it seemed that Amaranth had already fused with Keter's body. Besides, it didn't seem like Keter would give it up easily. "Listen, Bumpkin, you may have trapped Amaranth for now, but if you try to use it, it will force a contract. That sounds perfect. I like contracts, Keter replied. Let me finish. Amaranth will grant you 7 demon arrows. 6 of them will be yours, but the last one will belong to Amaranth. The 6 will hit your targets as you intend, but the final arrow will go where Amaranth wants and bring inevitable misfortune. I'll just turn the misfortune onto someone else. Sigh. Volcanus realized that no words would make Keter return Amaranth. Would telling Bissell make him give up? No, that won't work. I promised Bissell to seal away Amaranth, and I have no right to ask for his help after breaking that promise. The last resort would be to kill Keter and take Amaranth. Even that doesn't seem easy. Keter had blocked his hammer with one hand. Even though Keter appeared to lack muscle, Volcanus, having seen much in his time, knew that some individuals develop their muscles internally, such as elves. However, Keter didn't have any characteristics of an elf, which meant that he must have learned a technique to compress muscles. As far as Volcanus knew, that kind of technique was typically used by assassins. Volcanus had no choice but to concentrate and look into Keter's mind. It was a dwarven ability that he despised, but it was necessary now. An immense ambition but no intent to kill. How could someone so young achieve such a state? Volcanus, who looked into Keter's mind, was surprised. When someone gained immense power at a young age, they often became arrogant and come to rely solely on that power. They sought to resolve issues with brute force, and over time their voice became filled with an intent to kill, and their body exuded the scent of blood. But Keter was not like that. He was overwhelmingly powerful, but his voice was cheerful, and rather than smelling of blood, his body emitted a reassuring scent that put people at ease. Even now, he harbors no hostility towards me while holding Amaranth. That takes remarkable self-control. Volcanus denied it, but his dwarven instincts had already acknowledged Keter as the true owner of Amaranth he had been searching for. Fio. He couldn't remember the last time he sighed this much. With mixed emotions, Volcanus said, I'll say it again, Amaranth is cursed and has a will of its own. If you fall under its control and become the marksman of the demon arrow, you'll end up killing your loved ones with your own hands. I sort of have an allergy to commands. Getting controlled or whatever won't happen to me. You're probably the most confident person in the world. But even so, you won't be able to keep the fact that you've taken Amaranth a secret. Everyone will know. I will make sure of that. Bissell will also be wary of you. Even knowing this, your lecture is too long. My patience can only take one more sentence. If there are any signs of you becoming the marksman of the demon arrow, you will die by the arrows of Sephira. Volcanus hoped that Keter would feel some sense of caution or fear, even slightly. However, Keter just scratched his head. There are already quite a few people who want to kill me, so it doesn't really resonate with me that much, he said. What do you plan to do about that hand? If you keep walking around with it black like that, it will draw even more attention. Once it's trained, it will behave properly. As a blacksmith, Volcanus didn't acknowledge Keter. However, Keter had subdued Amaranth, and that was undeniable. Showing respect to a strong individual was deeply ingrained in his soul as a dwarf. Just as Volcanus was about to lead the way out of the bow storage and reached for the door. Great. The door opened from the outside, and someone unexpected appeared. Tarragon el Sephira was the 4th son of the Sephira family. He was an extremely ordinary human being in appearance, talent, and personality. If he had been born in a peaceful era, this ordinariness may not have been seen as a flaw. The problem was that Tarragon was born into a prestigious noble family during a very turbulent time. To make matters worse, he had exceptionally talented siblings. Hyssop, the eldest, possessed outstanding charisma and leadership skills. The second son, Mile, was incredibly clever and could learn anything quickly. The third, Anis, was a prodigious genius in archery. However, unlike his siblings, Tarragon had nothing to boast about. He wasn't particularly bad at anything, but he wasn't particularly good at anything either. His naturally powerful strength and excellent vision as a member of the Sephira family made him superior to ordinary people, but he was the weakest among his siblings. Eventually, Tarragon's ordinariness drew attention in a negative sense, and his sense of inferiority deepened. But what made Tarragon's impatience worse was when Cherbil, who was 5 years younger than him, began to stand out. Cherbil was hailed as the greatest genius in the history of the Sephira family. He was such a prodigy that it was said there was nothing more to teach him, not just within the Sephira family, but throughout the entire Lilian kingdom. Even Bissell, who was conservative and cautious, sent him to study in the Samil Empire despite the risks and opposition. While each of his siblings made contributions to the family by using their strengths, Tarragon had achieved nothing. No one had ever asked him to prove himself, yet he was constantly tormented by the compulsion to do so. However, a person plagued by impatience could not do anything well. Every attempt to prove himself resulted in mistakes and accidents. One day, Hyssop called Tarragon over. Tarragon, since all of us are busy with matters outside, please take care of our land. Hyssop had taken the time to offer advice, but Tarragon could not interpret it properly. You're useless, so just stay home and guard the house. That was how Tarragon misconstrued it. I can do it, just give me a chance. From that moment on, Tarragon started to go astray. He constantly tried to involve himself in family matters and voiced his opinions. However, the opinions that he suggested in an agitated state were usually useless and full of flaws. At first, his siblings humored him and pretended to listen, but they grew weary as it got worse instead of better. His naturally talented siblings grew silent, believing that Tarragon would eventually realize things on his own like they had. For Tarragon, who was slow-witted, this only worsened his situation. I want to prove myself. I want to show that I can be useful to the family. Then father will acknowledge me. Tarragon erroneously assumed that Bissell didn't spend time with him because he was incompetent. In reality, the patriarch was simply too busy to pay attention to anyone. Recently, Tarragon had dislocated his shoulder while trying to pick up Agarth, the heavy bow that was also the family heirloom, in an attempt to prove himself. And just when that incident was being forgotten, Keter appeared. All of Tarragon's focus, which was already looking for an opportunity to prove himself, was now directed at Keter. If I can prove that he's a spy, my brothers and father will finally pay attention to me. In Tarragon's mind, Keter was undoubtedly a spy, a villain, a traitor. After the family meeting ended, Tarragon searched for Keter and saw him entering the bow storage with Volcanus. Master Volcanus is taking that bastard to the bow storage. Could he be in collusion? The fact that he was suspicious of Volcanus, who had been crafting bows for the Saphira family for 200 years, showed how bad a state Tarragon was in. Tarragon pressed his ear to the door and eavesdropped on their conversation. When he heard about Amaranth, it felt like thunder and lightning struck in his head. Amaranth, so that's where it's been. A few days before, Tarragon had accidentally discovered Bissell's memoirs while visiting his study. The memoirs were dry and emotionless, merely recording objective facts about the events of each day. However, there was one sentence that made Tarragon's heart race. It was about Amaranth, the demon bow. The power of Amaranth, as described in Bissell's memoirs, was beyond imagination. When one made a contract with Amaranth and became the marksman of the demon arrow, they were protected by the armor of the knight, which provided defense that was tolerant against almost all kinds of attacks and excellent environmental adaptability. The most astounding aspect was the arrows fired by Amaranth demon arrows. These arrows could track a target within 1,000 meters and would always hit their mark. Not only that, they could tear through steel like paper and carry a potent curse. Mere graze of the arrows could kill a target within 5 steps. Tarragon tried to turn to the next page, but Bissell returned at that moment. He had no choice but to hurriedly put the memoir back in its place without reading further. On the following page that he missed, Bissell had vividly described why he broke the contract with Amaranth. Power gained so easily comes with a price. I realized that my confidence in controlling Amaranth was nothing but arrogance only after I killed my wife with my own hands. Had Tarragon read this passage, he would have given up on Amaranth without hesitation. Despite his desire for power, he wasn't so corrupt that he would sacrifice his family for it. Only remembering the positives about Amaranth, Tarragon scoured every corner of the family estate to find it. Unlike the Tempest and Agarth, which were kept in the family's underground treasure vault, he couldn't find Amaranth anywhere. Eventually, Tarragon gave up searching for Amaranth, but Keter, you're helping me out. Keter had found Amaranth. How wonderful this was. If I become the marksman of the demon arrow, father, my brothers, Cherbil, and the knights will all look up to me. Tarragon stepped back from the door, trembling and laughing. Heh. Tarragon was already lost in a delusion. He imagined himself excelling as the marksman, his family admiring and loving him. If anyone else had been with him, they would have been horrified as the whites of his eyes had turned pitch black. Amaranth, trying to escape from Keter, had resorted to seducing Tarragon as an alternative. As Tarragon was overwhelmed by his intense desire for acknowledgement and recognition, he easily succumbed to Amaranth's temptation. That belongs to me. Consumed by the demon bow, Tarragon flung open the door to the bow storage where Volcanus and Keter stood. As Tarragon appeared out of nowhere, Volcanus shouted harshly, "Tarragon, I told you not to barge into the storage room without permission." Tarragon was already in Volcanus' bad books as he had already done this before. "Wait a minute, something's off. Have you been drinking or something? It's only the afternoon," Volcanus said, frowning. He couldn't see Tarragon's face clearly because of the shadows cast by the lantern. Just as he took a step closer to get a better look, Keter stepped forward. "Grandpa Midget, he's already lost it." "Lost it? What do you?" Volcanus was shocked. Tarragon's face became visible as he approached them. The whites of his eyes had vanished, leaving his eyes entirely black. The twitching at the corners of his mouth made it obvious that something was seriously wrong. Volcanus sighed. Amaranth called Tarragon here. "How could you be so shameless? Cheating on me right in my face?" said Keter. Slap, slap. Keter hit his right hand as if he was slapping himself. Amaranth convulsed violently as if in agony. Volcanus had no strength left to be surprised by Keter's antics anymore. "Are you Keter? Give me Amaranth," Tarragon said with a deranged expression. Keter just calmly observed Tarragon. He concluded that Tarragon was an ordinary guy, nothing more, nothing less. If they had met in liqueur, Keter wouldn't have taken an interest in him. However, being the fourth son of a prestigious family and seeming easy to manipulate piqued his interest. He envisioned a plan to use Tarragon as justification that he was the legitimate owner of Amaranth. After paying the price of bearing your claws at me, Keter extended his right hand, which held Amaranth, towards Tarragon. Unaware of Keter's true intentions, Tarragon interpreted this gesture as consent and smiled. Good, you understand. If you give me Amaranth, I'll speak well of you to my father and brothers. Volcanus glared at Keter, but he silently pushed Volcanus back with his left hand. Amaranth with this, as Tarragon reached out for Keter's right hand and Amaranth wriggled around trying to break free of Keter's hand. Keter put up his middle finger. Thump, he then flicked Tarragon on the forehead. Og, Tarragon fell to the ground, clutching his forehead as if he'd been struck by a hammer. Blowing on his middle finger, Keter looked down at him and said, "You have 3 seconds to get up." Groan, Keter, don't do something you'll regret. Tarragon used 3 seconds to say something instead of getting up. Whack, Keter kicked Tarragon's abdomen, but Tarragon blocked the kick with his hand. After all, Tarragon was still a knight, and while he might be vulnerable to a surprise attack, he wasn't foolish enough to be struck by an overt one. However, Keter was no fool either. No way. Both Tarragon and Volcanus were shocked, as Keter had lifted Tarragon off the ground just using the strength of his leg. How could he lift a full-grown man with just one leg? Raising his leg to his waist, Keter then slammed Tarragon down to the ground. Although Tarragon quickly let go, he couldn't avoid the fall. Thud, 3 more if you block this. Whack, 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 whack. Keter continued to pummel Tarragon's entire body with kicks. This time, Tarragon couldn't keep up with the speed. Keter, it seems like you hit him 5 times, Volcanus remarked, watching quietly from the side. My mistake. Let me hit him again, Keter replied. Whack, whack, whack. Keter struck Tarragon exactly 3 more times before speaking again. You have 2 seconds to get up. Tarragon jumped to his feet immediately this time and swung his fist at Keter. Thud, Tarragon's punch landed on Keter's forehead. Og, but it was Tarragon who groaned in pain. He couldn't believe it. How can someone's forehead be this hard? It felt like he had punched steel. Keter, smiling, said, when I get hit once, I return it with 10. Tarragon raised his guard to prepare for the next attack. Keter clenched his fist tightly and whispered, if you dodge, it will be 20 hits. Whoosh, boom, how could a human punch make sounds like this? Keter's punch was so powerful that Tarragon's sleeve tore when Keter's fist hit it. A single blow drew all the strength out of Tarragon, causing his guard to drop. What followed was Keter's relentless beating. With his right hand gripping Tarragon's collar, he pummeled Tarragon's entire body with his left hand. Stop hitting him, Keter. You've already hit him more than 10 times. Volcanus, who had initially been anxious about Tarragon, now tried to intervene. However, the beating continued. Although it seemed like Keter was randomly hitting Tarragon, he followed a specific rule in his attack. He never hit the face. As a result, Tarragon appeared unharmed on the surface, but he was covered in bruises and in excruciating pain. Arg. Tarragon, who hadn't made a sound during the beating, let out a strange noise and went limp. Thud. Tarragon collapsed to the floor as soon as Keter let go of him. Beaten to a pulp, Tarragon twitched as Keter spoke. You have 1 second to get up. Tarragon just trembled, unable to stand. Thwack, I didn't hit you so hard that you can't get up. You have 1 second to get up. Give him a bit more time, Bumpkin. I feel bad for him. Thwack, even though Volcanus tried to stop Keter, he kicked Tarragon again for failing to get up in 1 second. Again he said, you have. Tarragon finally stood up, his legs trembling as he managed to get up. Squish, Keter jabbed 2 fingers into Tarragon's eyes. Ugh, Tarragon collapsed again, covering his eyes. Who told you that you could look at me like that? You have 1 second to get up. Poking his eyes, what if he goes blind? Volcanus said, one of my specialties is controlling my strength. Name, Keter asked. Tarragon immediately replied, Ta Tarragon, is your name Tataragon? It's Tarragon, sir. Drop the sir. We're family, right? Let's not be so formal. That was when Volcanus looked at Tarragon's face and let out a dry laugh. The whites of his eyes have returned. Seems like he's shaken off Amaranth's influence. Call me the great doctor of Sephira. You're insane. What are you going to do now? Looks like Tarragon overheard our entire conversation, Volcanus said. I already knew that I just let them because I was curious who it was, but it's a problem that he's still hung up on Amaranth. Tarragon flinched as Keter saw right through him. Now that he was back, he realized what he had done. He became aware of his rude intrusion into the storage under Amaranth's influence. Nevertheless, his desire for Amaranth remained strong, as the desire was solely his own. Seeing Tarragon react as expected, Keter said to Volcanus, let's go, Grandpa Midget. Where to? To your place. Why my place? Well, are we going to stand here and talk? Fine, let's go. Realizing that talking to Keter any further would only haze him more, Volcanus led the way like he had given up. Keter patted Tarragon on the shoulder and said, why the long face? People might get the wrong idea. And so, the 3 of them went to Volcanus' house together. It was a strange sight. 2 people were sitting in a simple, unadorned house, and Tarragon was shivering as if he were cold. Volcanus, who was sitting across from him, muttered with an uncaring look, "Stop whining. I saw that your bones and organs were fine. It's a minor injury, so you'll be fine after some rest." That was when Keter brought over a kettle and poured tea into their cups. "Such shabby guests in such a distinguished place, all I have is cheap black tea, but please enjoy." "This is my house, you brat," Volcanus grumbled, just as Tarragon, who wanted to drink some warm tea, reached for his cup. "Well, anyway, what's the problem with our Tarragon?" Keter said, grabbing Tarragon's shoulders from behind. Tarragon flinched but still spoke. "Keter, I need Amaranth because—" "That's enough. You probably have your reasons. Let's not complicate things. Here's the deal, I'm willing to sell Amaranth." "You're going to sell Amaranth?" Tarragon's face lit up. He had some money saved up since he never really had much use for it. Plus, Keter had mentioned family, which implied he would sell Amaranth at a discounted price. "With a family discount, let's make it a clean deal for 3 bills. Tarragon blinked. 3 bills. Tarragon had never heard of bills as a unit of money before. Seeing his confusion, Keter pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it on the table. "You don't know about bills. 1 bill is 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold, Tarragon exclaimed. Typically, a 4-person commoner family's monthly living expenses were 10 gold, and a soldier's monthly salary was 15 gold. On the other hand, 1,000 gold was enough to buy a 2-story building in a small town. 3 of these notes meant that he would need 3,000 gold. In hopelessness, Tarragon mumbled, "I don't even have 300 gold, let alone 3,000. "Okay, you're broke," Keter said, putting the note back in his pocket. Keter walked around and faced Tarragon, looking him in the eye. "What do you have to offer besides money?" "I accept material goods too." "I don't have anything like that. Then I guess I can't give you Amaranth in this deal. Is there anything else you want to say?" Keter asked, giving Tarragon a chance. Tarragon's mind raced, trying to think of a solution. Volcanus, who was sipping his tea and enjoying the situation, was surprised. "This tea isn't bad for being cheap. You've managed to get a deep flavor out of it." "I am the Midas of Saphira," Keter replied. Volcanus chuckled. "How many nicknames do you have?" At that moment, Tarragon, still in deep thought, looked uncertain but spoke. "I have." "Right." Volcanus and Keter glanced at Tarragon at the same time. Swallowing hard, Tarragon continued. "Amaranth belongs to the Saphira family. As a legitimate member of the family, I have the right to be tested for ownership of Amaranth." Volcanus looked unimpressed. "Is that the best you can come up with?" "You have a point." When Keter sided with him, Tarragon got excited and raised his voice. "Yeah, that's right. Keter, I heard from my father that you're 18, right? I'm 21, so you're not going to tell me to call you Big Brother, right? Let's keep it respectful. Don't cross the line." "No, it's not. I just wanted to tell you my age." "Let's summarize. You want Amaranth but don't have the money. Instead, you want to be tested to see if you're qualified, right?" "Right. If you're not qualified to handle Amaranth, you'll give up on it. Is that correct?" "Yes." As Keter and Tarragon quickly started reaching a conclusion, Volcanus interrupted. "Hold on a moment, you bumpkin. Amaranth isn't something that should be exchanged so easily like that. If Tarragon loses consciousness and becomes the marksman of the demon arrow, it would be a disaster. I would never let myself be controlled by a mere tool." As Tarragon, who had rested and regained some strength, stood up and insisted firmly, Volcanus also stood up. "This is no mere tool, and at a glance it's clear you're not fit to handle Amaranth," Volcanus shouted. The two of them glared at each other intensely. Keter, however, pushed the table against the wall and said, Now, Grandpa Midget. Even though Tarragon looks clueless, we won't know if he's unworthy until he dies. Tarragon, take this. I'll transfer Amaranth to you." Keter extended his right hand that was blackened from Amaranth's corruption, as if reaching out for a handshake. Tarragon gulped. Volcanus, knowing he couldn't stop Keter, grabbed the hammer he had leaned against the wall instead. "Bumpkin, if Tarragon becomes the marksman of the demon arrow, you need to knock him out before he fully transforms." Before Keter could respond, Tarragon touched Amaranth. Swoosh. Amaranth began to transfer from Keter's right hand to Tarragon's left hand. It looked like it was being sucked into Tarragon's hand. Tarragon endured the pain tenaciously, biting his lip until it bled. Finally, Amaranth was completely transferred to Tarragon's right hand. Whoosh! From Tarragon's right hand emerged Amaranth, the jet black bow. He was initially stunned, but he soon had a big smile on his face. "I've been chose." Gulp. It happened in an instant. Black energy spread out from Amaranth and enveloped Tarragon's entire body. What the such rapid corruption? Volcanus tightened his grip on his hammer in shock, but Keter stepped in front of him. "Leave this to the solver, Grandpa Midget. Now is not the time for your nicknames. We need to subdue Tarragon quickly." Volcanus pushed Keter aside and leaped forward, but the black energy, now a storm, repelled him. Volcanus was quite heavy, but he flew like a feather and crashed into the wall. Watching that, Keter clicked his tongue. "Good grief, I told you I'd handle it." A tremendous wind wreaked havoc throughout the entire house. The force was so strong that it made the pillars in the house shake. The storm also affected Keter, making his clothes and hair flap uncontrollably, but he slowly began walking towards Tarragon, who was at the center of the storm. The wind became stronger as Keter approached Tarragon, but but Keter continued walking at the same steady pace and eventually reached Taragon. With a swift motion, Keter pulled in Taragon, who was floating in the air, by the collar. As he did so, a demonic form emerged behind Taragon. It was the true form of Amaranth manifesting. "Hold on tight. Your soul is going to fly away." As Keter slammed Taragon down onto the ground, he drove his fist into the face of the demon that was dragged down with Taragon. Keter was no stranger to cursed weapons like Amaranth, demon blade Aporphis. He had once borrowed it briefly from the godfather of liqueur. As it was cursed, the blade demanded a portion of his lifespan each time it was used. After using it about 12 times, Keter discerned the source of its power. It possesses the properties of both aura and mana. Aura was almost impossible to transform, but was extremely powerful. It also rapidly dissipated if it lost contact with the body. Mana, on the other hand, was easily transformable but lacked strength. Unlike aura, it retained its form in spells even when disconnected from the body. Impressed by Keter's discovery of the secret of Ein, Aporphis deemed him worthy and offered to teach him the method of acquiring Ein, the power of the void, in exchange for 10 years of his life. However, Keter declined Aporphis' offer. Through trial and error, he succeeded in merging mana and aura, had gained the power of Ein on his own. It was incomplete, but Keter eventually realized that he could control Aporphis. Humans who were unaware of the existence of Ein were unable to respond to Amaranth and were taken over helplessly. But Keter, who knew about Ein better than anyone, used Amaranth's power against it to subdue it. If one could handle the power of Ein, using cursed weapons was no longer a threat. There would be no need to use cursed weapons if you had the power of Ein, but my situation's a little different. Keter was the only person in the world who knew how to wield Ein but did not have the power. Amaranth, unaware of this fact, only felt wronged. Amaranth had managed to escape Keter's grasp and take over Taragon. It could have turned him into a mindless servant under its control with a bit more time. Yet this extraordinary human, Keter, subdued Amaranth through a ridiculous method. His power isn't that remarkable, so how does he handle the power of the void so proficiently? Amaranth was surprised. The power of the void was forbidden to humans and had all its records erased in the distant past. But Keter, this seemingly unremarkable human, not only understood the power of the void but also knew how to utilize it. As Keter walked through the storm of power and reached for Taragon, Amaranth decided to intervene directly. It manifested in its most terrifying form, a sight designed to evoke the utmost fear in humans. But Keter merely scoffed and aimed a punch right at its face. Bam! Amaranth experienced immense pain, something it hadn't felt in hundreds of years. Yes, this pain is evidence that I am alive. Amaranth's fleeting moment of joy was quickly interrupted. Crack! With a swift motion, Keter pried open Taragon's fingers and took back the bow. Amaranth felt its connection with Taragon split and cursed Keter. "I may retreat for now, but I will return. I will take everything from you." That was when Keter spoke up. "Let's make a deal, Amaranth. You like deals, right? Me too." "How dare a mere mortal propose a deal with me? You don't like a business relationship. Then how about a master-slave arrangement? I'm fine with either. You're bold. Very well, I will grant you 7 arrows. 6 of them will be yours and the last one will be mine." Amaranth's proposal was the standard terms of the contract that Volcanus had described before. Keter shook his head. "That's an unfair deal. A true deal involves exchanging things of equal value. Human deals, why would I agree to that?" Amaranth just chuckled. "What if I offered to break your seal in return?" "What did you say?" Amaranth's unyielding attitude of before wavered. Keter skillfully exploited this moment of hesitation. "You want to be free, don't you? You want to escape from that bow that imprisons you. How did you know?" "Well, I've met something like you before." Demon Blade Aporphis had also yearned for freedom, once pleading to Keter to break its shell. Of course, Keter declined that request. After a moment of contemplation, Amaranth spoke again. "I don't know how you came to know that secret, but it is impossible for a human to break my shell. It requires the power of Ein Sof, doesn't it?" Amaranth thought it could no longer be surprised, but Keter's words proved otherwise. "How does a mere mortal like you know about Ein Sof? You don't need to know that. Here's my new proposal: 1 free demon arrow every day. If you refuse, I won't use you at all. Not 1 arrow every time you need it, but 1 every day." "Are you saying the unused bullets will accumulate?" "Of course. Judging by your hesitation, I guess you enjoy being locked away in a warehouse. Fine. I'll bury you deep underground next time. It will take thousands of years before anyone finds you." "I'll accept the contract. Know the deal. However, the maximum number of accumulated arrows cannot exceed 30. I won't budge on this. I can agree to that." Amaranth believed Keter's words and also doubted them at the same time. It believed that Keter would bury it deep underground and doubted the part about how he could break the shell. The reason Amaranth agreed to the deal nonetheless was a deception. No matter how impressive you are still human. Humans inevitably make mistakes and let their guard down. It doesn't matter if it takes years. Once I seize control of your body that skillfully wields Ein, my true resurrection won't be a mere dream. Amaranth's true intentions were only meant to be known to itself, but Keter had already figured it out. Pretending to cooperate, waiting for me to let my guard down. I've dealt with countless beings like you in liqueur. Pulling up his left sleeve, Keter said, come into my left arm. You know a lot of things. Amaranth transformed from Beauform to a jet black liquid, covering Keter's left arm. This was clearly different from an attempt to possess Keter. It was not possession, but assimilation. The black liquid writhed and formed patterns, eventually settling on Keter's arm, like a tattoo. The black storm that had swept through the house was quickly absorbed through Keter's left arm and eventually subsided completely. Volcanus, who was watching this entire thing lying on his stomach, said in disbelief, "Be Bumpkin, what are you exactly?" Keter, fixing his wind-ruffled hair, replied, "I'm the solver." Water splashed onto Tarragon's face. Tarragon sat up abruptly, coughing as if he had water in his nose. Seeing the house in shambles and Volcanus' grim face was enough for him to understand the situation. Letting out a deep sigh, Tarragon dropped his head. Is there nothing I can do right? Tarragon wasn't foolish enough to insist after already failing once. Instead, he rapidly became drawn as he realized his limitations. Keter approached Tarragon. In his previous life, Tarragon had tried to wield Amaranth, but went berserk when he failed. That future was now gone. For now, Tarragon had escaped Amaranth's temptation, but it was clear he would cause other problems. However, those futures could also be changed. Tarragon, you are not useless. As Keter extended his hand, Tarragon's eyes welled up with tears. Keter was the only one who had listened to Tarragon's story and given him a fair chance. Despite being pummeled by him, Keter let Tarragon be tested to see if he was worthy of Amaranth's ownership. Grasping Keter's hand and standing up, Tarragon fought back tears and said, "Fine, I'll yield Amaranth. I'll look for another path." "No, don't, you're not the type of person to do well on their own." Is he giving with one hand and taking away with the other? Tarragon couldn't grasp what Keter was trying to say. Volcanus grumbled as he tidied up the wrecked house. What nonsense is he going to say now? Ignoring Volcanus' remark, Keter placed a hand on Tarragon's shoulder. "Tarragon, from what I see, you're the type who follows orders well," he said. Sure, but our family is too reserved and has too much faith in people. To put it nicely, we give too much freedom for self-growth, but that kind of freedom is too much for you. You need someone to give you orders smarter than you. Your brothers or father could do it, but as I mentioned, our family isn't like that." Tarragon nodded in agreement. Everything Keter said was true. Tarragon himself was reluctant to ask, let alone give orders. He found himself waiting attentively for Keter's next words, and listening to orders from someone who isn't family is out of the question, right? Right, you're so lucky, Tarragon. You met someone who is much smarter than you, has no problem with giving orders, and has a lot of time on their hands. That person is in front of you right now. You're saying that? Tarragon gulped, hoping that Keter would give him the most optimal orders for him. That was when Keter held out his hand. That was the free consultation. The next part is paid. What? Tarragon was surprised, and Volcanus clicked his tongue like he was expecting it. That guy wouldn't just help. Tarragon quickly thought about how much money he had. Keter's words were worth paying for. "Keter, all I have is 200 gold. Can we work with that?" Keter's authority in the area was already proven. He had solid reasons behind his arrogance and confidence. Everything he had said so far was accurate, and he understood Tarragon's worries and situation even though Tarragon didn't say anything. Plus, Keter wasn't a stranger, he was family, even if only half related by blood. He had acknowledged Tarragon, who he had just met. Tarragon, naive and longing for recognition, had no reason to doubt Keter. "Normally, I'd charge 500 gold. But Tarragon, since you didn't push for Amaranth, I'll make an exception just for today." Keter said, "All transactions are prepaid." I don't have the 200 gold on me right now. I need to go get it." "Then go get it." Okay. Tarragon hesitated for a moment. His clothes were a mess from Amaranth's storm, and he had blood stains on him, making him look far from normal. At that moment, Volcanus tossed a cloak to Tarragon. "Wear this. You'll draw unnecessary suspicion." Tarragon, now cloaked, left the house. Keter sat down on a chair, which now didn't have a backrest anymore. "Grandpa Midget, do you have anything to drink? My throat's a bit dry from straining myself. The tea got destroyed earlier." Volcanus, with a strange expression, handed Keter something. "We don't have water, but drink this." Volcanus took out a porcelain liquor bottle from a drawer embedded in the floor and tossed it to Keter. Since Volcanus offered it without hesitation, Keter accepted it and took a swig straight from the bottle. Keter was someone who wouldn't bat an eye if a companion suddenly pulled a knife on him, but his eyes widened after tasting the fruit wine. "Damn, this tastes better than the 100,000 gold vintage I had in the Lawless City. What did you make this with to get such a deep yet refreshing flavor? Tell me, please." Volcanus found a chair that was still relatively intact and sat down. "Did you finish it?" he asked. "Yeah, it was just a mouthful. Was it expensive? I'll pay you back right away. I don't know the exact price. That wine was made with the fruit of the world tree and ever-frozen water." "What? Fruit from the world tree?" The world tree was a sacred tree that elves worshipped like a deity. It wasn't just a superstition, the world tree genuinely had divine power, making it a coveted treasure for many hunters. The fruit from such a tree, naturally, was priceless. There was an auction in Liqueur for it once. How much did it sell for? If I remember correctly, it was several 100,000 gold. If a human ate the fruit of the world tree, even a dying elderly would become lively, and their lifespan would increase. This was proven, which made it a treasure that high-ranking nobles and royalty desperately sought. That was really a wine made from the fruit of the world tree. Moreover, ever-frozen water, which could only be obtained from the peak of the ever-frozen mountain, cost about 10,000 gold per cup. At this point, what Keter drank was not just wine, it was an elixir that everyone dreamt of drinking. It should be savored drop by drop, yet Keter had chugged it like water. Keter inspected the inside of the bottle carefully, hoping to find some residue, but there was none. Just then, something started changing in his body. The mana within his body, which had been calm and dormant, suddenly began to surge wildly. Volcanus chuckled as Keter held his abdomen. Although only half, Volcanus was still of dwarf blood, making him sensitive to mana. As such, he was already aware that Keter was subtly using mana, so that elf's words were true. They said the fruit wine of the world tree is the best elixir for those with mana. It seems to be good for you. Keter couldn't respond. The elixir that had settled in his stomach quickly broke down into mana and began spreading throughout his body. If he didn't concentrate now, he would lose the high concentration of mana he had just gotten to the atmosphere. Keter began to focus on controlling the wandering mana. Volcanus stood guard at the door with his hammer, preventing anyone from interrupting Keter's crucial moment. Voom! After 10 minutes, layers of mana formed around Keter, eventually being absorbed through his nose and mouth. Whoosh! When Keter opened his eyes, a blue wave of energy radiated throughout the house. Phew. After composing his breathing, Keter stood up and savored the aftereffects, clenching his fists and feeling the mana. "Did you enjoy it?" asked Volcanus, using his hammer like a cane. With a serious face, Keter asked, "I can give you 5,000 gold immediately. If you give me some time, I can add another 20,000 gold. Damn, you really have a filthy amount of money. I never thought I needed money, but seeing you has changed my mind. Just give me that 1,000 gold note you had on the table earlier." Without hesitation, Keter took out the bill from his pocket and handed it to Volcanus. Volcanus took the bill and cleared his throat. "Of course, I'm not saying I want to settle for just 1,000 gold, nor am I saying I want more money. Then what do you want? Don't expect to get the full value, as I never asked for it in the first place." Keter knew the value of the world tree elixir Volcanus had given him was immeasurable. If sold, it was a treasure that could easily be worth 500,000 gold, given its rarity and value. "I've gained mana that would have taken 10 years of training to acquire, and I got it instantly without any risk. In this world, mana could be increased not only through straightforward methods, but also through various tricks, though there was always a price to pay. For instance, if one wished to gain mana at the cost of their life, they could either gain a year's worth of mana permanently, or use 10 years' worth of mana temporarily by sacrificing 30 years of their life. Alternatively, one could obtain mana by sacrificing another human. Big or small, the basic principle of transactions is an equivalent exchange. However, the world tree elixir was different. It provided 10 years' worth of pure mana without any risk or burden. It was worth asking why Volcanus gave him such a treasure, but Keter didn't press him. "It's none of my business, and even if I don't ask, people tend to speak up when they need something." Volcanus looked Keter straight in the eye and said, "You are an incredibly suspicious person, but you helped Terragon. Although your method was rough, you took a risk and made him realize he wasn't qualified to be Amaranth's master. You also showed him a future path. Why did you do that?" "I'm always kind to my clients. Then I want to be your client too. Even though I've spent my entire life cooped up in this forge, I know that the Saphira family is in a difficult situation. But all I can do, as I have from the past until now, is hammer away." Volcanus picked up his hammer and rubbed the head of it with his fingers. "This hammer used to be the size of my head, but now it's only as big as my fist. It means I'm too old to step up and do something like I used to." "You still look full of life, though," Keter said. "Enough with the flattery. Aging seems to have made me ramble more. I think I've already paid the price by giving you the elixir of the world tree. So please, I have one request. I'm listening." Volcanus paused and looked out the window. As he gazed at the clear sky, he seemed to be recalling memories, mixed with a tender emotion. Eventually, he closed his eyes. When he opened them, he stared at Keter. "Help the Saphira family in their crisis, just as you helped Terragon." Though Volcanus' tone was quite serious, Keter's response was nothing but light and playful. "If anyone heard, they might think I came here to ruin the Saphira family. So will you protect them or not?" I don't particularly feel like protecting the Saphira family." "Is that so?" Volcanus looked disappointed. Amused by this reaction, Keter laughed. "Haha, I'm saying that just simply protecting the Saphira family is meaningless." "What?" Keter, clenching his fists, said, "I have to make the family stronger so that no one dares to look down on it." Tarragon, who brought 200 gold to give to Keter, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Volcanus and Keter were casually talking as if they were old friends. Bissell acted just like you when he was still an immature kid. He always did things he was told not to, and he had a huge imagination. One time he asked me for a bow that was made with blades, Volcanus said. So did you make it? I did, but Bissell cut his hand using it, so it ended up being shoved in the storage room. Ha ha ha. Tarragon was confused. Was Master Volcanus always that talkative? Volcanus wasn't a descendant of Saphira, but like them, he was quiet and reserved. However, seeing him talk to Keter, it seemed like he just didn't have anyone to talk to rather than being a quiet person. Keter turned around and gestured to Tarragon. Oh, are you back? Grandpa, let's talk later. My client appointments always come first. When Tarragon handed Keter the sack of gold, he flipped it upside down onto the table. Clang, gold coins the size of a pinky finger showered out. Among them were some silver coins mixed in. Keter took a glance and nodded. 201 gold and 9 silvers received. Keter put all the coinsev in the small changeback into the sack and hung it on his waist. Then he put on a professional smile and looked at Tarragon. Now, as I was saying, just do as I say. I promise your life will change completely, Keter said. Really? Don't believe me if you don't want to, but I don't do refunds. No, I believe you, I'll do anything. Tarragon had no options left anyway. He almost wanted to be deceived just so he could blame everything on Keter. Let's go somewhere else first. We need to give Grandpa time to clean up. Hearing that, Volcanus chuckled. You're not considering helping me clean. That's what the helping hands are for, Keter replied. Haha, you're right. You can leave, I'll take care of this place. Keter, putting his arm around Tarragon's shoulders, said, Now let's go, sir. Go where? Your room, of course. The two walked off from Volcanus' forge to Tarragon's room. Tarragon's room was the complete opposite of the atmosphere of the Saphira family. It wasn't messy, but it was rather cluttered. Various books, as well as numerous types of bows, weapons, and armor were all over. To his maids, Tarragon said, Don't come in until I tell you to, and don't let anyone in either. While Tarragon did that, Keter was rummaging through the clutter. His efforts are commendable. Whoosh. Keter tossed the fencing manual he found behind his back. Catching the book, Tarragon said, You can really help me, right? I can trust you. Tarragon had come back to his senses as he walked back to his room. Before he went with the flow because of the overwhelming power Keter displayed, but he still had concerns. After all, it hadn't even been a day since Keter arrived at the Saphira family. Keter responded immediately, If you're going to doubt me, don't believe me at all. Trusting me half-heartedly will lead to the worst outcome. How could someone be that confident? Tarragon was envious of Keter's confidence and boldness. I'll trust you. I'm not in a position to question things right now. All right, it's shabby here, but let me take a seat. Keter swept away all the random things on the table onto the floor and sat down. Tarragon sat down on the opposite side with uncertainty. Tarragon was even a little fearful at what kind of advice Keter might offer. Okay, listen carefully since I won't say it twice. Gulp. Even though the weather was a little cold, sweat ran down Tarragon's forehead. Keter also looked serious. From now on, run around the field from the moment you wake up until the sun goes down. And that's it. Huh, what did you expect? Did you think I would know a superior or a cultivation technique better than those of noble families? No, but... Can my life change if I run around the field? Specifically, can I become like you? What is like me? Are you talking about being rude? And no. Tarragon hesitated momentarily from embarrassment, then said, Can I become as confident and powerful as you? I don't know how you feel about other things, but don't set me as your goal. You'll just end up getting more hurt. Also, confidence and power come together. Have you seen a powerful person without confidence? You will become powerful and confidence will naturally follow. Is that possible just by strength training? The proof is in front of you right now. I guarantee that you will become powerful. Tarragon was sullen before, but his eyes lit up again. Keter was filled with so much certainty and confidence that it was impossible not to believe him. Chit-chat costs extra, so enough with that. Let me tell you why you need to run around the field, Keter said. I'll grab something to take notes with. Just a second. No, you have to hammer it into your head somehow. Anyone with a bad memory won't survive for long around here. Tarragon, who was half standing, quickly sat back down. The archery skills of the Saphira archers were unparalleled, which even Keter acknowledged. However, their approach was flawed. While archers who held fixed positions might be strong in battle, a lone archer sticking to one spot would become easy prey. Keter began discussing the weaknesses of Saphira's archers. Although he was only speaking to Tarragon right now, well begun was half done. Tarragon would achieve significant results, and the knights would learn through him, then the soldiers. The soldiers would too. Keter was training Tarragon with such influence in mind, and if it didn't work, I just have to work him until it does. Tarragon, unaware of his fate, waited for Keter's words eagerly. Archers typically focus on building upper body strength to the extreme. It makes sense because in war, the goal of an archer is to shoot as quickly and accurately as possible from a fixed position, so there's no need to train the lower body. But now, we have many enemies and no one to protect us. We need to focus on learning how to fight on our own and master shooting while moving. Tarragon's jaw dropped. Keter was 3 years younger than him, although he had grown up in the infamously tough, lawless city of Absinthe. It couldn't account for the enormous difference in perspective. What kind of life must he have lived to be able to speak about things like that so freely and fluently? Keter really didn't seem like a junior to Tarragon. That's why running is necessary for members of the Saphira family, because it allows you to improve your stamina while also training your lower body. Of course, you're probably doing it now, but it's just for warming up. Building the strength to run all day is the priority, then we can move on to shooting while moving. If given the choice between training and actual combat, Keter would choose combat. However, only 1 in 100 survived and became stronger through real battles. The likelihood that Tarragon would be that one person was very low. Of course, the odds would increase significantly if Keter watched over him, but Keter didn't care for Tarragon that much. Do you need more reasons about why you need to run? Keter asked. No, I understand. I'll run from sunrise to sunset, and after building up my stamina, I'll learn how to shoot while moving, Tarragon replied. There should be manuals on shooting while moving, so don't come to me, and don't skip running even for a day. No matter what happens, make sure you even if it rains, even if you catch a cold, even if you're mentally out of it. That's a little. You can do it. You won't die. I know because I've done it. I've heard that overexerting yourself can lead to negative effects. That's what happens when you give up right before your limit. You have to push past that limit to get stronger. Just so you know, the moment you ignore my advice, you lose your status as my client. Tarragon gulped. Even the thought of Keter turning his back on him was horrifying. Okay, I'll run even if it kills me. Tarragon seemed eager from the way he was talking. Keter found that commendable and decided to give Tarragon one more piece of advice on the house. Knowing our family's nature, I think father or one of our brothers must have given you some tasks, but you seem to have a lot of free time. What's going on? Keter asked. Tarragon racked his brain to recall a distant memory. Oh. Hyssop told me before to protect the house. Does that have anything to do with it? So they entrusted you with the task of guarding the family. So what did you do, guarding the family? Does that mean I should have been in charge of security? I just thought Hyssop said it in passing, like a formality, and you became even more convinced of that because your family didn't say anything about you neglecting your duties. Tarragon got goosebumps hearing Keter, who sounded like he knew the whole story. That's right, it's the exact opposite. They were deliberately not saying anything to show that they trust you. They figured you must have some plan. This wouldn't make sense to an outsider, but this was a plausible explanation for the Saphira family. Keter drummed his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before speaking up. The soldiers and knights in charge of security were probably already told to follow your orders. Check if that's true today. If that's not true, won't they treat me like an idiot? If it's not true, then it's not true. Those who nitpick about it won't be helpful to your life, so ignore them. Okay. If you've been entrusted with guarding the family, then naturally, you should be taking on that responsibility. After exhausting my stamina by running for half of the day, I'm also supposed to be responsible for protecting this vast estate. Tarragon understood what Keter was saying, but it all seemed so difficult. This was because he had never been so busy before. However, he couldn't bring himself to say that he didn't know if he could do it. It wasn't a matter of pride. Keter's gaze was simply too intimidating. I got it. I'll take care of security too. Of course you should, and Keter pointed at all the books in Tarragon's room. Throw it all away. You are not a jack of all trades. Stop wasting your mind on useless knowledge. I'll burn everything. It was bothering me anyway. But what do I tell other people? Tarragon asked. Try to fix at least one problem in your life by yourself. You can do that. A random person hearing their conversation would have no idea which of them was the elder brother and which the younger. Tarragon might have taken this as an insult under normal circumstances, but right now his spirit was already broken. He simply scratched the back of his head and said, okay, I'll come up with something. I like that you're obedient. When Keter stood up, Tarragon followed as well. Are you going already? Tarragon asked Keter. Yeah, I should get going, but so should you. Why me? Keter silently pointed at the window, which only showed the clear blue sky. As Tarragon stood there, clueless, Keter sighed. What did I say just now? What should you be doing until the sun sets? Running in the field. Are you saying I should start right now? Tarragon was aching all over from getting pummeled by Keter. Tarragon subtly revealed his bruised forearm as if wanting Keter to notice. Were you going to have a nice rest today and start tomorrow? Is the family's precarious situation a joke to you? Get out there right now, Keter said, raising his fist. Oh, okay, I'll go. Tarragon, the owner of the room, ran out first, and Keter leisurely followed him. The soldiers in the corridor who saw them were curious about what had happened between them, but they didn't dare to ask. In the center of the Saphira family's garden, there was a bell tower. It was still too early for the bell that announced the arrival of the night to ring. The sun was still high in the sky, so there was no reason for anyone to be around. Yet there was a middle-aged man down below, pacing back and forth. My lord, how and why did you get up on the roof of the bell tower? Please come. No, I'll come get you, so please wait. The person who was shouting toward the top of the bell tower was Jacques, Keter's butler. He blankly stared at the ladder that led to the top of the tower. The tower was small and had no stairs, just a ladder. It was very sturdy, but the problem was that Jack had an extreme fear of heights. This is insane. Jack looked up at the roof of the tower again. It was a dizzying height. It was clearly much higher than the heights that humans feared the most. One would surely die if they fell from such a height. However, at that height, there was a person. On the very narrow roof of the bell tower, with no place to even set a foot, Keter was casually sitting, as if on a picnic, and looking around. People who didn't know that Keter was sitting on the roof became aware of it as Jack kept shouting. "That was a person. I thought it was a falcon." "My, he's so brave." Keter could hear people talk about him, but he didn't pay attention to it and just stared at the field. He could clearly see Tarragon running around. He was panting, but he maintained his form and ran well. If left alone, Tarragon was going to become a disaster to the family, so it was beneficial to work him to the bone so he couldn't cause any trouble. Plus, Keter could at least break even for his service if he used Tarragon as a pawn. I keep him alive and help him grow. That's enough for an equivalent exchange. There was another reason Keter had ordered Tarragon to run around the field. It was because he wanted to see approximately how many spies were hiding in the family. They had avoided detection from both soldiers and knights, but there's no way they can escape my eyes. The Saphira family had a lot of enemies. Naturally, there were plenty of spies within, keeping an eye on things. The Saphira family wasn't unaware of the existence of these spies. They probably knew better than anyone else. But they probably don't have the resources to root out the spies. That's why they've only identified them. If they took action against some of them, it would only cause the others to hide even more cunningly. Simply put, it was an uncomfortable cohabitation. As he entered the family, Keter had already sensed the lurking presence of spies hidden in the shadows throughout the estate. He didn't know how many there were, but with Tarragon drawing attention, he got a rough idea now. There's a swarm of them. With so many spies, there were bound to be traitors as well. The question now is, who are they? Traitors could range from insignificant servants to key individuals like vassals or the family's descendants. Finding them may be difficult, but dealing with them would be easy. They might change their minds when the situation changes. I'll just kill the ones who don't. Keter wasn't going to make any exceptions, even if they were family members. At that moment, Jacques, who had overcome his fear of heights and climbed up to the roof, called out from below. "Huff, huff, my lord. I'm here." Jacques was holding his head in agony like he was dizzy, but he didn't give up. "My lord, I will extend my arm, then you can step on it and come down." Jacques, overcoming his fear, was nothing but devoted, but Keter just clicked his tongue. "Gramps sure is diligent. I know he's been ordered to take good care of me, but he doesn't have to do that." Keter believed Jacques' affection was because of the patriarch's orders. Keter's unwavering belief was that there was no such thing as kindness without compensation in this world. Just then, a strong gust of wind blew, causing the flag on the bell tower to flap wildly. At the same time, Keter swayed, which alarmed Jacques. "Whoa, my lord." To Jacques, it looked like Keter had lost his balance in the wind and was about to fall. However, Keter flipped in the air, grabbing the edge of the roof, and landed safely. The movements were so smooth and quick that Jacques couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Jacques was dumbfounded as he watched Keter descend from the roof in the blink of an eye. Keter winked and said, "Out for a breath of fresh air. I've had enough, so I'm off now." Instead of climbing down the ladders, Keter grabbed the ends of the ladder and slid down quickly. Jacques, who was left alone at the top of the bell tower, clung to the railing and blankly stared at Keter head back to his residence. "Lord Keter is like the wind," Jacques said. Keter didn't hide what he wanted to do. He did what he pleased and went wherever he wanted. The way he acted, as if he didn't care who tried to stop him, seemed cheerful, but Jacques was worried. Nobility and freedom are opposites. I don't think Lord Keter will live as a noble if it means giving up his freedom. Although he felt helpless, Jacques was not going to give up on Keter. Lord Keter grew up in the lawless city alone. Naturally, he is not used to a controlled life, so I have to work and try harder. Though he spoke bravely, Jacques descended the ladder with trembling hands. The 4 lords and 7 gates. This term referred to the 4 lords and the 7 noble master families representing the Lilian kingdom. Originally, the master families referred exclusively to masters of some kind of swordsmanship, but the emergence of the Saphira family, the masters of archery, broke that tradition. Consequently, the conservative high nobles, who valued tradition over life itself, had found the existence of an archery family distasteful. How can archery be compared to swordsmanship? Even if they have made contributions in war, the ones who risk their lives on the front lines are the knights wielding swords. At the time when the Saphira family became known as the Masters of Archery, Queen Lilian favored them, and as such, no one dared to touch them. However, the situation had changed drastically. Now the crisis of the Saphira family was the hottest topic among the nobility. In the past, when large-scale wars between nations were frequent, the accomplishments of the Saphira family stood out. But in the current Cold War era, where local skirmishes or honorable duels by knights were common, the Masters of Archery had become a burden. Naturally, various nobles continuously exerted political pressure, arguing that the Saphira family was unfit for their status as a master family. They claimed that the kingdom would become much stronger if a swordsmanship family were in that position instead. This argument was reasonable and raised quite frequently, eventually reaching Queen Lillian. This put the Saphira family to the test of trial to dispel the public's distrust. The Saphira family declared that they would participate in international battles and achieve military accomplishments. However, they had another major flaw: they were quiet. Being quiet meant they lacked social skills, and lacking social skills meant that they had no political power in the noble society. Times have changed. Bows, the weapons of cowards, are only used by those who hide behind others. Do you think archery can defeat swordsmanship? Although the Saphira family was a master family, they lacked political influence. They could not ignore the swordsmanship families and participate in the battles. They tried to engage in politics by entering social circles, though it was late, but even that didn't go smoothly. For hundreds of years, the Saphira family had devoted everything to protect the people from foreign invasions and monster attacks. Since the Saphira family never participated in social circles and only stepped up for the people, it was natural that they could not become close with other nobles. Nobles only aimed to rule and govern, not to get close to the people. Obviously, there were limitations to maintaining a family solely on the love of the commoners. After all, the true power in the country lay with the nobles and the royal family. The high nobles who wanted to become one of the master families eagerly sought to find faults and bring down the Saphira family. Among these nobles, there was one family that was most actively trying to bring down the Saphira family, the Bident family that specialized in spearmanship. The Bident family recently received some intelligence, which Volus, the eldest son of the family, reported to his father, who was also the patriarch. Tarragon suddenly started running around the field. It seems to just be some kind of training, but it's suspicious because it began right after he met with Keter from Absinthe. Volus said, "We don't need to be wary of someone as ordinary as Tarragon. But Absinthe is a lawless city filled with all sorts of useless people, isn't it? It's strange that the Saphira family would bring someone from there. Could this Keter possibly have a false identity?" Patra, the patriarch of the Bident family, didn't care about Tarragon but showed caution toward Keter. Seeing this, Volus grinned and said, "Father, there's no need to worry at all." Volus ran a private organization made up of people from Absinthe, so he asked his subordinates if they knew about Keter. Keter is said to have a striking appearance. If he had a false identity, there would surely have been sightings or rumors about him in the past. The fact that he hasn't been known suggests that he's just a nobody in Absinthe, he said. If that's true, why did Bissell bring Keter into the family? Patra asked. I hear his eye color is the same as the Saphira family's. There's a possibility he could be an illegitimate child, but it seems unlikely Count Bissell would make such a risky move, so it's not certain. Bissell's illegitimate child, from Absinthe. Something seems off. Whatever the reason is, this is an opportunity. Count Bissell has made a big mistake. Even if Keter really is his hidden son, how could someone raised in Absinthe be of any help to the family? A third-rate thug without any dignity can't live a noble's life. He's bound to cause all sorts of trouble. I know that much too. Do you think Bissell doesn't know what you and I know? Idiot. Bissell wouldn't have taken Keter in without thinking. He must have had a reason, and that's what I'm curious about. As Patrick clicked his tongue, Volus' face momentarily hardened and then returned to normal. In that case, I'll send a letter to him, asking him to deal with Keter, the thorn in our eye, Volus said. A simple but sure method, but I don't know if he has the guts to kill Bissell's child. After all, isn't he a respected elder of the Saphira family? Patra's words were shocking. There were a total of 3 elders in Saphira: Rakata Saphira, Bissell's father and former patriarch Panir Saphira, Bissell's uncle and former kingdom judge, and Rhiannon Drayton, the father of Olive, Bissell's late wife and former royal secretary. One of these 3 had betrayed the Saphira family. Because this was Volus' achievement, he spoke with confidence. He will do it. He asked to be appointed as the next head of the family, so he absolutely cannot refuse my request. Very well. I'll leave this one to you, Volus. Patra nodded, showing his satisfaction. The matter was handled swiftly. A letter containing Bident's orders was delivered to one of the elders of Saphira. Using Magicit was an order to kill Keter. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with the sun looking like it was about to set. Soldiers who were on guard duty at the fortress of the Saphira territory's main gate flinched. They hadn't seen anything, but they heard the sound of carriage wheels rolling. The 2 soldiers standing at the entrance stared ahead at the road where the sound came from. In the distance, they first saw the roof of the carriage, followed by a fluttering flag. The flag bore a symbol depicting a loaded bow aimed at the sunit, was the symbol of an elder of the Saphira family. The senior soldier squinted to confirm the flag's symbol, then let out a nervous breath. The junior soldier, also startled, said in a trembling voice, "That carriage. It can't be right. According to the schedule, he shouldn't be returning for another week." The senior soldier let out a deep sigh with a nervous face and replied, "Straighten up. That is undoubtedly Elder Panier's carriage. Ah. Two soldiers, who had already been on high alert, quickly brushed the dust from their armor and stood up straighter to welcome the approaching carriage. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of the gate. When the driver opened the carriage door, the soldiers felt a chill run down their spines. His white hair was neatly combed back without a single strand out of place, a fierce gaze that could subdue someone, a demeanor that was restrained yet sharp, and a strong physique that was difficult to see in a man in his 70s. It was Panier el Sephira, an elder of Sephira who was more famously known as a judge in the high court of the Lilian kingdom. As Panier stepped out of the carriage, the two soldiers shouted loudly, "All clear." Panier's already fierce eyes narrowed even further. "Everything's clear. You have no sense of urgency, just like a commoner," Panier shouted, slamming down on the carriage with his fist. "You saw the emblem on the carriage and assumed it was me, so you didn't remain alert. Have you considered what would have happened if an attacker was in this carriage instead of me? Both of you would be dead, and this fortress would have fallen without a fight. We're sorry, we'll fix it." Despite the soldier's remorse, Panier clicked his tongue in disapproval. "I can't count how many times I've heard you say you'll fix it. Are you planning to fix it only after our entire house has burned to the ground?" Panier climbed onto the carriage, as if he didn't want to hear any more excuses. The senior soldier hurriedly opened the gate. Even after the carriage passed through, the two guards remained tense, fearing that Panier might be watching them. The carriage passed through the gate and stopped in front of the main mansion where the patriarch resided. Panier's personal butler, who had been waiting, opened the carriage door for him. As soon as Panier got out of the carriage, he said curtly, "Why is the house so disorganized at this hour?" Prosciutto, Panier's personal butler, handed him a wet towel and replied, "It's because Lord Tarragon is running on the training field." Panier stared at Prosciutto as he wiped his hands on the towel. "It's almost sunset and he's running on the training field. When did he start this kind of training?" "Today is the first time," Prosciutto said. "He's always been prone to odd behaviors, but this time it's bothering me a little. I brought him some water and asked him why, but he seemed reluctant to explain." "Enough about Tarragon. What is that guy doing?" Panier asked. When Panier mentioned him, Prosciutto took the hand towel and said, "Keter caused some trouble as soon as he arrived and is now at the second shooting range. That guy arrived just this morning but already caused trouble, and who gave him permission to use the shooting range?" Panier's voice grew louder. Prosciutto gestured to the servants, who were glancing over in fear, to return to their duties and said, "It's a long story. I will explain in detail in your quarters." Prosciutto had been observing Keter closely from start to finish and reported everything that happened: his meeting and sparring with Anis, having lunch and playing drinking games with Jacques, meeting Volcanus at the forge and walking out with Amaranth. All of this happened in just one day, or rather, half a day. After hearing everything, Panier's face was as cold as ice. He quietly rose from his seat and took his bow and arrows hanging on the wall. "I tried to tolerate Bissell ignoring my advice and taking that guy in, but it seems Keter, that reckless brat, finds our Sephira family ridiculous. Are you planning to go there yourself, my lord? I wanted him to disappear quietly from the beginning. I can't kill him since he's already been brought into the family, but I will make sure he understands his place." When Bissell mentioned Keter's existence, Panier was the one who suggested killing Keter before he was revealed to make it go away. Prosciutto thought for a moment, then blocked Panier's path. "Blocking my way? What are you trying to do?" Panier was as hot-tempered as his fierce appearance suggested. Even if Prosciutto was his exclusive butler, he didn't forgive disrespect. However, as Prosciutto had served Panier for nearly 20 years, he calmly said, "There's no need to use a dragon-slaying bow to catch a goblin, is there?" "I guess not. Besides, you spent half the year tirelessly persuading the nobles, my lord. You must be tired, so there's no need for you to personally take care of such trivial matters. Why don't you leave the affairs of lowly beings to me?" Panier seemed to become more relaxed when Prosciutto offered to handle the issue himself while trying to improve his mood. "You're right, it seems like you already have someone in mind." "Who is it?" Panier asked calmly. "I'd like to send Catherine." Catherine. There were hundreds of knights in the Sephira family, but Catherine was the only female knight. Panier looked at Prosciutto, requiring an explanation of why he chose Catherine out of all the other knights. "After observing Lord Keter, I got the impression that he is quite feisty and hot-blooded." Panier immediately frowned at Prosciutto's words. "Are you suggesting that we use Catherine to seduce Keter?" "How could I use Catherine for such a vulgar scheme? I raised her like my daughter. I mentioned it because I think that Lord Keter would feel an even greater sense of humiliation if he is defeated by Catherine," Prosciutto said. It would indeed be a tremendous humiliation for a feisty man to be defeated by a woman. However, to humiliate him, one must first win, and win very decisively at that," Panier replied. "That's right. I heard Anis was taken down by Keter. Are you confident that Catherine can beat him?" Panier did not care that Anis was not in good condition or that it was a surprise attack. The only thing that mattered was the result. Anis lost and Keter won. Prosciutto thought the same way. Keter had defeated Anis, so to win against him, Catherine had to have also beaten Anis as a prerequisite to stand a chance against Keter. Wouldn't it be enough that Catherine is a 2-star knight? Prosciutto said. Paneer rarely showed surprise, but his eyes widened when he heard Prosciutto. Catherine became a 2-star knight in just 3 years since becoming a 1-star knight. The gap between an apprentice knight and a 1-star knight wasn't significant. However, the gap between 1-star and 2-star was enormous. It was a given that an apprentice knight would become a 1-star knight, but it was different after that. More than 60% died of old age without being promoted to 2-star. Becoming a 2-star knight was not something that could be achieved by luck alone. The preparation period to take the 2-star test took over 10 years. For Catherine, a woman, to become a 2-star knight in just 3 years was an achievement that would go down in the kingdom's history. Amazing. I knew that Catherine was extremely talented, but becoming a 2-star knight faster than Anis, Paneer said. Haha, that's also true. It was Paneer who recognized Catherine's talent early on and brought her into the Saphira family. Although she wasn't formally adopted, everyone in the family knew he cared for her like a daughter. Paneer, who was initially skeptical of Prosciutto's choice, was convinced when he heard that Catherine had become a 2-star knight. So this will be Catherine's first mission as a 2-star knight, Paneer asked. It will be if you allow it, my lord, Prosciutto replied. There is no doubt about Catherine's skills. However, I don't know if she can carry out the mission well. I will send Catherine if you guarantee it, Prosciutto. I guarantee it, my lord. You know that Catherine is not like other women. She is a model for other knights, and I think she is entirely capable of handling everything about this mission. I trust you, Prosciutto. Send Catherine in my name. Paneer put down the bow and arrows he was holding. I'll trust Catherine and wait, but she must deliver results before tonight is over. Nothing good will come from delaying this, Paneer said. I will keep that in mind, my lord. Go ahead. With Paneer's approval, Prosciutto went to find Catherine at once. There was no need to search around for Catherine, as she had a daily schedule that she lived by. At this time in the evening, she was always in the training room within the knights' living quarters. There were dozens of knights training their strength, but among them, one stood out with a unique presence. With bronze skin, toned muscles, and her hair tied back, Catherine's presence was overwhelming. Prosciutto spotted Catherine and called out to her. Catherine, can you spare a moment? Catherine, who was training her arms and shoulders by pulling a firmly fixed steel pole, turned her head to look at Prosciutto. Unlike her strong physique, her smile was bright. Of course, I'll see everyone tomorrow. The knights said their goodbyes as well. Take your time. We'll always keep your spot open. The 4th break room should be empty. You can go there. If you need any advice, feel free to come by any time. She was not just the only woman in Saphira, she was a bright presence that brought hope and energy to the dull and rigid Saphira family. The knights who were training with her were seniors in terms of their years, but she outranked them. Still, Catherine treated them with respect as her seniors. Because of this, there were more people who secretly admired Catherine than those who were jealous of her talent or looked down on her for being a woman. Soon after, Catherine and Prosciutto were alone together in a break room attached to the training room. It's been a while since you came by, Uncle Prosciutto. How have you been? Remember the bow you gave me to celebrate becoming a 2-star knight? I've been using it very well, Catherine said warmly, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Prosciutto couldn't help but smile whenever he saw Catherine, as she was like his daughter. However, he put on a serious face this time since this was an important matter. Catherine, I have a mission for you. Just tell me what to do. Catherine spoke with a smile, which could make it seem like she was taking the mission lightly. At first, Prosciutto misunderstood her as well, but that wasn't the case. Her cheerful demeanor was meant to put others at ease. She was more meticulous and thorough than anyone else in her missions. You know Keter, right? Prosciutto asked. The patriarch's illegitimate son, right? I heard he arrived today. Do you also know that he's been causing trouble since he arrived? What? I'm sorry, this is the first I've heard of it. Keter caused trouble faster than the rumors about him spread. The fact that Saphira's knights were talkative played a role as well. Prosciutto briefly recounted the incidents Keter had caused. Catherine looked puzzled after hearing about Keter's actions. Did Lord Keter do something wrong? I can understand him. Everyone had flaws, including Catherine. Her critical flaw was that she was overly tolerant. The reason she was favored by Paneer despite this was because she always followed orders, even if she didn't understand them. Elder Paneer believes Keter is a harmful presence in the Saphira family. We cannot just let him run wild. Catherine, you need to stop Keter. Yes, I will do it. Catherine was truly a model knight. Even if she didn't understand it, she followed the orders of her superiors without question. What should I do? Catherine thought that Prosciutto would have a plan. However, he shook his head. This mission is yours alone. You must think and decide for yourself. A solo mission. Catherine's eyes widened. Prosciutto nodded and restated, you're a 2-star knight and a commander responsible for other soldiers. You can't just keep following others' orders forever. Besides, you are the future of our Saphira family. Oh, this isn't just my decision. Elder Paneer thinks the same way. Catherine's eyes slightly welled up with tears when Prosciutto mentioned Paneer. Like a parent, Prosciutto wondered if she could do well, as she was quite emotional. I won't disappoint you, just like always. Elder Paneer said to finish the job before nightfall. Keter is at the second shooting range now, so take this as your opportunity. Although Catherine should have found this information on her own, Prosciutto couldn't help but want to help her a bit more anytime he saw her. Think deeply, act swiftly. With that, Prosciutto left quickly before he could soften. Catherine, who was now left alone, just blinked slowly, as if lost in thought. It wasn't the first time she had received a mission, but it was the first time it was assigned to her from start to finish. This was a sign that Pannier fully acknowledged her. Elder Pannier. Catherine grew up in an orphanage supported by the Saphira family. While other children were busy living their own lives once they came of age, she was different. She wanted to repay the orphanage that took her in and cared for her with love, a goal she set as her life's mission. Catherine then went straight to the Saphira family and spoke to the butler. Please let me work at the Saphira family. At the time, the butler gave her the opportunity to work as a maid. Catherine thought that she wouldn't mind spending her life as a maid if it meant being of help to the Saphira family. She worked diligently as a maid for about a year, but she happened to overhear that the Saphira family was short on nights. It was around the time when the Saphira family began to suffer from external pressures, resulting in a sharp decline in the number of external cadets. Unable to ignore Saphira's crisis, Catherine went to the butler and expressed her desire to become a knight. Although she had always been dedicated to her work as a maid, that alone wasn't enough to become a knight. The butler coldly rejected her request, but it wasn't because she was a woman. Women could become knights, but the standard for female knights was 4 times higher than male knights. There are over 5,000 knights in the Lilian Kingdom, but only 220 of them were women. Even women born and raised in master families couldn't endure knight training and would give up. As such, the butler thought Catherine, who came from an orphanage, wouldn't be able to succeed. The resources and costs required for knight training were significant, so the butler firmly told Catherine that she couldn't be trained as a knight. That was when Pannier, who happened to be passing by, intervened. When everyone else said it was impossible, Pannier was the only one who believed and supported Catherine. To her, Pannier was not just a sponsor, he was like the father she had long dreamed of since her time at the orphanage. Even though she couldn't call him father, she thought of him as one and followed him. As such, she could not afford to fail the mission. After careful consideration, Catherine stood up. Following Prosciutto's advice to think deeply and act swiftly, she gathered the soldiers under her command and headed to the second shooting range. Usually, the second shooting range was a deserted place. Catherine judged that now, when Keter was there, was the right time and decided to settle things quickly and decisively. Keter was at the second shooting range. He held Amaranth, the bow of the knight, and repeatedly pulled and released the bowstring. There were numerous targets in front of him, but there was nothing hitting the targets as Keter was pulling the string without an arrow. Then suddenly Keter threw Amaranth on the ground. Damn it, the balance is all messed up. Amaranth quivered on the ground as if in protest and expressed its thoughts. I was never designed to use regular arrows. My body is optimized for my own demon arrows. Are you not going to use them? Why wouldn't I use them? But I'm going to use regular arrows a lot more. Even so, why are you judging me without even shooting an arrow? I can picture it all in my head just by pulling the string trajectory and speed of the arrow. That's ridiculous. Are you saying you're some kind of divine archer? Anyway, can't you change your body or something? It might be possible if you offer 10 years of your life. Forget it. For now, you're just an extremely sturdy bow that's easy to store. Those characteristics alone made Amaranth worthy of being called a treasure, but it wasn't enough to satisfy Keter, who had used numerous artifacts before. Keter extended his hand toward Amaranth. Then, it was magically sucked back into his hand. It was the recall function, which was standard on most artifacts. Keter had only come to test Amaranth's performance, which he had done enough of, so there was nothing more for him to do here. 1-2-1-2. That was when Keter saw a group of soldiers running toward the shooting range from afar. He could have ignored them and walked away, but Keter, from his long experience, knew this wasn't a coincidence. They're coming here knowing that I'm here. Keter had already figured out that he was being watched by the people around him. In fact, the people observing him were almost blatantly watching. The reason he was leaving them alone was not only because the Saphira family had the right to watch him, but also because he preferred it that way. Keep your eyes wide open and see what kind of person I am. The ones headed toward Keter were clearly enemies. What ally with goodwill would want to have a conversation on this dirt ground? Keter was always willing to confront any incoming enemy, so he waited for them to approach. I shouldn't even call the soldiers coming right now enemies. A confrontation, it's not even that. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a joke. Keter showed no mercy to his enemies in Liqueur, but, looking ahead, they were going to become part of his forces in the future, so Keter was willing to be lenient. Of course, he would also show them that he was ruthless if they crossed the line. Keter rested Amaranth on his shoulder and waited for the soldiers to arrive. Soon after, they came up the hill. Keter squinted as he watched the soldiers come up the hill, as a woman was leading the group. From her strong physique and energy, she was undoubtedly a knight, but did the Saphira family have a female knight? Ketter's memory was exceptional, so much so that he could clearly recall what he ate and how it tasted on his third birthday. However, it was only today that he learned there was a female knight in the Saphira family. It's impossible that I never encountered her in my previous life. Oh, maybe it's because of that. Ketter had a hunch as to why there was no record of a female knight in his memory. Soon, the group led by the female knight also spotted Ketter and stopped in front of him. In a loud voice, the female knight shouted attention. At the female knight's command, the soldiers promptly stood at attention in 2 orderly rows. The female knight stepped forward. "Excuse me, are you Lord Ketter?" Catherine asked in a bouncy voice, contrary to her appearance. Though her tone conveyed friendliness rather than hostility, Ketter was indifferent. "Your affiliation and name." "Pardon, if you're going to ask someone else's identity, you should introduce yourself first." Catherine, who had come to find Ketter with her soldiers, remained silent for a moment and looked at Ketter. He was completely different from what she had imagined. He had muscles more defined than any knight in Saphira, and there was no hint of vulnerability, even in a relaxed stance. Moreover, the aura of composure and confidence Ketter exuded was something Catherine had never experienced before. Catherine then formally introduced herself with respect. "I am Dame Catherine, Lieutenant Commander of the 17th Division of the Order of the Stars." Catherine. Ketter repeated the name once. No matter how hard he thought about it, he had never heard of it before. However, he had a hunch as to why he had never heard of her name before. In his previous life, there was an incident where a knight died during a mission shortly after he joined the Saphira family. He remembered there was an elder who was unusually sadder than others. "What is your relationship with Elder Panier?" Ketter asked nonchalantly. Catherine blinked. "Why is he suddenly asking about my relationship with Elder Panier?" Catherine could have easily responded the wrong way to this surprise question, but she responded as if it were nothing. "Elder Panier is the one who gave me the opportunity to become a knight. So do you pledge your loyalty to Elder Panier rather than the Saphira family?" Ketter asked. "I don't know how those two are different, my lord. To me, it is the same thing." Hearing Catherine, Ketter stroked his chin. She doesn't really fit the Saphira family. It was clear at first glance Catherine was the complete opposite of the Saphira family, who were dull and taciturn. "So why did you come to see me?" Ketter asked. Naive people started with lies. Catherine, on the other hand, didn't even blink an eye. "I came to offer you some advice, Lord Ketter," she said. "My popularity never seems to go down. The date requests are never ending." Despite Ketter's nonsense, Catherine shook her head and said, "Please behave yourself and stay quiet. That's my advice." "You want a quiet date? I suppose that would be possible if you behave." "Did Panier tell you to do this?" "Please answer. If you promise to behave, I'll leave." Catherine stood her ground and Ketter cut straight to the point as well. "What if I say no?" he said. Ketter already knew how Catherine was going to respond. He had seen people like her before, and people like her liked things that were fair. "I will challenge you to a duel," Catherine said. She acted just as Ketter had anticipated. Fools like her are easy to handle. She's just like Tarragon. She had a similar yet different kind of foolishness compared to Tarragon. Tarragon was a true fool who spoke without thinking. Catherine, despite her frivolous tone, wasn't careless in her actions. She was a fool pretending to be foolish because she didn't know she was one. "I think I know why she died." Catherine probably had a good influence on the Saphira family to good an influence. That's why she was killed before anyone else. "A duel, huh? Do you think I'll go easy on you because you're a woman?" "I'm thinking of stripping you of your dignity," Ketter said. "I don't care how you treat me. However, I won't engage in physical combat with you. I'm a knight of Saphira. I cannot harm a member of the Saphira family," Catherine replied. "That's strange. Will you accept the duel? If not, please behave for the sake of the Saphira family." "Do you know what a hummingbird is? If it stays still, it dies. That's what I'm like. Telling me to stay put is the same thing as telling me to die." Catherine didn't know what that was, but she understood what Ketter was trying to say. "Then I will challenge you to a duel, my lord. If I win, you must behave yourself, even if it feels like you're going to die. You're lucky, you know. I accept all challenges that come my way, but it's not for free. There has to be a reward for me to participate." Then Ketter pointed at Catherine. "If I win, you're mine." The soldiers, who had followed Catherine without any idea why, were surprised at what Ketter said. Although Ketter had worded it indirectly, it was clear he intended to make Catherine his slave. That was when Ketter drove it home. He made sure there was no misunderstanding. "Do you not understand what I'm saying? If I win, you become my slave who must absolutely obey me." Even if Catherine was a knight, she was still a woman, and to tell a woman to become a slave. It would be natural for her to feel humiliation and anger, yet she just nodded. "You could have refused my challenge, but you've accepted it, so I will gladly accept the terms as well," she said. Ketter could have ignored Catherine's request for a duel. That would only have made things difficult for her, but wouldn't harm Ketter at all. Of course, Catherine had a plan for her if Ketter refused. She turned to her soldiers and said, "You all heard the conversation between Lord Ketter and me, right?" The soldiers weren't stupid, so they already understood the situation. "Yes, now I will duel with Lord Ketter. I want you to be witnesses." Then Catherine turned to Ketter. "Lord Ketter, will you promise on the terms we just discussed by making a vow in front of the soldiers?" "Of course, I will also make a vow." A vow, it was a sacred and noble ritual. If one failed to keep it, they had to either atone with death or live a life more disgraceful than death. As such, making a vow should not be taken lightly. Yet Keter placed his right hand on his chest without hesitation. I swear on my heart and Saphira eyes that if I lose the duel, I will leave the Saphira family entirely, Keter said. There's no need for you to leave. Please take that back, Catherine said. It's my choice. Hurry up and make your vow before the sun sets. Catherine placed her right hand below her chest and said, I swear by my knightly conviction and loyalty to Saphira and Queen Lillian that if I lose the duel with Lord Keter, I will become his slave. The soldiers clearly heard both of their vows. They felt uneasy. They had heard rumors about Keter, the one who defeated Anis. Even though Anis was in poor condition at the time, it was still notable. While Catherine was a 2-star knight compared to Anis, who was only a 1-star knight, nothing was certain a battle's outcome wasn't decided by sheer strength alone. The soldiers, of course, trusted Catherine, their superior. They knew she was not only an excellent leader, but also strong in battle. However, that didn't assure them she could definitely defeat Keter. Their unease was so strong that even Keter and Catherine could feel it. Then let me explain the battle on a bridge duel to you, my lord. The soldiers' faces brightened when they heard Catherine. She had proposed a duel but hadn't specified the type, which she was choosing now. In this duel type, she can win against Anis and Keter. Catherine was on a winning streak. She had never lost a battle on a bridge duel to anyone except for captains. Battle on a bridge was one of the traditional duel methods of the Saphira family. Catherine explained the rules to Keter. The duelists faced each other from a distance of 100 meters. Each had 30 arrows to use, with the arrowheads removed so that the arrows were safe. Then they would shoot arrows at each other. There were 3 ways one could lose: if they dodged an arrow shot by their opponent, dropped their bow, or ran out of arrows first. The rules were simple, but they contained a profound philosophy. The duel was training to eliminate the hesitation felt when aiming at a person and to overcome the fear of the opponent's arrows. Catherine was going to explain the history behind this duel method, but Keter shook his head. I'm just going to go if you're going to keep talking about useless things, he said. All right, before we start, please wear the protective armor over there. Even if the arrowheads are removed, the arrows will still leave a bad bruise. Why aren't you wearing one? You've never done this kind of duel before, but this is my specialty. So you're going to give me an advantage. Fine, but I won't shoot my arrows in a straight line. The soldiers didn't understand what Keter was saying. It seemed nonsensical not to shoot arrows in a straight line. However, Catherine had an idea of what Keter was talking about. Are you planning to shoot in a curved trajectory? It's not impossible, but it's too difficult for an inexperienced archer like you, my lord. You might get hurt, so please don't do it. Catherine chose the battle on a bridge duel not simply because she was confident, but because it allowed them to test each other's archery skills. Keter was holding a bow. Although it didn't seem like a regular bow, that was all. The bow's balance clearly didn't seem right, and more than anything else, there wasn't a single arrow stuck in the targets. It was reasonable for Catherine to think that Keter came to the second shooting range to try shooting a bow, but he couldn't hit the target even once. And yet, Keter had declared he wouldn't shoot arrows in a straight line. This was no different from admitting defeat. I don't think he's going to keep his promise. Keter didn't wear the armor Catherine told him to wear, and he picked whatever arrows he wanted. Watching him, Catherine frowned. Of all things, he chose arrows meant for long-range sniping. They are the most difficult to handle because they are greatly affected by the wind. Everything was Keter's own doing, not wearing armor and choosing just any arrows. If he doesn't keep his promise, that would also be good since it would mean he's breaking his vow. Breaking a vow was not something that could be brushed off lightly. Even nobles were not exempt, in fact. They were punished more severely. Catherine picked up copper arrows with a suitable weight and stood across from Keter, who had already taken his place at the range. I'll let you have the first shot, Lord Keter. Go ahead. Catherine, as well as the soldiers watching, all thought that in any case, Keter's arrows wouldn't even reach her side. 5 soldiers stood on either side of the range. They were both witnesses and judges. They wondered if Keter, someone from the lawless city of Absinthe, had ever learned archery and what kind of archery he would show. There was no way of knowing. Shooting an arrow was difficult without knowing the proper stance and technique. Moreover, Keter even said he wouldn't shoot in a straight line. Creak. Keter took his shooting stance. The soldier looked puzzled. What kind of stance is that? One could definitely shoot a bow in that stance, but it was unique. Keter had a wide stance, with his right foot drawn back and the heel slightly raised, as if he were ready to charge forward at any moment. Keter, now in position, placed an arrow on the string. The soldiers exchanged glances, looking amongst each other like they had expected this. Keter had clearly stated he wouldn't shoot in a straight line, which meant he would have to aim at least upward toward the sky. However, he was now aiming straight ahead. It was all talk. He really is from Absinthe. While the soldiers felt disappointed in Keter, Catherine remained vigilant. I've never seen a stance like that before, and he's drawing the bowstring with just his thumb, not his index and middle fingers. Where did he learn archery? Even though Keter was using sniping arrows, which would be difficult to hit with, Catherine tensed her muscles, ready to knock Keter's bow down at any moment. Then Keter lightly released the bowstring. Twang! The arrow disappeared. 11 people were watching Keter's arrow, and the bowstring had indeed been released, yet the arrow seemed to have just vanished into thin air. How could this be? Keter's arrow had seemingly disappeared. If he had missed entirely, the arrow would have been scattered nearby, but that wasn't the case. While everyone was bewildered, one soldier gasped. "Look over there." The soldier closest to Catherine pointed at her. "Why, Dame Catherine, all of a sudden. Look at her waist. What a pervert." Huh. The soldier's eyes widened and jaws dropped. Catherine had a cut on her side, as if slashed by a sword, with blood trickling down. The soldiers stammered, What happened? Why is there blood trickling down her waist? And no, it can't be. Right." Even though no one said it, the soldiers all thought of one thing. Keter had shot an arrow, but it wasn't visible to their eyes because it wasn't an ordinary one. By not shooting in a straight line, did he mean that he would shoot the arrow so fast it would be invisible? Don't be ridiculous. No matter how fast it is, it can't be invisible, can it? Flying arrows were incredibly fast, but not fast enough to be invisible. Even Bissell, known for shooting the fastest arrows in the Saphira family, left a trail. For Keter's arrow to leave no trace whatsoever was unbelievable. As confused as the soldiers were, Catherine also couldn't believe what had just happened. I didn't even blink. The arrow definitely existed until he released the bowstring. But as soon as it was released, the arrow vanished. Catherine had been fully prepared. She intended to shoot down Keter's arrow the moment he released it, hoping he would realize the difference in skill and give up. However, the arrow Keter shot suddenly disappeared. As she looked up, thinking it might have been misfired into the sky, a burning pain shot through her side. When she looked down in confusion, her clothes were torn and blood was flowing from her waist. It wasn't a deep wound, but it felt scorching. Is this what he meant by not shooting in a straight line? If the arrow was invisible, there was no way to know if it flew straight. This was far beyond the challenge of hitting a target with a curved shot. An invisible arrow was not recorded even in the long history of archery of the Saphira family. Catherine felt a strange emotion. It wasn't fear or terror, it was competitiveness and excitement. Keter, whom she thought was undoubtedly a novice in archery, had shown a new possibility in archery. How could she not feel thrilled? I will uncover the secret and I'll learn it. Catherine's strength was not solely just about her effort. Her true strength lay in her freedom from conventional thinking, even within a conservative environment. Don't try to see it, feel it through the flow of the wind. Then maybe I can sense it. Before that, it was Catherine's turn to attack. Quickly taking her shooting stance, she took a deep breath and immediately aimed at Keter's knee. Among the parts of the body, the arms and legs, which were relatively thin compared to other parts of the body, were the hardest to hit, as even a slight movement could avoid the shot. However, now under the rules of the battle on a bridge, evasion would lead to defeat. In this situation, Keter would have to shoot down the opponent's arrow. But Catherine wondered if Keter could do it, as shooting down an arrow was a skill even knights found difficult. At that moment, Keter smoothly loaded an arrow onto his bow. It was so natural that it didn't seem fast, but Catherine's arrow still hadn't reached Keter. Then Keter immediately drew the bowstring and released it. To the soldiers watching, this seemed like a very reckless move. As with the first shot, Keter's consecutive movements were excessively fast. He didn't aim at the opponent, didn't align the target point with the tip of the arrow in the center, nor did he adjust for hand and body tremors. Typically failing to do even one of these three steps would result in the arrow misfiring. Twang! Keter's second arrow was released. It vanished just like the first. Then, clang! Catherine's arrow, which had come within arm's reach of Keter, was abruptly blocked by what seemed like an invisible barrier, and it fell to the ground. The lady's arrow was deflected. What is going on? The soldiers, who had no choice but to watch, could no longer stay silent and express their astonishment. Where did the arrow go? Where did it disappear to? It was already astounding that Keter, someone from the lawless city of Absinthe, managed to shoot down Catherine's arrow. However, Keter's own arrow was nowhere to be seen. The person most curious about that was Catherine. I don't know how he shoots invisible arrows, but how does it maintain invisibility even after hitting the target? Isn't that impossible even with magic? The soldiers' expressions changed by the moment. They were initially confident in Catherine's victory, but they now began to worry about her. Catherine also acknowledged that Keter had demonstrated an unexpectedly high level of archery skills. Moreover, shooting invisible arrows was a technique that was beyond impressive. I haven't lost yet. Catherine activated her aura to maximize her physical abilities. Strengthening the body with aura was severely fatiguing, and pushing it to the maximum could even cause internal injuries. Catherine ignored the aftermath and was fully committed to winning the current duel. This wasn't just a friendly match, it was her mission. With her body strengthened by the aura, she began shooting arrows at an unbelievable speed. Twang, 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 twang. There was no interval between her shots. It was as if the entire process of loading an arrow, drawing the bow, aiming, and releasing was all skipped. This was the third archery technique of the Saphira family's secret archery skill, Gemini archery, where arrows rained down at a rapid speed. Even if Keter shot invisible arrows, it was just one shot. Catherine's strategy would be shooting 3, 5, and 8 arrows. Wow, the soldiers' expressions brightened again at Catherine's strategy. Keter's shooting speed was certainly ordinary. If he had worn armor, he might have withstood the impact of the arrows. However, his arrogance left him unarmored, so even a single arrow would cause him significant pain. As such, the soldiers thought Catherine had won this battle. This speculation quickly turned into conviction, as Keter's response to Catherine's rapid fire was undeniably sluggish. A skilled archer could shoot 15 arrows per minute, and a knight using the power of aura could shoot 60. However, Catherine, a master archer, unleashed 15 arrows at Keter in just 5 seconds. Although the accuracy was low, with only 8 arrows heading toward Keter, it was impossible for him to block them. All he had to dodge. Twang. While Catherine shot 15 arrows, Keter only shot 1. Even if the arrow was invisible, it was still just a single shot. It was common sense that one arrow could not block all 15 arrows. However, Catherine did not trust her own archery skills. Why does it feel like they'll all be blocked? Catherine's unease became a reality. The first arrow she shot was knocked out of the sky. It was a brief moment, but as Catherine focused her aura on her eyes, she began to see the path of Keter's invisible arrow. It was more like she could sense it than actually see it. Oh, Catherine was amazed. She could only watch in awe as Keter's arrow struck down all of her arrows. The arrow Keter shot moved like a snake. It struck down every single one of her arrows with movements and angles that were not possible for an arrow. Ting, 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 ting. While the time it took Catherine to shoot 15 arrows was nearly instantaneous, Keter knocking down all 15 was even faster. The soldiers stood with their jaws on the floor, unable to speak. What on earth just happened? No one understood except Catherine. The 15 arrows that Catherine shot scattered in all directions as if caught in a typhoon. The soldiers might have understood if they could see Keter's arrows, but as they were invisible, they had no idea what was going on. Catherine groaned and covered her left eye with her hand. Blood trickled through her fingers. My lady. As the soldiers rushed toward her in concern, Catherine reached out her head to stop them. It's nothing serious. It's just from focusing the aura on my eye too much. Keter chuckled softly at Catherine. You'll regret it if you don't treat it now. Keter could clearly see the state of her injury. Although she was 100 meters away, that distance was meaningless to Keter. Keter's visioner rather, the power of the Saphira ice was so remarkable that he could see even the fine hairs on Catherine's face. Keter had learned medicine in liqueur, and he knew that Catherine could go blind if she wasn't treated now. As Catherine wiped away the blood that was obscuring her vision, Keter shot another arrow. Thwack, blood splattered everywhere as the arrow cut Catherine's calf. One of the soldiers, who secretly admired Catherine, shouted in anger, Lord Keter, isn't this cowardly? The lady has an injury in her eye. Letting her have some time for first aid would be. Keter scoffed at the soldier. If you don't like it, why don't you try me yourself? Twang. Keter shot an arrow at the soldier. Thwack, thud. The soldier suddenly fell backward. Without a sound, the soldier fainted, and a large bump appeared on his forehead. Keter looked around at the other soldiers. Don't just say it's cowardly, but come at me. I'll take all of you on at once. As the soldiers hesitated, Catherine, having regained her composure, shouted, Wait, please hold on. I apologize on behalf of my soldiers for their rudeness. If I keep going like this, I might lose my sight. Catherine could sense the danger, but that didn't matter. She couldn't admit defeat here. Even if it cost her life, she couldn't fail the mission. That was the duty of a knight. Catherine was given the chance to live by the Saphira family, so she would have no regrets about returning her life for the family. Let's finish this. I haven't lost yet. Catherine stared at Keter with blurry vision. Twang. Keter shot an arrow and nonchalantly said, Of course, that's how it should be. Blood splattered again, this time from Catherine's right thigh. She still couldn't react as she couldn't see the arrow. The wounds continued to grow and the bleeding worsened. However, Catherine didn't give up. She used every skill she had learned until now. She used Ares archery, the first archery skill, which fired arrows rapidly at the target point. Next, she used Taurus archery, the second archery skill, which fired 3 arrows simultaneously in a triangular formation, but none of them worked. Nothing could compete against Keter's miraculous archery. Without being able to see, no one knew what was happening, which added to the frustration and suffocation Catherine was feeling. Even the soldiers watching were gripped by an unknown fear. Catherine grabbed an arrow, then hesitated. It was her last arrow. According to the rules of defeat in the battle on a bridge duel, the one who ran out of arrows first lost. Catherine could tell without even having to look. Keter had far more arrows left than she did. If she couldn't defeat Keter with this single arrow, she would lose. Catherine stopped herself from shooting the arrow. She then silently held her stance. My lady. The soldiers were heartbroken. It was clear that Catherine was defeated. If she admitted defeat, she could receive treatment, but Catherine did not shoot the last arrow. This meant she intended to endure all of Keter's attacks. Is there anything more you want to show me? Are you done now? Keter said leisurely. Come at me. I'll take your arrow even if it means dying. No, you can't die without my permission. You're my slave. The sun was starting to set. Keter didn't waste time and shot an arrow. It looked invisible to others, but this time was a little different. Although the duel was short, Catherine had grown and could faintly sense the point Keter's arrow was aiming for. It's coming for my neck. Catherine wondered if Keter was deliberately revealing the arrow to scare her into dodging. If that's your intention, you're wrong. I won't dodge. Catherine found her failing sight bothering, so she closed her eyes. She didn't care if her neck was pierced and she died. That was what being a knight was all about. Whoosh, however, Keter's arrow just grazed past her again. Why? It was at that moment that Catherine felt something wrap around her neck. She felt like a condemned prisoner being hanged. Then her body was pulled backward. She couldn't resist, as the force was comparable to a horse. My legs. Keter had constantly attacked her lower body, which was the strategy he had used for this very moment. With the continuous bleeding, Catherine couldn't resist the pull and fell backward. Thud, Catherine fell hard on her backside. She quickly felt around her neck, but there was no rope or anything like that. My lady, the soldiers rushed to Catherine. Are you all right? We'll stop the bleeding. At that moment, Keter calmly walked over and said to Catherine, who won slave. Catherine and the soldiers all stayed silent, and the soldiers only watched Catherine. Even though Catherine had her eyes closed, she could feel the soldiers' gazes. They were filled with a desire for her orders. They looked as if they were willing to give false testimony for her sake. However, Catherine shook her head at the soldiers. I lost. The soldiers, seeing Catherine admit defeat so easily, lowered their heads in silence. To step forward now would only bring shame to Catherine. After the duel, Keter carried Catherine to the infirmary, and the soldiers returned to their quarters. The second shooting range, bathed in the orange glow of the sunset, was already cleaned up and empty. That was when, swish. A man suddenly appeared from thin air, bent down and picked something up from the ground. Although the floor appeared empty, the moment his hand touched it, it revealed its true form. It was a wooden arrow without an arrowhead. It was the arrow Keter had shot. Keter, the man murmured that name in a thin voice. Shadows began to cover the shooting range due to the sunset, and in the darkness, the man's eyes glowed. His pupils were purple, and his irises were gold. This mysterious figure was a member of the Saphira bloodline. However, very few people knew of his existence. Even Bissell, the current patriarch, had only heard his name and had never seen him in person. Ricotta, the former patriarch, had only seen this man once when he was very young. The man walked through the darkness, collecting all the arrows Keter had shot. The arrows remained invisible until they reached his hand, but once he held them, they became visible. The man who appeared under the orange sunset looked young. He appeared to be about 20 years old, with a slender, tall build. Though he looked male, his beauty was striking enough to be considered a woman, and his ears were exceptionally long. The world called these beings elves. Keter. The man softly whispered Keter's name once more. His transcendent eyes gazed at the mansions below the shooting range. His name was Endymion el Saphira. He was the guardian god who had protected the Saphira family for nearly 200 years. Endymion was recorded in the history of Saphira as a high elder. This position, which had power equivalent to that of the patriarch, was created solely for him. It had been 150 years since he last revealed himself to the Saphira family. This was not simply because he had lived for over 500 years and found life meaningless. Lillian, I told you, no matter how much you try to control me or the world, you cannot stop the flow of time. Queen Lillian feared humans growing stronger, which would threaten the position of gods. Thus, she limited magic and suppressed technological advancements. The reason Endymion could not reveal himself or act was due to Lillian's threats. Endymion, it would be fun killing you, but it would be more entertaining to make you watch the Saphira family slowly crumble. Still, if you're eager to die sooner, then go ahead and try to intervene. Even knowing that the Saphira family would fall, Endymion couldn't act. If he started taking action, Lillian would send the 4 lords who wielded the great power of Ain, just like her. Endymion wouldn't be defeated easily, but he couldn't keep fighting to protect the family forever. So he could only watch from the shadows, hoping the Saphira family would grow on its own, seizing the opportunity amidst crisis and realizing the existence of Ain. Then Cherbil appeared in the family, the greatest genius in the history of Saphira. Cherbil was a child of infinite possibilities, with the potential to grasp Ain, the power of the void, on his own. But today, Endymion happened to see a kid named Keter, who was even more exceptional than Cherbil. Keter was closer to the realm of the Ain than him. Keter's archery, which was elevated to a higher level using mana, was also a guide towards the power of Ain. Keter. Endymion called Keter's name for the 3rd time. Although it was certain that Keter was a talent surpassing Cherbil, Endymion looked far from delighted. Elves naturally had foresight. Although they could not foresee at will, it suddenly occurred to them unexpectedly, and it wasn't clear when it manifested. Endymion saw the future through Keter. A burning mansion, the Saphira mansion, which was visible below, was engulfed in flames. In the garden, a group of people were watching the mansion burn, and at the forefront of the group, it was Keter with an evil smile. In the Saphira family's infirmary, Catherine, with one eye bandaged, was leaning against the bed when the doctor examined her. He was amazed. "Who treated you? It's so cleanly done. There's no need for any further intervention. Just rest and recover." Catherine couldn't help but be surprised at the doctor's examination. When Keter had offered to treat her, she thought he was planning to torture her. The treatment had been so fast and painful that she had braced herself for the possibility of going blind, but it was perfect. This made Keter even more fascinating. Who is he? He uses archery that's not from Saphira, and he's quite good at medicine, too. What kind of place is Absinthe? Catherine glanced at Keter, who was sitting nearby. As she could sense his presence, she was able to look in his direction even with her eyes covered. Her head was racing with thoughts. Keter, acting as her guardian, was busy peeling an apple with a knife. "Open your mouth." Catherine felt a bit touched by Keter. Not only was he peeling an apple for her, but he was also feeding it to her. However, what entered her mouth wasn't the sweet apple flesh but the bitter peel. Don't spit it out." Chewing reluctantly, Catherine noticed how well he had peeled the apple. Not even a speck of flesh clung to the peel, leaving only the bitter taste. Despite the unpleasant flavor, Catherine clenched her teeth and forced herself to swallow it. Crunch. Meanwhile, a satisfying sound came from Keter's side as he bit into the juicy flesh of the apple. Catherine couldn't complain. After all, she was a slave now. Of course, that didn't mean she wanted to live as a slave. However, she made a vow, and breaking that would bring more than just emotional pain. A broken vow would result in a brand being marked on her forehead, an indelible symbol of betrayal that could not be erased, even in death. But that didn't mean she would do just anything. If Keter ever attempted to harm Saphira or tried to use her for such purposes, Catherine would take her own life to uphold her duty as a knight. So far, nothing out of the ordinary had happened. While Keter wasn't devoting himself to taking care of her, he still was in his own way. After finishing the apple peel, Catherine spoke up cautiously. Lord Keter." Lord Keter raised an eyebrow as he held up the knife, questioning her choice of words. Catherine hesitated before continuing. Master. That's right, slave, the invisible arrows. How did you shoot them? And what was that thing that wrapped around my neck at the end?" This was the reason why Catherine was always growing. Her first words weren't a plea to undo what had happened, nor did she accuse him of using the power of Amaranth. She accepted her defeat and the fact that she had become a slave, and she wasn't ashamed to ask about the power that had defeated her. "I'll teach you next time." "Right, I knew you wouldn't wait." "What?" As Catherine tried to jump to her feet in surprise, Keter flicked her forehead. Thud, ouch. Even though it looked like a light tap, the sound was so loud that it sounded like a watermelon cracking. Catherine, now lying back on the bed, said with a trembling voice, "If you didn't want to tell me, you could have just said so. Why did you hit me? What are you talking about? I hit you because you suddenly lunged at me. I told you I'll teach you how to shoot an invisible arrow." "Ray, really?" Catherine was excited. It seemed like she had forgotten that she lost, even though she was the one who challenged Keter to a duel. No matter how much knights admired strength, she was certainly odd. "Of course, I was just kidding." "Since when does a slave learn their master's techniques?" Keter took a big bite of the remaining apple slices. The ability to shoot invisible arrows was a form of magic. It was not from the well-known school of magic's circle system, but from a new branch called the embodiment system of magic. However, when Keter said he could teach it, it wasn't entirely a lie. If someone was worth teaching, he would teach them, and to him, Catherine had both the talent and character to be worthwhile. The fact that she's the only female knight of the Saphira family is a great asset. There are plenty of ways to use that to my advantage. Keter didn't see her as a client like he did with Taragan, nor as his student. She was a subordinate. Keter saw potential in her as someone useful for that role. Keter accepted any client if they had money, but he was extremely picky with his subordinates. A subordinate must, at the very least, keep their promise. If they vowed to die, they should be willing to die. If they became a slave, they must act like one. Keter decided to test whether Catherine was the kind of person who could keep her word. "Who sent you, slave?" Catherine's eyes widened in shock. Keter knew too well that telling the truth sometimes meant risking one's life, but Catherine had to be able to do that. That was the relationship between a master and a slave. If one chose to be a slave, they had to act the part. If someone couldn't keep such a promise, they're useless. I don't care if they live or die. Asking about who was behind her mission was the first test. Catherine was Keter's slave, someone who had to obey him completely. She was expected to answer truthfully to anything he asked, even if her life was at stake. However, Catherine hesitated, caught in an internal conflict. A knight had to adhere to a code of chivalry, which included a clause to keep promises even to the enemy. According to this principle, Catherine should answer Keter's question truthfully. But there was also a part of the code that stated that knights should never betray their allies. What is more important, there was an intense struggle within Catherine. It wasn't an easy decision to make, but Keter was not patient. He silently applied pressure by tapping his fingers on the table. Then Catherine took a deep breath. It was butler prosciutto. This was the best compromise she could make. She didn't lie, nor did she entirely betray her allies. While it was Elder Pannier who had instructed Prosciutto, it was Prosciutto who had given Catherine her orders. Keter stroked his chin after hearing Catherine. Pannier probably ordered Prosciutto, who then ordered Catherine. The root of it would technically be Pannier, but for now, Catherine's answer wasn't a lie. Barely a pass. Of course, this wasn't the end. One simple test couldn't be enough to trust someone. Not lying to someone's face could simply be due to the fear of getting caught. But if someone kept a difficult promise even when the person wasn't present, that would make them trustworthy. That was the kind of person that Dork was, the only subordinate Keter had accepted in liqueur. Dork was the weakest in the liqueur food chain. He couldn't even defeat stray dogs. Yet, he risked his life to keep a promise to Keter. Keter liked people like that, those who, despite having nothing, were willing to risk their lives to keep their word. So it was that old Prosciutto who did it. There'll be a funeral soon. Although Catherine had thrown Prosciutto under the bus in place of Pannier, it wasn't like she disliked Prosciutto, so she began hastily defending him. While it was Butler Prosciutto who gave the order, I was the one who agreed to do it. So please take out your anger on me, don't worry. Of course you'll be punished too. Punished. How Keter silently stood up, as he heard footsteps approaching from the hallway outside. The soldiers who had witnessed the duel had sworn to keep quiet about the incident. After all, the soldiers under her command wouldn't go around boasting that she had lost in her best, most confident duel method. The approaching footsteps belonged to Catherine's fellow knights. Although the soldiers said nothing, one of the servants who saw Catherine being carried to the infirmary had informed the knights. Keter made a zipping motion across his lips and said, "For the next month, don't say a word, no communicating in writing either." This was the punishment and also the test Keter was giving Catherine to see if she would truly keep her promise. Of course, it didn't mean he would be watching her every minute of every day. Catherine wasn't that important to him. Don't say a word, even if the patriarch orders you to or Queen Lillian herself comes. Not too hard, right? Keter said. That's a bit too harsh. But I at least say one word a day. Instead of outright refusing, Catherine attempted to negotiate. Keter flicked her forehead and said again, "Does a slave negotiate with their master?" As Catherine rubbed her forehead in pain, Keter placed a finger to his lips. "I thought I told you not to say a word." Catherine immediately stopped talking, but she clasped her hands together, pleading for mercy. Others would have found this rather cute, but it didn't faze Keter at all. "See you in a month," Keter said. Immediately after, the door to the infirmary swung open and the knights burst in. "Catherine, we heard you injured your eye. Are you all right?" 4 knights had arrived, all of them Catherine's peers. They expressed their concern for Catherine while glaring at Keter. It was like they were asking if he had done something to her with their eyes. "Lord Keter, we heard that you carried Catherine here. Could you explain what happened? Do I look like your servant?" The knight was blocking the door. Keter hit the knight's shoulder with his and walked past. "Hey," one of the knights reached out to grab Keter, but another knight held him back by the wrist. "Let him go. We need to check on Catherine first." "Right, that's what's important." The knights didn't come knowing the full story. They had only heard that Catherine was injured and had been admitted to the infirmary. They gathered around the bed, asking Catherine what happened. "Did Lord Keter? No, did that bastard hurt you? Say something." Even if Keter is the patriarch's son, we can't just let this slide. But Catherine remained silent. She was someone who never lost her optimism, even when she was exhausted or severely injured. The fact that she wasn't saying anything now made the knights realize this was no ordinary situation. "Keter." One of the knights shouted Keter's name in anger, but Catherine shook her head. Catherine, why? Did Keter do something to you? You can tell us, it's just us here." Instead of speaking, Catherine quickly shook her head in denial. The knights were frustrated, as they couldn't understand why she wasn't saying anything. "Did you hurt your throat?" She shook her head. "Did you forget how to speak?" She shook her head again. "Then why are you acting like this?" The knights, growing more frustrated, continued to press Catherine, but she remained silent, only communicating by nodding or shaking her head. Even when the doctor arrived afterward, he was equally baffled and could offer no explanation. The situation remained unchanged when Prosciutto, Pannier's butler, came to see her. "If you failed your mission, at least explain yourself." Prosciutto wasn't just her superior, he was like family to her, someone she called him her uncle. Yet Catherine just avoided his gaze with sorrow. Prosciutto let out a long sigh and said, "Catherine, as of today, you are dismissed from the Order of the Star. Your rank as lieutenant commander has also been revoked. Until I call for you, you are to remain in confinement at your quarters." Being confined meant no missions, no training, and not even stepping outside her quarters. It was a deep disgrace for any knight, especially for Catherine. For a moment she opened her mouth as if to speak, but she soon closed it. After Prosciutto left the infirmary, Catherine wiped the blood off her palms. She had dug her nails into her hands to resist the urge to speak. Despite her confinement, many people came to visit her, a clear testament to her significant influence within the family. However, no one could make Cathian speak. Even when Bissell visited her personally, she gritted her teeth and maintained her silent seal to keep her promise to Keter. Darkness had settled over the Sephira estate. However, one place remained unusually bright: the office of Bissell, the patriarch. Sighing. Various documents and requests for approval were piled on his desk. The most troublesome among them were the numerous requests for archers from multiple regions. These ranged from minor requests for archers to protect crops from wild animals to military requests for a company to be dispatched to strengthen defense around the border. They want to wear our family down to the bone. But there were requests even Bissell couldn't easily turn down, those that were undoubtedly false but too significant to ignore. No matter how prestigious the Saphira family was, there were places they couldn't disregard, such as other noble families of equal standing and the Four Lords. The attention that had finally died down is starting to flare up again. The report from a knight responsible for the family's security showed a significant increase in both external interest and activities of internal spies. Unsurprisingly, the primary cause was attributed to Keter. I expected this, but Keter is far more active than I anticipated. The report was concluded with a request for additional reinforcements to strengthen security. Bissell massaged his head. They were already so short on manpower that even apprentice knights had been deployed in the field. There was no way they could possibly provide more personnel now. Bissell, who always had to present a composed image to the family, was contemplating these circumstances himself. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of heavy footsteps interrupted his thoughts, and Bissell let out a deep sigh. Here it comes. The footsteps headed straight for Bissell's office, and soon the door flung open roughly. Bissell, the person who burst in, was Pannier, an elder of Saphira. Bissell had already prepared himself for Pannier's arrival, but seeing Pannier made his head hurt even more. "What brings you here in the middle of the night?" Bissell asked. "What brings me here? Are you really asking me that?" Pannier's voice, which was filled with rage, rang through the curtained windows and into the darkness. The soldiers on night patrol outside were startled by the loud voice, but they sighed after recognizing who it was. "I don't know why Elder Pannier always shouts at the Patriarch as soon as he returns. Keep your voice down. Elder Pannier has sharp ears." "Eek, right, let's get going." After the soldiers hurried away, Pannier began questioning Bissell intensely. "Do you even know what kind of trouble that bastard Keter has caused overnight?" As soon as Pannier mentioned Keter, Bissell sighed again as if he had expected this. Pannier immediately began arguing. "Are you sighing? Are you treating me like a senile old man now? Bissell, is this how Ricotta taught you?" Ricotta was Bissell's father, Pannier's brother, and the previous patriarch. Bissell rubbed his temples before gesturing towards the sofa. "Please take a seat and I'll bring you a cup of tea. And lower your voice. Everyone outside can hear you. This is not something to calm down about. Keter is a disaster for the Saphira family. We should be kicking him out immediately, and you want to have tea? Yes, I'll bring you a hot cup of tea. Maybe if you burn your tongue, you'll quiet down a bit, you insolent." Everyone saw Bissell as a calm and composed person, but the truth was, he was just holding back out of respect for his position as the head of the family. He actually had quite a temper. Seeing that Pannier showed no signs of calming down, Bissell decided to take a firm stance. "As the Patriarch, I'm giving you an order. Sit down, Elder Pannier." Though hot-tempered, Pannier was also a fiercely conservative noble. Thus, when Bissell the Patriarch asserted his authority, he reluctantly complied, at least outwardly. He grumbled but sat down on the sofa, and Bissell poured him a steaming cup of tea. "I've been keeping a close watch on Keter. I said I would ignore him, not neglect him." Bissell then poured himself a cup of tea and sat down across from Pannier. "You knew Keter ambushed Anis, yet you did nothing?" Pannier asked. "I didn't hear it described as an ambush." "Actually, I heard that it was a fair fight, and I've heard they planned to face each other officially." Pannier's eyes narrowed. "And what about forcing a butler to drink?" According to head chef Alton's testimony, Keter did offer the drink but did not force anyone. Jack admitted he drank too much of his own accord and even willingly returned his monthly pay. The veins in Pannier's neck bulged, and his lips trembled as if he was about to explode, like a ticking time bomb. "What about what happened at Volcanus Forge? Am I mistaken? That bastard took Amaranth, the demon bow. I heard it was sealed away, so how did this happen? Explain yourself." Bissell hesitated, his fingers fidgeting with the handle of his teacup. Pannier grew even more agitated. "He's a spy. I don't know how he knew about Amaranth, our family's curse, but he stole it. We must retrieve Amaranth immediately and interrogate him." Crack, the handle of the teacup in Bissell's hand broke off. At that moment, Bissell and Pannier's gazes met in the air. The two men glared at each other, not even flinching, until Bissell finally broke the silence. "You seem to know everything even though you weren't here." "That's because I love and care for this family more than you do. Even love has its limits. What exactly have you been doing outside?" Pannier let out a hearty laugh. "Are you suspecting me, Lord Bissell? What have I been doing, you ask? Don't you know my feet haven't had a chance to heal as I run around trying to win over the hearts of the nobility? Why did you secretly meet with Marquis Turban, who has already turned against our family?" Pannier, who seemed ready to burst out of the office at any moment, suddenly became quiet. His expression darkened. "Have you been spying on me? Elder Pannier, why have you been documenting what happens within the family?" Bissell's tone turned cold as well. "There's a traitor in the family." After discovering this, Bissell had discreetly placed the elders under surveillance. He wanted to believe he was overreacting, but that was when he found Pannier's suspicious behaviors. It was true that Panir had been working to persuade nobles on behalf of the family, but it was also discovered that he had been meeting with nobles unrelated to the Saphira family secretly and unofficially. There was no smoke without fire. If one were truly innocent, there would be no reason to meet in secret. Bissell considered Panir the most likely candidate to be the family's traitor. Of course, it was for certain, and Bissell didn't want to believe it either. Though Panir was known for being quick to anger and nitpicky over even the smallest matters, his love and care for the Saphira family were genuine. However, anything in excess could become a poison. Bissell leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Panir. Not just the turbaned family, but you also visited the Zephrys family. Aren't they also a family contributing to the downfall of the Saphira family? Panir, who was usually quick to anger and speak his mind, now remained silent. Bissell began to question him even more. I'm also aware that you had prosciutto send Catherine to Keter. Panir slowly rose from his seat. In a low tone, he said, "It sounds like you're suspicious of me." Bissell remained seated, looking up at Panir. Seeing this, Panir finally spoke up about what he couldn't say before. "Do you think I betrayed the Saphira family? Sit down. We're not finished. I have nothing more to say." As Panir turned to leave, Bissell stood up. The coat he was wearing suddenly transformed into a bow and arrow. It was the Saphira family's treasure, the doppelganger, capable of transforming into any object. Without even turning around, Panir, sensing that the bow was aimed at him, shouted, "Do you know who you're pointing that bow at?" "Bissell, I am the one who taught you archery." "Exactly." Bissell drew the bowstring. Unlike his voice, which was steady, the corner of his eye was trembling. "Explain yourself. Why did you do those things?" "You weren't like this before. What changed you? Didn't you say you trusted me? Could it be?" Panir clenched his fists tightly. "Is it because of Keter? Are you baring your claws at me just to protect that bastard? What does Keter have to do with this?" "You refuse to explain yourself until the end," Bissell said. "I have no reason to be treated like a criminal by my own family, and it's not me who needs to explain it to you." Bissell lowered his bow. The bow and arrow reverted to the form of his coat. Snap! Bissell snapped his fingers, and two knights entered the room. They were Rule and Terran, the Saphira family's guards. They positioned themselves on either side of Panir. Bissell sighed softly and said, "Until you provide a reasonable explanation, you are forbidden from leaving your residence, Elder Panir." Bissell signaled Rule and Terran to escort Panir out. "I'll go on my own." When Rule reached for his arm, Panir harshly slapped his hand away and said, "Let's go. I have nothing to hide, so I will walk on my own." Without so much as a glance back at Bissell, Panir walked straight out of the office. After the three passed through the dark corridor, a shadow squirmed behind a decorative suit of armor in the middle of the silent hallway. A figure emerged. He whistled softly and said, "Father has quite a temper, doesn't he? Like father, like son." Keter, who had accidentally overheard the conversation, faintly smiled. People slept during the night not just because they were tired. Even with candles or lamps to light the darkness, relying on such limited illumination made work efficiency plummet. As such, it was better to sleep until the sun rose. However, there was a place in this world where the usual rules were flipped at, a place that revealed its true nature only when night had fallen. It was Liqueur, another lawless city. The daytime in Liqueur was merely a facade. The real Liqueur came alive at night. The nights in Liqueur were filled with dazzling lights of all colors, captivating everyone's attention. But this brilliance didn't mean it was as bright as day. It actually created confusion, causing first-time visitors to suffer from dizziness and nausea. Keter grew up amidst the chaos of Liqueur, roaming its streets and ruling over them. Naturally, he was not the type to feel sleepy or uncomfortable just because night had fallen. The level of security is pathetic. Even if they're short on manpower, this is terrible. The Saphira estate was dark. The few lights that could be seen here and there belonged to the patrolling soldiers. Keter, without so much as a small candle, walked around with his hands clasped behind his head. He didn't sneak out of his room for any particular reason. Keter often stayed awake at night since he usually slept very little. As sitting idle didn't suit him, he wandered around, checking for any incidents or disturbances. The soldiers lack alertness, not alert at all. Keter, who usually moved silently while concealing his presence, deliberately revealed himself slightly. In this state, he began to stroll around the estate. He ignored the guards, whether they were there or not. In fact, he even blatantly passed through them. Whenever he spotted a servant working at night, he would sneak up and poke the back of their neck with his finger. Who's there? Someone poked my neck. Ah. No one could stop Keter as he poked people's necks while concealed. The once silent estate became noisy. Soldiers, responding to reports of ghost sightings, searched the area thoroughly and tightened their security, but it was all in vain. Keter even boldly poked the necks of soldiers. "Even considering I know the layout of this estate, the security is still way too relaxed." It wasn't until nights arrived that anyone could even sense Keter's presence, and even then they would quickly lose track of him if he concealed himself. He took advantage of the confusion, slipped through security, and entered the main mansion where the patriarch resided. The security inside was even slacker than outside, but there was a good reason for that. The strongest person in this family doesn't really need guards, does he? Keter fully committed to his stealth technique as he wanted to test whether Bissell would notice him. He stopped breathing, stilled his heartbeat, and even put his aura and mana into a dormant state, completely erasing himself from the world. This was a supreme stealth technique that only the highest-level assassins could execute. He couldn't maintain it as long as they could, but a short burst was enough. Keter evaded the watchful eyes of the guards and stopped in front of the office door. His instincts strongly warned him that he would be detected if he got any closer. Besides, there was no need to go all the way to the door. Pannier, who was visiting the office, was loud enough to be heard through the door and down the corridor. Pannier, that noisy old man, is indeed suspicious. Keter stroked his chin. He had already planned to visit Pannier sometime tomorrow to feel him out, but his father had beaten him to it. At least now I know that father is aware of the traitor's existence. It seemed like Bissell had identified the traitor, but the family still couldn't avoid its downfall in his previous life. This implied that Bissell either failed to resolve the issue regarding the traitor, or even if he found the traitor, it wasn't enough to prevent the family's ruin. Keter had many questions, but it didn't seem necessary to confront Pannier immediately. Father will handle Elder Pannier. Even if he can't, I can still step in. If it ends up coming down to me, you're really out of luck, Keter muttered to himself as he watched Pannier pass by, completely unaware of his presence. There was no emotion in Ketter's eyes as he watched Pannier. Well, that's that. I suppose I should finish what I was doing. Keter was determined to alert the relaxed night of the Saphira estate. In the busy morning hustle, only one person remained asleep. Sleeping in on the first morning. What about the dignity and decorum of a noble? Jacques, Ketter's personal servant, was pacing nervously in front of Ketter's bedroom door. The night before, just before Keter went to bed, Jacques had urged him to attend breakfast. He reminded Keter multiple times that the Saphira family always had breakfast together, no matter what. He told Keter that he needed to attend the breakfast gathering if he wanted to be recognized as part of the family. He pleaded with him to wake up early, freshen up, and head to the dining room. Jacques had stressed this to Keter not just once or twice, but 6 times in total. But why are you still asleep? Jacques covered his face in distress. However, waking up Keter forcefully wasn't proper etiquette when dealing with a noble. After all, Keter wasn't a child, and being awakened by someone was a great disgrace in noble society. Because of this, Jacques had been standing outside Ketter's door for an hour, trusting that Keter would wake up on his own. But no matter how much time passed, Keter remained asleep. I clearly saw him enter the bedroom. How many hours does he sleep? Could it be? Jacques suddenly realized something. He had almost forgotten, given how lively Keter had been on the first day, that Keter wasn't exactly a welcomed presence in the Saphira family. And to make matters worse, Elder Pannier had returned yesterday. Pannier was known as the most hot-tempered and impulsive person and not just among the elders, but the entire Saphira family. Jacques' hand trembled as he grabbed the doorknob to Ketter's bedroom. Surely not. No matter how impulsive he is, they're still family. The more Jacques thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Even though Keter was reckless and acted thoughtlessly, it was strange that he hadn't woken up by now, especially after Jacques had stressed so much how important this morning was. It's not that he hasn't woken up. He can't wake up. With that, Jacques flung open the bedroom door. Lord Keter, his worst fears had come true. Keter was half slumped over the sofa as if he had been resting there and then was suddenly attacked. It's poison. He was poisoned last night, that vile Elder Pannier. No matter how much he dislikes Lord Keter, how could he try to kill his own great-nephew? Jacques vowed that even if it cost him his position, he would confront Pannier about this. Cog. At that moment, Keter, whom he presumed dead, let out a sound. Lord Keter, you're alive. Wait, this is not the time. I need to get you an antidote immediately. A butler must always be prepared for any situation, including poison attacks. While each poison required a specific antidote, there were universal neutralizers that could delay the effects of most toxins. Jacques quickly pulled out a vial of neutralizing agent from his inner pocket and rushed toward the sofa. ZZZ. Did I hear that right? Keter made the sound again. This was clearly. He's snoring. Jacques approached the sofa and looked down at Keter. He had thought he just couldn't see well from afar, but up close it became clear that Keter had not been poisoned. There were no signs of poisoning on his body. The fact that he hadn't slept in bed was simply a habit. In disbelief, he dropped the expensive neutralizer and muttered, maybe you should have just been assassinated. At least then you'd have an excuse. What am I supposed to say about your absence at breakfast? As Jacques reached for Ketter's shoulder, he flinched and pulled his hand back. Touching a noble's body carelessly was against the rules. Jacques glanced around the room and headed toward the window. The curtains were double-layered and the window was tightly shut. Whoosh! He pulled back the curtain and flung the window open wide. The cool morning air and sunlight flooded into the room. At the same time, the sounds of bustling activity flowed in. Keter, who had been sound asleep, squinted. Jacques cleared his throat and said loudly, "The weather is really nice today. It's the perfect day to get out of bed." Then Keter suddenly sat up, which startled Jack so much that he screamed. "Ah, you scared me, my lord. Did you sleep well?" Keter, stretching, replied, "Gramps, where's the food? If you mean breakfast, it's already cold. But before that, let's talk after I eat." "I'll have the food brought out again. No need. Cold food has its charms." Relieved that Keter was unharmed, Jack clapped his hands, signaling the maids waiting outside to come in. Once the maids had finished setting the table, Jack, as he had done the day before, joined Keter for breakfast. As they were nearing the end of their meal, Keter glanced towards the commotion outside. Jack, noticing this, tried to explain, but Keter spoke first. "Is it a merchant?" Jack was taken aback. While there was a commotion, there hadn't been any information within the noise that could suggest that it was a merchant. Moreover, Keter had just woken up and was still in the middle of eating. How could he possibly know? It's almost supernatural. For Keter, who already knew from his past life's memories that a merchant would arrive today, it was no big deal. But Jack had no way of knowing that. "Yes, my lord. There's a trading company that regularly supplies our family with daily necessities and materials used in the forge. Today is the day the goods for the forge are delivered." Keter's eyes were suddenly drawn to the apple served for dessert. It had a fresh, just-picked stem and a shiny peel. It was clearly a high-quality apple. Crunch. As he took a bite, the perfect blend of sweetness and tartness seemed to signal the start of a new day. Come to think of it, last night's dinner was like this too. All the ingredients had been of the highest quality. Of course, it wasn't unusual for a prestigious family to use the best ingredients, as they had ample funds. But the Saphira family wasn't in a position to afford luxuries right now, yet they still maintained the highest standard of living. Keter knew all too well that nobles often used dignity and pride as an excuse, but Saphira is probably on the brink of bankruptcy. After devouring the apple down to the core, Keter wiped his hands with a handkerchief and stood up. He knew from his previous life's memories that a merchant would arrive today, but he didn't recall which company it wasn't interested before. "Gramps, the trading company that deals with the Saphira family, they have an exclusive contract." "Yes, my lord. They have had an exclusive contract with the Saphira family for several years now. But why do you ask all of a sudden?" "Because I smell something fishy, something really rotten." Jack blinked and sniffed the air, but there was no unusual smell. "I don't smell anything at all. Are you just trying to change the subject? Last night I clearly—" "What's the name of the trading company?" Keter interrupted Jack, who, though annoyed, maintained a dutiful smile. "The Ultima Trading Company, my lord." Snap. Keter snapped his fingers and grinned widely. "Just as I thought. What do you mean?" "I'll be back, Gramps. Where are you going?" Jack hadn't even begun to say what he needed to. He knew that if he missed this chance, he'd be dragged around by Keter for the rest of his life, so Jack stood up and blocked the door with his body. But there was something Jack had forgotten. To wake Keter earlier, he had left the window wide open. Without a moment's hesitation, Keter stepped onto the window ledge and jumped out. This is the third floor." Jack hurried over to the window in shock, but Keter had already landed like a feather. Jack, who couldn't jump off the ledge like Keter, massaged his forehead and said, "Please don't cause any trouble." The role of a butler involved handling a wide range of responsibilities. However, certain tasks were so crucial that they required a butler dedicated to them exclusively, like Hans, the butler in charge of the Saphira family's finances. Hans watched the carriages that were lined up at the front gate. They were all from the Ultima Trading Company. The materials being delivered to the blacksmith were being unloaded in a well-organized manner, quickly and carefully. "Each of those crates you're moving is worth more than your lives." Surprisingly, the person overseeing the 30 carriages and 200 workers was a young man. He was Ultima, the owner of the Ultima Trading Company. He didn't fit the typical image of a merchant, wasn't fat, nor did he seem sluggish. He had the body of a trained soldier, sharp eyes and gleaming pupils. He looked more like a warrior than a merchant. "Oh, Mr. Hans, you've come out to see us." Ultima, who had been giving rough orders to the workers, greeted Hans with a warm tone. Hans responded with an awkward smile. "Mr. Ultima, good to see you. You didn't have to come and personally oversee this in the midst of your busy schedule." "Haha, what are you talking about? This is a delivery to the prestigious Saphira family. Of course I had to come running." Something was off. Although Ultima was clearly praising the Saphira family, Hans couldn't hide his discomfort. The reason for that soon became apparent. "Lower your voice. I've secured the funds," Hans replied. My apologies. I struggle with controlling my volume sometimes. Here's the invoice for this month's goods. Please have a look." Ultima pulled out a thick invoice from inside his coat, which detailed the quantities and prices of all the delivered goods. Hans only glanced at the beginning before flipping straight to the last page, where the total amount was listed, 4,200 gold. "Listen here, Mr. Ultima. We reduced the quantity of the order, so why has the price gone up? The amount may not seem significant at first glance, but that was only because it was in gold coins. When converted to copper coins commonly used by the commoners, it was a staggering 420,000 of them. Oh, didn't you know? The materials used for making arrows have become incredibly scarce. They're so rare that even paying extra doesn't guarantee you'll get them." Our trading company was only able to get them because we're good. Even so, last month the total was 3,500 gold, wasn't it? I expected this month's to be no more than 3,000 gold at most. How can the price have increased by 1,200 gold instead? Sigh. Ultima's demeanor changed in an instant, like flipping a switch. 2. Ultima spat on the ground, his expression turning menacing as he spoke. So are you saying you can't pay this month either? Ultima's tone had shifted to that of a thug, but his presence was far more intimidating than any street gangster. He gave off the aura of someone who had survived countless battles and near-death experience as a true warrior. Despite being the butler of the esteemed Saphira family, Hans was old and frail. There was no way he could withstand the pressure of someone as young and vigorous as Ultima. And no, not that. I can't manage the full amount, but I've prepared 2,000 gold. You're driving me crazy, Mr. Hans. You should be giving me all 4,200 gold, not 2,000, which isn't even half. Are you telling me to take that and piss off? If Ultima had spoken to a butler from any other noble family like this, it could have cost him his life. But Hans, flustered and in a submissive attitude, meekly responded, "At least I've managed to gather some of the money. Please try to understand my situation," Hans replied. "I've been understanding your situation for quite some time now. This isn't the first time, it's been 2 years already. Do you even know how much total debt you've accumulated? As far as I recall, it's just under 300,000 gold. Hans made Ultima slap his forehead in disbelief. That's insane. Mr. Hans, have you lost your senile mind? It's 570,000. 570,000 gold, Ultima shouted, his voice filled with frustration. Hans felt upset but couldn't bring himself to respond with anger. It wasn't just because 500,000 gold was an astronomical amount, it was because Ultima was a good merchant. While other merchants had either cut ties with or outright refused to deal with the Saphira family, who was in decline, Ultima had been the only one willing to take the risk. He had even supplied high-quality goods at low prices and, in times of need, had lent money to the Saphira family without interest, maintaining a close relationship. Due to this, the Saphira family had severed ties with other merchants who were more hesitant and signed an exclusive contract with Ultima. But now, years later, the Saphira family owed Ultima an enormous amount of money. Even if Ultima raised his voice and cursed, the Saphira family had no grounds to complain. If Ultima decided to abandon them, the Saphira family would have no choice but to personally go down to the village to buy supplies. Given that the Saphira family was already short on manpower and had many enemies, taking on such a risk was something they absolutely had to avoid. I am deeply ashamed. You're right about everything. I'll apologize on behalf of the family. Hans, who was an old man, bowed deeply to Ultima, who was just a young man. However, Ultima frustratedly kicked the ground in anger. Damn it, are you going to treat me like a fool now? This won't do. I'll have to meet the head of the family and get the money myself. Cough, cough, why are you doing this? You know how busy the patriarch is. What could be more important than 570,000 gold? You're being this reckless because it's someone else's money. Are you saying that I'm not worthy of meeting a high noble like the patriarch? Please don't do this. I'll find a way to gather the money by next month. For now, please just leave. The butler of a prestigious family pleading with a young merchant, Ultima, smirking slightly, shook Hans' arm away. No matter how much you beg, it won't work. If I can't meet the head of the family, then I'll have to see one of the elders. I need to have a reason for continuing to work with you. Hans, who was coldly rejected, was in deep thought. The patriarch was unaware that the Saphira family owed Ultima a massive debt. This had been Hans' decision alone. He hadn't reported it because he didn't want to burden the already overwhelmed patriarch with more problems. But he couldn't confess now that the family had accumulated such a large debt. Introducing Ultima to one of the elders seemed inevitable. But which one? There was no need to think too hard about it. Of the 3 elders, only 2 were currently at the estate: Panir, who had returned yesterday, and Reganin, the father of Olive, the late lady of the house. It would be a difficult situation no matter who Hans chose, but he thought Reganin was the better option. Panir was hot-tempered, and involving him could worsen the situation rather than solve it. On the other hand, Hans had some rapport with Reganin. Hans made up his mind and said to Ultima, "Please wait here for a moment. I will inform Lord Reganin." "Heh, you've made the right choice," Ultima replied arrogantly, leaning to one side. As Hans left to speak with Reganin, Ultima couldn't help but grin. "Heh heh, nobles or whatever are all powerless before money. Masters of archery, screw that." Money is king. When Hans first met Ultima, he had treated him like a mere huckster. At that moment, Ultima vowed to make Hans kneel before him, and today he felt like that dream was almost within reach. Next time I'll be able to make him actually kneel. Heh heh, and with a little more time, Ultima was lost in his thoughts, reveling in his fantasies when suddenly, well, look who it is. Isn't this our little Snotty? Snotty. A vein bulged on Ultima's forehead. He wondered who in their right mind would dare bring up his childhood nickname. Ultima quickly turned his head and shouted, "What asshole called me that?" Then he doubted his eyes. The person standing before him was someone he should have never encountered here. "It's me, you bastard." Ultima, the head of the Ultima Trading Company, had earned the nickname the Merchant of Fortune for rapidly building a mid-sized company from aggressive investment strategies that many considered suicidal. Rumors circulated around his sudden rise to prominence. Some claimed he was a fallen noble from the Empire. Others thought he was the reincarnation of Bluegon, the legendary merchant. But those in the know were aware of the truth. Ultima was from Absinthe, the lawless city. However, even that was a fabricated identity. In reality, Ultima was from Liqueur, a place from which no one was believed to be able to escape. But the answer to how he had managed to leave Liqueur was in a secret deal with the godfather of Liqueur. Ultima left Liqueur through some mysterious contract and was pretending to be from Absinthe as he worked as a merchant. Whoa, am I still drunk from the drinks I had last night? Slap. Ultima wasn't someone who lost his cool easily, even staying calm when he dealt with a marquis. But now he was slapping his own cheek in disbelief. To Ultima, Keter was a dreadful existence he never wished to see Keter, even in his nightmares. Yet Keter's presence more terrifying than the worst of nightmares was walking straight toward him. Number 78. No, you changed your name to Ultima, didn't you? Why the sour face? Aren't you happy to see me? Number 78 was Ultima's former name. Hearing that name when he never thought he would hear again made Ultima dizzy. This wasn't an illusion, and it certainly wasn't fake. The Keter standing before him was real. K. Keter, how did you get out of Liqueur? Did you also make a deal with the Godfather? Ultima barely maintained his composure enough to stop himself from blurting out what he was thinking. What are you doing coming out of Saphira's front gate? Meeting Keter in the outside world was shocking enough, but seeing him here, at Saphira of all places, felt like some kind of trap. On the other hand, Keter was genuinely happy to see Ultima. This guy caused me quite a bit of trouble in my previous life, so he was already scheming against Saphira at this point. In Keter's past life, Ultima had been an obstacle in Keter's path. Ultima was a formidable enemy that he still remembered. He rose to power under Queen Lillian's favor, excelling both as a swordsman and a merchant. In the future, Ultima would become the most powerful merchant in the Lillian Kingdom and a candidate for one of the four lords. He was conniving, intelligent, and skilled in combat, and also merciless. Keter had a rather high opinion of Ultima. Maybe it was because our fighting styles were so similar, but I found it quite enjoyable. Fighting against Ultima helped me grow a lot. Before Keter fought Dale, one of the four lords, he went after his subordinates, and one of them was Ultima. Keter remembered Ultima because he was the strongest out of Dale's subordinates. Above all, I was curious how he came out of Liqueur. I killed him because he didn't tell me, but I'm still curious. Keter was happy when he saw Ultima. He had met his future rival before he could fully grow, meaning that, if necessary, he could kill him and eliminate any future threats. However, Keter decided to put the option of killing Ultima on hold for now. On the other hand, Ultima, unaware that the fate of his life was in Keter's hands, only felt uncomfortable. Although Keter was acting friendly, the two were far from friends. In fact, they were closer to being archenemies. Ultima's gaze was naturally fixed on Keter's every move. However, don't you think it's fate that we meet here? When did you? Even though Ultima had been watching Keter's every move without blinking, Keter was already beside him, putting his arm around Ultima's shoulder. I was wondering who had the guts to screw over the Saphira family. If it's you, Ultima, I guess I can respect that. Ultima glanced at Keter in shock, then quickly became aware of his surroundings. Fortunately, only his workers were around. Haha, Keter, I don't know why you're here, but how about we both just go our separate ways? Why? I'm already going the right way. Ultima glared at Keter, silently threatening that he would do something if Keter continued to be this clingy. However, Keter poked Ultima in the eye without hesitation. Even though Ultima quickly shut his eyelid, he couldn't prevent the pain. Our dear Ultima has grown up, huh? You even dare to glare at me. Ultima felt the chill running down his spine more than the pain in his eye. Everyone in Liqueur knew that Keter had a habit of poking the eyes of those who glared at him. Ultima had prepared for this in advance, yet all he could do was close his eyelid. Has he gotten even stronger in the meantime? What kind of person are you? In any case, it wouldn't do him any good to upset Keter, who was standing right next to him. Keter, I don't know what business you have with me, but there are too many ears around here. Why don't we head to my carriage and talk there? I have no intention of getting into your shady carriage. There's an empty field over there. Let's head there, Keter replied. Then could you go ahead? Hans and the workers from my company will start looking for me if I disappear all of a sudden. You wouldn't want to cause a commotion either, right? Keter glared at Ultima for a moment before nodding. You have 3 minutes. As Keter began walking into the woods, Ultima watched his back with a sly grin. Fool, I don't know why you suddenly appeared here, but showing me your back like this. You've grown soft. It seemed like luck was on Ultima's side. His guards, who had briefly stepped away, had just returned. They were known as the Jakos family. Led by Jakos, the 7 members of this group were brutal, wanted criminals who used to be called human hunters. Jakos. At Ultima's call, Jakos approached with swagger in his footsteps. As the leader of the Jacques family, he was a gold-class mercenary who knew how to wield aura. Silently, Ultima pointed to the field where Keter had disappeared to and drew his finger across his throat in a cutting gesture. As expected from someone from Liqueur, he had no hesitation in ordering to kill. Jackos quickly understood what Ultima was saying and raised a finger, asking if it was just one target. Ultima nodded and added, "Don't underestimate him because he's alone. The opponent is a big shot from Absinthe. Kek, kek, kek. Don't worry, I'm from Absinthe too." With his rotten face and foul odor, Jackos was repulsive to anyone who looked at him. The only reason Ultima kept him as a close aide was because of his exceptional skills in killing. "Keter, I don't underestimate you, but no matter how skilled you are, you can't handle the Jackos family." From Ultima's memory, Keter's abilities were equivalent to a gold-class mercenary, perhaps a one-star knight if he was being generous. Of course, that was based on the past. Even if Keter had grown stronger since then, he wouldn't be more than a 2-star knight or a platinum-class mercenary. As such, there was no problem the Jackos family had experience hunting 2-star knights before. Even if one of Jackos' subordinates dies, it's still a gain for me. There's something unsettling about that bastard. Without a contract with the Godfather, it was impossible to leave Liqueur. Ultima would have certainly been informed if Keter had left through that contract, but this was the first he had heard of it. This meant that Keter didn't leave Liqueur through the Godfather, so he must have found another way. Ultima was curious about how Keter managed to escape from Liqueur and ended up in Sephira, but he wasn't eager to find out. "Just die, I don't want to get involved with you." Ultima wanted Keter dead so badly that he didn't care even if the entire Jackos family died. He kept checking his pocket watch, as each minute felt like an hour. It's been 2 minutes and 30 seconds since Jackos went to the forest. The thick foliage of the forest and the noisy workers around him blocked out any sounds of battle. Exactly 3 minutes later, Ultima closed his pocket watch and smiled. It's done. If Keter had one, he would have emerged from the forest by now. The fact that there was no sign of him after 3 minutes meant that Jackos was likely cleaning up Keter's corpse, suddenly appearing out of the blue and startling me, still treating me like a little snot-nosed kid. "You've dug your own grave, Keter." Ultima wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand and headed to the forest. He felt like he could only sleep well at night after seeing Keter's corpse with his own 2 eyes. The simplest way to solve a problem was to eliminate its source. There was no reason not to kill an enemy that must be dealt with in order to fight the queen, especially if the enemy was still weak. Keter thought the same. He considered eliminating a future rival he'd encountered by chance before the rival could grow stronger. But it was different if that person was Ultima. The only reason Ultima is screwing over Sephira is because Sephira is weak. And the reason he sided with Queen Lillian is because she's the strongest. Being from Liqueur himself, these were actions and judgments Keter could understand. From his perspective, Ultima wasn't doing anything wrong. In fact, he was doing exceptionally well. But things are different now that I've sided with the Sephira family. There was still no reason to let Ultima live, especially if he chose to remain an enemy until the end. Yesterday's enemy is today's friend. What a good saying. To be frank, Ultima was too valuable to simply kill. He was destined to become the greatest merchant in the Lillian kingdom, a skilled fighter almost on par with the power of Ein, and a master of schemes. If he could be persuaded, he would be a tremendous asset in building up the Sephira family and bringing down Queen Lillian. Besides, the thought of taking something that should belong to that bitch Lillian is exhilarating. Keter had come to the conclusion that it was worth trying to win over Ultima. But how could he do it? The plan was simple. I just need to show him why he should side with me. No need to waste time with endless talk, and if the attempt to persuade Ultima failed, then I'll have no choice but to kill him. It might be a hassle right now, but if I can't have him, neither can Lillian. Rustle. At the sound of movement in the forest, Keter, who had been sitting on a tree stump in the empty field, stood up. It wasn't Ultima who appeared, but the Jackos family he had sent. "Nice to meet you, Keter. I hear you're from Absinthe. Then you must have heard of the name Jackos, right?" Jackos was attempting to strike up a conversation. Keter responded, kindly shooting an arrow at him. Thwack. A hole the size of a coin appeared in Jackos' forehead. However, Jackos didn't realize that Keter had shot an arrow nor that he was already dead. "Why aren't you answer?" Thud. The meat sack that was. Jackos collapsed backward, unable to finish his sentence. His subordinates froze in place, utterly shocked. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Keter had been sitting there empty-handed, yet in the blink of an eye, he was holding a jet-black bow. A faint white blur streaked through the air, and suddenly their leader's forehead had a hole in it. An aura arrow. Only the vice-captain of the Jackos family recognized what Keter had fired. He quickly shouted, "He's an archer. Spread out and attack." At his signal, Jackos' subordinates scattered, each running in different directions. The vice-captain calculated that even if they lost a couple of men, they could surely take down Keter. After all, the aura arrow was a technique that consumed a tremendous amount of aura, and it was difficult to fire multiple shots in rapid succession. As predicted, Keter fired only a single aura arrow. Plop. The sound was like a droplet of water falling. It was the distinct noise of Amaranth's bowstring being released. The vice captain saw Ketter's lone arrow flying toward them and became certain of victory. But then that single arrow split into 7, piercing through the foreheads and necks of his subordinates simultaneously. 3 seconds, that was all it took to wipe out the entire Jackos family, who had once hunted down a 2-star knight. If you all charge at once, you'll only die together. The Jackos family had made a grave mistake. They assumed Ketter had shot a regular aura arrow. However, what he had actually unleashed was a mana arrow. Unlike aura, mana could be freely manipulated, allowing the arrow to split apart. Ketter sat back down on the tree stump and said, "Anyway, Ultima, you won't just surrender because I took down the Jackos family, will you? How much of my hand should I reveal? Might as well show it all." Ketter didn't have a reason to hide anything since he would kill Ultima if he didn't surrender. 3 minutes had passed. It was about time for Ultima to arrive. As expected, soon enough, there was a rustling sound from the forest. Ultima had come to check the bodies. Upon confirming that the Jackos family had been wiped out, Ultima immediately turned to flee. He didn't even entertain the hopeful thought that Ketter might be in a weakened state. His survival instincts from growing up in Liqueur told him otherwise. Crack! Ultima halted abruptly when a hole suddenly appeared in the tree right next to him. A trickle of blood ran down his cheek. It wasn't a missed shatit, it was a deliberate warning. Ultima gulped and turned around to face Ketter, who was still sitting on the tree stump. Curling his finger, Ketter beckoned Ultima over and said, "You have 5 seconds to get over here." Ultima closely examined the bodies of the Jackos family as he ran toward Ketter. Holes, each of their foreheads had a hole in it. What kind of weapons could cause wounds like this? There was something that looked like a bow slung over Ketter's shoulder, but that couldn't be it. Ultima didn't recall Ketter ever using a bow as a weapon. Even if he did, it still didn't make sense. The holes are too small to have been caused by arrows, and even if it were arrows, where did they go? Ultima couldn't even imagine that Ketter had reached a level where he could shoot arrows without actually using any. Finally, Ultima stood before Ketter. Ketter rested his arms on his thighs and said, "Stop looking around like that. It's annoying." "Are you really unscathed?" "Unscathed. No, I took a serious hit right to my pride. You sent these lowlifes after me." Slap! Ketter's open palm landed squarely on Ultima's right cheek. "This one's for waking me up early." Slap! This time Ketter's slap landed on Ultima's left cheek, making him fall to the ground. "And this one's for underestimating me. Hey, put your head back in place. Or would you rather get kicked?" Thinking that a slap was better than a kick, Ultima quickly got to his feet. Thwack! Ketter landed a final slap on Ultima's forehead, then casually brushed off his hands. Nice and crisp. "Two, is that all?" Ultima asked stoically, swallowing his humiliation. Ultima's lips were split and bleeding. Pointing to Jackos's corpse, Ketter asked, "Do you think that's all?" The moment that bastard opened his mouth, the stench nearly killed my nose. "How are you going to compensate me for trying to destroy my sense of smell?" "I'll pay for it." Ultima reached into his coat and pulled out a 1,000 gold note and offered it to Ketter. It was a sign of his regret the price he had to pay for mistakenly believing the Jackos family could kill Ketter. Ketter snatched the note and smelled it. It's genuine. This should be a decent consolation for me. 6 years, no, 7, I think. The last time I saw you, you didn't use a bow as a weapon. How did you manage to kill Jackos?" "As a freebie, I'll tell you I did kill him with this," Ketter said, tapping Amaranth, the jet black bow, and showing it to him. "And the arrows?" Ultima asked. "I don't carry such cumbersome things." "Let's leave that aside for now. I won't ask how you left Liqueur, but I do need to know why you're with the Saphira family. Isn't it obvious? Even when I was living in Liqueur, I always had that noble air about me. There was a reason for that." "Hahaha, are you seriously saying you're of Saphira blood or something?" "I don't have the title yet, but I am the son of Saphira." "That's a ridiculous joke. It's not even funny. Did they accept you as part of the family just because of your eye color?" "The Saphira family must be really careless. Enjoy their carelessness while you can." Ultima frowned. In truth, he had been screwing over the Saphira family, taking advantage of their trust. In the underworld, screwing someone over meant tricking or deceiving someone, and that's exactly what he was doing. As Ultima remained silent, Ketter continued to speak. It was quite a sight, even at a glance. It must have been easy to manipulate, shoving everything into the storage room without properly checking the inventory. Even I would have been tempted to screw them over like that. We're the same, are we not? Aren't you also pretending to be the young master of Saphira and taking their assets? Hey, don't twist my words. I'm on Saphira's side. You get what I mean, right? We're both from Liqueur, Ketter. We don't need to be at odds. Saphira is too big for one person anyway. We don't need to fight, we can share it. Ultima didn't want to clash with Ketter, as there was no benefit in opposing him. Ketter stood up and approached Ultima. "Why are you talking so much? Don't you get it? Scamming Saphira is the same as scamming me." Ultima stepped back and replied, "So you're telling me to give it up? No, keep doing what you're doing." "What? But let's work together on something. I'm going to make Saphira the most powerful family on the continent." Ultima, standing on the border between the clearing and the forest, bit his lower lip. What nonsense is this? He had always known Keter was a madman, but now he was talking about making the Saphira family the strongest on the continent. It made Ultima wonder if Keter had any clue about the current state of the Saphira family. Keter, it seems like you haven't been out of liqueur for long and don't really understand how things are going around here, but the Saphira family is cornered. It's no exaggeration to say that the entire kingdom is their enemy. I know, so what's your answer? You'll refuse, right? I would too. Ultima didn't bother to deny it. No matter how much Keter might threaten him, he couldn't accept the alliance offer. Saphira was utterly on the brink of collapse. To join them now would be like signing up for death. However, lying to get out of the immediate situation wasn't an option either. Unfortunately for Ultima, Keter had an uncanny ability to detect lies. So in the end, it seems that one of us must die. Ultima wasn't naive enough to just accept death. He pulled out a scroll from his jacket and held it up. Stop right there, Keter. You know what this is, right? A magic scroll. With that gold coating, it's at least a 5th circle or higher. Haha, this is a 6th circle firestorm scroll. Oh, 6th circle. That's not something you can easily buy, but you managed to get your hands on it. You still don't get it. Let me spell it out for you. This scroll is worth 50,000 gold. You should realize just how powerful it is. 50,000 gold. Sounds like you got scammed. You could get that for 30,000 gold, but you paid almost twice as much. That's not the point right now. What could be more important than money? Keter, who had briefly stopped, began approaching Ultima again. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll tear it up. Rip. Ultima slightly tore the edge of the scroll, showing he wasn't just bluffing. However, Keter didn't stop walking. Sweat was pouring from Ultima's hand as he was holding the scroll. He was beginning to worry he might drop it. Keter, this lunatic, why isn't he stopping? What Ultima had was a genuine scroll for Firestorm. The moment he tore it, everything within a 100-meter radius would be obliterated by a storm of fire. Even a swordmaster would be reduced to nothing but bone dust if they faced a 6th circle spell head-on. Does this crazy bastard not know that? Is he just charging forward because he's ignorant? No, that can't be. I know for a fact this guy is knowledgeable about magic. What confidence does he have to keep approaching me, even as I tear the scroll? Shouldn't he be trying to bribe or threaten me so I don't tear it? Keter was now 5 steps away. The bow was a long-range weapon, yet he kept coming closer. Keter was already within the range of Firestorm. Ultima would also be caught in the blast if he tore it now, but that wasn't why he was hesitating. Ultima looked into the eyes of Keter, a madman. Violet pupils with golden iris were so extravagant. Ultima thought Keter's eyes were needlessly flashy, even in their first encounter. As such, he believed Keter would die soon in liqueur. Flashy types got hunted down quickly because they stood out too much. But Keter survived. He was probably the first in liqueur to do so. Ultima thought leaving liqueur meant he'd never have to see Keter again. But of all times, Keter showed up now, blocking Ultima's path at the most critical point in his life. Keter was still holding his bow, the jet black one that looked anything but ordinary. He had killed the Jakos family instantly with that bow. Why is he coming closer when a bow is a long-range weapon? Suddenly, it dawned on Ultima. Is he confident he can attack faster than I can tear this scroll? There was a world humans experienced in extreme situations where time slowed down, and Ultima was now in that world. In a split second, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Keter, if you really intended to kill me, you wouldn't have missed your first strike. You spared me. But why? Getting slapped by Keter was excruciatingly painful and humiliating, but Ultima let Keter do it as there was no sense of intent to kill. He could take slaps all day if it meant he could survive a potion could heal that quickly. Ultima could also give Keter as much money as he wanted as a settlement. After all, money can always be earned again, but life couldn't be earned again. It was ironic for Ultima, someone from liqueur, to be so attached to life, but he couldn't help it. Ultima discovered what happiness was after leaving that place. Maybe it was because Ultima only knew misery in liqueur, but he had no idea how sweet happiness could be. He now owned a respectable merchant company, with the potential to grow it even more. He was born the son of a prostitute in liqueur, but he now had a dream of becoming a noble. I can't die here, especially not a pointless death. So Ultima had to tear this scroll. He had to rip it apart to kill Keter because that was the only way he would survive. But why? Why do I have this unshakable feeling that if I tear this scroll, Keter will survive, and I'll be the one to die? Ultima's instincts that had saved him countless times were telling him to stay still. But how could he stay still, seeing the unreadable and calm expression on Keter's face? Even though the world had slowed down, time still moved forward. Keter was now within 3 steps of Ultima close enough to reach out and touch. This was his last chance. If he didn't tear the scroll now, they would both be caught in Firestorm and die. A ringing filled Ultima's ears, and he was becoming dizzy. Thud, Keter took his final step. In the end, Ultima couldn't tear the scroll. Keter was now so close to Ultima that Keter could reach out and touch him. The Firestorm scroll was slightly torn, but not enough to activate the spell. Keter, do Do you think this scroll is fake? Asked Ultima, who became drenched in sweat within seconds but maintained a calm expression. Keter glanced at the scroll and replied, "There's a signature at the bottom of the paper. It's from the Grand Mage Marcos. His signature is known to be impossible to replicate. Ha ha ha. You know it damn well, down to the last detail. But is the reason why you're still in front of me because you think I'm easy prey? Because I lost to you in liqueur? Ultima, as I told you before, you're underestimating yourself. I don't recall hearing that. Consider it said. You're not someone to be underestimated." But Keter pointed at himself with his thumb. "I'm on a whole different level. I see, you're a madman among madmen. In liqueur plain, ordinary madness wasn't enough for one to earn the title of a lunatic. Living in liqueur itself meant someone was already mad. But there were 5 individuals in liqueur who were universally recognized as true lunatics, even in a place where madness was the norm. Balt, the blade demon Ragnon, the bomber Jenny, the chain scythe and Marin, the eyeball collector. Anyone who lived in liqueur had to know these 4. They didn't, they were as good as dead. Even the most reckless Lycurians who didn't value their lives steered clear of these 4. And then there was the last one, the pinnacle of madness, the one even these 4 avoid. Keter, the solver. Ultima folded the scroll and put it back into his coat. The outcome was already clear. Those clear, unreadable eyes, a lunatic who treated his own life like someone else's. Ultima realized once again that no one could stand before Keter and gamble with their life. But that didn't mean Keter was an animal that couldn't be reasoned with. "Keter, I have no intention of fighting you to the death. It's not about whether I think I can win or not, I just don't want to. What is it you want from me? Now you're finally making sense." "Keep talking," Keter replied. "As I said earlier, I have no intention of keeping Saphira all to myself. What do you want? I'll give it to you, even if it's one of Saphira's heirlooms. After all, we share the secret of getting out of liqueur." Tusk, you really don't get it, do you?" Ultima couldn't hide his frustration when he failed at convincing Keter. "What exactly do you want? We're just wasting each other's time here. You're the one who doesn't get it. The Saphira family belongs to me." What? Ultima, despite appearances, was a quick thinker, but what Keter was saying now made no sense to him. "Let me introduce myself again." Whip. Keter tossed Amaranth behind his back and stuffed both hands into his pockets. "Keter el Saphira, illegitimate son of the Saphira family, that's who I am." A large bead of sweat rolled down Ultima's forehead. Even if he's a lunatic, he doesn't lie. Keter was notorious for spouting madness as naturally as breathing, but he never lied. This meant that Keter really was a member of the Saphira bloodline. Ultima didn't even feel the need to ask if it was true. From a distance, it was difficult to tell if the green figure was an orc or an ogre. But up close, an ogre was clearly 5 times bigger and had horns on its head. Just getting a little closer made the difference between the two obvious. From Ultima's perspective, it was as if he could already see the ogre's horns. If he got any closer to confirm, he would be devoured by the ogre. Ultima was not so lacking in judgment that he didn't realize this. "Damn it, I thought I had surpassed you in the outside world, but even out here you're still above me." Following the customs of the outside world, Ultima knelt before Keter and bowed his head. "Ultima, head of the merchant company, greets Lord Keter el Saphira." In the Lilian Kingdom, commoners weren't even allowed to look directly at a high noble without permission. That was the strict law of the land. Although Ultima was an upper-class citizen, just one step below nobility, he was still merely a citizen. Therefore, he had to show the utmost respect to Keter, who was a blood relative of a high noble family. Tap, tap. Keter lightly kicked Ultima's knee with his foot and said, "Let's skip the formal titles between us and talk business." Business. Though Keter called it business, it had already turned into a relationship of absolute power and submission. "First, let's settle the score for that little scam you pulled." Keter jumped straight to the conclusion, skipping any preamble. Ultima felt dizzy right from the start. "Keter, if it's money you want, just name your price. If you let me go, I'll make sure to pay for my life. Why are you in such a hurry when this is where your fate is going to be decided? Are you also going to return if you die?" "Is that it? What are you talking about now? Or, you can just repay everything you stole from the Saphira family." "If I admit to fraud, the reputation of my company will be ruined. It would be the same as killing me." "Oh, come on, Thighs, isn't your first business deal, is it? Just blame it on a subordinate and say it was their mistake. If you're the one to admit it and pay compensation, your reputation might actually improve." While that made sense, Ultima couldn't figure out what Keter stood to gain from it. If Keter was really a member of the Saphira family, it was odd why he hadn't reported Ultima's fraud to them. Ultima decided to stop pondering questions that had no clear answers. "Fine, let's say I admit my mistake, reduce the debt owed to Saphira, and pay compensation. What then? I've got some things to dispose of. Buy them from me." Dispose of? Ultima's nose twitched. Even in this awful situation, his instincts as a merchant kicked in, and he sensed the opportunity for profit. Just then a voice called out from a distance. Master Ultima, where are you? Butler Hands is looking for you." Ultima glanced at Keter as if to ask what they should do. Keter took the lead and said, "Let's go, and smile a bit, will you? You look unpleasant when you don't." HMPH, fine, let's go. Now Ultima understood why the people of Liqueur feared Keter so much. Keter's intentions seemed clear but were elusive, and while it felt like one could reason with him, they really couldn't. On top of that, he was a battle fanatic who disregarded pain and death, which meant he had no weaknesses. Ultima, who recalled the nightmare of Liqueur, shuddered in repulsion, but he had no choice but to follow Keter toward the main gate of Sephira. "You're back, Mr. Ultima." The person waiting for Ultima at the main gate was Hans, the butler in charge of Sephira's finances. Hans was surprised to see Keter, who was standing beside Ultima. "Lord Keter, what are you doing here?" "What do you do, Grandpa?" Keter asked. "Oh, I am Hans. I take care of finances for the Sephira family." "Grandpa Hans, I see. It seems like the two of you had something to discuss. Please, go ahead and finish." Hans glanced back at Ultima and was startled. "Why are you sweating so much, and why are your cheeks so swollen?" Ultima gave an awkward smile and made an excuse. "I went into the woods to take care of something and got bitten by a bug. The sweat is from the nerves. I might not look it, but I'm fine, so don't worry." "Ah, I see. Elder Reganin has granted you an audience. Let's head to the reception room now." Meeting a Sephira elder was Ultima's primary goal, but he had no intention of doing so with the ticking time bomb, Keter, by his side. "No, I'm afraid something urgent has come up suddenly, so I must be going. My apologies." Just then, as he listened quietly, Keter placed a hand on Ultima's shoulder. "You were going to meet with Elder Reganin. Why, it's nothing. It really isn't anything important, so you don't have to worry, my lord." As Ultima denied it enthusiastically, Keter glanced at Hans. Hans chose to remain silent as he didn't particularly like Keter. In fact, he was wary of him. Keter wasn't the type to tolerate silence. "Grandpa Hans, why are you keeping quiet? It's obvious that you caused the family's finances to be in complete shambles." Keter had hit the nail on the head even though no one gave him a hint. Hans looked at Ultima, his eyes reproachful as if he was asking why he told Keter about this. Ultima avoided Hans's gaze. "I had nothing to do with it." Keter, inserting himself between the two, spoke up. "Enough with the staring. You're going to give people the wrong idea." The two couldn't withstand Keter's pressure and finally headed to the reception room where Reganin was waiting. Reganin was one of Sephira's elders. He was the father-in-law of Bissell, living deep underground. But now, after many years, he had come up to the surface because of the earnest request of Hans. Hans had pleaded with him to meet with Ultima, the creditor, and convince him to extend the grace period as the Sephira family's financial situation was dire. Reganin, seated in the reception room, appeared frail. Age had already dulled his skin, and his thin frame resembled a patient on the brink of death. Two people sat before him. On the left was Ultima, the head of the Ultima Merchant Company, whom Hans had requested Reganin to meet. The man seated on the right needed no introduction. He was the spitting image of Bissell in his younger, more vigorous days, Bissell's illegitimate son, Keter. But why is he sitting beside the head of the Ultima Merchant Company? Reganin turned to Hans, who was standing behind him, and asked Hans, "Why is Keter here with them?" Before Hans could answer, Keter said, "I wanted to see what our elder looked like. Now that you've seen me, you can leave." Reganin replied curtly, "Oh, come on, why so stingy, grandfather? You and I share not a drop of blood. Don't fool yourself. Does blood need to be shared to be family? Living under the same roof makes us all family." Keter's brazen and friendly manner of speaking shocked not only Hans but also Ultima. Such disrespect toward a family elder was unforgivable, even for the legitimate heir of the family. Depending on the strictness of the punishment, it could even lead to the stripping of the Sephira name and expulsion from the family. "Keter, you're breaking the record for how mad someone can be every minute. Is he insane?" Ultima shook his head, once again awed by Keter's madness, while Hans, who had only heard rumors about Keter's craziness and was now witnessing it firsthand, felt lightheaded. Even Reganin should have been no different. "They say you were born in the lawless city of Absinthe. I can see you never learned proper manners." However, instead of getting angry, Reganin calmly scolded Keter with an air of ease, as if he were dealing with a child. But Keter was not one to be easily intimidated. "Well, it's true, so it doesn't hurt much. You are the father of the late Countess Olive, aren't you?" For Reganin, Olive was a sensitive subject. Anyone who dared to hit that nerve was committing an act of recklessness that could lead to death. Yet Keter, unfazed, calmly thrust his head into the lion's mouth. "That's right. Who is your mother?" "I don't know either. I have to ask my father. We took you in after your mother abandoned you. Don't you feel at least a little gratitude?" "You're certainly Bissell's son, given how you don't let a single word slip by. So, Mr. Ultima, why did you wish to see me?" Reganin smoothly shifted the conversation to Ultima. Keter couldn't help but be genuinely impressed. "I dismissed him because I never saw this old man in my previous life, but he's quite something. It wasn't just about his way with words. The calmness with which he maintained his composure was especially admirable. Like how strong warriors could gauge each other's strength with just a single clash of swords, Keter felt this in their brief conversation. This old man is worth observing. It was a retreat for the sake of advancement. Keter quietly relinquished control of the conversation to Reganin. Meanwhile, Ultima, who was meeting Reganon's gaze, felt his back grow damp with sweat. His original intent in meeting Reganon was to use the family's debt as leverage to pressure and humiliate him. Through that, he was going to tarnish the Saphira family's honor and spread distrust within. But now, that guy ruined everything. And now, he's having a verbal fight with Elder Reganon while I, an outsider, am here. It was impressive that Reganon maintained his dignity despite Ketter's rude behavior, but it was also clear that his mood had soured because of it. Having a conversation with someone who was in a bad mood was difficult enough, but when that person held all the power, it was extremely troublesome. The situation had turned entirely against Ultima. The only silver lining was that this meeting was intended for him to admit his mistakes and apologize. He had the chance to strengthen his relationship with the Saphira family by disguising the fraud as a mistake. If Keter had insisted that he reveal it as fraud, Ultima would never have come here, as it would have given the Saphira family the justification to not repay the debt. Ultima couldn't make sense of Ketter's motives at all. He says he wants to make the Saphira family the greatest on the continent, so why is he helping me? Lost in these thoughts, while dragging out the conversation with small talk, Ultima snapped back to reality when Reganon spoke. Mr. Ultima, you've been holding back from saying what you came here to say. Don't you think it's time to speak up? Ultima took a deep breath, buying himself a bit more time, then said in a serious tone, first, I must apologize. About what exactly? Reganon asked. Ultima started explaining the fraud he had committed against the Saphira family, framing it as a mistake made by a subordinate. It seems that one of my subordinates has been making accounting errors for some time. I discovered it late, but I intend to correct the mistake now. The mistake Ultima described was this. A subordinate responsible for accounting had been manipulating the quantities of goods supplied to the Saphira family and embezzled the payment. Ultima claimed to have discovered this only recently and now wanted to apologize. He promised to send a detailed report on the financial loss inflicted upon the Saphira family and would deduct that amount from the debt owed. Furthermore, though it was the subordinate's error, Ultima admitted that he was also responsible as the head of the merchant company for not noticing it sooner. Therefore, he offered to deduct an additional 50,000 gold as compensation from the debt. The subordinate who embezzled the goods fled in the night, but we will track him down and ensure he pays for the crime of deceiving the Saphira family. Reganon remained silent after hearing the entire story, his gaze fixed on Ultima. Ultima, in turn, met Reganon's stare without wavering. Though he had been thoroughly shaken by Keter earlier, Ultima was still a seasoned veteran with considerable experience and a warrior who did not fear death. Ultima managed to withstand Reganon's silence, which Reganon was using to determine his true intentions. I suspected that the family was in debt. However, I didn't realize that we were indebted to even a mere merchant like yourself. How much is it? Originally, there was a debt of 570,000 gold, but after excluding the promised compensation of 50,000, the total would be 520,000. The amount for the missing quantities will need to be investigated in detail, but I estimate it to be around 100,000 gold. So the approximate total debt is 420,000 gold. Reganon sighed at the mention of 420,000 gold. Our Saphira family is really in debt because we don't have a mere 500,000 gold. What a pitiful situation. 500,000 gold was by no means a small amount. It was a significant sum, even for a high noble. However, it was different for a master family. It was normal for their finances to be robust enough to handle using 1 million gold spontaneously without blinking an eye. State allowances were usually enough for nobles to live on, but no noble was content with just that. It was normal to want to expand one's influence, so nobles usually sought out additional sources of income to ensure growth. However, the Saphira family had no particular ambition for power or expanding their influence. They could do everything with the allowances provided by the royal family, so they didn't have a pressing need to expand their finances. Reganon, who had lived in those times, smiled bitterly at the current state of the Saphira family. Just as Ultima's lips began to curve into a smile from the high praise, Keter pinched Ultima's waist and whispered very softly, "Who told you to be happy?" Ultima immediately wiped the smile off his face and said, "No, my lord. I am not deserving of such praise. Elder Reganon, you need not forgive me for my mistakes. Not at all. I forgive you. Compensation has already been made, so there is no reason for me not to forgive you. You are too kind. Then is there anything else to discuss?" Oh, Ultima glanced at Keter, paused slightly, then said, "Yes, keeping a busy elder for too long is clearly bad manners." Reganon quietly stood up and extended his frail right hand. "It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Ultima." Ultima held Reganon's hand with both of his own and kissed the back of it. "It was an honor for me as well." Just before leaving the reception room, Reganon turned back to look at Keter. Since Keter was also looking at Reganon, their eyes met. "Behave yourself, it will be beneficial for your well-being." With that, Reganon just left. Ultima felt a sense of anticipation, while Hans felt uneasy. Will Keter stay quiet? Fortunately, Keter did not respond with words. Instead, he threw up a long middle finger at Reganen's back. After Reganen left the reception room, Ultima leaned back on the sofa and sighed. Lord Keter, my business here is done, so I will be leaving now, he said. Are you a goldfish? Our deal isn't finished yet, Keter replied. Oh, Keter gestured with his chin toward the dining room connected to the reception room. Go in there and badmouth me over the communicator while you wait. Could you at least tell me what you're planning to sell? I need to do some calculations in advance. Get lost. Yes, my lord. Hearing Keter's firm rejection, Ultima went to the dining room without hesitation. Only Hans, the butler, remained in the reception room. With a serious expression, he said, Lord Keter, I understand you joined the family through the patriarch's invitation, but the way you acted towards Elder Reganen just now was far too disrespectful. Did it make you uncomfortable? Keter asked. Yes, then fix your attitude. Pardon, I said, fix the way you look at me. That's unreasonable. You really in a position to lecture me to begin with. You're awfully rude to someone who just saved you. Saved me. Are you pretending not to know, or are you just that dumb? Of course, Hans was old and therefore quite wise. He knew that Keter must have been involved in Ultima, who was previously pressuring him with a high-handed attitude, becoming meek all of a sudden. Is Lord Keter the reason why Mr. Ultima is acting so compliant and admitting his mistakes? As he thought it over, it made sense. Ultima had been very cautious in his interactions with Keter, which indicated they weren't meeting for the first time. Did you convince Mr. Ultima, Lord Keter? Convince? Ah, yes, I did with this fist. Come to think of it, it was strange. Mr. Ultima, who was always so violent, became as meek as a lamb in front of Lord Keter. Could it be? So did you really convince Ultima to admit his mistake? Asked Hans, who had somewhat made sense of the situation. Keter frowned at Hans' question. I really want to punch him just once. Hans was the type of person Keter disliked the most, the kind who made him repeat himself. If they had met in liqueur, Hans would have been left at least half paralyzed by now. Grandpa Hans, how much do you know about Elder Reganen? Keter suddenly changed the subject. Why is he bringing up Elder Reganen now? Hans was puzzled, but given that Keter had managed to clear the debt, he couldn't just ignore the question. I was his personal butler in the past. Although I'm busy managing the finances now, I still visit him from time to time. Does Reganen like fruit? No, he dislikes sweet things. What about magic? Any interest in that? Not as far as I know. Hans answered each question dutifully but was puzzled. He wondered why Keter was so curious about Reganen, someone he had just met today. The questions were all so strange as well. Ah, could it be that he's concerned about Elder Reganen's health? Reganen did look like he barely ate anything, but that wasn't the case. Did eat enough to survive. Hans started to wonder, despite his rough words and lack of manners. Could it be that Lord Keter actually cares deeply for the Saphira family? If not, Keter wouldn't ask about Reganen's well-being. Reganen used to be one of the most active elders in the Saphira family, but everything changed after his daughter, Olive, died. The servants and helping hands of the Saphira family never blamed Reganen for his seclusion. Instead, they actually sympathized and understood. After all, it was none other than Bissell, the current patriarch, who caused Olive's death. Bissell had failed to control demon Bo Amaranth, which resulted in Olive's death. It was only natural that Reganen, devastated, would abstain from eating and withdraw from family affairs. So did Keter genuinely have some positive feelings towards Reganen? Actually, it was quite the opposite. He found Reganen suspicious. And sure enough, after observing him, he noticed some strange details, and those suspicions were confirmed by Hans' answers. Why did I smell orange on an old man who doesn't even eat fruit? Keter's keen senses extended beyond just his eyesight. His sense of smell was trained to be sharper than that of any beast. Because of this, he could tell that Reganen had come from a place filled with books, had recently sat on a leather sofa, and had fish for breakfast, all from scent alone. But then, unexpectedly, Keter's nose picked up a faint hint of orange, a residual scent. For most people, it would have been an insignificant detail, but not for Keter. It was his principle to be suspicious of even the smallest things. Feeling suspicion from the orange scent, which didn't match Reganen's image, Keter scanned Reganen even more closely. Well, what do we have here? Then Keter found it, blue powder on Reganen's heel. There were only a few grains, which was hardly noticeable even to someone with the famed eyesight of the Saphira family, but Keter spotted it. It was magic stone dust, a powder used by mages or alchemists. This too could have been dismissed easily, as magic stone dust was commonly used in everyday life. But with Keter involved, the situation was different. Reganen is up to something. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not something innocent. Just last night, Bissell suspected Panir of being a traitor and had him confined to his home. Then this could mean that the traitor had been caught, but to Keter, Reganen also seemed suspicious enough for further investigation. However, it wasn't urgent enough to be Keter's top priority at the moment. His gaze shifted toward the dining room where Ultima was. That can come after deciding whether to kill or spare Ultima. Though there may be no eternal enemies or allies in this world, Ketter's principle was to eliminate any immediate threats before they could become troublesome. Ketter liked fighting. He enjoyed facing multiple opponents alone the most, and his second favorite was when large forces clashed against each other. When it came to war, Ketter only considered one thing, whether or not there was a deadweight in his allies. In Ketter's eyes, Hans was teetering on the edge of being a deadweight. He held a crucial position in the family, yet lacked a sense of crisis. If he also refused to acknowledge his own faults, he would be the perfect deadweight, a liability rather than an asset, someone who actually benefits the enemy. If Hans backed down quietly when told to back off, Ketter might even give him some pocket money. But if he refused to leave, he has to die. Pardon, Hans felt a chill run down his spine at Ketter's muttering. Ketter, still smiling, said, "Grandpa Hans, let's go back to our earlier conversation. You owe me a debt, don't you?" "Do you admit that?" I do. "You'll also admit that you and Ultima conspired to ruin the Saphira family's finances." "What are you talking about? Why would I do such a thing?" Hans exclaimed, shocked. However, Ketter looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Grandpa Hans, Ultima scammed the Saphira family and you failed to catch it. What proof do you have that you weren't working with him?" "I'm not that kind of person. Betrayal, that's absurd. But what if Ultima admits to the scam? What if he testifies that you two conspired to siphon off the Saphira family's funds? What then? Why are you saying these things? I have pledged my loyalty to this family for so long." Bang! Ketter kicked the marble table, sending the 8-seater flying through the air. It landed with a loud crash as it tumbled across the floor. In the midst of the chaos, Ketter snatched a fountain pen that had been flung into the air and approached Hans. "I don't care about who you were before. What matters is now. What kind of person you are now is what's important." As Ketter gripped the pen in a reverse hold, Hans instinctively took a step back in fear. Thud. Hiccup. Hans, who was scuttling back quickly, finally backed into the wall. "Grandpa Hans, I despise useless people the most." "Are you one of them?" Ketter asked, his voice cold. "Even you, my lord. You cannot kill me without the patriarch's permission." Hans stammered, sensing the deadly intent in Ketter's words. Hans was desperately trying anything to stop Ketter, but he simply tilted his head to the side and smiled brightly. "Do I look like someone who asks for permission to kill?" As the pen drew closer, Hans forgot his rank and let out a pitiful cry, squeezing his eyes shut. "Woyak." The tip of the pen touched Hans's forehead. The coldness of the pen against his skin brought tears to his eyes. Ketter pressed the pen firmly and said, "I instantly recognized Ultima's scam while you let it slide for years. Who should be listening to whom here? It's a quiz. Go on, guess. Why you are correct, Lord Ketter. Shut up, speak more quietly. Why you are, don't repeat it. Do I look like an idiot?" Hans didn't know what Ketter wanted him to do, but he silently nodded in agreement, genuinely feeling the threat of death. Ketter slowly withdrew the pen. Drip, blood mixed with ink trickled down Hans' forehead. "Grandpa Hans, I'm not asking for much. Just do as I say. If you refuse..." Whoosh, crash. The fountain pen Ketter threw became deeply lodged into the wall that Hans had been leaning against. "The dot on your forehead will turn into a hole. If you understand, you should show some response." Hans nodded several times. "Good, very good, Grandpa Hans. Even I don't like the idea of killing my own, but if you ever feel like retiring, go ahead and do something foolish." Suddenly, bang, soldiers, alarmed by the commotion, burst through the door of the reception room. "What's all this noise about?" The table. The scene the two soldiers witnessed in the reception room was undeniably suspicious. A massive table lay shattered into pieces, and Ketter with his arm around Hans' shoulder. Hans was awkwardly smiling, with something dark red trickling down his forehead. The senior soldier placed a hand on the hilt of his sword and asked Hans, "Mr. Hans, is everything all right?" Hans shook his head, denying any problem. "It's nothing. You can go, but there's blood on your forehead. It's just ink. It looks more like blood than ink." I said, "I'm fine. Please just go." Since Hans kept insisting he was fine, the senior soldier then looked at Ketter. He waved him off as if telling him to leave. Understood. With no authority to intervene in such a situation, the senior soldier closed the door and left. Ketter patted Hans on the shoulder and said, "You're good at this, old man. Now let's keep this energy and go meet Ultima too." "What? Why should I? How can a common fellow read the mind of a great man?" Hans quickly wiped the ink off his face with a handkerchief from his pocket and hurriedly followed Ketter to the dining room where Ultima was. Ketter was exceptionally knowledgeable. This was less due to innate talent and more a result of his experiences, which was the result of the unique environment of Liqueur. Liqueur, the place where everything in this world exists. It had everything. Born and raised in Liqueur, Ketter encountered countless people, learned from them, and lived through various experiences. He didn't learn out of a desire for knowledge, but purely for survival in Liqueur. The more skills and knowledge one possessed, the better their chances of surviving. Ketter knew how to tan hides, was an excellent cook, and could handle all types of weapons. He was even knowledgeable in medicine and commerce. Through this education, Ketter naturally developed an exceptional eye ability to assess and understand any situation. For instance, when he visited Volcanus Bow Forge, he wasn't satisfied with merely obtaining a bow. He observed and analyzed everything, and I see the areas that need improvement. With his extraordinary powers of observation and analysis, the flaws stood out clearly to him. The Saphira family's forge. To Keter, the place felt stagnant. Though it was brimming with pride in producing the continent's best bows and arrows, in his eyes it was a space filled with vanity. Volcanus, the head of the blacksmiths, had some sense of crisis, but that was it. He didn't take any proactive measures. It wasn't because he disliked the Saphira family. He had spent his entire life hammering iron, so his simple and straightforward mindset was focused solely on repaying them by crafting high-quality bows and arrows. It was outdated thinking. What was needed now was innovation. At that moment, Ultima appeared, right when Volcanus had been struggling with how to deal with the bows unnecessarily taking up space in the forge's storage. I'll probe Ultima and sell off the bows. Kill two birds with one stone. This was only the beginning, but the fate of the Saphira family was undoubtedly starting to change. In the dining room connected to the reception hall, Ultima, whom Keter had sent ahead, was doing something strange. He was writing on a small, rectangular glass pane the size of a finger that he had taken out from his coat. The glass pane was too small and thin for note-taking, yet Ultima continued to write on it. This was possible because the text disappeared as he wrote. Ultima was currently using a magic communicator, a device where text written on one glass panel was transmitted to another. Though it only allowed for sending messages, its range was significantly longer than other communicators. Ultima continued to write on the glass pane. A Class 1 dangerous individual has appeared. The name is Keter. Raid groups 1 through 3. Prepare for immediate battle. All personnel on leave must return and stand by. The Ultima Merchant Company commanded an army of about 300 people disguised as escorts. They were all at least silver class in the mercenary world. There were also plenty of gold-class mercenaries like Jakos, and even some rare platinum-class fighters among them. Ultima appeared to be under Keter's control, but he was merely appeasing him, not genuinely submitting to him. If I had just wrapped up the Saphira family deal, I could have been one of the top 5 in the kingdom. Now that prospect has vanished. Ultima, whose plans had gone awry with the sudden appearance of the Keter, chewed on his thumbnail. Sending all my forces to kill him is out of the question. Killing Keter meant war with the Saphira family, and that was insane. The Saphira family wasn't weak. If they were a family that would fall from weakness, they would already have fallen. Their weakness was in politics, not military power. A mere merchant company couldn't handle them, and it's not like I can picture Keter being assassinated either. Assassination contracts were the most common in Liqueur. Yet there are people even the assassination guilds refuse to target, the Godfather and the 5 lunatics of Liqueur. I can't deal with him through force, so my only option is to appease him until he leaves Saphira. If Keter decided to follow him and leave Saphira, he'd deal with that problem when it arose. As Ultima pondered how to handle Keter, he sensed movement by the door and quickly put the communication device back in his coat. Creak. The door to the dining room opened, and Keter, whom Ultima had been waiting for, entered. Beside him was Hans, who looked pale. Ultima couldn't help but feel some pity for Hans. Keter, you really don't discriminate. Why are you sitting there so calmly? It's like you just hit a communication device after using it in secret, Keter said to Ultima, who was sitting quietly. Having regained his composure, Ultima responded slyly, I was just using it for business reporting. Haha, sure, whatever. Let's go check out the goods. Oh, it seems like you have more than a few things to sell. But why is Mr. Hans with us? Ultima said, glancing at Hans. Hans hadn't heard anything from Keter, so he avoided eye contact. Then Keter answered for him. He's needed. Just come along without asking questions. With that, Keter led the two of them to Volcanus Forge. Lord Keter, a guard at the entrance, recognized Keter and greeted him awkwardly. He was the one who had trouble when trying to stop him earlier. Yeah, it's me. We're going in. Please wait a moment. Lord Keter and Butler Hans may enter, but this person cannot, said the guard, pointing at Ultima. Ultima, who was looking around the forge with curious eyes, turned his gaze to Keter. Keter narrowed his eyes and looked at the guard. What's the problem now? It's a rule of the Saphira family that outsiders can't enter the forge. It's true, the guard explained. Hans, who had been quietly standing by, nodded in agreement. That's correct. The forge is one of the family's core facilities, Hans added. Excuse me, we're as close as brothers. Keter put his arm around Ultima's shoulder. Quickly catching on to the situation, Ultima played along. Nice to meet you. I'm Ultima, head of the Ultima Merchant Company. I'm fortunate enough to call Lord Keter here my brother. Oh, the guard muttered, his expression still unsure. If they're calling each other brothers, does that mean they're not outsiders? Details like this weren't clearly outlined in the rules. As the guard hesitated, Keter approached him and said, if you don't make it a problem, it won't be one. Do you want to cause trouble with me? And no, my lord, but Master Volcanus despises outsiders. Well, then I might end up despising you. I'll step aside. Having already experienced Keter once, the guard mentally patted himself on the back for holding out this long before finally yielding. The heat inside a working forge wasn't simply just hot, it stung. The temperature in the forge, which reached hundreds or even thousands of degrees, was something no one could endure on willpower alone. Ahem. Feeling the heat from the entrance, Ultima removed his coat and draped it over his arm. Clang, clang, the rhythmic sound of blacksmiths hammering iron echoed in the air. Crack, scrape, the sound of planing and carving wood for bow bodies or arrows was strong. Ultima, what do you think of the skill of our Saphira blacksmiths? Despite the noise, Ketter's words cut through the air clearly. It was strange, as he wasn't even speaking particularly loudly. Ultima gave a thumbs up and responded, "They're even more impressive than the rumors. Each one is worthy of being called a master." Ultima wasn't merely flattering Ketter, he was genuinely impressed. Ketter nodded in satisfaction and quickened his pace. "I'm planning to sell Saphira's bows." Hans was shocked at Ketter's declaration, all of his features widening in disbelief. Ultima looked at Ketter like he was asking if he was serious. Before Ketter could respond, Hans stepped in front of him, blocking his path, and urgently said, "Lord Ketter, are you serious? You're going to sell Saphira's bows to Ultima. The Patriarch would never allow it." Unlike Ketter, Hans' words were drowned out by the noise of the forge. Even Ultima, standing right next to him, couldn't hear what Hans had said. However, Ketter heard. "How do you know that? Did you ask the Patriarch?" "No, but..." "The bows haven't been sold up until now, and wouldn't selling Saphira's bows harm the family?" Hans replied. "No, the benefits far outweigh any harm." "And what would those be?" "I'll explain it to Grandpa Midget anyway, so you can listen then." Ketter shoved Hans aside, who was blocking his path, and resumed leading the way. Ultima didn't hear the full conversation, but he could easily gauge the situation. Hans had opposed the sale of the bows, but Ketter had brushed him off. "If I can buy Saphira's bows, it'll more than make up for any losses I've suffered because of Ketter." When they reached the end of the forge where Volcanus worked, Ketter glanced around. Volcanus wasn't there, but another blacksmith was tidying up the tools. "Did Grandpa Midget go home?" Ketter asked the blacksmith. Recognizing Ketter, the blacksmith nodded. "Go fetch him. Tell him we're looking at the bows," Ketter said. The blacksmith hesitated for a moment at Ketter's order, then nodded and set off. Ketter, who had visited the forge once before, familiarly guided Ultima and Hans to the storage room. However, they encountered a problem unsurprisingly. A thick lock secured the door. Since the noise from the forge didn't reach the storage room, Ultima could say something without it being drowned out. "Besides having permission to see this, won't we need a key to get in?" Hans chimed in, supporting Ultima's point. "Lord Ketter, I think it's rather rude to inspect the bows without Master Volcanus present." "Grandpa Hans, Grandpa Midget and I are already comrades in the same boat. And as for the key, don't worry, I've got it covered," Ketter replied. Hans gave Ketter a puzzled look as he reached into his pocket. "Why do you have the key to the bow storage room?" But Ketter didn't pull out a key. Instead, he pulled out a wire. He squatted in front of the lock, inserted the wire into the keyhole, and began to skillfully, yet boldly, manipulate it. It was common knowledge that locks didn't open without their specific keys, especially the lock designed by Volcanus, which had two locking mechanisms. It shouldn't have opened with something as simple as a wire. Click, clunk, but it opened. A lock made by Volcanus, a master-level blacksmith, had been undone by just a single piece of wire. Ultima clicked his tongue. "It's clearly a lock designed to counter wire picking, and you still opened it in 10 seconds. If you decided to become a thief, you'd be the greatest on the continent, my lord," Ultima said. Hans, looking dumbfounded, picked up the fallen lock with both hands. Were locks always this easy to open? Ignoring Hans, who was struggling to process this, Ketter and Ultima entered the bow storage room. "Oh, truly magnificent, this is a horn bow made from the horns of a minotaur." Ultima couldn't hold back his admiration as he saw the neatly arranged bows. Even Ketter could see that all the bows in this room were of excellent quality, far superior to the ones Volcanus had previously shown in an attempt to deceive him. "May I touch this? I'll allow you to touch just one." It was unclear why Ketter, and not the actual creator, was giving permission, but Ultima, after looking around, picked up the bow that caught his eye the most. Oh ho, this elasticity, this shine. It's far superior to the bows crafted by the Empire's finest artisans. It's secondhand, but it's practically brand new. I could easily sell it for 100 gold at the very least. Considering that hunting bows for civilians typically cost 1 silver, this was a huge price difference. Plus, there weren't just one or two of these bows, there were hundreds. Depending on whether the bow was made from wood or metal, the price could climb even higher. Ultima estimated the total value of the bows in the storage could reach at least 10,000 gold. After finishing his calculations, Ultima took a deep breath. Beyond the money, there was the additional benefit of the reputation that came with selling Saphira's bows. The Saphira family had run their own forge for hundreds of years and had never once sold their bows to outsiders. Being the first merchant to distribute Saphira's bows would carry significant prestige. Ultima, after placing the bow back in its place, looked at Ketter with a serious expression. "If I can buy these Saphira bows, I'm willing to cover all additional expenses." By additional expenses, Ultima meant the transportation and escort fees. Typically, the seller and buyer split these costs, adjusting the ratio as needed, but in this case, Ultima was offering to bear the full amount. Hans, who had joined them at some point, tried to speak up again, but Keter silenced him by covering Hans' mouth with his hand. Bows from Sephira, even old or failed pieces, will still have reliable performance. They also have artistic value, which nobles will like. I'm willing to purchase everything, Ultima replied. This is why I like you. You're lightning fast when it comes to cost-benefit calculations. The two got along as if they'd been close friends for years, when it was just an hour ago that they tried to kill each other at the main entrance. Then, a booming voice rang out from the entrance. Who dares to sell my bows without permission? The three of them turned to see Volcanus standing at the doorway, gripping his hammer with both hands, his face flushed red with fury. Volcanus had spent nearly 200 years solely crafting bows, as he had a deep pride in the superiority of bows over other weapons. Except for his early days learning metallurgy, he never once made any weapon besides a bow. But after meeting Keter, everything changed. He began to craft daggers, believing that archers now needed to seriously consider close combat. This one dulls too easily. Snap. And this one is unnecessarily heavy. Crack. Since dawn, Volcanus had been making and destroying daggers over and over. Wiping the sweat from his forehead for the first time at noon, he said to his assistant, I'm going to clear my head for a bit. Melt down all the failures. What exactly is the perfect dagger for an archer? Volcanus tried to figure it out by crafting them himself, but he couldn't quite get the feel of it, which gave him a headache. If I make the blade thin for sharpness, it breaks and dulls too easily. An ideal dagger shouldn't lose its edge so easily, but if I make the blade thicker, the weight balance is thrown off. And if I try to balance it by making the handle heavier, it'll become as heavy as a longsword. Daggers being prone to damage and breaking was normal. After all, they were designed to kill unarmored humans or animals. They weren't meant for defense, and attempting to block an attack with the blade could cause it to break easily due to its thinness. However, Volcanus wasn't one to be bound by conventional thinking. He believed that it was possible to create a dagger that retained its characteristics while also being durable. The only issue was figuring out how to make it. The real solution was using expensive minerals. There was a mineral that fit all the necessary conditions, but the problem was that it was absurdly expensive, so using it was realistically impossible. Since the Sephira family's finances were not in good shape, he was trying to compensate for the lack of quality materials with his skill. Knock, knock. While deep in thought, his assistant blacksmith came to see him. What? Keter went to the bow storage with an outsider. Already frustrated by his own struggles, Volcanus became irritated. Even though Keter was an exceptional individual, going to the bow storage without his permission was unacceptable, and bringing an outsider made it even worse. Grabbing his hammer, both his tool and weapon, Volcanus rushed to the storage room. He assumed they wouldn't be able to enter because of the lock, but knowing Keter, he was likely the type to break it, so he hurried. Volcanus was partly right. The lock had been opened, but it wasn't broken. Even worse, it looked like the lock had been opened with a key. How in the world did he do that? Every lock used by the Sephira family was handcrafted by Volcanus himself. They were not only incredibly sturdy, but also designed with complex internal structures that made it impossible to unlock without the specific key. But that wasn't the worst part. The conversation coming from inside the storage was enough to make Volcanus see red. Keter was talking about selling the bows, all of them, not just one or two. Keter, you've not just lost your mind, you've completely gone insane. The bows of Sephira were Volcanus' pride and the Sephira family's blessing. No one outside of the Sephira family was ever supposed to wield them. Gripping his hammer so tightly that the veins on his forearms bulged, he stormed into the storage. Who gave you the right to sell my bows? He shouted. At Volcanus' booming voice, hands shrank back and Ultima wore an awkward expression. Keter, on the other hand, casually picked at his ear with his pinky. Did you have a bucket of coal for breakfast or something? Why is your voice so loud? Keter, you brat. Just because I approved of you doesn't mean you can do whatever you want in my forge. Get out of my storage now. Enraged, Volcanus thrust the head of his hammer forward. But instead of leaving, Keter raised 3 fingers. There are 3 reasons why you must sell these bows, Grandpa Midget. What nonsense are you going to spout now with that mouth of yours? I'm not falling for it. Get out, first. No matter what Volcanus said, Keter calmly folded one finger and continued his speech. Bows are incredibly high-maintenance weapons. Do you have any idea how much money and manpower it takes to maintain and repair them? These bows you've stashed away, claiming to treasure them, guzzle money like water. You and your filthy mouth. Grandpa Midget, stop resorting to violence and let's have a civilized conversation like the intellectuals we are. And let's be honest, these bows aren't even spares, are they? You're the one who uses violence. Fine, I admit it. The spare bows are elsewhere. But if we sell these, Sephira's military strength will be exposed. Volcanus set down his hammer and logically explained why selling the bows was out of the question, which hands nodded in agreement. The reason Saphira never sold its bows was to prevent enemies from analyzing and exploiting them. But Keter just scoffed. Techniques? What techniques? Are you talking about bow-making techniques? These bows were specially crafted for Saphira's unique technique, zodiac archery. This means that a skilled person could deduce our archery technique just by examining the bows. Like how you can tell if someone's technique is based on speed or strength from the shape of the blade. Exactly. If that were true, then all swordsmen should walk around hiding their swords, and our Saphira archers would have to wrap their bows in cloth so no one could see them. But that's not the case, is it? Volcanus realized he'd made a mistake. Keter had baited him into agreeing, and now he was in trouble. It's possible that someone could infer Saphira's techniques from our bows, but so what? Are we some sort of secretive family? Our techniques are already widely known, and anything that could be revealed probably already has. What exactly are we hiding? Fine, I'll admit that. Dwarves had a strong sense of pride, but they weren't irrationally stubborn. As such, Volcanus acknowledged his loss, but Keter had mentioned 3 reasons. That meant Volcanus still had 2 chances left. But let me ask, why is this outsider listening in on our conversation? Why hasn't he left yet? As Volcanus pointed his hammer toward Ultima, Ultima respectfully bowed and introduced himself. It's an honor to finally meet Master Volcanus, the legendary blacksmith. I am Ultima from the Ultima Merchant Company, HMPH. I have no interest in nobodies like you, so get out. This is none of your business, Volcanus replied. His point was valid. An outsider had no place in a discussion about the family. However, Keter stepped in. Ultima can stay and listen. That's why I brought him here. What good could possibly come from revealing family matters to an outsider? Volcanus yelled, his voice booming. Keter matched his volume, refusing to back down. Ultima is not just some outsider. He's a comrade who has fought alongside a Somion who shares our destiny. What? You may not pay attention to the outside world, but all the merchants have turned their backs on the Saphira family. No one wants to do business with us anymore. The only one still willing to take the risk and do business with our family is Ultima here. Volcanus hesitated at Keter's passionate argument. Even though he was a blacksmith who didn't care about worldly affairs, he knew basic business ethics. Glancing at Ultima, Volcanus calmly said, I apologize for calling you a nobody. I didn't realize who you were. It's all right, I also. Then Keter interrupted Ultima and said, he cares more about the well-being of Saphira than anyone else. Volcanus glanced at Ultima, seeming slightly touched. In this situation, Ultima could not do anything but smile awkwardly and nod in agreement. Yes, that's right. Lord Keter is absolutely correct. Fine, Ultima, you are permitted to stay, but that's that. Volcanus then glared at Keter again. Let's hear it, Keter. Give me the second and third reasons why I should sell these bows to Ultima. Well, you see, Keter placed a hand on Ultima's shoulder. Instinctively, Ultima turned to look at Keter's face, only to see Keter smiling warmly. This friend here will explain it. Ultima's eyes widened in shock at Keter's statement, something they had neither discussed nor planned. A person could only prove their worth in a crisis. This was Keter's philosophy when choosing his people. Ultima, show me how capable you really are. Ultima sent a look to Keter. What the hell are you doing? However, Keter just stared at him. This guy's trying to live life too easy. He hasn't snapped out of it yet. You said you could persuade him, didn't you? I came here trusting only you. It's too late to back out now, Keter said to Ultima. Of course you did. While pretending to clear his throat, Ultima secretly clenched his fist. This damn bastard. So this is why he brought me here. I had a feeling things were going too smoothly. Ultima couldn't claim that this wasn't true or try to explain that Keter was mistaken. If he did, there was a vague certainty that Keter might actually beat him to death. On top of that, Keter had completely shut down any ways for Ultima to escape this with his next statement. Grandpa Hands, what kind of punishment is given to a commoner who lies to a noble? You are not officially a noble yet, my lord, but usually their tongue is cut off. Suppressing Hands' timid attempt at rebellion with a mere glance, Keter once again turned to Ultima and said, a tongue is a weapon and armor to a merchant. I don't think you want to lose that. Are you even listening to yourself? Ultima nearly blurted it out, but managed to hold it back. Haha, how could I ever lie to Lord Keter? Reasons to sell these bows. Not just one but two. Of course I have my reasons. Volcanus, who had been somewhat skeptical in the strange atmosphere, showed interest in what Ultima had to say. Go on, I'll listen. Ultima took a deep breath, buying himself a moment of time. Keter, you want to test me, huh? Fine. I'll show you exactly how I got to where I am today. With that, Ultima began to explain the reasons to Volcanus on the spot. As his explanation continued, Volcanus, who had initially frowned with distrust, began to relax. Eventually, he burst into hearty laughter. Even Hands, who had ill feelings toward Ultima, found himself nodding in agreement, swayed by Ultima's eloquence. Keter looked at Volcanus. Ultima had just finished explaining the second reason, but his persuasion was so flawless that there was no need to hear the third. The expression on Keter's face as he looked at Ultima was like a proud parent watching their well-raised child. Not bad at all, kid. as expected from someone I've acknowledged. It wasn't just the quick thinking that impressed Keter. Ultima had a keen ability to interpret information and articulate it persuasively to others. Keter smiled, satisfied. I knew keeping him alive back in Liqueur was the right call. Well done, past me. Of course, Keter wouldn't hesitate to kill him if Ultima ever turned against him. The repercussions of doing so. If Keter had cared about that sort of thing, he wouldn't have earned his reputation as a lunatic in Liqueur. What in the world is going on here? People passing by stopped in their tracks as they noticed carriages lined up in front of the Saphira forge. The carriages belonged to Ultima, and his workers were loading crates from inside the blacksmith into the carriages. Ultima was overseeing the workers, while Volcanus, Hans, and Keter were talking in a secluded corner where no one else was around. Without wasting any more time, the two of you should go and report to the Patriarch. Tell him about the money the Saphira family owes Ultima, as well as the sale of the bows, Keter instructed. Hans, looking much older and worn out, replied in a worried voice, I can somehow explain selling the bows, but if you take 10% as a brokerage fee, my lord, how am I supposed to explain that to the Patriarch? I'll be beaten to death. Keter hadn't arranged this deal for free. He took a 10% commission on the sale of the bows, which totaled 20,000 gold. It was a huge sum, enough for 100 commoner households to live comfortably for a lifetime. Though it was an enormous sum, Keter remained calm, showing no signs of joy or happiness. His expression suggested that this kind of money was nothing, as if it was something he naturally deserved. When Hans let out a distressed sigh, Keter pulled out 100 white gold coins from his pocket and firmly placed them in Hans' hand. I've taken care of you. It's not that I wanted a tip. It's not a tip, it's for your passage to the afterlife. Rest in peace. Cough, come on, don't cry at your age. Besides, if it weren't for me, those bows would have just rotted away in storage forever. The brokerage fee is at least 30% where I come from. Want me to charge you that? Hans quickly waved his hands in protest at the mention of a minimum 30% fee. No, I'll somehow explain this to the Patriarch, Hans said. Good. He might be angry at first, but in the end he'll have no choice but to accept it, Keter replied. Do you really think so? What's he going to do, kill you? At worst, you'll be exiled. I don't want to be exiled from the family at my age. Then you should have done better from the start. As Hans stood there, speechless at Keter's cynical reply, it was now Volcanus' turn to speak. Seems like Grandpa Midget has something to say to me. Though Volcanus had been fully convinced by Keter and Ultima, he still thought Keter's actions were dangerous. I have no problem convincing Bissell, but what about you? You've already subdued Amaranth, which has drawn an excessive amount of attention. And now, you've sold Saphira's bows without the Patriarch's permission. Aren't you afraid of what punishment might come? Selling Saphira's bows wasn't such a huge issue in itself. The Patriarch would understand if Hans and Volcanus persuaded him. The problem was that it was Keter who had led the transaction, as Keter was an outsider until yesterday. Though people within the family were calling him Lord or Young Master, he wasn't an official noble. He could only gain true noble status after receiving formal approval from the royal family, then he could enjoy the rights that come with it. Therefore, it would have been safer for Keter to have done what he did after he was officially a noble and a recognized member of Saphira. Of course, Keter was aware of this. It was the safer route, but there was a reason why he acted otherwise. These noble types take years to deliberate over even filling a small pothole in the road. He didn't even expect becoming a legitimate noble, and even if they did approve it, it would take decades. There was especially no way they would grant a noble title to a bastard of the Saphira family, who was already out of favor with Queen Lillian. I would die of frustration waiting. That was why he just did it, remaining in this ambiguous state of being neither a commoner or a noble. The worst thing that could happen to me is death, but whatever. Oh, and of course, Keter pointed at himself with his thumb. Don't try this yourself, I do it because I'm the one doing it. Tusk, you're a lunatic. If it were me, at least I wouldn't siphon off the family's money as a commission. Why are you so obsessed with money anyway? Volcanus asked. If anyone says they don't like money, that person is lying. Look at me, how pure and clean. Even so, it's too much. What are you going to do with all that money? Grandpa, my master once said that violence alone can't solve everything, but money and violence can solve it all. I'm more amazed that someone actually took you as a student. Want to take on a student yourself? I know a fantastic candidate. I'm not interested. Volcanus turned abruptly to Hans and said, let's get going. Bissell's probably already heard that we sold the bows. If we don't move quickly, things could get complicated. Say, I should have done better. I should have. Hans followed Volcanus like livestock being dragged to a slaughterhouse. After the two left, Ultima and Keter's eyes met coincidentally. Ultima pretended to look far ahead at the mountains behind, but Keter beckoned Ultima over with his finger. Did you call, my lord? Ultima, satisfied with the deal, acted respectfully. The benefit he gained from this transaction wasn't just monetary. Ultima now had the prestige of becoming the first merchant in the kingdom to deal with Saphira's bows. The influence he would gain from this was worth more than 1,000,000 gold. Regardless, Keter glanced around briefly and spoke as if making small talk. I've shown you everything there is to show. It's time to decide. Are you going to partner with me or not? All right, I'll be straight with you. Though the time had been short, memories of working with Keter in the past came to Ultima's mind. Keter was like a swamp the more one struggled to escape, the deeper they would sink. The only way to escape was to face him head-on. The Saphira family can't. Then do we have any reason to keep talking? Rejection. Ultima refused to work with Keter. Of course, he knew that despite Keter's current civil attitude, Keter was someone who preferred violence over conversation. He knew that Keter would never let him go so easily. However, he was at an advantage in this situation. We're in the middle of the Saphira family, and I'm the only merchant who deals with them. If you kill me, Keter, you won't be able to handle the consequences. This was the reason Ultima could confidently refuse. What are you going to do if I refuse? What can you do? There might be retaliation later, but that was for him to deal with. I want to stop seeing your face, Keter. Ultima hoped Keter would calmly back down and leave, and he was willing to take a few hits for it. But there was no way Keter would do that. But I can. The moment Keter finished speaking, a chill ran down Ultima's spine. He's going to kill me. He was going to die. Ultima quickly stepped back, but Keter's left hand grabbed his neck and lifted him faster than he could react. God! Keter's strength was unreal. He was able to lift a grown man with just one hand. What made it even more astounding was that Ultima was a trained warrior, strong enough to rival a 2-star knight, but Keter didn't budge at all even as Ultima struggled with both hands to pry Keter's hand away. Realizing that brute strength wouldn't work, Ultima swallowed his pride and began struggling loudly, deliberately making noise to attract attention. He hoped that if the soldiers saw this, even Keter wouldn't be able to go all out and do whatever he wanted. Indeed, servants and soldiers passing by began to notice Keter and Ultima. Despite being strangled, Ultima felt a small sense of relief. Let go, Keter. They're watching, however. Crack, keck. Keter squeezed Ultima's neck even harder. The soldiers who had approached recognized Ultima but couldn't bring themselves to intervene, merely lingering nearby. That lunatic is messing with Ultima this time. I heard he got to Lord Anise and Lord Tarragon too. And Catherine became mute after getting involved with Lord Keter. Even the Patriarch is staying silent, so what's the point of us speaking up? Would Lord Keter even listen? Among the soldiers was one who was stationed at the entrance to the forge before. He quickly looked away and began whistling as if nothing was happening. Hugh, I'd be in the same situation if I hadn't stepped aside and opened the way earlier. The soldier pledged that even if Keter came to the forge with Cerberus as his pet, he'd obediently clear the way. As the soldiers turned a blind eye, Ultima grew more desperate. This is ridiculous. I'm fading. It was too late for regret and even later to respond. His strength was already draining and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. At that moment, Keter whispered into Ultima's ear, "You trust me, right? Relax." Thud. Keter lifted Ultima and slammed him into the ground. Neither Ultima nor the soldiers nearby had a chance to intervene. The impact was so tremendous that the ground shook. Even those far away turned around in surprise. Not only did the Saphira family see, but so did Ultima's subordinates. Receiving everyone's attention, Keter tossed the seemingly dead Ultima over his shoulder and said, "Never seen a noble beat up a commoner before. Get back to work." Keter then headed toward the stables with Ultima, and no one dared to block his path. Meanwhile, there were those who watched the entire situation unfold, be sent by various families. They secretly smiled, thinking to themselves that Keter, coming from the lawless city of Absinthe, would indeed bring ruin to the Saphira family rather than being of any help to them. Keter placed Ultima down on the pile of straw in the hay storage of the stable and said, "You can open your eyes now. There's no stable keeper at this hour, and the soldiers don't come near here after lunch because of the manure smell." Ultima was alive. There was a clear handprint on his neck that looked like he had been strangled, and he had been slammed into the ground so hard that it shook. The sound was loud enough for his ribs to break and his organs to twist, but crackle. Suddenly, Ultima sprang up. He raised his upper body, leaned against the pile of straw, and wiped the blood from his lips with his sleeve. The loud sound was a trick. Ultima's body hadn't actually hit the ground. Keter had slammed his fist into the ground instead. It only appeared that way to those watching from afar. Ultima was alive, but he wasn't relieved. Keter, who had deceived the eyes and ears of everyone, was now blocking his path. Meticulous bastard. Even in that situation, you were thinking about fooling the onlookers. Ultima and Keter had known each other since childhood. It was more of an ill-fated destiny rather than a coincidence. They were both abandoned orphans, so they often crossed paths because they had similar places to stay and similar things they could do. Because of that, Ultima was constantly compared to Keter, who always came in first at everything, no matter what. Of course, Ultima wasn't a fool. He tried multiple times to kill Keteras. That was how things were done in Liqueur, but each time he ended up beaten and robbed of everything he had. You always acted reckless, but you always had a plan, and I was always the victim. I didn't bring you all the way here to reminisce about the past. Right. So you're saying you can protect me, or rather my company, the Saphira family can. Tusk, did you land on your head when you hit the ground? I already told you, it's not the Saphira family. Keter pointed to himself with his thumb and said, I will protect you. Wait, is this some kind of hallucination or dream? Did you actually kill me and this is the afterlife? As Keter raised his fist, Ultima quickly changed his tone. I'm joking. But surely you're joking too, right? Protect me from high nobles. It's not just one family, it's a coalition of them. They may not be prestigious families, but their combined power isn't something any one person can handle. In this world, nobles were divided into high and low nobles. Even low noble families had enough privileges for generations to live comfortably, but ambitious people dreamed of becoming a high noble. That was because high nobles were granted the right to maintain private military forces. They had the right to have at least 500 soldiers and 10 knights, and 4 of these families had joined forces. They were a small army that even a prestigious family wouldn't take lightly, but Keter, a mere individual, was saying he could protect Ultima from them. The logical conclusion was that it was impossible, but Keter had always been an eccentric that defied logic. Ultima, I didn't bring you here to hear how strong or impressive our opponents are, Keter said. I brought you here to hear your answer, yes or no. Is that difficult? Don't try to persuade me, just tell me your decision. The unspoken threat was clear. Depending on his choice, Ultima could really end up dead. Ultima didn't fully understand that, but he couldn't reject Keter as easily as before. It was absurd. No matter how many times he thought about it, whether 100 or 1,000, it still didn't make sense. Ultima would scoff if the Saphira family offered to protect him, yet strangely, Keter's offer to protect him made him hesitate. It wasn't something he could decide in a day or even a month, but Keter was pressing for an answer. If you die, you'll have plenty of time to think about it forever. Want me to help with that? Before I answer, what do I stand to gain from joining forces with the Saphira family? Just so you know, the high nobles promised to make me a low noble. I'm explaining this for the last time, Ultima, but you're not working with the Saphira family, you're working with me. Wait, so you're not doing this because of Lord Bissel's orders, but on your own. Snap. Keter snapped his fingers. Now you're getting it. I thought I couldn't get lower than this, but this is even worse. There's one thing that I can do, Ultima, and I'll tell you what it is so you don't get confused. Keter squatted to Ultima's eye level. I won't kill you. Ha, Ultima frowned deeply. On the other hand, Keter's eyes glistened clearly and calmly. It was the look of a lunatic. Did that crazy bastard really kill him? Muttered one of the baggage carriers from the Ultima Merchant Company. He looked like a typical carrier, but in reality, he was a subordinate of a high noble, tasked with monitoring Ultima. He glanced at the stable where Keter had entered, keeping a close watch. That was when, bang. The stable door flew open violently and a man sprinted out. It was Ultima. Blood was trickling from his lips and his hair was a mess, but it was unmistakably him. He looked panicked, as if he had barely escaped with his life. Keter, who was chasing after him, shouted angrily, Hey, if you come back now, I'll only hit you twice. Shriek, it was clear to anyone watching that Keter had beaten Ultima. The assassin disguised as a carrier was disappointed. If Keter killed Ultima, we could have used it as a reason to put more pressure on the Saphira family. What a shame. Since Ultima was alive, the carrier still had to at least pretend to help Ultima. And he wasn't the only one with that thought. Ultima's subordinates rushed in to protect their master. Blocked by the crowd, Keter yelled furiously about teaching that commoner some noble laws, while Ultima, without looking back, mounted a horse and left the estate. HMPH, did he run away? How lucky. Now everyone knew that Keter had severely beaten Ultima and chased him away. This news quickly spread not only to the patriarch, but also to the spies who were monitoring them. Keter had caused a major incident in just 2 days of joining the family. Those who were hostile to Saphira smiled in triumph. They had thought that Keter, who suddenly joined the family, might be a hidden talent for Saphira, but it was now confirmed that he was a disaster. That day, an urgent order was issued to all spies. From now on, do not interfere with what Keter is doing. Cease all activities for now to avoid getting mixed up with Keter. They temporarily stepped back from the front lines, waiting for Saphira to implode on its own, and this change was immediately noticeable. Bissell, the patriarch of the Saphira family, hadn't heard anything yet, but he could feel it. This is ominous. As usual, Bissell was wrestling with a mountain of paperwork, but he stood up and moved to the window. Unfortunately, his premonitions were rarely wrong. It doesn't seem to be an attack. It was noisy, but not the dangerous kind of noise. In fact, it sounded almost lively. I hope it's just unnecessary worry, he muttered, massaging his arm. Bissell already felt bad about having imprisoned Panir, his uncle. There were only circumstantial clues of betrayal and no clear evidence, but it would also be a problem if there were. The family should be coming together right now, but the elders, who were the pillars of the family, were all acting independently. The previous patriarch had disappeared without a word about his whereabouts. Panir was in custody, and his father-in-law, Elder Reganin, was avoiding any conversation with him. My children are doing their best, but it wasn't just because they were his children objectively, they were exceptional. However, they weren't really helpful. I can only rely on Hyssop. His eldest son, Hyssop, was now working as the young master and taking care of external affairs. While he hadn't had any remarkable achievements, in the current situation, the mere absence of bad news was an accomplishment. Knock, knock. Bissell, lost in thought, was interrupted by the sound of a knock at the door. Lord Bissell, this is Navikin, Knight of the Sacred Order of Sephira. I have urgent news to report. Bissell, who had a worried expression, quickly changed his demeanor and said, "Come in." Without even greeting him, Navikin spoke urgently. Lord Keter has caused an incident. Keter again? Honestly, Keter was a name Bissell didn't want to hear at this moment. Even just yesterday, Keter had caused too many incidents. As soon as he arrived, he knocked out Anis, took ownership of Demon Bow Amaranth, and turned Tarragon into a racing horse. And if that wasn't enough, he even turned Catherine, the flower of Sephira, mute. To make matters worse, rumors of a ghost stabbing necks at night began circulating the moment Keter arrived. Complaints and suspicions about Keter had piled up like an avalanche from all directions, yet Bissell had patiently endured, even apologizing to those affected. Let's observe for just one more day. I can't discern Keter's true motives. That was what Bissell had told himself earlier that morning. But just before Navikin arrived, Volcanus and Hans came to see him. As soon as they arrived, they got straight to the point. They had sold all the stored bows to Ultima. Since Bissell trusted them, he believed they had good reason for doing so, until Keter's name was mentioned. The deal was driven by Keter. This is the temporary receipt issued by Ultima. Bissell, who wondered why Keter was being mentioned, was shocked when he saw the receipt from Volcanus. It wasn't because they had earned 200,000 gold from selling the bows, nor was it because he had just learned, for the first time, that they owed Ultima 400,000 gold, a commission. Keter had taken 10% of the earnings as a commission, which was recorded in the receipt. Who allowed this? Selling the family's bows without the approval of the patriarch was already an overreach of power, but Bissell thought he could allow it if it was the idea of Hans, who was in charge of finances, and Volcanus, the head of the forge. Keter, he not only led the deal but also made a huge commission. Master Volcanus, what happened? I can understand selling the bows, but you let Keter take a commission. Keter will explain that. We'll get going now. Then Volcanus hurriedly left with Hans. It was something that only Volcanus could have done. Bissell rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. Volcanus, who had always shown such a stern demeanor, fled without even looking back. Should I call for Keter? It was a strange dilemma. The head of the family should not hesitate to summon a child who had caused trouble. However, Bissell had sworn just yesterday to never see Keter. It wasn't an official vow, but even the thought of breaking it bruised his pride. In truth, Bissell deeply wanted to summon Keter immediately and question him, and ask what he was thinking when he did everything he did. However, Bissell couldn't act recklessly. He wasn't an immature child anymore. With the wisdom of an elder and the dignity of a patriarch, he held back for the family's honor. He believed that was the best teaching he could give as a father and a patriarch. So what did Keter do? Bissell asked gently after having calmed down his impatience. Bissell's demeanor was so forgiving, as if he'd even pardoned murder, that Navikin felt reassured to tell him what had happened. He beat Mr. Ultima, the merchant. How? As Bissell laughed calmly, Navikin awkwardly joined in. How? Bring him to me. Haha, pardon, oh, Mr. Ultima rode off first. Should I chase after him? Navikin asked. No, not Ultima, then. My son. Oh, you mean Lord Tarragon. He's running around the track. I'll fetch him right away. When Navikin still didn't catch on, Bissell softly called his name Navikin. Yes, my lord, bring me the lunatic. If Navikin didn't get it at this point, no one could blame Bissell if he beat Navikin. Jack, Keter's personal butler, joined him for lunch once again, just like the day before, with an exhausted look in his eyes. As Keter enjoyed his meal leisurely, he glanced at Jack. Did someone die? Why the long face? How are you able to eat right now, my lord? It's freshly baked and soft, so it's really good. Soft or not, I heard you fought with Mr. Ultima. That's just a rumor, right? Surely even you wouldn't have done something like that. Of course, it's a rumor. We didn't fight. I just beat him up one-sidedly. Do you even know who Ultima is? Is that why you're acting this calm? He's a mere commoner merchant. Keter kept eating without pause, even during the conversation. Unable to stand it any longer, Jack snatched the roasted chicken leg Keter was about to eat. Please stop eating for a moment and realize how serious this situation is. All that was left in Jack's hand was a bare bone. Clang. Though he was about to toss the bone away, Jack gently placed it in the bone dish and switched to a pleading approach. The head of the family may be a kind and merciful person, but he won't just overlook this incident. No matter what anyone says, I'm on your side, my lord. So let's discuss how we should go about apologizing. There's no other solution. What nonsense are you talking about? Who exactly should I be apologizing to? To Mr. Ultima, of course. It will be a huge loss if he cuts off trade with the Saphira family. Even if the patriarch protects you, Elder Pannier won't let you off the hook. Jack began delivering a lengthy lecture on why Keter should apologize. However, Keter simply smiled. No need to worry, Gramps. Ultima won't sever the deal. Ultima had accepted my offer to betray the High Nobles, but that didn't mean he was just going to blindly help Saphira. He wasn't foolish enough to make his betrayal obvious. Ultima would continue pressuring Saphira as he always did, but that would merely be a deception. When the crucial moment came, Ultima would abandon the High Nobles and side with Saphira, and that moment would be created by Keter himself. I've bought time. I've deceived the entire world by staging that beating. Not only that, Keter received a glass bead, a signaling device as a symbol of trust. Break this if you ever need the help of the Ultima Merchant Company. No matter where you are, a rescue team will find you. If I'm on the verge of death, you can finish me off while you're at it. Two birds with one stone, right? I won't deny it. So show me for sure. Prove you're not just a lunatic, but a lunatic who's incredibly strong. On top of that, Keter pocketed a commission fee of 20,000 gold, an amount so jaw-dropping that it basically dislocated. Honestly, it was enough for Keter to retire right now and live leisurely in a big city. They say if a person is too greedy, their stomach would burst. But I'm still hungry. Crunch. Keter bit into a peach, skin and all, and gazed out the window. What a ridiculously huge family. Even 10 million gold wouldn't be enough to revive this family with money alone. Of course, the money I make is mine. They'll have to fend for themselves while I have my share. As Keter stood up, Jacques followed suit. My lord, you're finally listening to me. I just stood up to go to the bathroom. The knights will be here soon. They're probably coming to take you. Please just stay calm when that happens. I'll take care of it. Sounds good to me. Jacques didn't bother following Keter to the bathroom, which was a sign that he hadn't fully learned his lesson yet. The dining room didn't only have the main entrance, there was a back door for the workers to use. Instead of heading to the bathroom, Keter slipped out through the back. Being dragged off just isn't my style. Jack was right, Bissell wouldn't tolerate this any longer. Even if it wasn't out of personal feelings, allowing Keter to run wild like this would only fuel internal frustration beyond control. I didn't exactly intend for this, but it looks like he really couldn't hold out for more than 2 days. At this hour, Bissell would only be in one place, High's office. If Keter was summoned, it would be there. Keter headed directly toward Bissell's office. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the dining room as Keter had vanished. Jack tried to stall, saying he was in the bathroom, but of course Keter wasn't there. Did he run off out of fear of being reprimanded? Damn it, shouted the knight who came to get Keter, gritting his teeth. Get the soldiers out. He couldn't have gone far. Wait. I know Lord Keter does whatever he wants, but I'm sure he didn't run away. Jack tried to stop the knights, but they refused to listen to him, already having a prejudice against Keter. Like that, Keter inadvertently revitalized the Saphira family. Bissell was writing a letter, waiting for Keter to arrive. Scratch, scratch. Bissell, who had been focused on writing, suddenly put down his pen. At the same time, the cloak he was wearing transformed into a bow, and Arrowsit was the doppelganger Saphira's family treasure. In an instant, Bissell aimed toward the window. Show your face, he said calmly. There was nothing at the window. Even the idea of an enemy outside the window was absurd, as Bissell's office was on the 7th floor, and the building's outer walls were as smooth as glass. On top of that, knights were monitoring every blind spot. Yet Bissell had sensed someone's presence outside the window. He would have immediately shot an arrow if the intruder had shown any sign of hostility or intent to kill, but since there was none, he refrained from shooting. Swish. The intruder revealed themselves outside the window, hanging upside down. Bissell didn't immediately recognize them. After all, they were upside down, and it was a face he'd never seen before. But upon closer inspection, he soon realized who it was. Keter, correct, Creek. Keter casually opened the window and entered the office. Bissell remained silent as he watched him. The windows would have been locked, and yet he was hanging upside down at this height, showing no signs of fear or hesitation as he jumped. Even a highly trained knight would shatter their legs jumping from the 7th floor, and Keter had been hanging upside down one small mistake during the landing, and he would die instantly without question. Yet Keter risked such a dangerous move without a second thought and broke into his office. Bissell pointed toward the door and said, "You ignored a perfectly good door." "That wouldn't be fun," Keter replied. "Where are the knights sent to fetch you? Did you come here alone? Looks like we missed each other." "I figured you'd call, so I came early." As soon as Keter finished speaking, the door to the office swung open and Navikin entered. "Lord Bissell, Keter has escaped. We've released the soldiers and hounds, so we'll catch him any moment now." Navikin noticed Keter standing by the window of the office. Keter waved at him, while Bissell licked his lower lip in frustration. What kind of chaos is this? For a moment, Bissell wasn't sure where to even begin. But despite the confusion, he addressed Navikin. "As you can see, Keter is here. Call off the search." "Ah, yes, my lord." Navikin, who was blinking in surprise, snapped out of his shock and saluted before leaving the office. Sigh. Bissell reverted the doppelganger back into his cloak form and placed his hand on the table. Thud, hearing a noise from behind, Bissell turned around. Keter had sat himself down on the sofa, even though the patriarch, his father, was standing. Bissell, dumbfounded, stared at Keter, who then gestured to the sofa across from him and said, "Why don't you sit down? Why are you the one saying that, if you weren't my son?" Bissell was surprised by his own thoughts. Calm down. Keter probably thinks I abandoned him. Once we clear the misunderstanding, he'll show proper respect. It was a level of patience befitting for someone responsible for an entire family. Bissell decided to show the grace of an adult. One shouldn't sit before their elder, does, Keter. They didn't do that in Liqueur. This is Sephira, so you should follow Sephira's rules. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Bissell clenched his fist. Yes, make sure you don't repeat the mistake next time. Feeling that telling him to stand up again would make him seem petty, Bissell sat down across from Keter. Finally, they were on the same level, their eyes meeting. Both stared intently at each other. Bissell was the first to break the silence. "You're the spitting image of your mother. She must be quite beautiful then. Have you never seen her? We need to clear up the misunderstanding. I didn't know about your existence either. If I had known, I wouldn't have left you behind. The fact that you're here in front of me now is proof of that. It doesn't seem like you brought me here out of affection." For a moment, Bissell almost denied it. The truth was that Keter had been summoned because of the trouble he'd caused. That was the main point. Straightening his posture, Bissell spoke in a slightly stiff tone. "Yes, you're right. I summoned you as the patriarch of the Sephira family. Keter, you know what you've done wrong, don't you? If being brilliant is a crime, I guess I'm due for the gallows. I can understand your rudeness. You lived your whole life in the lawless city of Liqueur, so it's understandable you wouldn't know the rules of the outside world. But I can't forgive your mistakes. And what exactly have I done so wrong?" Keter's genuinely innocent look made Bissell think how shameless his son was, even though he was his own child. "Let me remind you of what you did in just one day. First, you went to Anis and picked a fight. Anis threw the first punch, so it was self-defense. We even settled it. And what about taking the demon bow Amaranth without permission? The weapon chose its owner. I want to return it, but it doesn't seem to want to leave me." Though it was blatant Keter was lying, Bissell couldn't tell for sure whether it was true or false. "I heard you gave Tarragon some advice, telling him to run around the training grounds all day. That doesn't align with Sephira's training methods. If Tarragon doesn't want to do it, I'm not going to force him to. It's his choice." Talking back at every single point, Bissell glared at Keter. From Keter's responses, an outsider would think that he didn't do anything wrong, but his brazen attitude was what annoyed Bissell the most. But you won't have an excuse for what happened with Ultima. That was, in fact, the main reason Bissell had summoned Keter. Of all the things Keter had done, the issue with the only trading partner they had wasn't just an inconvenience, it was much more serious. "I'm curious how you'll explain why you hit Mr. Ultima from the merchant company today." "I hit him because he annoyed me." What, that lowly commoner merchant should consider it an honor to do business with the Sephira family, but he didn't know his place. So I taught him a lesson on behalf of the family. Sounds like you're interpreting everything to your own advantage. I'm a bit selfish. Must have inherited it from someone. Keter, Bissell stood up. His gaze, cold and heavy, was fixed on Keter. Keter also rose from his seat, meeting Bissell's eyes. After a pause, Bissell slowly opened his mouth. "The reason you've come to the Sephira family, could it be that you want revenge? Do you resent me and this family for abandoning you, and is that why you're acting this way on purpose?" It was a question that could decide Keter's fate, depending on his answer. Most would hesitate, but Keter replied immediately. "I used to think that way, but not anymore." "Not anymore, you say? Allow me to introduce myself then." Keter pulled out a business card from his coat and with both hands politely handed it to Bissell. "Keter, the solver from Liqueur. I solve problems for prices that aren't exactly reasonable." Bissell's eyes narrowed. The business card signified that the bearer was a mage. "You managed to master something difficult like magic, even in a place like Liqueur." Bissell was calm, but he was slightly disappointed. If Keter possessed mana, then learning aura techniques was impossible. Mana and aura were like water and fire, incompatible forces that could not coexist. In other words, even if Bissell wanted to teach Keter the Sephira family's aura cultivation techniques, he couldn't learn it. "If you don't know magic, you're missing out on half of what life has to offer. Magic is incredibly convenient." Keter wasn't exaggerating. While aura might surpass mana in sheer power, magic had unparalleled utility in daily life beyond just attack and defense. One prime example was long-distance communication. Normally, people had to travel or send messenger birds to communicate across distances. No matter the method, it was often hindered by environmental conditions. However, mages could, under the right circumstances, instantly communicate regardless of distance. And this was just one of many advantages magic provided. Bissell let out a bitter smile. "You know as well as I do that magic is forbidden by law in our kingdom. I won't tell you not to use it, but be cautious in front of others. Other high nobles seem to use magic just fine. That's because their magic is more of a hobby. Yours, however, doesn't seem like that. Well, I'll keep that in mind for now. Good, and you said you're a solver. I can solve anything as long as the price is right. I already handled 2 cases yesterday. You received requests from whom? Anis was my first client and the second was Tarragon. Both were very satisfied. Bissell was confused. He couldn't believe Anis and Tarragon hired Keter. They wouldn't have made a request before meeting him, so it must have been afterward. But what could they have seen in Keter that made them request his help? Bissell knew his sons well, and they were not the type to seek help from someone like Keter. Then Keter quickly cleared up the confusion. And now I think I can take on a third request from you, father. I have nothing to ask of you. You don't need to worry about that. I'll find something for you. Bissell quickly understood. He forced a request by saying he would help. Now it all made sense. Bissell finally understood what Keter meant by taking on requests. Bissell clasped his hands together, adjusting his posture, and said, "So Keter, are you saying that you're here not as my son, but as a solver for the Saphira family?" Keter shrugged and leaned back. "Why can't I be both? The son of Saphira and the solver of Liquor both are me. Then let me ask the solver from Liquor, does the Saphira family seem so weak that it would need the help of just one person? It was well known among the nobility that the Saphira family was being ostracized. The commoners were unaware, and even if they knew, they wouldn't care enough to spread rumors. At most, only the local citizens might be aware. Bissell believed Keter didn't know about the family's crisis. His question was meant to put Keter in his place, suggesting that someone like him had no right to think he could help a master family. However, Keter replied nonchalantly, "You're not weak, but you are in crisis, aren't you?" It wasn't a question. It was a statement of certainty, and the look in Bissell's eyes changed. Though it was true, the Saphira family hadn't shown signs of decline to the extent that an outsider would notice. How could Keter, who only became part of the family yesterday, be so certain? Bissell almost asked, but then stopped himself. I brought him here to question him, but I'm being swept into his flow. It wasn't just because Bissell was unconsciously going easy on him because Keter was his son. This kid has remarkable conversation skills. On top of that, he creates an oddly comfortable atmosphere and skillfully steers the conversation. Bissell realized that Keter had survived in Liquor not simply because he was strong. Keter possessed his own toughness and Akra's embracing nature. Bissell's lips curled into a slight smilia mix of sadness and pride. He truly is my son. Keter had survived and grown strong in the harshest of environments without anyone's help. Even if there had been help, it was probably because of Keter's charm. While others might dismiss this as luck, Bissell saw it differently. Luck, too, was a quality of the strong. Though Keter's character was far from what one might expect of a noble, perhaps very far, but what father wouldn't feel proud to see such an exceptional son? Oh, chocolate. As soon as Bissell felt emotional, Keter quickly snatched up a piece of chocolate from the table and popped it into his mouth. Feeling a sudden wave of exhaustion, Bissell followed, putting a piece of chocolate into his mouth. Without even having the time to enjoy the bittersweet flavor, Keter began speaking again. I've actually already completed one of your requests. It turns out Ultima was being backed by the nobles, so I gave him a little lesson. Munching on another piece of chocolate, Keter continued. Bissell raised his eyebrows. I was already aware that Ultima is working for the nobles, Bissell replied. It's pathetic knowing they're your enemy, but still keeping them close. That's what politics is. I'm not well versed in politics, but I do know one thing. Politics and violence go hand in hand, and Keter grabbed the entire box of chocolates and shoved the remaining pieces into his mouth. The biggest problem with the Sarah family is that you don't know how to use violence. But guess what? You've got a talented person right here. He pointed at himself with his thumb. I can be the crazy one in the family. Just hearing it caused Bissell a headache. He realized that pressing further wouldn't get them anywhere, so he decided to shift the topic. There are mountains of things I want to ask you, but for now, I'll ask as the head of the Saphira family, not as your father. Even Bissell had his limits when it came to indulging Keter. It didn't seem like he needed to go on and on about why he sold the Saphira family's bow without permission and took a 10% commission, or about how beating and driving away Ultima benefited the Saphira family. One question should suffice. Bissell rose from his seat and walked toward the window. The estate appeared peaceful. The weather was perfectly clear, as if no storm could possibly come, but Bissell knew better. This was merely a preludeth calm before the storm. Though he tried to convince himself and his family that things would turn out fine, the storm was inevitable. Right now, he was only delaying its arrival. Then Keter appeared. Initially, Bissell had brought him out of pity, as he would inevitably be caught up in the storm, but Keter had refused protection. He constantly sought to do things on his own. The question was, were Keter's actions truly beneficial for the Saphira family? I don't know. Even being uncertain seemed like an overly generous assessment of Keter. Others probably viewed him as a god of disaster. However, through his conversations with Keter, Bissell had realized something. Keter didn't resent the Saphira family. While he didn't seem to love it either, it was clear he was trying to do something for the family. Bissell did not underestimate Keter. The fact that he had defeated Anis in combat suggested he was at least at the level of a first-star knight. Additionally, his ability to subdue Amaranth indicated he had a strong mind as well. There was only one thing that bothered Bissell, whether Keter thought of him as his father or just one of many nobles. Wanting to know that, Bissell broke the long silence and asked, "Are you truly my son?" This was Keter's second encounter with Bissell. Man, it's nice to see him again. In Keter's previous life, he had only seen Bissell for barely a minute. Even then, all he heard was a single word telling him to leave. The Bissell in front of Keter now looked tired but was still a strong man, both inside and out. However, he was being worn down, like a massive stone slowly eroded by a constant drip of water. After exchanging a few words, it didn't seem like Bissell disliked Keter, at least not yet. "Are you truly my son?" asked Bissell in a serious tone. Keter had been prepared to answer this for a long time. "Depends on how you act, father." Bissell turned from gazing out the window and stared at Keter quietly. Bissell's expression barely changed, but he seemed confused by Keter's response. Keter rubbed his thumb and index fingers together and said, "And give me a lot of pocket money, too. I know you took 20,000 gold as a commission for mediating the deal with Ultima. Do I need to say it out loud? That is Saphira's rightful money. That was just business. Money matters need to be even stricter among family to avoid hard feelings. And if I give you pocket money, you'll remain my son. You also have to praise me often. Praise. And most importantly, you have to trust me no matter what." This was the most important part. No matter how much he intended to help the Saphira family grow, it only mattered if they accepted it. Bissell returned to his seat and straightened his collar. "Right now, there is only one thing I can offer you." Keter knew that as well. It was probably something like pocket money. However, Bissell said something entirely different from what he expected. "Saphira's finances are precarious. I can't just praise you for no reason, but I can trust you. That's why." Bissell pointed to Amaranth, the demon bow that was now a tattoo on Keter's left arm. "Amaranth, you must have heard about it from Volcanus, but that thing is a devil. It gives you power, but it demands a fitting price. The user inevitably suffers misfortune. That was true for me as well." His gaze shifted slightly. Following his eyes, Keter noticed a portrait hanging on the wall. It was of a beautiful woman, wearing a simple willow branch crown, smiling gently. Looking at the portrait, he continued, "That's my wife. I killed her with that amaranth on your arm." Bissell still looked sad, as if his emotions hadn't yet worn away. He placed his hand on Keter's shoulder. "I still believe that amaranth is a dangerous weapon, but I trust you and I'm leaving it to you." Keter looked into his father's eyes silently. It was because he didn't understand. Trust needed evidence, just like how collateral was needed to borrow. Money trust required something to back it up. "On what grounds?" Keter asked Bissell. Just as he always answered quickly, Bissell replied without hesitation, "Because we're family." Wow, that hit hard. It's been a long time since I've heard something I can't comprehend. Trusting someone just because they're family. It's careless and completely defenseless. Does he think I don't know what family means? There were many families even in Liqueur, but families there were different. Sure, they lived together, but one side always betrayed the other first when there was a crisis. Fathers sold their sons as soldiers, mothers sold their daughters into prostitution, and children stabbed their parents for their inheritance. That's what family is in Liqueur, bound by blood, but in the end, the one who let their guard down first got devoured. Bissell trusting Keter essentially meant he was willing to let himself be devoured by Keter. There's no way that's true. Kindness without reason didn't exist. If there was, it would only be an emotional ploy to win someone over. That was what the godfather of Liqueur does. If Keter hadn't been burned once, he might have wavered. Either way, for know whether it was a lie or no teat didn't hurt Keter if Bissell claimed to trust him. Bissell went to his desk, grabbed a pile of documents, and skimmed through a few before handing Keter a bundle of 3 documents. Survey of the unidentified dungeon in the Langnol Plains. Assigned Night, Wing. Mission difficulty, C. Mountain bandit extermination in the Canton Ridge. Assigned Night, Kanto. Mission difficulty, C. Search for missing personnel on leave. Assigned Night, Catherine. Mission difficulty, F. Bissell gestured with his chin. Now this makes sense. Easy to understand, isn't it? If you want to live as part of a noble family, earn your keep. How straightforward. Keter quickly skimmed through the missions, and none of them seemed particularly interesting or exciting. However, there was one that caught his eye. Search for missing personnel on leave. Assigned Night, Catherine. Mission difficulty, F. It was the 3rd mission, the one with the lowest difficulty rating. The task was to locate and bring back a knight who had gone missing during their return from leave after communication was lost near a local village. The mission details were mundane, but what intrigued Keter was that the knight assigned to it was Catherine. In my previous life, Catherine died during a mission, and now, in front of him was a mission with Catherine's name on it. It was obvious what this meant. It looked like a simple task, but underneath lies a web of schemes. There was a plot to kill knights of the Saphira family. Though it was marked as the lowest difficulty rating, implying it was easy, it was actually incredibly dangerous. People said to avoid danger that it was best to stay safe, but Keter disagreed. danger is fun, and fun things make money. While Keter was curious about the identity of those who killed Catherine, that wasn't the only reason he was interested in this mission. Keter thrived on danger, and that's how he grew in liqueur. Bissell probably hoped Keter would pick one of the harder missions. He didn't know the full story, so he would likely be disappointed when Keter picked the easiest mission. So what? That's none of my business. Bissell calmly accepted Keter's choice of mission, but he felt some disappointment, choosing the easiest mission without even thinking about it. Search for missing personnel on leave. Assigned Knight Catherine. Mission difficulty F. An F-rank mission was completely safe, and it was more of a trivial errand than a real challenge. Bissell assumed Keter chose the mission because it involved Catherine. Catherine and Keter know each other, and he mentioned he defeated her in a sparring match. Bissell didn't give much weight to Keter's victory. He believed that Keter had relied on the power of Amaranth, the demon bow, rather than his own archery skills. The soldiers also reported that Keter had used Amaranth, so it was probably true. The soldiers weren't lying. Keter had indeed drawn on Amaranth's power, but what they didn't know was that he didn't use the bow at all during the sparring match. Did you choose this mission because you know Catherine? Bissell asked. Keter shrugged. It's not entirely irrelevant, but it's not the main reason either. Then it won't matter if I assign someone else to the mission, right? Catherine hasn't said a word since meeting you. A knight ignoring the patriarch. Sounds like grounds for dismissal, Keter replied. She seemed to have her reasons that were related to you. I told her to do that. She's doing well to follow through. I heard you and her made a vow and bet on it. You don't intend to keep her silent forever, do you? Catherine was a knight that Bissell also valued. It wasn't just because she was the only female knight. She had talent, loyalty, and an unwavering work ethic. Catherine is more than qualified to be named one of the 7 stars of the North. The Order of the Galaxy was the Saphira family's strongest force. The 7 strongest knights among them were awarded the title of 7 Stars of the North. 2 of those positions were currently vacant as there was no one befitting, but Bissell hoped and was confident that Catherine would soon fill one of those spots. It'll be 1 month at most, maybe even sooner, Keter replied. It was Catherine's mistake for making a hasty vow, so I won't hold you accountable for it. However, you're far too reckless to be left alone, so I'm assigning you a partner. I could use a subordinate to help me out, so that sounds good to me. Don't think of your partner as a subordinate. A partner is a companion with whom you can open up, share your thoughts, and grow together. There's no hierarchy between partners. This is a tradition all your siblings have gone through in Saphira, so you should accept it as well. Bissell was concerned about whether Keter, who had grown up so independently and doing whatever he wanted, would truly respect the traditions of the family. Especially now that Keter's status had risen suddenly, he might feel uncomfortable speaking casually with a knight of lower rank. However, Keter was thinking something entirely different. A knight assigned to me. I wonder what kind of person they'll send. Bissell described it as a partnership, so it would most likely be someone around his age. He didn't care who it was as long as they weren't spineless. Should I bring Dork into Saphira? It wasn't just because Dork was his subordinate, he was genuinely impressive. His ability to use knowledge and wisdom at the right moments, adapt to situations, and plan for the future was even greater than Keter's own. But on second thought, Keter realized that wouldn't work. Dork's talents should be used for his own benefit, not for Saphira. Bissell, observing Keter's calm demeanor, couldn't tell what he was thinking. To be honest, Bissell felt uneasy. Even if Keter had no malicious intent, all his actions would be carried out under the Saphira name, and ultimately Bissell would have to bear the responsibility for them. Even so, I trust you, Keter. As you said, you possess something that we lack. Freedom and unpredictability were qualities that Saphira lacked but Keter possessed. As the patriarch responsible for the lives of tens of thousands and centuries of history, Bissell had already assessed Keter's strengths and devised a plan to make the best use of them. There was a knight in Saphira whom Bissell considered a white elephanta talent too valuable to discard but not worth much as things stood. Bissell intended to assign that knight as Keter's partner. The two of them are complete opposites. It will be a trial for both. I hope they can grow together. After their individual reflections, Bissell stood up first and approached Keter. Let me give you a hug. Bissell, not one to show affection toward his children, felt no hesitation in showing it to Keter, whom he pitied for having grown up in harsh conditions. However, Keter despised pity more than anything else in the world, especially when it was directed at him. That's disgusting. Keter stood up and took a step back. Bissell couldn't bring himself to stop him. Instead, he grasped Keter's right hand firmly. I can tell how much you've been through just from looking at your hands. Keter's hands bore the marks of calluses forming and peeling repeatedly, and there were deep scars so deep that it was a wonder all his fingers were still intact. His rough palms were clear evidence of the brutal and chaotic path he had walked. Keter also sensed something from Bissell's touch. How did I let someone grab my hand? Keter never let his guard down, no matter who it was, even if it were a crawling infant or a dying old man. Yet here he was letting someone take his hand. Is this really the hand of someone who spent years doing nothing but paperwork? Bissell was just holding his hand, but Keter could feel it. His father had reached the pinnacle, both physically and technically. Of course, within human limits. His father was a 5-star master, a rank only one in tens of thousands ever achieved. It was a level revered by all warriors. However, the final opponent of the Saphira family was Queen Lillian of this kingdom, and the kingdom had over 50 masters in total. In addition, one had to surpass the 4 lords to even stand a chance against Lillian, and they were 7-star prime. Even 105-star masters couldn't defeat a single lord. Father would have to achieve the power of Ein to have a fighting chance, but that's easier said than done. From the looks of it, Bissell neither had the desire nor the time to grow any stronger. That meant Keter had to give him hints to reach the realm of Ein, but if it was too obvious, Bissell would never accept it. It was easy yet difficult for a human who already mastered aura to absorb mana into their body. First, they would have to completely abandon all the aura they accumulated so far. Only after that could the body begin to accept mana, and in doing so, they became capable of maintaining both aura and mana simultaneously. But no one would be willing to give that up. Abandoning the years, the pain, the blood and sacrifice required to reach the rank of master would be nearly impossible. But that was why it was all the more appealing. If it were easy, it would be boring. There was a particular thrill in accomplishing what everyone else deemed impossible. There were 3 knight orders within the Saphira family. The Sacred Order of Saphira, composed of 1- and 2-star holy knights, the Order of the Galaxy, made up of knights ranked 3 stars and above in the Order of the Star, which served as the commanders of the soldiers. One knight was packing his belongings at the Sacred Order of Saphira's barracks. After gathering all his belongings, the knight glanced at the nameplate on the shelf. 97th Class Holy Knight, Luke Blendier. Luke packed his belongings, taking his nameplate last, and stepped out into the hallway. The corridor was completely empty. He glanced around with a bitter expression. It was a sudden transfer, but surely everyone knew he was leaving today. Yet no one came to see him off. It was because of Luke's nickname, Coward. It was more of an insult than a nickname, but it was a nickname widely used to refer to Luke, one even he acknowledged. It was because Luke hesitated and feared killing for any reason. Not only that, he also struggled with causing harm to others in general. It's not like I want to be this way. The instinct to avoid killing was natural for humans, but it was something that could typically be overcome. But for some reason, Luke found it impossible. It wasn't due to trauma or any psychological issue. He considered his inability a curse, though no one else believed him. Luke had basically given up on fixing this problem, so he was surprised when he received word that the Patriarch had summoned him. At first, he thought Bissell was going to personally tell him to quit after all. A knight who could not fight could hardly be called a knight. Anyone would find a person weaker than even a soldier being called a knight distasteful. However, Bissell said something unexpected to Luke. Bissell asked him to become Keter's partner, to grow alongside him by complementing each other's weaknesses. Lord Bissell is giving me a last chance. Luke told himself this would be the last time he would overcome this curse and become helpful to the Saphira family, even if it meant he would die. With big goals in mind, Luke headed to the mansion where Keter, his partner, was. Luke arrived at the mansion Keter was staying and gulped. This is where Keter lives. The mansion was a remodeled 3-story storage. Its appearance didn't quite match the grandeur of the Saphira family, which could be because it seemed so hastily constructed. It feels colder here than anywhere else. Feeling a sudden wave of unease, Luke glanced around. The soldiers were quietly standing guard as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Keter is younger than me. He's like a younger brother. If I'm already this nervous, how am I going to handle this? Before coming here, Luke had been briefed on some basic information about Keter. He knew that Keter was from the lawless city of Absinthe and was 18 years old in age, full of energy and vitality. Luke had heard rumors about Keter causing various major incidents on his very first day in the family, but he didn't believe in gossip. He probably doesn't know much about etiquette or rules, having grown up in a lawless city like Absinthe. I'll need to teach him and set a good example. Come on, focus. Contrary to his resolve, his hands began to sweat. Damn it, what am I doing just standing here in front of the door? I need to introduce myself. Squeak. After what felt like an eternity, Luke finally grabbed the door handle. All he had to do was turn and pull. It was a simple, easy action, but Luke couldn't do it. DRRR, Luke's hand starts trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't because he was nervous, he knew exactly why. This is like that time. Luke had experienced a peculiar phenomenon since he was very young. Right before something unfortunate was about to happen, his body would start to tremble. If he ignored it and tried to push through, the trembling would turn into paralysis, tormenting him. At first, he thought it was an illness, but no doctor or priest ever diagnosed it. They simply concluded that it was a psychological issue. However, Luke thought differently. He believed it was a curse bestowed upon him, someone who was not originally from the Lillian kingdom. His inability to kill also stemmed from this curse. Even just thinking about harming someone made his hands shake so violently that he couldn't even shoot an arrow. However, the curse didn't only bring misfortune. It saved his life many times in various dangerous situations. There were instances where he had planned to cross a mountain but decided to take a detour after feeling the trembling, only to later learn that bandits had been ravaging the area. He had even once detected poison in water through the curse's trembling, but this was the first time something like this had happened. His curse was reacting to the prospect of meeting someone. Damn it, leave me alone. Please. The trembling only grew worse as Luke tightened his grip. However, he didn't give up. It didn't matter if he ended up paralyzed and collapsing. Embarrassing Glithis was his last chance. He wanted to at least try, even if it meant fainting disgracefully. At that moment, a voice came from behind him. "What are you doing, kid?" The sudden voice snapped Luke back to his senses, and he quickly turned around. Who is this? The man looking down at him had sharp features but a soft demeanor, a combination that didn't seem to match at all. It was impossible to guess his rank or occupation from the way he dressed. Fortunately, the trembling had stopped, but unfortunately, the man looked suspicious. Although the absence of his usual shaking suggested he wasn't a dangerous person, Luke still felt uneasy. "And who are you to be here?" Luke, who hated being called a kid, wasn't going to respond politely. "I asked first. Answer me. I am Sir Luke Blendir, Knight of the Sacred Order of Sephira. And for the record, I'm an adult, so I'd appreciate it if you refrained from calling me a kid. Seems like Sephira is really running out of talent if they're recruiting kids like you into the Knight Order. You take that back. I can tolerate you insulting me, but I won't allow you to insult Sephira. And what if I don't?" The man lowered his stance and even offered his cheek as if inviting Luke to hit him. Luke's fists trembled in frustration. What kind of person does this? He's acting like a total thug from the backstreets. For some reason, the soldiers nearby were just standing by, watching without intervening. They were probably leaving it to him because he was a knight. While Luke couldn't resort to violence, he could at least push the man away, and he was about to do so when a familiar figure appeared behind the man. It was Jacques, his father. Jacques also seemed to have noticed Luke and quickly walked over. Luke thought they could team up and chase this rude person away. However, Jacques spoke first. "My lord, why are you standing by the door?" "Luke, what brings you here, huh? Did he just say my lord?" Luke knew his father was Ketter's personal butler, but why was he calling this thug a lord? A flash of realization struck Luke's mind. No, it can't be. It shouldn't be. Luke's eyes shifted back from his father to the thug. The man flashed a smile that was both innocent and devilish. An awkward tension filled the hallway. While the soldiers watching found it amusing, both Luke and Jacques did not. Luke was in shock after realizing that the man he thought was just a thug was actually his partner. Jacques, on the other hand, was stunned that Ketter's partner turned out to be his own son. When Jacques first heard that Ketter was getting a partner, he thought it was none of his concern. "Whoever it is, I extend my condolences in advance. But now, out of all the knights available, why did it have to be Luke?" "Excuse me, there must be some mistake." Both Luke and Jacques spoke simultaneously, then hesitated, each giving the other a chance to speak first. As they awkwardly exchanged glances, Ketter broke the silence. "Gramps, you speak first." "Ah yes, let me introduce you first. This is my son, Luke." "Your son? He doesn't look like you at all. You didn't kidnap him, did you?" "Haha, no, not at all. Believe it or not, I found him drifting in the river as a baby. There was a note in the cloth asking for someone to take care of him. I took it as fate and raised him as my own." Luke remained calm even after hearing about his past. He had already heard the story from Jacques a long time ago. Ketter, on the other hand, examined Luke's face carefully. He doesn't even look like he's from the Lillian Kingdom. The people of the southern continent, where the Lillian Kingdom was located, were generally tall with distinct, sharp features. In contrast, Luke was short and looked more like a boy despite being an adult, and he had a round, cute face. The biggest difference, however, was his skin. Though tanned by the sun, his skin was still smooth. It was hard to pinpoint his origin, but one thing was clear: wasn't born in the Lillian Kingdom. Ketter suddenly realized how disinterested he had been in family matters in his past life. "So in my past life, Jacques managed to keep the fact that he had a son hidden until the end. Impressive." It was hard to believe that it was a coincidence that Jacques' son was assigned as Ketter's partner. Did they think I'd behave better because he's Jacques' son? But this guy, he's defective. Just as an experienced fruit farmer could judge the quality of fruit by its appearance, Ketter could tell immediately by looking at Luke. There was no scent of blood on him. This meant that Luke had never killed anyone. For a farmer, that might not matter, but for a knight, not having killed was like a fisherman not knowing how to clean fish. He's lived a crazy life. Luke was interesting. According to Ketter's long experience, someone like Luke couldn't live a normal, quiet life even if he tried to. He was destined to be wrapped up in lots of incidents and events, and he would cause them without even knowing. Of course, there were other people like him, to be frank. There were countless people like this in Liqueur. But what's interesting is that this kid has had a peaceful life, which is not possible in this environment. Luke was a knight of a master family and had a pretty face. There could only be one reason why someone with these qualities could live without any issues. only be due to some kind of transcendent power at play. It's either high-level magic, a comparable spell, or a blessing specific to his bloodline. As expected, my father gave me a very interesting person. Life within the family might be more fun than I thought. Ketter's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Luke. Seeing that smile, Luke felt dizzy. I've already messed this up from the start. Jacques, noticing Luke hadn't introduced himself yet, nudged him, signaling him to do so. Luke swallowed a sigh, pressed his fist to his chest, and greeted Ketter. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Luke Blendir, Knight of the First Division of the Sacred Order of Sephira. The Patriarch said that partners should treat each other like friends regardless of status or age, so I'll speak casually. It was a neat introduction, but Jack, worried that Ketter might take offense, quickly added an explanation. Ha ha, my lord, the partner system is an old tradition of Sephira. It's meant to foster a genuine relationship where both parties can offer advice without the restrictions of rank. Even Hyssop, the eldest son, maintains a close, informal relationship with his knight partner. Ketter, who wasn't one for formality himself, didn't care much. He was simply amused by the situation. Of course, we should speak casually. After all, we're not in a typical relationship, are we? Please forgive my earlier mistake. I came in such a hurry today that I didn't even know what you looked like. It happens. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Oh, all right. Perhaps it was because of Ketter's bad first impression, but his relaxed response made him seem more likable. Luke started to think that maybe the rumors were just rumors. Maybe he's actually a good person. This was the beginning of a great misunderstanding. I will bring some tea, Jacques said, following the butler's etiquette as he seated Ketter and Luke at the table. There was nothing to object to, but Ketter, of course, found something. Tea. You should be bringing alcohol. Wait, I didn't mishear that, did I? Alcohol. The sun hasn't even set yet and you want to drink? Luke asked in surprise, sitting across from Ketter. Meanwhile, Jacques looked like he expected this. I'll bring it, Jacques responded. Right, father, alcohol's not allowed. Luke said. He took out a bottle of wine and glasses from the shelf and set it down on the table. Ketter frowned at the sight of the wine bottle. This wine is way too weak. This is basically grape juice. My lord, I won't tell you not to drink, but please don't drink enough to get drunk. Anyone listening would get the wrong idea. You're the one who gets drunk, not me. Why are you acting like this? Want to bet on who can drink more? Even if you don't get drunk, the smell of alcohol will still linger, and then it's my head on the chopping block. Is that what you want? Jacques was a truly veteran butler. He pleaded and begged Ketter, using his life. Even Ketter couldn't argue with that. Clicking his tongue, he grabbed the wine bottle. Honestly, you probably saved the world in your past life, Gramps. Glug, glug, glug. Ketter filled 2 glasses with wine, one for himself and one for Luke. Luke watched as the glass in front of him filled and muttered under his breath. I have to drink too. For a noble of a prestigious lineage, drinking alcohol in broad daylight was dishonorable. Yet here was Ketter offering wine to a knight. What kind of madness is this? Ketter raised his glass first and said, let's toast. We should celebrate our meeting. I'm a knight, I won't drink. Luke firmly refused, wanting to assert that the relationship between partners wasn't a hierarchy. Jacques, observing this, grew uneasy. Knowing Ketter's personality, he was sure Ketter would force him to drink. But to his surprise, Ketter downed his own glass and then, instead of forcing Luke to drink, he emptied Luke's glass as well. Then I'll drink for you. Nice to meet you, Luke. Phew. As Jacques let out a sigh of relief, Luke stared at him strangely. Ketter, I heard from the Patriarch that you received your first mission. I didn't hear the details about the mission, so could you show me the document? Oh, that. Gramps, can you bring it? Yes, my lord. Luke didn't feel good seeing Ketter treat his father, Jacques, like a subordinate, but he quickly regained his composure. It was natural for a butler to take orders from their lord. Jacques was doing what he was supposed to, and Ketter was just enjoying his rights. Take this, Jacques said to Luke. Luke snuck a glance at Ketter, who was drinking by himself, and opened the mission document Jacques handed him. Search for missing personnel on leave. Assigned Knight, Catherine. Luke. Mission difficulty, F. Lost communication with Reynold, Knight of the 2nd Division of the Sacred Order of Sephira. Most recently confirmed location was Hakos, a village near the border. Search for them and bring them back quickly. Luke, who nervously checked the mission, felt relieved. I thought it was going to be really hard to go on a mission with Ketter, who lived in the lawless city of Absinthe until 3 days ago. Thank God it's an easy F-rank mission. This mission was basically a vacation. Luke, no longer nervous, said, it's an easy mission. I think the Patriarch was being considerate of us, or maybe it's so that we can go get some fresh air. After putting down the mission, Luke shared his thoughts. Since everything would be new and unfamiliar to Ketter, as the senior, he wanted to guide Ketter step by step. Crunch. Ketter, snacking on the peanuts on the table, said, how is it an easy mission when a person has gone missing? You might not know because you're not from here, but it's quite common. It says he's missing, but he's probably just running late from helping the residents. Why would he help the residents? Why? Knights aren't errand boys, because they are Sephira's knights. You don't know the history behind Sephira, right? The first ancestor of Sephira was just a commoner hunter. He gathered hunters to join him in ending the long war through archery. At that time, thousands of commoner hunters from across the kingdom joined, and he achieved great merit in the war. Gained recognition from the queen and became a noble. Luke felt his heart swell with emotion even as he spoke. It was a remarkable history. Other noble families adorned their pasts with mythical tales, claiming they defeated monsters that flew through the sky and shot beams from their mouths, or that they pulled swords from rocks and were chosen by fate. But Saphira was different. It has a vivid and realistic history, rare for the nobility, with a past full of meaning caring for and loving the common people. Crack, at that moment, a sound came from somewhere, calming down Luke's overwhelming emotions. Keter continued to shell peanuts, saying, "Do they get paid for it? Knights should not be greedy while offering goodwill," Luke replied. "Like serving without pay is a point of pride." That's the chivalry code, and there are nobles and knights because there are commoners. Commoners won't think that way. They'll see us as foolish nobles and look down on us. What do you know to say such nonsense? As Luke was about to retort, Jacques placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him. "You seem to be getting easily agitated today." As Jacques mentioned, Luke realized that it was strangely difficult to control his emotions while talking with Keter. "Sorry, Keter, I think I got angry because I've never had this kind of conversation before. Nothing to apologize for. I find it more irritating when someone doesn't say what they want to say. Of course, they would still have to pay the price for saying what they want to. It's a trivial mission. The mission request was probably not false. It was indeed an easy mission of finding the missing knight and bringing them back to the estate, and that's what the ambusher targeted. This wasn't a coincidence." It was clear that someone set a trap, and the Saphira family walked right into it. What needed to be examined here was whether there was an accomplice in the family. The fact that the victim is Catherine, could that also be a coincidence? Why did Catherine take on an F-rank mission? Catherine was not only a 2-star knight, but also a member of the Order of the Star, which commanded skilled archers. There was no reason for her to take on such a low-rank mission. Luke, who knew the reason, explained, "Dame Catherine is from that village." Lord Reganin was being considerate. As soon as Reganin's name was mentioned, Keter began questioning. "Isn't Elder Reganin in seclusion? Was he assigning the family's missions? You should call him Lord Reganin, Keter. People are listening." Anyway, Lord Reganin wasn't just idly sitting by. You see the mission difficulty here. Lord Reganin assesses this. He also personally assigns the right talents for each mission. So all the family's missions are handled by Reganin. The final approval is given by the Patriarch, but it's probably just a formality. Lord Reganin is flawless and perfect in this area. He used to manage the royal library, so it's only natural that he has exceptional judgment. Heh heh heh. As Keter started laughing, Luke and Jacques exchanged puzzled looks. Keter was genuinely pleased. He had been suspicious of Reganin since their first meeting, and now, see. He's fitting into the picture without even trying. Catherine's death was not a coincidence but intentional by. Knock knock. This was a crucial moment. "Who is it?" Jacques opened the door slightly to check the unwanted visitor. After a brief exchange of words, the door was opened. Creak, an armed knight entered. Wearing silver armor and even a helmet, the knight approached Keter immediately. Luke saw the knight and stood up to show his respect. "I am Luke, Knight of the Sacred Order of Saphira." "I hope you have been well, Sir Gant." The knight, referred to as Gant, glanced at Luke and replied, "It seems you've become Lord Keter's partner. You're going to be working hard." "Not at all. I will do my best." As Luke quickly stepped aside, Gant moved closer to Keter, then without any further action introduced himself. "I am Gant of the Order of the Galaxy. You're being quite short with me. You need to go with me now. Now you're ignoring my words." Keter stood up and faced Gant, whose face was partially obscured beneath his helmet. The Order of the Galaxy was the most powerful knight order in Saphira. It consisted of knights of at least 3-star or higher, and only those with extensive combat experience and achievements could join. Gant seemed to have expected this from Keter and smirked, as if he was about to beat Keter. "Lord Reganin is asking for you. He's saying what I was going to say earlier. Reganin, the one who set the trap to kill Catherine, is now looking for me. You should have started with that. Let's go. Speak of the Goblin. 1-1. This is a wordplay on Speak of the Devil." Gant, who came in place of Reganin, led Keter to a vast, dense garden. Seeing no clear destination, Keter muttered under his breath, "At this rate, we'll end up in the Empire." "If you wish to live as a noble of a prestigious family, you should grow your patience," Gant replied. Gant stopped in front of a pond, more precisely, behind a large statue built next to it. "Don't tell me you're planning to lecture me in a cliché spot like this. I won't say the thought hasn't crossed my mind." Gant removed his helmet and pressed the heel of the statue. Then a hidden secret door quietly emerged from the ground. "Are you living underground like some kind of evil organization? This is the archive where all of Saphira's history is stored, so please show some respect. To the history, or to the elder, to both. That's going to be tough for me since I lack empathy." Gant did not stop walking as he frowned. The archive they arrived at was surprisingly large, especially compared to the narrow staircase they had descended. On top of that, it was as bright as day even though it was underground. They didn't use candles or torches, but there was a self-illuminating stone embedded in the ceiling. Wow, that's a sunstone, right? It was different from a light stone, which emitted light through magic. Like its name, the sunstone emitted light like the sun according to some research. It was found to be able to shine for 500 years continuously. Even a sunstone the size of a fist was worth thousands of gold, but here there were dozens of stones the size of a human head embedded in the ceiling. My mouth is watering. As Keter licked his lips looking at the ceiling, Gant gave a stern warning. Do not even think of stealing the sunstones. As you can see, this place is guarded by the Order of the Galaxy. True to Gant's words, knights were stationed all around. They were the members of Saphira's strongest force, the Order of the Galaxy. Keter clicked his tongue in response. What's the point of being the family's strongest force if they're just standing around here? Knights weren't trained for this. This archive holds the entire history of the family. Each shelf is a part of that history. Don't you know the saying that a family without its history is no better than a band of thieves? If it's that important, you should make multiple copies and store it in different places. As it stands now, all an intruder has to do is set a fire, and everything will burn to the ground. Keter found another reason for Saphira's downfall. Even though there wasn't enough manpower, they were keeping the family's strongest knights stuck in a place like this. He couldn't understand it. Even if he pretended to, this was still a huge waste. Are they unaware of the family's crisis, or are they determined to protect this place no matter what to continue the tradition of Saphira? Whoever ordered this is clearly making a huge mistake. The moment I have any say, I'll make sure these knights wasting time here will be put to work every single day without fail. Let's hurry. Unable to argue with Keter, Gant only quickened his pace instead. They soon arrived at a door which was labeled as an office. Gant declared, "This is Lord Keter. We are entering." Creak. The knights guarding the door pulled the handle and opened it. Just as Keter was about to enter, Gant leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Do not be disrespectful in front of Lord Reganon. I can tolerate insults directed at me, but I will not tolerate any toward the Lord." Thud. Keter slammed the back of his head into Gant's forehead. Gant staggered back, clutching his nose. "Gee, Gant, you." The guard at the door pointed at Gant's nose. Soon, Gant felt something wet on his fingers. Blood. Keter's headbutt had made Gant's nose start bleeding. Turning toward Gant, Keter said, "I thought it was some bug buzzing in my ear, but it was you. Geez, why are you blowing air in people's ears like that? You're not some kind of creep, are you, you little?" "Elder Reganon is waiting, so I'll head in first. You can come in after your nose stops bleeding." Then Keter slipped into the audience room. The guards shut the door behind him and said, "Do as the kid says and stop the bleeding before you go in. You cannot let Lord Reganon see you like that. HMPH. While Gant went off to stop the bleeding, Keter finally came face to face with Reganon, something he had been waiting for. "Flowers are blooming, so it must be spring," murmured Reganon, as if reciting a poem. He was sitting and reading a book. Keter ignored him and glanced around the room. It was more of a library than an office. The room had 3 floors, with deep shadows cast beyond the bookshelves, indicating there was more space behind them. Even the dirt floors are completely clean, proof that he's lost it. As Keter continued to examine the room, Reganon said once more, "Even without snow, the sight of one's breath tells us that winter has arrived. Have you gone senile?" Finished with his observations, Keter stood before Reganon. Reganon set down his book. His gaunt figure looked less pitiful and more like an enlightened monk. "Do you not understand the meaning of my words, Keter? I'm not a fan of speaking in riddles. What I'm saying is that to the Saphira family, you're both the scorching summer sun and the biting winter wind. A guest has come and you don't even offer tea. How stingy you are." Keter, who didn't pay attention to nonsense, ignored Reganon. At how he was acting, Reganon stood up. "I don't drink tea. Tea, after all, is pure water mixed with impurities, much like you. Now you're starting to make sense. Did you call me here to threaten me? Something like, if I don't leave, you'll kill me." "It's not a threat, it's a notice." Reganon slowly walked toward his desk. His pace was so slow that Keter, tired of waiting, sat down in a chair first. Hearing the sound of Keter sitting, Reganon, without turning around, said, "You received an assignment from the Patriarch, didn't you? I heard that you assign all those missions. Impressive. Knowing Bissel's personality, he probably didn't tell you, so I'll explain instead. Our Saphira family is in a crisis right now." Interesting. The prestigious Saphira family is in a crisis. Is someone threatening you with a knife? I know what you're thinking. You probably thought you could live a life of luxury by leeching on our family, but it's the opposite. If you grow too close to our family, you'll end up dead. You said it wasn't a threat, but now you're predicting my death. Reganon delayed his response. He had finally reached the desk. Picking up an envelope from the desk, Reganon turned to Keter and said, "It won't be me who kills you, it'll be the world." The look in Keter's eyes changed. This old man, even though he's being vague, he's telling me the current situation and the future of the Saphira family. Though it was obvious why Reganon called him, Keter found it intriguing because what Reganon was saying wasn't. Keter took a deep breath, pretending to be deep in thought. "That orange scent I smelled before, it's not here now." When Keter had met Reganon in the audience room, there had been a lingering scent of oranges on him. but now Reganin only smelled like dry, musty books. The atmosphere around him was damp like a gloomy basement. There's no visible evidence, but it's clear he's been digging behind the scenes. The Order of the Galaxy that Keter saw on his way here guarded this place without rest, meaning if Reganin were to do anything suspicious, the Knights would know. But the fact that they were staying silent meant one of two things. Either they had betrayed Saphira along with Reganin, or Reganin had been in contact with outsiders without even the Knight's knowledge. Both are possible. Moving leisurely, almost too slowly, Reganin finally stood before Keter and handed over the documents he'd brought. It'd be great if this was pocket money. Crumple. Keter opened the envelope and shook the contents into his hand. Then 1,000 gold bill fell out. He was really going to give me. Wait, never mind. A piece of identification fell out along with the bill. Imperial identification. This is quite a rare item. It was an exquisitely forged counterfeit of an imperial identification document, proof of citizenship in the Samel Empire. Reganin sat down in a chair far from Keter, rather than directly across from him, and said, "When you arrive in Hakos village, go to the Pumpkin Leaf Inn. My subordinate will be there waiting for you with a carriage, and you can use that to quietly disappear." Keter tucked the 1,000 gold bill and the identification document into his pocket. Seeing this, Reganin gave a faint smile. A wise choice. You'll thank me for this one day, but remember you must not reveal your true identity even in the Samel Empire, and don't even think about coming back. Since I'm leaving, just answer me one thing. What is it? Who are you conspiring with? Keter's question brought vitality to Reganin's dead eyes. He glared at Keter, to which he responded with a cheeky smile. From what I hear, my father has made a mistake before. Is this revenge for that mistake? Bissell killed Olive, and Reganin was Olive's father, meaning that to Reganin, Bissell was a foe who had killed his daughter. Getting revenge doesn't bring my dead daughter back, but it would make you feel amazing. That is only momentary. I would regret it for the rest of my life. Humans do what they know they aren't supposed to do, and I don't think you will be any different. All humans aren't the same. They aren't that different either. I answered too much to one question. It seems like you're not going to take my offer and just the money. Was it that obvious? Child, I don't know why you asked me that question, but one thing is for certain, you are clearly mistaken about both me and Saphira. Unfortunately, you haven't realized that. Ring. As soon as Reganin rang the bell on his chair, the door opened and Gant, who cleaned up his nosebleed, rushed in and grabbed Keter's shoulder. Get up, Keter. You're being short with me, Gant. Don't be mistaken. You're not a noble yet, which means you need to be even more careful. This time it won't just end with a bloody nose like before. What did you say? Gant hissed in anger, having taken a hit. At that moment, Reganin quietly said, Keter, the only reason I tolerated your arrogance was because you are Bissell's son. But that patience has just run out. You sure take your time telling me to get lost. Keter stood up, shrugging off Gant's hand that was still gripping his shoulder. Gant scowled, but all he did was glare as he was mindful of Reganin's presence. Just before leaving, Keter turned to Reganin and asked, has there ever been an elder in Saphira's history who betrayed the family? No, there will be one soon. Reganin responded to Keter's remark with silence. Keter, seemingly not expecting an answer, left the office without another word, but Gant wasn't one to just stand by and watch. He quickly approached Reganin and whispered softly, just give me the order. Even if I get exiled from the family, I swear. Sir Gant, if you really think for me, you should be doing it, even without the order. Yes, my lord, stop. It was just a figure of speech. I didn't mean for you to actually do it, Reganin told Gant as if calming him down. You are a proud knight of Saphira. Don't lose your dignity over a mere reckless child. I will take that to heart, my lord. Make sure that boy returns safely. Yes, my lord. Gant gave a short, firm salute and left the office. A short while later, he returned to report on Keter. I've sent him on his way, he said to Reganin. There were no issues. No, my lord, I didn't even want to speak to the boy, so I stayed quiet. He didn't say anything either. Just wait a moment. I'm on the last page. Reganin savored the final page of the poetry book he was reading. The book was worn with use, its edges frayed and tattered. It was clear he had read it not just once or twice, but at least hundreds of times. Growth comes with pain. If it is painful, that is evidence of growth. It's a good verse, isn't it? Yes, my lord, it is extremely wise. Gant, I am in extreme pain right now. Reganin lowered the book, revealing his face. His eyes held a dark determination. It was not the gaze of a man weary of life, nor of one mourning the death of his daughter. It was the look of someone who had forsaken his life and humanity for a single purpose. Gant, a seasoned veteran knight, gulped nervously. Reganin was an ordinarino, a frail old man. Yet the eerie aura emanating from him chilled even Gant, who had been on the verge of death countless times. Laying the book aside, Reganin said, there will be no changes to the plan. His voice was clear and firm. Does that mean, instead of Catherine, we'll send Keter first? Keter's suspicion was spot on. The Order of the Galaxy in the archives supported Reganin, his character, his beliefs, and even his plan. Gant, the captain of the 4th Division of the Order of the Galaxy and Reganin's closest confidant, said with concern, do you think the Patriarch will be shaken by Keter's disappearance? I'm sure he'll be furious if Catherine disappeared, with her being a clear candidate for the 7 stars of the North. But Keter has only been part of the family for 2 days. Since there hasn't been much interaction, I doubt he'll feel much sorrow. Reganin nodded. Bissell is a man who clearly separates personal and professional matters. Even so, he forgave Keter for his misdeeds and gave him a mission. It was an act of leniency beyond what he's shown his own sons. If Keter goes missing, Bissell will likely mobilize the Order of the Galaxy to find him, but they won't find him. Keter has gone somewhere no one can reach. I do regret not being able to send off Catherine first, but Keter is still just a clueless child. He should not be caught up in our crisis. Indeed, he's been acting recklessly without knowing how dangerous the noble society really is. He doesn't belong here. In a way, Keter has helped us. The Biden family requested that we deal with him now, and we can use that to demand more in return. Biden, a family known for spearmanship, was trying to dethrone the Saphira family from its position as a master family so that they could take it. In this situation, Reganin formed a secret pact with the Biden family, promising to make the Saphira family relinquish the title voluntarily. He also agreed to recommend Biden as the next candidate for the master family. In return, the Biden family promised to leave the Saphira family members alone. That was how strong and politically powerful the Biden family was. Biden probably thinks we've done them a favor. However, I'm not sure if the beastfolk under your command can actually handle the marksman of the demon arrow, Gant remarked, raising an unexpected subject. Beastfolk were creatures rarer than elves or dwarves. It was shocking that such beings were hiding under the protection of Saphira. The kingdom of Lillian was extremely xenophobic. Even elves and dwarves, who resembled humans the most, were viewed unfavorably, so beastfolk were outright treated as monsters. The specific beastfolk currently under Reganin's protection was part of the Flying Wolf tribe, one of the 7 cursed species, 7 beastfolk kinds that had attempted to assassinate the emperor in the past. The Samel Empire rewarded those who captured and sold them one of the 7 cursed species with a bounty of more than 1 million gold. Even their corpse was worth 100,000 gold, and simply providing information on their whereabouts was rewarded with 10,000 gold. This was why the 7 cursed species were seen as a golden ticket to instant wealth for many. One might wonder why Saphira was protecting a flying wolf, but it was a secret. Even Bissell didn't know that one of the 7 cursed species was right under his nose. All of this was Reganin's independent doing. He had stumbled upon a flying wolf by chance and decided to help them, offering them a place to hide and live. The only people aware of the beastfolk's existence were Reganin and the 4th Division of the Order of the Galaxy. However, Gant didn't know how strong they were, as he only knew of their existence. On the other hand, he had seen firsthand the destructive power of the marksman of the demon arrow, having witnessed Bissell wield it himself. When Bissell became the marksman of the demon arrow, he appeared unstoppable and unbeatable, superhuman, almost godlike. While Keter might not wield it with the same power as Bissell, he was still a marksman of the demon arrow after all. However, Reganin just smiled at Gant's concern. There's no need to worry. I've seen their strength with my own eyes. Even if Keter becomes a marksman, it won't be a problem. Yes, I trust you, my lord. If you're confident in this, it will surely work. No, I'm the one who is honored, my lord. You shared this plan with me first to save Saphira. I still tear up when I think about that moment. Save your tears. We still have greater crises ahead. Suddenly, Gant dropped to one knee and said, I hesitated back then, but now I can say this with certainty. The patriarch is wrong. In trying to save everyone, he's putting us all in danger. The entire 4th Division of the Order of the Galaxy, including myself, fully agrees with your stance, my lord. To gain something, we must be willing to give something up. Moved by Gant's determination, Reganin stood up and placed a hand on his shoulder. Gant, I will prove that you are not wrong. Trust me and follow. Yes, my lord, I will follow. You are the true head of Saphira to me, my lord. This was treason. While knights were human and could like or dislike someone, they must never betray the patriarch, who was their reason for existence. If they disagreed, they had to be prepared for exile to offer counsel, and had to follow it, even if they didn't understand it. But now, Gant had declared that Bissell was wrong and pledged his loyalty to Reganin. It wasn't just about himself, but the entire 4th Division, made up of 10 knights. Reganin suddenly recalled Keter's words, asking if he had betrayed the family for the sake of avenging his daughter. If someone asked him if what he was doing was betraying the Saphira family, he could confidently deny it. Bissell's neutral stance will only bring ruin to Saphira in the end. Reganin already strongly advised Bissell against staying neutral, but he didn't accept it. As Reganin couldn't let the family fall, he began acting on his own all to save Saphira. He could be seen as a traitor for his actions, as he was going against the patriarch. If this is betrayal, I don't care if I'm called a traitor. Olive always told Reganin to look after the Saphira family as she loved them. He wanted to keep his promise to his daughter, even if he would be recorded as a traitor in history. I'm not betraying Saphira for revenge, I'm betraying Saphira for them. This was what he wanted to say to Keter, but he couldn't bring himself to say this in front of him. Instead, he said to Gant, "This is all for Saphira." I'm home. As soon as Keter returned, the two people who had been anxiously waiting jumped to their feet. What happened? Why did Lord Reganon call for you? You didn't offend Lord Reganon, did you, my lord? Keter shrugged. He threatened me, said I'd be dead if I didn't leave the family, so I just gave him a little comeback. I told him, "You traitor, I'll expose your dark schemes for sure," and walked out, replied Keter, answering both questions at once. There was no reason to hide his relationship with Reganon. It would be foolish for him to act like nothing happened and then reveal what Reganon had said after the situation blew up. That old man must be pretty confident. Reganon's bold reveal was something that could only be done with absolute certainty and conviction. He couldn't possibly believe Keter would stay silent. Keter had just explained everything to Luke and Jacques, but they looked at him like they didn't believe a word of it. Luke sighed and said, "If you don't want to tell us, fine. I'm just glad you came back safely." As expected, Luke didn't believe Keter. On the other hand, Jacques muttered with a serious expression, "You were serious when you said you called him a traitor, right? Father, if that were true, Keter wouldn't have come back in one piece. He was probably joking. I hope you're right. No matter how kind Lord Reganon may seem, the Order of the Galaxy is always by his side." The mention of the Order of the Galaxy piqued Keter's curiosity. Speaking of which, how many knights are in this Order of the Galaxy? Luke answered, "There are 6 divisions, each with 10 members. Sir Gant, who came to fetch you earlier, is the captain of the 4th division. Oh really? So at least 10 of the Order of the Galaxy are on Elder Reganon's side. The 4th division is in charge of guarding the records archive, so they're likely on good terms with Lord Reganon." The idea of Reganon betraying the family was something Luke couldn't even begin to imagine. There hadn't been any sign of it either. Luke quickly continued talking before Keter could be distracted again. "Now that you've come back safely, you need to get ready for the mission. I'll explain everything right now, so listen carefully." "Yeah, get ready," Keter replied, as if he was about to leave as soon as he came back. Luke grabbed his arm. "Where are you going? You just got back. You need to prepare with me. You're a member of Saphira now. There will come a time when you'll have to take on a solo mission, so you need to know how to get ready. Father, I'll take Keter to the supply storage." Be careful," Jacques replied. "What of what?" "Lord Keter can be quite mischievous." Oh, the other division members said the same. "Don't worry." Luke didn't want to make Jacques anxious. His reputation in the family was already at rock bottom, as despite being a knight, he had never once accomplished anything notable. Jacques might not be related to him by blood, but to Luke, he was more than a father figure. In reality, Luke had pretty much been stripped of his knighthood. He couldn't fight, and if he couldn't even play his role as a partner properly, he'd be nothing more than a parasite. He felt it might be better to just leave the family altogether. Unaware of how cornered Luke felt, Keter said, "Gramps, can I use the stuff that was confiscated from me when I came in for the mission?" "Ah, yes, you can," Jacques replied. Keter hadn't come to Saphira empty-handed. He had brought some equipment that he was using in Liqueur, but most of it had been confiscated during the inspection process. "Can you bring that for me?" Keter asked. "Yes, my lord. Wait a second. I'll go with Keter to get it. I need to know how to find it too," Luke offered, but Jacques stopped him. "No, I should have already gotten it before Lord Keter even mentioned it. This is my responsibility, so don't worry about it." After Jacques left the room, Keter pointed toward the bathroom with his thumb and said, "I need to use the restroom." "Hold on, I'm 21. How old are you?" Luke asked. "I'm definitely a year older than you," Keter replied. "What kind of?" Luke began, but before he could finish, Keter disappeared into the bathroom. If Jacques had been there, he would have shaken his head knowingly, having once fallen for the same tactic himself. Left alone, Luke began organizing the things he needed to explain to Keter in his mind. 10 minutes passed, and Luke glanced at the clock on the wall, muttering to himself, "Is he taking a number 2? Well, I guess he just came back from meeting Lord Reganon, so it makes sense to relax a bit. I almost collapsed the first time I met Lord Pannier." Luke, who was unnecessarily understanding, was fine with Keter being late. 20 minutes passed. Finally, the door opened, not the bathroom door, but the room door. Jacques walked in, carrying a wooden box with both hands, his head peeking out to the side. "Luke, you're still here." "Oh, Keter said he was going to the bathroom. He's taking a while, though. Let me help you with that." Luke took the box from Jacques and was shocked by the weight. "What's in here for it to be this heavy?" "I thought my back was going to give out," Jacques replied. Thud. The box was supposed to only contain Keter's belongings, and it wasn't even that large. "This weight feels like it's filled with iron bars. Can I open it?" "You'll have to open it to sort things out anyway," Jacques said as he unlocked the box himself. Creak. There wasn't much inside the box. In fact, it was hardly anything, just a pair of daggers, a bracelet, a belt, and a few small pouches. "I guess Keter uses daggers," Luke casually remarked as he picked one up, only to be startled. "They're really heavy." The daggers were absurdly heavy. Of course, Luke, being a knight, could manage to lift them, but it was strange for daggers to be this heavy. "Heavy, you say? Let me see," Jacques said, reaching for the other dagger. Luke warned, careful, father. It might be tough for a normal person to lift with one hand. Luke was left dumbfounded as Jacques effortlessly lifted the other dagger. Jacques looked just as confused. Heavy. It feels so light, as if I'm holding nothing at all. What? It's really light. Oh, you're right, it's so light. But this one is indeed as heavy as you said. They look identical, yet the weights are completely different. Why would he use a weapon like this? What about the other items? The bracelet seems ordinary. The pouches. HMPH strange. They won't open, but there's no lock, Jacques said, puzzled. The bracelet had a smooth surface and an ordinary weight. Luke was curious about what was inside the pouches, but they wouldn't open. He figured he could probably force them open, but that might break them, so he shook his head. I'll have to ask Keter about these. As his partner, I need to know about these things. You said he went to the bathroom. Yes. It's a bit rude, but considering how long it's been, I'll have to tell him to come out. Sai, looks like I've been fooled again. What do you mean? Go knock on the door and see for yourself. Confused by Jacques' words, Luke walked over to the bathroom door and knocked, calling for Keter. Keter, sorry to bother you, but are you almost done? How much longer do I have to wait? But there was no response from inside the bathroom. Luke knocked harder this time. He thought that Keter might not have heard him if he was taking a bath, as the bathroom was quite large. Keter. He tried turning the doorknob, wondering if it was unlocked, but it was locked from the inside. Watching from behind, Jacques handed him a key and said, open it. What? That's a bit. It's fine. No one will be in there. Haha, there's no way. Despite denying it, Luke took the key and unlocked the door. As Jacques had predicted, the bathroom was empty. The window, however, was wide open. As there was nowhere to hide in the bathroom, Luke walked over to the window, peeking outside to search for any sign of Keter, but there was no trace of him anywhere. This is the third floor, though, Luke muttered. Luke didn't know this, but this was the second time this had happened. He'll come back, right? However, Keter didn't return even after sunset. Luke panicked and insisted that they needed to find him immediately, but Jacques just shook his head. He'll return, but get some sleep. If he hasn't returned by tomorrow morning, we'll talk about it then. All right. And the next morning, Keter was found peacefully asleep on his sofa. How can you be sleeping right now? Luke said to Keter, who was peacefully sleeping on the sofa. The dark circles under Luke's eyes showed that he didn't get any sleep the night before. He was relieved that Keter was found, but he was also puzzled. How did he come back without making any sound? Last night, Luke was focusing all his senses in the room next door, waiting for Keter to return. Knights could catch the sound of ants crawling around if they concentrated on their hearing, but Luke didn't hear Keter going into his room. Did I doze off? Or maybe he went into the room without making any sound. Luke wondered if this was even possible. Keter could have silenced his footsteps somehow, but it's impossible to open the door without any noise. Who is this guy, really? Is Absinthe an astonishing place, or is it just that Keter is special? Luke knew that Keter must be extraordinary, as he was chosen by Demon Beau Amaranth, but for some reason, Luke felt like that wasn't the full story. Ag. At that moment, Keter screamed in agony while twisting his entire body. Yikes, what's going on? Luke was startled, thinking he might be having a seizure. Ah, that was a good sleep. You're so loud when you stretch. Why, welcome, Luke. How can you say that? Where did you disappear to yesterday? Why did you vanish without a word? Charming men tend to have many secrets, Keter replied. Cut the nonsense. The guards have been on high alert with the rumors about ghosts appearing at night. It might be some kind of curse, so acting alone is dangerous. Of course, the ghost was actually Keter. The number of guards had doubled, and they still couldn't even figure out who it was, let alone catch him. Keter rolled his shoulders to stretch and said, Are you all set? Luke was surprised at what he was saying. It hadn't even been a day since they met, yet he was speaking so comfortably as if they were old friends. Very nice. Let's get going. It seems you're still willing to take on the mission. Wait here while I get your gear. People would normally get angry when criticized, but Keter brushed it off. How Keter was acting was annoying, but it also deepened Luke's sense of friendship toward Keter. Still, I won't let you escape next time. After a moment, Luke handed over the gear he had brought from the next room. A bow, a quiver filled with arrows, leather armor engraved with the symbol of Saphira, a thick cloth jacket, and gloves that reached below the wrist were the basic equipment given to apprentice knights. Wash up and change. I'll finish getting ready and join you. Carry the bow over your shoulder and hang the quiver on your belt here at your side. Put the gloves on the hand you'll be using to draw the string. Got it. Luke returned to the next room without any suspicion of Keter. A little later, Luke stepped out into the corridor fully armed. To his surprise, Keter was already waiting with only his belt and bracelet on at his waist. Why were you so late? Let's go, Keter said. Go. What about all the gear I gave you? Why do you only have your belt and bracelet on? Luke asked. It bothered me. You should at least have brought the bow and quiver. Are you not going to learn archery? I have this. Didn't you hear about it? Keter said, showing the tattoo of Amaranth on his left arm. Luke shook his head. I heard, but that's the demon bow. You need to know how to shoot a bow with your own power and skill. There's probably no one in this world who can shoot better than I can. Stop joking and go get it quickly. We don't have much time to spare. Do I sound like I'm joking? Luke was at a loss. Didn't know that Keter was such a jokester. How are you managing to endure this, father? The partnership Luke had imagined was one where they shared laughter, not one where they bickered like this. Let's just get going for now. Everyone is listening to what we're doing here. It was only dawn, but the halls were guarded by soldiers all hours of the day. Not only that, the maids and servants were already up, preparing breakfast. Wait a moment. That said, Luke wasn't going to humor all of Keter's antics. He entered Keter's room and grabbed the bow and quiver he had left behind. Let's go. The horses are ready at the fourth stable. Hold on, I'll help you. Has he finally come to his senses? Of course I'm carrying all the bows and quivers so anyone would feel guilty. Okay, done. Instead of taking one of the quivers for himself, Keter just transferred one onto Luke's back. Luke rubbed his forehead and said, Keter, wearing the quiver on my back is uncomfortable. My hands would have to go back and forth, and if I bend down, the arrows might spill over my head. The side is the most stable and quickest place to load. I know. Then why are you putting it on my back, so that it's easier for me to use? What? Keter began to walk without Luke. It looked like he was walking slowly, but he had walked so far in the blink of an eye. Luke hurried after him, shouting, Do you even know where the fourth stable is? Somewhat, Keter replied. Wait for me. When Luke heard bad rumors about Keter, he just thought it was the Saphira family acting high-handedly, but it was the opposite. There should have been more rumors. Luke felt that the Saphira family couldn't keep up with Keter's actions. In the dark underground training area, Anis found himself surrounded by scarecrows. However, these were no ordinary scarecrows. They were clad in steel armor, and their long arms were sharp blades. In the midst of these menacing scarecrows, Anis stood with no armor, a bow, and just a single arrow. Swish, crack. In the blink of an eye, Anis released his arrow and pierced the face of the scarecrow directly in front of him. Despite the helmet, the arrow went through the small gap of the eye hole. Ha! Swinging his bow like a staff, Anis struck two scarecrows behind him simultaneously. In the next instant, he unleashed a kick powered by centrifugal force, smashing into the scarecrow with the arrow lodged into its head. Crack! The scarecrow, which was anchored deep into the ground, couldn't withstand the impact and broke apart. Just before it fell, Anis swiftly pulled the arrow from the scarecrow's face and knocked it again, ready to shoot once more. Thwack! Though it was an instantaneous shot from an unstable stance, the arrow struck the scarecrow directly in the middle of its chest, piercing through its thick armor. Hup! Not stopping there, Anis slapped the tail of the arrow with his palm. The arrow drove through the scarecrow's body and out its back. Now only two scarecrows remained. Moving low, Anis crept up behind one of the scarecrows and wrapped the bowstring around its neck and twisted it fiercely. Although the neck was thick and tough due to the intertwined braids, the scarecrow couldn't withstand Anis's strength and soon had its neck torn apart violently. Only one scarecrow was left, and Anis hadn't retrieved his arrow yet. In an unexpected move, he drew his bowstring back without an arrow. Whoosh! At that moment, an arrow materialized from his seemingly empty bow. It was an aura arrow, crafted from aura. This arrow, highly unstable and difficult to form, looked precarious even at first glance. However, Anis managed to stabilize it. The aura arrow maintained its shape as he released the bowstring. Croc! The scarecrow hit by the aura arrow was literally shredded into pieces. Ha ha! Anis panted, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Despite being drenched in sweat, his eyes shone with vitality and brightness. It was natural, as Anis had pushed himself beyond his limits. The aura arrow was proof of his achievement. Anis quickly learned how to summon aura arrow as he refined his aura control, and his overall physical abilities had also improved. Though he didn't want to admit it, Keter had played a significant role in his growth, as the defeat had ignited something within him. Anis now had a goal: to crush Keter's arrogant, overconfident spirit and make him apologize. Just imagining Keter's defeated expression brought a smile to Anis' face, though he didn't realize it. It was the first genuine smile he had shown in a year. I'll make sure to break him for good in return. Feeling more confident than ever, Anis checked the time. It's morning. Keter should be awake by now. Keter had specifically told him to come when he was in top condition. It had been 2 days since then. Anis had rested well, recovered his strength, and gained some insights. After taking a quick shower and dressing neatly, Anis headed to Keter's quarters. Knock, knock. When Anis knocked on the door, Jacques opened it and greeted him. Good morning, Lord Anis. What brings you here? Is Keter inside? He just left for a mission a little while ago. He's already taken on a mission just 2 days after arriving at the family estate. Anis hadn't heard any news about Keter while he was in the underground training area. Yes, that's how it turned out. Is it urgent? It's important. We have something that must be resolved between us. If that's the case, you might catch Lord Keter at the south gate. Just as Anis was about to turn and leave, Jacques added, I know that Lord Keter has been rude, but please be lenient with him as his older brother, my lord. It is just a small request of mine. Anis couldn't bring himself to refuse, especially since it was Jacques who had given him information about Keter. I will try my best. When Anis arrived at the south gate, he spotted Keter and Luke in the distance on horseback. Because they seemed ready to depart at any moment, Anis threw aside his dignity and shouted at the top of his lungs, Keter. Wait, I'm here. At his call, both Keter and Luke turned to look. With Anis charging toward them, there was no way they could leave, except for Keter. Despite clearly locking eyes with Anis, Keter tightened the reins of his horse. Keter, Lord Anis is calling you, Luke said, following after him. However, Keter just shrugged it off. Am I a dog? Just because he calls doesn't mean I have to respond. But Lord Anis is your older brother. It looks like he came to wish you well on your trip. Shouldn't you at least acknowledge him? Acknowledge him. He looks like he just found the enemy who killed his parents. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Is it true that you fought Lord Anis? Fought, not even close. Anis wasn't able to get a single hit. Hey Anis, are you fully healed now? At Keter's shout, Anis ran and called out, yes, I'm better than ever, so get off your horse and settle this with me. The distance between them closed quickly as they shouted at each other. Then Keter flashed a cruel smile. I think your injuries still need healing. In an instant, Keter reached into Luke's quiver and pulled out 2 arrows, one in each hand. He then threw them toward Anis, who was running toward him with all his might. Luke could have intervened, but he chose not to, throwing arrows with just arm strength. It's theoretically possible, only if the target is less than 5 meters away. The distance between Anis and Keter was easily around 30 meters. It would be a close distance if the arrow was shot by a bow, but there was no way arrows thrown by hand would reach Anis. Even if they did, they wouldn't cause any harm, or so it should have been. Swoosh! Keter's arrows flew through the air with a whistling sound. Both Luke and Anis' eyes widened in surprise as they watched the arrows travel at a speed similar to being shot from a bow. Anis, however, simply scoffed. I can see it clearly. One arrow flew completely off target, while the other hurtled straight toward Anis' chest. Looks like he just got lucky. Keter had clearly thrown the arrows, hoping that at least one of them would hit him. Swish! Without stopping, Anis snatched the incoming arrow out of the air. He could have dodged, but he wanted to show Keter the results of his training. How about that, Keter? I'm not the same as before, but something was off. Keter was still smiling. Then he silently mouthed something. Below, as Anis read Keter's lips and instinctively looked down. Thwack! The other arrow, which Keter had seemingly thrown off course, struck a rock. The ricochet sent the stone flying up, hitting Anis hard on the shin. Ack! Anis let out a short shout as he stumbled and fell, rolling across the ground at the speed he was running. It looked extremely dangerous and fatal, but he didn't sustain any serious injuries as he protected himself with aura just before hitting the ground. However, no amount of aura could protect him from the embarrassment. He couldn't bear to lift his face with so many soldiers watching. Then Keter landed the final blow. Your lower body is still weak. How will you do anything with that? Forgetting his embarrassment, Anis pounded the ground with his fists in anger. Seeing this, Keter said to Luke, Anis is angry. Let's run away. Winnie, Luke thought they should go check on Anis, but Keter just laughed and quickened his pace, leaving them far behind. Sir Luke and Lord Keter have left, Lord Bissell, reported Suvaid, the elderly man with a monocle. Suvaid was the head butler. Bissell, who was dealing with a mountain of paperwork, didn't take his eyes off the documents and asked, did he leave quietly? It's all right, go on. Lord Anis challenged Lord Keter to a duel but was ignored. Haha, Anis does have a strong competitive spirit, so that's understandable. But ignored, does that mean Keter refused the duel, according to the soldiers? Suvaid recounted how Keter had thrown 2 arrows with just his arm strength, and how Anis had caught one but was tripped by a rock that the other arrow had struck. Suddenly, Bissell, who had been buried in paperwork, stopped and looked up at Suvaid. Injuries. They say Lord Anis wasn't hurt because he used his aura to protect himself. He must have used overshield. He probably collapsed of exhaustion by now. No, my lord. Lord Anis went back to the underground training area. I checked myself and he seems even more invigorated. Overshield would be the only way to defend against an unexpected attack like that. Are you sure you saw correctly? How could I lie to you, my lord? You are the patriarch. The overshield was considered a last resort technique for aura users. It was used when one believed they could not block an attack, or in life or death situations as a way to avoid death. The technique involved exploding all of the body's aura in a sudden burst to shield oneself from attacks on all sides. Though it was an incredibly effective defense, the aftermath was severe. The violent release of aura from within the body took a huge toll, leaving the user drained and in need of at least a day of rest to recover their strength and stamina. Yet, Anis was reportedly unharmed. For that to be possible, there could only be one explanation. It would be possible if he used aura skin. The mastery of aura could be classified into 3 general levels. First were the bruisers, who could only manipulate aura in large chunks. Next were the bladers, those who had gained the ability to shape and mold their aura. Finally, there were the shifters, who had achieved precise control over their aura, capable of manipulating it at the most refined levels. The distinction between these levels was simple. It all came down to the overall mastery of the aura user, and more importantly, whether or not they could execute specific advanced techniques. Aura blade. This was the hallmark of a blader. One had to be able to use this technique to become a blader. However, the aura blade technique was not used in the Saphira family, known for their archery, so other techniques determined whether someone had reached the blader level. Aura skin and aura arrow. Aura skin involved wrapping a thin layer of aura around the body. While it didn't block major damage, it could defend against weaker attacks like the blows or stabs of common thugs. The key benefit was that it doesn't place a significant burden on the body, neutralizing low-level damage without risk. Anis has finally reached the level of a blader. There was no need to ask him directly. Anis had broken through and surpassed his limits. And it had coincidentally happened after his interaction with Keter. I guess Keter was the catalyst. Of course, Bissell had given plenty of advice and teachings to his children as both a father and the head of a master family. But no matter how excellent a teacher, it meant nothing if the student wasn't ready to learn. Anis had easily become a bruiser, but he had been stuck at the threshold of becoming a blader for the past 3 years, blocked by an unbreakable wall. Now that impenetrable wall had finally been shattered, and Bissell couldn't help but smile. His son's growth was his happiness as a father. Bissell, whose concentration on his paperwork had been disrupted, decided to take a break and stood up from his desk. "I will prepare some coffee, my lord." Suvaid was going to prepare coffee as usual, but Bissell raised his hand to stop him. "I've been having trouble sleeping at night. My body feels stiff too. More importantly, have we received a response from Mr. Ultima? I'll check the messenger pigeons and return shortly." While magic was undoubtedly the fastest way to communicate, it was reserved for a select few nobles and royalty. As such, most relied on land routes or messenger pigeons. Fortunately, the messenger pigeons were housed just 1 floor above the office, so Suvaid returned quickly with a small scroll, handing it to Bissell. "This is the document from Mr. Ultima." It seems like they replied promptly. Bissell had sent an apology on behalf of Keter's actions. Now he opened the sealed letter to see Ultima's response. To Count Bissell el Saphira, the patriarch of the House of Saphira. "It is unfortunate that we must exchange words under such circumstances, and I share your regret regarding the incident with Lord Keter. However, how could I ever hold you accountable, my lord? In fact, it is I who feels the need to apologize. Please do not trouble yourself over this matter. That said, I do have one request to make." As Bissell was about to continue reading, interested in what Ultima had to say, Suvaid called upon him. "Your expression seems serious, my lord. May I ask what the letter says?" Glancing at the last part of the letter, Bissell approached the fireplace. Whoosh, the letter thrown into the fire blazed up in an instant. "My lord, why would you? The scrolls used by carrier pigeons are not ordinary scrolls. They were made from sturdy sheepskin that did not get wet, even in the rain. Sheepskin was very expensive, so it's typically either stored for records without burning or reused by erasing the contents. Of course, blind workers handled the content to ensure no one outside the recipients would read it. However, burning it outright was unusual, so it was natural for Suvaid to be shocked. Shaking his head, Bissell said, "Mr. Ultima was quite angry. There was something too difficult to look at, so I couldn't leave it behind. How unfortunate. Did Mr. Ultima say they would cut ties with us? If so, we should consider seeking another guild or even setting up our own." Fortunately, he didn't say they would cut ties, but he did say that if something like this happens again, he won't tolerate it. "Mr. Ultima is quite arrogant. I understand he is the only merchant dealing with us, but his attitude toward you is exceedingly disrespectful, my lord. What can I do? It's all my fault. Just let it go as you always have." Crackle, crackle. The letter was completely consumed by the flames. "Now that I think about it, I wonder if Keter has brought new life to our family. Do you see Lord Keter's actions in a positive light, my lord? Tarragon wandered for a long time, unable to find his path, but after continuously running the training field, it seems he's finally developed an interest in security. And how do you feel about Amaranth coming out into the world? I'm fine with it. Amaranth and Keter don't seem to have a transactional relationship. If anything, it's closer to a master-servant dynamic. That's why I judged it safe to leave them together. Not just that, there's a new breeze blowing in the forge as well." "What sort of breeze?" "Volcanus has declared he will create equipment fitting for a new era. My lord, change doesn't always bring positive outcomes. Right now, wouldn't it be safer to stick with the traditional ways?" Suvaid, the head butler, had served 2 patriarchs and also served as an advisor, so he expressed his opinions without hesitation. Of course, Bissell relied on him a great deal, as Suvaid was much older and had a broad, deep perspective. But that didn't mean Bissell thought he was always right. "I've failed, haven't I? The person I am right now has failed." "That's not true. Who dares to say such a thing?" "You have not failed, my lord," Suvaid argued. "Do I really need someone to tell me? Sometimes you have to realize it yourself when no one else tells you." Bissell brushed back his hair, his lips smiling but eyes void of any emotion. "I still have much to do, yet here I am making such discouraging remarks." Returning to his seat, Bissell picked up his fountain pen to resume his work and asked, "Is Elder Pannier still refusing to eat and remaining silent?" Elder Pannier, who was suspected of being a traitor, was confined to his residence, and he had not spoken a word since. Unfortunately, yes. I'll visit him this evening. I should have dinner with him. I was overly emotional at the time. Looking back now, I realize we didn't talk enough. I must correct my mistake before it's too late. I will make the arrangements immediately. Suvaid bowed respectfully and left the office. With quick steps, he exited the main mansion and made his way to Panier's residence. His gaze had changed. It was no longer the gentle look he had shown before Bissell. His narrowed eyes were filled with a fierce hostility. Lord Suvaid, a knight spotted Suvaid and saluted. Is everything all right? Yes, my lord. And Lord Panier, the lord is not sleeping and remains sitting all day. Tusk opened the door. Lord Bissell has stated he would meet Lord Panier personally this evening. Understood. Outside Panier's mansion, knights were guarding the perimeter to prevent him from escaping. In contrast, there were no knights or soldiers inside the mansion. This arrangement was made for the convenience of the servants working in the house. In the hall of the mansion stood a single figure, Prosciutto, Panier's personal butler. Prosciutto also looked unwell. He had been fasting along with Panier and spent most of the day standing in preparation for any potential visitors. Butler Prosciutto, head butler Suvaid. Prosciutto, who was spacing out, looked up and recognized Suvaid. What brings you here? The patriarch is coming to visit this evening. He plans to have dinner with Elder Panier. Now he decides to come. It was clear that Prosciutto didn't like the idea. Try not to blame the patriarch. There was not only suspicion, there was solid evidence. It was a natural course of action. I'd like to ask you, too, are you truly innocent? Do you also suspect me as well as Lord Panier? Why would we betray Sephira? The records were kept to identify any potential traitors that might exist. Of course, I do not suspect Lord Panier. That's why I plan to clear up this misunderstanding today, so I ask for your cooperation. Few my apologies. I will escort you to the Lord myself. In that condition, sit down and rest. You know that I am just as familiar with the layout of this mansion as you are. It is my duty to manage this mansion. Therefore, I should escort you. Thud. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Suvaid jabbed his thumb between Prosciutto's chin and neck. Prosciutto collapsed to the floor due to the unexpected ambush. He wasn't dead, just unconscious. Come, Suvaid called over a passing servant. Prosciutto seems to be quite tired. Take him to his room. Do not wake him under any circumstances. The servants thought this made sense. After all, Prosciutto hadn't eaten or slept for quite some time, which was worrying even for them. Head butler Suvaid. Chef Hulan, how have you been? Very well, but what brings you here today? The patriarch is scheduled to have dinner with Elder Panier this evening. May I see the condition of the ingredients? Of course. Right this way. Hulan signaled to his subordinate chefs to finish their tasks and led Suvaid to the pantry. Hulan. Suvaid's voice suddenly changed. His deep, resonant tone made Hulan tense. Yes, sir, now is the time. Russell. Suvaid took out a small glass vial from his pocket and handed it to Hulan. Hulan accepted it, almost in a daze. Gulp. Hulan gulped nervously and looked at Suvaid with trembling eyes. Suvaid nodded. You will use it this evening, Suvaid said. For whom? Hulan asked. Lord Bissell. Hup. Hulan was so tense that he covered his mouth and trembled all over. Suvaid gently patted his shoulder. Do not worry. It's just a potion that causes stomach pain. I promised it wouldn't harm you in any way, and... Clink. Suvaid slipped 5 gold coins into Hulan's pocket. This is a reward for your efforts, but remember, this must be taken to your grave. Hulan nodded in a haze, too breathless to even respond. You should come out after a little while. You're sweating too much. Suvaid, who left the kitchen, still had more business to do. In his possession was a letter, the one that Akra sent to Bissell, detailing the existence of Keter. This letter was how Bissell figured out that there was a traitor within the family. However, the expression on Suvaid's face as he carried out this plan was neither wicked nor filled with anger. Instead, the eyes of the old butler were filled with determination. There was only one reason for Suvaid to do this. It was for the sake of the family. While Keter was away on a mission, the Sephira family was steadily crumbling from within, just as it had in a past life. Panier would be completely branded as a traitor under Suvaid's orchestration, leading to a future of uncontrollable internal strife. The Lilian Kingdom was divided into 4 lordships based on directions: north, south, east, and west. Under each lordship, there were approximately 2 or so fiefs or estates, within which there were various cities and villages. Sephira, the Masters of Archery, was one of the 7 gates directly under the Queen and was located within Lanchin, a fief in the southern lordship. Lanchin was located near the border. Fortresses and military cities were common near the border since there was always the risk of invasion. However, Sephira's situation was different. This was because the power beyond the border was the Kingdom of Adjus, also known as the Kingdom of Real Men. We will attack on this specific day and time. We do not attack the weak. Only the strong should step forward. Ambush. That word doesn't exist in our kingdom. They did not wage war to conquer, but to fight the strong. They revered and craved battle for the sake of honor. In Adjus, armor was a symbol of cowardice, and using long-range weapons was considered beneath even animals. Their preferred weapon was the fist, followed by blunt weapons like hammers and clubs. As a result, Sephira, who used bows, was utterly disregarded by the kingdom of Ajuz. The people of Ajuz knew even if they invaded, Sephira wouldn't engage in a passionate fight but would just shoot a bunch of arrows from a distance. Defeating a family like Sephira, whose main weapon was the bow, brought no honor only disgrace. For this reason, no one in Ajuz even bothered to look in Sephira's direction. So paradoxically, the Sephira family was considered one of the safest places despite being located on the border. The Hakos Mountains aren't that rough or deep, so there are a lot of herb gatherers and hunters. You can even spot people from Ajuz every now and then. On the road to the village of Hakos, Luke was sharing his experiences in an effort to get closer to Keter. Keter, however, simply stared straight ahead, silently listening. When I was an apprentice knight working at Hakos Fortress, this huge boar came charging at the fortress. I was completely shocked. We tried to chase it off with arrows, but it wouldn't stop. Do you know why? Believe it or not, an Ajusian was chasing it barehanded. It wasn't an exaggeration, and Luke still felt his knees weaken whenever he thought about it. If you're a knight, you can take down a boar with your fists without a problem, but that Ajusian, well, he was just different. The Empire calls them barbarians, and I could see why. Oh look, you can see the fortress tower now. That means we're almost there. Luke pointed at a tower just starting to appear over the horizon. Just a little farther and you'll see the village. It's near the fortress. The village is about 30 minutes away from the fortress on horseback. Oh, and just a heads up, Hakos is a bit pricey, so don't go spending recklessly, okay? Keter, who Luke thought had been quietly listening, gave no response at all. Luke urged his horse forward and went right next to him. Keter's eyes were clearly open, staring straight ahead. Keter, what are you thinking about? Hello, we're almost at the village. Whoosh, whoosh. There was no reaction even as Luke waved his hand in front of his face. That was when he began to sense something was off. Keter, what are you doing? Tap. Luke impatiently prodded Keter's side with his bow. At that moment, Keter, who had been still, suddenly grabbed Luke's bow and yanked it. Any ordinary knight would have had their weapon easily taken, but Luke was different. He countered it by twisting the bow. Breaking free from Keter's grasp, it was as if he was expecting it. Whiz. The curse that sensed danger worked as a blessing in defensive situations. What's going on? Are we here? Said Keter, turning his head toward Luke. With his bow now slung back over his shoulder, Luke responded, were you seriously asleep just now? When I get bored, I mostly sleep. Do you usually sleep with your eyes open? Pretty much. I've never seen anyone sleep with their eyes open before, especially while riding a horse. It wasn't like they were moving at a slow pace, either. While they weren't at full speed, it was certainly faster than a human could run. At this pace, the rider's body normally jolted around quite a bit, so it could potentially lead to a fall if they weren't paying attention. But sleeping under such conditions, Luke thought Keter had to be joking. If you were really sleeping, then why did you try to take my bow? Keter answered nonchalantly, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. I'm always on alert. What? How can you stay alert when you're asleep? There's no guarantee you won't get attacked while you're sleeping, is there? By the way, you didn't let me take your bow. Impressive. You're one to talk. That was when the horses they were on began slowing down. Even the horses remembered that they had to slow down around this point, meaning they were going to arrive at Hakos village soon. Pulling out the mission from his pocket, Luke said, please don't do anything on your own during the mission. It is a village in Sephira's estate, but there's always uncertainty. Despite what he said, Luke didn't think anything would happen. Hakos was quite small. It only took about 30 minutes to walk around the entire village. He just thought that he could show Keter around the fortress after finding the missing knight as soon as possible before returning to Sephira. Huh, that's weird, Luke scratched his head. He looked around the entire village in 20 minutes, but there was no sign of the missing knight. Why can't we find him? We should have crossed paths. Luke, who thought they would quickly find the missing knight, awkwardly looked around. Keter pointed with his chin at the children hiding in the alley, staring at them, and asked, why have those kids been following us from the entrance of the village? Oh, it's because we haven't given them pocket money. I totally forgot. Pocket money. Hey guys, Luke gestured toward the children to come closer. They didn't look like they were poor, they wore nice clothes, and they had plump cheeks. Here, I'll give you 1 bronze coin. Listen to your parents, okay? The children looked at the bronze coin Luke gave them and frowned. The fat child who seemed to be their leader stepped up. Hey, you think you have the right to say that after only giving us 1 coin? Huh, Luke was taken aback. 1 bronze coin wasn't a lot of money, but it was enough to buy 2 pieces of fruit or a loaf of bread. Ahaha, okay, I'll give you 1 more each. 3 years ago, when Luke used to work at the fortress, the children were excited for just 1 bronze coin, but now they looked dissatisfied even with 2 bronze coins. You're so cheap for a knight. Hey, you have a lot of money, right? You can't fool me. You smell rich. Keter stared at the child who pointed at him, then kneeled down to the child's eye level. You're smart, kid, you're right. I have so much more money than this guy. Hee, then give us some money already. Haha, don't show me your tongue. I might just pull it out. Is this your money? What? When Keter spoke angrily with a smile on his face, the leader of the children started to slowly back away. However, with the other children watching, he quickly forced himself to muster up some courage. Mister, you look like an apprentice knight. How can you talk to us like that? I'm going to tell on you to the chief. Thump. Keter thumped the leader on his head. Ack. The child began rolling around on the floor in pain, holding his head. Keter went through his pockets and pulled out a pouch of money. The kids here try to live life so easily. I'm jealous. Whoosh. Then Keter threw the pouch of money down the dirty sewer. Huh, oh our money. The kids, who were about to blame Keter, caught sight of his menacing gaze and quickly bolted away. Keter clicked his tongue as he watched them run off. Tusk, spineless brats trying to make easy money. Keter, wasn't that a bit too much? I mean, they're just kids. And why did you throw away the money? I didn't throw it away. That was an empty pouch. Keter showed the coins still tucked between his fingers as proof. When did you take the money from the pouch? My hands are faster than your eyes. More importantly, what's with the way they treat knights around here? That's what I've been saying. The prices here are steep. Luke sighed and shook his now lighter pouch. The only people who come to this village are soldiers or knights from Sephira, so the prices have been going up. Even at the stable earlier, they asked for 3 silvers just to take care of our horses. They must think knights are pushovers. We're the ones protecting this village. We should be the ones charging protection fees, not paying them. Protection fees? Keter, we're knights, not thugs. I'm not sure that falls under being a knight. Anyways, where is the missing knight? This has never happened before. I think we're going to have to ask the chief. Keter followed Luke and looked around the village closely. At times, he knocked on the floor with his heel. This was an easy mission to Luke, but for Keter, this mission was about finding the secret of this village. Catherine, a 2-star knight, died on this mission, so the attacker was likely not mere bandits or robbers. Above all, there are people who came here before us. Luke, who was solely focused on the mission, did not sense anything, but Keter noticed a few odd things. Keter could gauge a lot from the little things. Even at the stable, he observed the horses there while Luke paid the keeper a storage fee. It's a high-quality warhorse. The fact that even its mane and tail are well-maintained means that the rider is a knight well accustomed to horseback riding. The horse could be owned by another Sephira knight since the fortress was nearby, but Keter was certain it wasn't. Luke said the fortress was 30 minutes away, but these horses ran for at least half a day. Their muscles are still tight. Anyone who noticed what Keter noticed would be suspicious, as Hakos village was definitely not a tourist destination. There was also no reason why knights from other families would come to Hakos. If there were knights from other families here, it would have been written on the mission. Keter had seen many mission directives before and knew that any peculiarities were always mentioned in them. For a bandit extermination mission, details such as the suspected location of the bandits' hideout, their estimated numbers, and even their origins would be noted. The fact that no mention of knights from other families appeared in this missing knight's mission meant that another house's knight had arrived in Hakos without even Sephira knowing. A grin crept onto Keter's face as he approached the village chief's hall. The ground near the entrance was covered in countless footprints. To a casual observer, it might not seem like much, but Keter gleaned much information from them. Knights' footprints. Even though there are several of them, their walking patterns and stride lengths are identical. Only knights could maintain such perfect synchronization, and the clues didn't end with the footprints. The war horse I saw in the stable had the faint scent of wild berries. That same scent lingers here. The reason why Keter followed Luke around was because he thought they might run into knights from another family. However, they hadn't encountered any, and that's when Keter became certain. If the knights weren't out in the streets, they must have gone to meet the village chief. While Luke wasn't as sharp as Keter, he too began to sense that something was off, not through logic, but through his curse. My hands are shaking. The closer they got to the hall, the more Luke's curse was warning him. Finally focusing on the hall, Luke noticed something strange and reached out to stop Keter. Wait a second, it's not just the chief in there. There's an unfamiliar presence. Feels like a knight. Figured as much, Keter replied calmly. Stop, this could be serious. It doesn't feel like a knight from Sephira. Why would outsiders be in Hakos? The fact that it wasn't mentioned in the mission means they're probably here unofficially. This is a major issue, Luke said gravely, sounding alarmed. Luke was late to realize the danger. Keter, already aware of the situation, brushed Luke's arm aside and grabbed the door handle to the village hall. Wait, I'm not ready for this yet. The door swung open with a loud creak. Luke's eyes widened in shock as he saw the people inside. His hands instinctively clenched into fists, and his gaze filled with hostility. The people standing in the hall were people that should not be here under any circumstances. Just before Luke was deployed on his first mission as a member of the Sacred Order of Sephira, his senior knight showed him one family crest and said, "If you see this emblem, stay clear, no matter what." It was the image of a proud leopard standing tall under the moonlight. At the time, Luke didn't understand why he had to avoid anyone bearing this symbol. But it wasn't until a mission in a distant city, where he encountered a knight with that very crest, that he learned the reason the hard way. "Why do you keep following me and causing trouble?" The knights of that house went out of their way to track him down, interfering with his mission and provoking him at every turn. Because you're a damned Saphira. What kind of nonsense is that? I'll formally lodge a complaint. Heh, go ahead, try it. In the end, Luke returned to Saphira, having failed the mission, and immediately reported everything to the captain. However, the captain merely sighed. Didn't your mentor warn you? When you see a knight from that family, you steer clear. Why do we have to avoid them and take this? We're knights of a master family. The captain just smiled bitterly at Luke's feisty counter. That's the reality of our family, Sir Luke. I'm telling you this for the last time, so remember it. The captain put his hand on Luke's shoulder and said something he would never forget. Avoid the Biden family at all costs. Hearing that, Luke pledged to himself he would never do that. He promised himself that he would fight back if the Biden family caused trouble. However, Luke never met the Biden family's knights after that, but now they were standing right in front of him. Biden's knights. He couldn't tell if they hid their crest or purposely wore something without it, but Luke was certain that they were Biden's knights. It wasn't just because they had spears for weapons. Out of the 7 men there, he recognized one of them. A man with no hair or eyebrows was one of the knights who caused him trouble on his first mission. Luke gripped the end of his arrow, like a wolf growling after its territory was invaded, but he couldn't take one out. Rattle. Luke clenched his jaw as his arm trembled. Damn curse, his curse was telling him that he and Keter shouldn't fight because they wouldn't stand a chance against the knights. Okay, I know, then I can still defend, right? Even though it was a curse, it didn't act completely without reason. It never interfered with defensive attacks, but this time, for some reason, Rattle, it even refused to allow defense. Of course, this wasn't the first time it had happened, so Luke let go of the arrow without hesitation. He knew too well that no matter what he tried, he couldn't overcome the curse. There was no will left in him to resist it. Instead of the arrow, Luke gripped the signal flare he had brought just in case. Heh heh. The sound of mocking laughter came from among the knights of Biden. It was from the knight with no eyebrows. The anger inside Luke churned, but he suppressed it and firmly said, "Why are the knights of Biden in the territory of Saphira? You know full well you do not have official permission." Luke cast a quick glance toward Keter, signaling him to go and call for reinforcements. However, Keter neither budged nor acknowledged the signal. Luke wasn't sure whether Keter didn't understand it or was simply refusing. Damn it, Keter's never worked with anyone before. He probably doesn't even recognize a simple signal like this. Feeling that he couldn't rely on Keter, that he had to protect him, Luke stepped forward and demanded with authority, "Who's in charge? Step forward." At Luke's harsh command, the knights of Biden all turned their gazes toward one man. Honestly, Luke already had a strong suspicion about who was in charge. It was the man with long silver hair. His presence was undeniably strong. He's at least a 2-star knight, maybe even 3. Luke stood nervously, prepared to launch the signal flare into the sky at any moment. The silver-haired knight, gripping a long spear behind his back, stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Arbold of Biden." "Now may I ask for your name?" "Luke of the Sacred Order of Saphira." "Let's not waste time. Show me your authorization papers. If you've passed through the checkpoint legally, you should have them." "Unfortunately, I don't," Arbold replied with a faint smile. "Keter, fire the signal." Luke handed the signal flare to Keter like there was no need for further conversation. But just then something strange happened. Arbold's long hair suddenly fluttered in the air, even though there was no wind. An ambush. Luke immediately sensed Arbold's attack, a sudden strike aimed at Keter, who was holding the flare. Without hesitation, Luke swung his bow to intercept the spear aimed at Keter. But despite his swift reaction, he couldn't stop Arbold's spear in time. His spear was much faster than Luke's reaction. Too late. But there was something even faster. Keter's foot. Thud. Keter landed a swift kick to Luke's rear. Luke, who never expected an attack from behind, let alone from an ally, was knocked forward and stumbled straight towards Arbold. Arbold, startled, quickly withdrew his spear and stepped back to avoid Luke. Then Arbold glared at Keter. "His kick was faster than my spear." It seemed impossible. Arbold wasn't even targeting Keter. His only intention was to snatch the signal flare, not to harm anyone, and as such he had no intent to kill. How did he sense it? The mysterious man, who didn't appear to be remarkable at all, even looking somewhat dumb, had somehow reacted in time. Arbold, still wary, looked at Luke, who had barely managed to regain his footing after his fall. "Who is that man?" Arbold asked, his eyes still on Keter. Luke couldn't believe what he was hearing. "You attack us and then ask questions." "As expected, none of the people from the Biden have any manners. I did not intend to attack you. I was merely aiming for the signal flare. I would appreciate it if you'd hear us out and listen to why we're here. If you want to talk, then talk. But I have no intention of letting you speak from a position of advantage." "Keter, the signal flare. Where is it?" Luke turned around, only to realize the signal flare was nowhere to be seen. Screech, thud. Keter silently closed the door to the hall. Everyone was on edge. The knights of Biden tightened their grips on their spears, and the village chief, who had been quietly observing, hurriedly retreated to the second floor to hide. All eyes were fixed on Keter's next move. Thud. But Keter's actions were simple. He merely sat down in a chair. Tapping the table with his fingers, Keter calmly asked, "So, who's going to tell us their story?" Every noble house had its history, and when discussing that history, there was one subject that was always mentioned: the origin of the family's unique combat techniques. For instance, Saphira's archery technique, zodiac archery, was said to be modeled after the constellations in the sky. Just as Saphira had a historical basis for its skills, so did all other noble families. The falling flower sword was conceived by observing petals fall, while the wave sword drew inspiration from the crashing tides. But there is an exception: Biden. Unlike other noble families, Biden's spear technique seemed to lack any significant historical origin. To be more precise, it had an origin, but the foundation and history behind it were unpolished. The zodiac archery technique of Saphira had a history of 300 years. The falling flower sword had 400, and the wave sword had been around for over 500 years. In contrast, Biden's spear technique had only existed for 30 years. Normally, such a short history would show a lack of refinement, yet the opposite was true. Technique was remarkable. Even if the genius of the century had created it, achieving that level of perfection in such a short time was thought to be nearly impossible. Rumor was that Biden discovered an ancient text detailing a mythical spear technique, and many believed this was the true source of their skill. Biden officially acknowledged this, stating that they had found and interpreted an ancient spear manual. The moment Biden openly admitted that their spear technique had no true foundational origin, the noble society quickly lost interest. People were curious about where and how Biden found the manual, not about the spear technique itself. This was in part because Biden used a spear technique. If they had claimed to have discovered a sword technique instead, the matter probably wouldn't have been so easily dismissed. There has been an order from the High Elder. Arbold, a knight of Biden, was more nervous than ever before. The true head of Biden was not the patriarch. That position belonged to the High Elder, the one who had passed down the most powerful spear technique in the family's history. He was the true authority behind the scenes. The Order of the Silver Leopard, the order that Arbold belonged to, was a knight order established solely for the protection of this High Elder, and it was one of the earliest units created in the family. "We believe we have found the location of the flying wolf, one of the 7 cursed species. Your mission is to find them there and bring them back safely. There cannot be any witnesses," calmly said the captain. Despite his calm tone, the gravity of the mission was unmistakable. Arbold's voice shook as he replied, "The flying wolf tribe is a species wanted by the Emperor of the Empire. If the Empire discovers us, Queen Lillian will not be able to protect us." "You are quite slow, Arbold," the captain replied, his tone patient. "What do you mean?" Arbold asked, confused. "We crossed the line the moment we accepted the proposal of the 7 cursed species. From that moment, our fate was sealed. We now stand against the Emperor." You can't mean." "Yes, it's true. Our High Elder is one of the Moon Rabbit tribe, the 7 cursed species." The Biden family's High Elder was from the Moon Rabbit tribe, one of the 7 cursed species that had once attempted to assassinate the Emperor of the Empire. It was through his power that the Biden family had suddenly risen to prominence and mastered their spear technique. All of Biden's recent success was because of the Moon Rabbit's strength. The Biden family had been sheltering the Moon Rabbit tribe in exchange for the legendary spear technique scroll that had been passed down to them. The Moon Rabbit tribe received the protection they needed and had certain requests fulfilled by the Biden family. "No matter how many secrets we have, the moment we're discovered, it's all over." "Am I wrong?" said the captain. Arbold couldn't deny it. "I agree, sir. So where is this place? If the flying wolves are hiding there, it must be incredibly dangerous." It'll be easier if you see it for yourself." The captain handed Arbold a map. His eyes widened as he looked at it. "This is in Saphira's territory." His reaction was complicated, part relief, part discomfort. The captain shared a similar sentiment. "Besides the mountains and forests, there's a village you'll find there. It's called Hakos. The search area also includes a fortress, but it's unlikely they're hiding there. So they're either hiding in the village or somewhere in the mountains," Arbold concluded. "If they're in the mountains, it'll be hard to find them, but it's only a matter of time. However, if they've blended into the village, pretending to live as humans, things could get complicated. They would have to infiltrate Saphira's territory to find the flying wolves. This alone was a tricky endeavor, as the two families, Biden and Saphira, were sworn enemies. There was no way Saphira would grant the Biden knights entry. However, it would be difficult to sneak in and conduct a search without raising suspicion if the flying wolves were to be discovered by the villagers. "If worst comes to worst, we may have to eliminate the entire village," said the captain grimly. "I'd prefer to avoid that. As much as I dislike Saphira, the villagers are just civilians. I'm hoping, too, that the flying wolves are hiding in the mountains." Then the Order of the Silver Leopard secretly snuck into Saphira's land. Though entering wasn't difficult, the worst-case scenario unfolded. Despite combing every area designated by the High Elder except for the village, they could not locate the flying wolves. The Moon Rabbit tribe was known for their unparalleled ability to detect and foresee. If they hadn't found the flying wolves outside the village, that meant one thing: they were hiding within the village. Exhausted from a month of combing the forests, looking disheveled and worn, Arbold approached the captain. Should we claim we're here as tourists and ask Sephira for a pass to search the village? If we get caught wandering around without permission, things will really get complicated. Dismissed. Do you not remember what we did to the Sephira family? If that's the case, why not just force our way through? Don't underestimate Sephira. They might be weak in open battles, but they are unmatched in defense. In fact, they are the strongest when it comes to defense. So what are we supposed to do? Just retreat? That's not an option either. You all will go to the village first and assess the situation. If it looks feasible, bribe the village chief and start the search. What about you, sir? I'll be scouting the area further just in case. I trust you as the deputy to lead the team well. You always dump the work on me and then pretend to trust me. Arbold snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Keter, standing before him. He couldn't read Keter's expression at all. Beside him, Luke also kept a stoic face, but his anxiety, tension, and hostility were clear. That was the natural response. It was normal. This guy, on the other hand, doesn't seem normal. Even though the man in front had initiated the conversation, Arbold felt uneasy for some reason. I haven't heard your name yet, Arbold asked Keter before continuing the discussion. Since he had learned about all the key figures of the Sephira family, he wondered if Keter might be one of them. Keter. Arnold looked through his memory, but he had never heard that name before. Pointing to himself, Keter added, I'm Sephira's solver. The intent of the man sitting silently in front of Keter was blatantly obvious. The man wasn't interested in how strong he was, but rather who he was, as if staring at me like that would suddenly give you new information. Arbold fixed his gaze on Keter and glared, trying to intimidate him. What a pathetic move. Keter kicked the table leg toward him. Thud. Arbold took the corner of the table right in the gut and slumped forward, his head hanging low. One of his underlings, who had been standing nearby, pointed his spear at Keter. I've become quite mature. Even with a weapon pointed at me, I'm sitting here generously not making a fuss. Keter. Luke looked at Keter as if he was asking why he did that. Whose side is this kid on? Even if I threw the first punch, he should be backing me up. I thought he just looked young, but I guess he's actually a kid. Well, that's typical of nobles, isn't it? I had some hope since he's Gramps' Jack's son, but... Tusk should have known better than to expect anything. It only leads to bigger disappointments. He's not good enough for my attention. Are you going to spill the story or die? Pick one, Keter said. Arbold pulled his chair back, taking a step away. Interesting. Keter heard everything. The Bident family treated the Sephira like they were their sworn enemies. But instead of fighting him, Arbold chose to avoid confrontation, even though he clearly saw Keter as someone weaker than him, someone he didn't even know. At first, Keter thought these guys were backed by Reganin. Reganin's offer for Keter to get lost to the Samel Empire had probably turned into a forceful exile by now. This meant he probably needed someone strong enough to take him down, and the only capable ones in this village were these knights standing before him. Plus, it seemed like Bident had enough of a reason to act. No one would suspect an elder of Sephira to be pulling the strings behind a bunch of Bident knights, but thinking that Reganin was exploiting this situation felt too risky to assume. The Reganin Keter knew wasn't one to gamble like that. No, these guys aren't connected to Reganin. You're not a knight, at least. Yet seeing that Sir Luke, a knight, is sitting quietly while you're running the show makes me think you've got the authority to hear me out, Arbold said, pretending to be calm, as if he were trying to piece together his identity. It seemed like Arbold really didn't know. Bident probably knew everything that was going on in Sephira, but for some reason these knights didn't know about Keter. Even if Arbold couldn't recognize him by face, hearing his name should have given it away. Is he just pretending not to know? No, that's not it. These guys genuinely seem to not know anything about Keter, the bastard child of Sephira. Tap, tap. At that moment, Luke nudged Keter's side and whispered into his ear, Keter, what are you planning to do? This isn't something we should handle. At the very least, it's something to report to the captain or the elder. Such a typical reaction, boring and dry. Situations like this should be handled on the spot. Why don't I have the authority? My father is the patriarch. Both Luke and the knights were visibly shocked by Keter, but the most interesting reaction came from Arbold. He gave a faint smile, almost as if he expected it. Yet beneath that smile, Keter could see a subtle trembling. So you are Lord Bissel's son. I didn't realize. His tone had become a bit more respectful, though he still didn't bother to stand or offer any formal gesture. That confirmed these knights really weren't connected to Reganin, which meant they really just ran into us by coincidence. Oh, it can't be a coincidence. If Keter hadn't come here in this life, Catherine would have been here instead, and she would have encountered them. In his previous life, Catherine died, meaning that she met these guys, fought them, and lost. But why did she fight them? Catherine, Keter's slave, wasn't a battle-hungry maniac, even though she enjoyed competition. If she fought them, it was probably to protect something related to Sephira. Keter thought about why she would have fought, and why she didn't run or ask for help. Catherine must have felt she had to protect the village from these people, and there's only one reason she would have done that: a massacre of the villagers. These guys were probably planning a massacre in this village in the Saphira estate. Catherine wouldn't have thrown herself into a fight recklessly unless it was something like that. That raised another question in Ketter's mind. Why would they do such a thing? Even animals or insects didn't act without some gain. If these people were willing to risk it, there had to be something in it for them. This village must be hiding something so important that the Biden family would stake everything on it. Ketter had figured that much out. Now it was time to hear what Arbold had to say. No more stalling. Let's hear it. Of course, Arbold replied. Our presence here is purely coincidental. As you can see from our attire, we're dressed for light patrol. We came out hunting for training and vacation purposes, but in our excitement, we accidentally crossed into Saphira's territory. By the time we noticed, we were already near the village. Although it was an accident, there was no way to justify our intrusion. We were planning to spend just one night in the village and leave at sunrise to offer our apologies. Arbold's story, while predictable, was also fairly convincing. Let me get this straight, Ketter said. You didn't sneak in to harm the Saphira family. Yes, Arbold responded confidently. He answered so clearly, but he didn't even realize the nature of Ketter's question. That confirmed everything. These guys aren't here for the Saphira family. They are after something in the village. Whatever it was, whether treasure or something else, it didn't have a direct connection to the Saphira family. Or at least, they thought it didn't. So you're saying that you want us to look the other way since you'll surrender in the morning. There's a big difference between surrendering willingly and being caught. We want to admit our wrongs on our own terms. For that, both I and my subordinates need time to prepare mentally. We know this won't end with a light scolding. Ketter pretended to mull it over, wondering if he should drag on the conversation further. Arbold would probably slip up if he pushed harder, but there was a bigger issue. These guys were ready to fight. If things went south, it seemed like they were prepared to kill everyone here to keep their secret. Of course, fighting these guys wouldn't be much of a challenge, but Ketter also wanted the treasure they were after. If they were willing to risk a full-on war with Saphira for the treasure, it had to be at least on par with Demon Bow Amaranth. I wonder if they'll talk if they are tortured. Arbold and the other knights didn't seem like the type to spill easily under a little pressure, but Ketter hadn't found out anything to let them go, and he didn't get any information about the treasure either. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ketter made a compromise between his greed and practicality. He was going to provoke them just once to see what would happen. Let's split it clean, 70-30. Ketter stood up, casually dropping his right hand to his side. Arbold followed suit, rising as he echoed his words. What exactly do you mean by 70-30? What are we negotiating over? Why do you think I came to a tiny, insignificant village like this in the first place? Arbold's eyes widened, and Luke, standing beside Ketter, shot a startled look his way. Luke was practically shouting with his eyes that they were on a mission, but Ketter signaled him to shut up and hit Arbold with the final blow. I know everything. Arbold had made a mistake. He broke eye contact with Ketter and glanced at his subordinates. This was as good as a confession. He might as well have said they were hiding something and that they were flustered. There wasn't a single subordinate who could cover for him. Arbold, the calmest member of the Order of the Silver Leopard, was shaken, so how could his men be any different? His subordinates were visibly shocked, their eyelids shaking with unease, yet their grips tightened firmly on their spears. Comes to it, we'll kill them all. That had been the plan from the start. But the decision wasn't theirs to make, it was Arbold's. He had to decide, damn it, did we underestimate Saphira too much? From what Ketter said, Arbold thought Saphira knew about the existence of the flying wolf and had even sent their own family to find them. His misunderstanding was reasonable, though, as Ketter was talking about the heart of the matter. But there was something odd. If they know, why are they willing to share? And why did only 2 of them come? As he continued to question himself, Arbold eventually formed a hypothesis and arrived at a conclusion. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his racing thoughts and reassess the situation. Ketter was calm, while Luke, the knight beside him, looked more flustered than even Arbold's group. Arbold began to piece things together. His intelligence began analyzing the situation to his advantage. I apologize for showing such a disgraceful attitude, Lord Ketter. So you've given up on killing me to silence me. I apologize, my lord, but it's true that we had considered it. But as you said, it seems unnecessary now. You're pretty sharp. Looks like you figured it out. Yes, Lord Ketter. You're a bastard child, aren't you, my lord? Arbold spoke with an air of triumph, as if he had uncovered some great secret. With Ketter remaining silent, Arbold began to boast about his reasoning. I know quite a bit about the Saphira family. Lord Bissell has 5 sons in total, but none of them are named Ketter. Now, that's not to say you're not of Lord Bissell's blood. However, you must not be a legitimate heir, or there would be no reason to hide your existence. In other words, you're a bastard. Clap, clap. Ketter didn't respond with words, but instead clapped. Arbold, feeling emboldened, didn't even realize his voice had grown louder with excitement. Lord Ketter, you must have entered the Saphira family fairly recently. Naturally, your position within the family would be weak. During that time, you happened to uncover a secret. Normally, you'd report it to Lord Bissell, but you had a different thought, didn't you? You thought that it would be better to claim it all for yourself. Keter didn't ask what the secret was, knowing that such a question was a foolish act for amateurs. Instead, he continued to elevate Arbold's confidence. Ah, the Biden family. How can such talent just roam freely? What do you say about working under me? I can give you everything you desire. As Keter acted like some third-rate villain, Arbold's perception of Keter shifted in his subconscious. What a naive noble lord. Keter's arrogant and rough tone only reinforced this impression. Fully misjudging Keter, Arbold shook his head with a relaxed smile. I'll decline your offer. However, I am willing to accept your previous proposal. But I have a condition. I think I've already made a significant concession. I'm not asking you to adjust the ratio. In fact, I can agree to an 80-20 split. However, we will handle their safety and will provide the payment directly. Talking about ratios isn't very clear. Let's determine the specifics right here. How much can you give me? Strictly speaking, you would only expect the reward for the tip, right? I believe you know that it's impossible to get more than that, even unofficially. Based on the reward for the tip, 80 would be just 8,000 gold. However, if you promise to withdraw completely from this matter, we will give you 5 times that amount. How much exactly? You're quite meticulous, my lord. If you want me to say it, then I will tell you. It's 50,000 gold. It wasn't Keter but Luke who gasped in astonishment. 50,000 gold. It was an enormous sum that could instantly make one rich. It was a fortune that could easily bring many nobles to their knees. However, Keter replied in a disinterested tone, how do you plan to give such a large amount? It's pretty obvious that you intend to just make a promise and then keep your mouth shut. The Biden family isn't as poor as Sephira, and the Biden family is not as honest as Sephira, so you are saying you need a guarantee or a written agreement. Through a legitimate route unrelated to this matter. Why are you hesitating? If you truly intended to pay, you wouldn't need to think about it. Arbold bit his lower lip and averted his gaze. His expression seemed less like he was trying to deceive Keter and more like he was genuinely troubled. Keter understood this, so he allowed him some time to think. Lord Keter, to be honest, I'm not the decision maker here. I know, bring him here. Will you wait for me? 10 minutes. I can't wait any longer than that. Yes, I'll be right back. Oh, before that, Arbold lifted his head, his gaze directed at the village chief peeking through the gap in the second-floor railing. Gah! The village chief quickly ducked down, but it was too late to avoid being noticed. Arbold pointed his spear at the railing and said, that man has heard too much. I'm afraid it's best to eliminate him. Arbold signaled his subordinates with a swift gesture. They were not knights bound by chivalry, they were merely tools for the Moon Rabbit, the High Elder of Biden. They felt no guilt about killing powerless commoners. The village chief, despite hiding his body, realized he was in mortal danger. Wait, I'll do it. At that moment, Keter ascended the staircase to the second floor before Arbold's subordinates could. Puzzled, Arbold watched Luke as he tried to stop Keter in shock. Keter, you're not. No, you can't. Arbold stepped up and stopped Luke, who was about to run after Keter to stop him. Arbold had realized what Keter was trying to do. Wheeze ha! Keter, who reached the second floor, looked down at the trembling village chief. You won't even feel the pain. Keter's voice echoed down to the lower floor. Crack, thud. Everyone heard the sound of something breaking and collapsing. Keter, Luke, in a fit of rage, grabbed Keter by the collar as he descended the stairs. Keter, expressionless, calmly said, looks like you've got some energy left. If that's the case, why don't you go handle that corpse? Dump it in the basement. Did you really kill the innocent village chief? Luke shouted. Innocent. There's no one in this world without sin. Dig deep enough and you'll find plenty of people worth killing. Luke glared at Keter before rushing back up to the second floor in a panic. Ah, the village chief lay motionless on the ground. Though he appeared unharmed, his heart had already stopped. Luke held back his tears and carried the village chief on his back as he descended the stairs. Wait. Arbold blocked Luke's path and motioned to one of his subordinates, who then placed his hand on the village chief's neck to check for a pulse. He nodded, confirming that the chief was dead. Then Arbold turned to Keter. He seems fine on the outside. It seems like you haven't learned archery. I'm from the lawless city. Ah, I see. Arbold smiled subtly as if realizing something else. Meanwhile, Luke pushed past one of the Bident knights blocking his way. Move, hold on. Where do you think you're going? An innocent person is dead. The least I can do is give him a proper burial. Arbold clicked his tongue. Didn't Lord Keter tell you to leave him in the basement? Why are you disobeying your master's orders? Master? Keter's not my master. Keter is my. Luke was about to call Keter his partner, but bit his lip. We're strangers now. Arbold looked at Keter as if he was asking what he was going to do about this dog barking at its master. Sephira is really stubborn. That's why there's no progress. Don't you think? Keter said. I don't know why one would stay on a sinking ship. Perhaps it's time for you to escape, Lord Keter. What are you two talking about? Luke, who hadn't fully grasped the situation, or perhaps had just now understood it, glared back and forth between Keter and Arbold. Keter, looking bored, pulled out a pocket watch from his coat and checked the time. Well, we're short on time. Just lock this frustrating fool in the basement with the corpse. Are you sure? He is a knight of Sephira. Don't kill him. He's not even worth that. Keter's merciless words seemed to disturb even Arbold. Luke, unable to believe what was happening, clenched his jaw in silence. Two of the Bident knights approached him. If you're going to resist, do it quickly. This text is. Luke was ready to fight, but it was only in his mind. He couldn't move his Badenot even a finger, as if he were paralyzed. Please, move just this once, I beg you. Luke pleaded inside, but the curse that bound him didn't release him, not even in this critical moment. As Luke stood trembling in silence, the Bident knights assumed he was simply terrified. Dragging a frightened person away was a piece of cake. You truly are a villain, Lord Keter. After the knights dragged Luke away, Arbold finally understood the kind of person Keter was, a villain from Absinthian opportunist, looking to plunder the sinking ship that was Saphira. He's simple-minded, which makes him easy to use. What a perfect chance. Arbold felt a strong sense that things were going to go well. His guard relaxed and his confidence returned, even though they hadn't yet located the flying wolves. I'll go fetch the captain. How long? Be precise. You really are thorough. No more than 30 minutes, even at the latest. If you don't return, I'll consider it a betrayal. Of course, my lord. Arbold glanced at his subordinates, signaling them to watch Keter while he brought the captain. Seeing them nod in understanding, Arbold quickly left, leaving them behind. Sigh. In the basement of the village hall, which was also a wine storage, Luke let out a deep, crushing sigh. The weight of his incompetence, Keter's betrayal, and the shame of tarnishing his father's name weighed heavily on him. The guilt of disappointing Bissell coursed through him, seeping into every part of his being. To be honest, he still hadn't fully grasped what had happened. Everything happened so suddenly, and he had never experienced anything like this before. Luke, though titled a knight, was naive and sheltered. He found everything utterly confusing, from the strange things Keter said to how Arbold responded, who responded as if he already knew everything. What were they talking about? He wasn't sure, but one thing seemed clear. Did Keter really betray Saphira? It was hard to admit, but it seemed to be the only explanation. If so, Luke needed to escape and inform the patriarch as soon as possible, but that was nearly impossible. Two Bident knights were guarding the exit, and they were not the kind to let their guard down. Breaking through purely with skill was the only option, but he doubted whether he even had that kind of ability. Even if he did, the curse that bound him made it impossible to even throw a punch. I'm a fool and useless. Thud, thud. Luke pounded his fists into the ground. Blood welled up on his delicate hands as his skin split. Then a trembling sensation overtook him again. Even this small act of self-harm was hindered by the curse. Leave me alone. I'd rather just die here. Luke had always been afraid of the curse, as when the curse worsened, it would become difficult for him to breathe. But now none of that mattered. If he had to live a life where he needed the curse's permission even to condemn himself, then suffocating to death seemed like a better alternative. After a moment, his trembling hands finally moved. Thud, he had overcome it. He defied the curse and managed to slam his fist into the ground again. His hands began to soak in blood again. As they turned red, something startled him. Suddenly, he felt the presence of someone nearby. Luke shot to his feet. What is it? Who's there? It couldn't be the Bident knights. He had been thoroughly searched by them just before being locked in here. Also, it hadn't been long enough for them to bring him food, so they had no reason to come down. Yet it wasn't the scurrying of rats or insects, it was unmistakably a human presence. But there shouldn't be anyone else here. The only human-like thing in the room was the village chief. The corpse moved. The chief had come back to life. Luke's eyes widened in shock. He had confirmed with his own hands that the chief was dead. He had stopped breathing, and his heart was no longer breathing. Yet now he was moving. For a moment, Luke thought the village chief had returned as an undead, but the color slowly returning to his face showed that he was coming back to life. It was quite literally a resurrection. Are you conscious, sir? Luke asked hesitantly. Ugh, the chief, still groggy and disoriented, just twisted and turned on the floor, groaning. Then suddenly, thud, the door flung open. Luke, startled, shot up in panic. If the Bident knights realized that the chief was alive, things would spiral out of control fast. He had to hide him somehow. However, the person who entered wasn't a knight from the Bident family. The smell of wine here is sweet. I like it. Keter, Luke shouted as he grabbed Keter by the collar the moment he walked in. The Bident knights standing just outside clicked their tongues at the scene and closed the door behind them. How dare you show your face here? Luke growled in anger. He didn't reveal to Keter that the chief had come back to life. Calm down. It's not like I killed anyone. Look, the old man is alive and well, Keter said coolly, pointing toward the chief. The chief was lying there again as if he was dead, yet Keter knew he had come back to life. Even someone as dense as Luke could figure it out by now. Wait, did you do this? How? Luke asked, astonished. Would you even understand if I explained? Just think of it as me being competent and moving on, Keter replied nonchalantly. Sorry, I really thought you betrayed us, Luke admitted. Of course you did. I was the one who deceived you, Keter said, shrugging. Next time, give me a heads up. I almost had a heart attack. If you hadn't been fooled, neither would those idiots. Anyway, do you feel like fighting? I do, but Luke hesitated. He didn't want to talk about his curse and his inadequacy, but his curse was too big of a presence to hide forever. If it was going to be discovered eventually, it was better to confess now. I'll be honest, I've been cursed since birth. Every time danger arises, my instincts stop me. I can't do anything. Some people say it was protecting me, but to me, it's nothing but a curse, Luke confessed, his voice heavy with shame. Oh, you're that type. Interesting. This is rare, Keter mused. What do you mean by that? I mean, you might be more of a big deal than I originally thought. What? Luke blinked in confusion. Luke couldn't keep up with Keter, no matter how hard he tried. All right, request accepted. Wait, what request are you accepting? I'll lift that curse of yours. In return, you'll do me one favor. How does that sound? You'll lift my curse. I mean, I call it a curse, but it's not really one. Even priests and mages couldn't figure it out. I don't care about that. The deal is you'll do me one favor no matter what. Are you in or not? Luke sighed. If you can actually lift it, what's one favor? I'll do it 3 times or even 10. 10 times, huh? Give me 10 favors. Keter, with no hint of modesty, changed the conditions. Realizing his mistake, Luke quickly corrected himself. And no, wait, that was a joke. Let's stick with one favor. Tusk, fine, one favor it is, but swear on it. A vow, seriously. Luke wondered if Keter could really break his curse because he seemed so confident, but Luke didn't have much faith. Keter could actually just be trying to deceive him. Still, no one had ever made such a bold promise to break his curse before. So even if it was a lie, Luke wanted to believe it. I swear, by Queen Lillian and... Keter cut him off before Luke could finish the usual oath. Swear on your ancestors, not Lillian. Keter, are you teasing me? I don't even know who my real parents are. How can I swear on my ancestors? Then that makes it easier, doesn't it? You don't know them anyway. Fine, I swear on my ancestors. If you lift my curse, I'll do whatever favor you ask, no exceptions. Okay, request accepted. So how are you going to lift it? You can tell me now, right? First, aren't you curious about what's going on? It's simple. Those guys came here looking for beast folk. Beast folk. Even though he heard the answer, Luke still couldn't make sense of it. Luke wasn't exactly uneducated. Because he was weak in combat, he made an extra effort to study theory and knowledge. He knew more than most people, and he certainly didn't fall behind. That long-haired pervert said they were offering a bounty, right? The reward was 10,000 gold. There are only 3 things in this world that would give 10,000 gold just for providing information. Keter held up 3 fingers. First, discovering ancient ruins of a god. Second, sighting the missing elven goddess. And the last, Luke picked up where Keter left off, reporting the sighting of the 7 cursed species which rebelled against the emperor. Among them, the flying wolf tribe, the moon rabbit tribe, the soul-stealing crow tribe. That's all I know. There are more, but I'll give you it since those are the only ones assumed to still be alive. So, one of those 3 is hiding in Hakos village, and the Bident family came here to find them. It was an unbelievable story. It was astonishing how a significant beast folk like the 7 cursed species could be hiding in such a small village. Moreover, it was a mystery how the Bident family, as well as Keter, knew about this. Luke started to see Keter as even more mysterious than before. Now do I seem impressive? No, you seem more suspicious. This profession of being a solver tends to suffer from a lot of prejudice. Okay, so the Bident family is after beast folk. Then we can just take the money and quietly leave, right? No, we have to stop them. Why, wasn't it 50,000 gold? That's a lot. If we take that to the patriarch, he'd probably hug you and dance. And if we're going to stop them, why didn't we just set off the signal flare? Luke, you must have saved a country in your past life. It's pretty difficult to get lessons from me. Be sure to treat Gramps Jacques well when we get back, seriously. Am I missing something here? Plenty. Anyway, lesson 1. Keter pointed at the village chief, who was pretending to be dead, and smirked. There are no such things as coincidences in this world. Arbold, who returned to the village hall with the commander of the Order of the Silver Leopard, frowned as soon as he entered. Where's Keter? Arbold, not wanting to risk anything going wrong, was on edge. Look at you, bad-mouthing me as soon as I'm not here. Keter emerged from a side door leading to the basement, and he wasn't alone, had brought Luke with him. Arbold couldn't hide his irritation. He had said that Luke had been imprisoned as he was being uncooperative. Now with Keter bringing Luke along, it made it seem like Arbold had lied. Keter patted Luke on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I convinced him. He has family too." Arbold glanced over at his superior, the commander, who finally revealed his presence. "So you're Keter." Luke felt a wave of tension from just a single sentence from the commander. Arbold was a strong opponent, but compared to the man standing before him, Arbold seemed insignificant. He doesn't even seem much older than me, yet he's said to be as strong as or even stronger than the leader of the Sacred Order of Sephira. Who is this guy? Luke's curse had been warning him about this man from the beginning. Keter, also intrigued, asked the man for his name. "And what should I call you?" I have to introduce myself. How absurd. You really don't know who I am." Although his arrogant attitude was off-putting, it didn't seem like he was bluffing. Keter glanced over at Luke. "Do you know him?" "Ah, what? No way. Is it really you? Took you long enough to recognize me. Very fitting for Sephira." Luke felt ashamed that he hadn't recognized the man sooner. He couldn't believe that he missed it. The man standing before them wasn't just any strong knight. Jordik the spear dragon. At Luke's exclamation, the man finally smiled in satisfaction and his subordinates' chests visibly puffed up with pride. Keter, you still don't seem to know who I am. You look like someone with refined sexual tastes, Keter quipped. As the knight beside you said, I'm Jordik Elbident. It means that I have cleaner blood than you, a bastard. The fact that his last name was Bident meant he wasn't just a regular knight, he was the youngest son of Bident. Not only that, the title of Spear Dragon was not something that one could just simply obtain. Luke knew this, which was why he was shocked, but Keter didn't seem to care. Spear Dragon, sure, whatever. Are we doing business or not? How insolent. You shouldn't take that kind of attitude with me, especially since you're nothing more than a halfie who hasn't even earned the title of a noble yet. It's very noble-like of you to start with threats, but it's not my style. I prefer getting straight to the point. Are we making a deal or not, or are you going to attack first? I've heard enough from Arbold. You're good at deceiving people, aren't you? But you actually have no idea why we're here, do you? Jordik was certain that Keter was a conman. He believed Arbold had been fooled, which was a mistake, but he also thought it would be fine if he fixed it. You really lack faith. Do you need me to spell it out for you? Will it make you feel better if I said that the beast folk you're after are in this village? Jordik's eyes widened in shock. On the other hand, Arbold wore a triumphant grin. He had been reprimanded harshly by Jordik for being conned by Keter, but now it seemed Jordik was wrong. His loyalty aside, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Keter truly knew about the secrets of the village. Jordik glared at Keter. He then glanced at Luke. Jordik finished calculating the chances, and he came to the conclusion that he could kill both of them in one hit. He was sure that he could kill them before they even got a chance to shoot the flare or even scream. Jordik's fingers, gripping his spear, twitched slightly. At that moment, Keter began speaking as well. There's someone waiting for me. Can we hurry this up? You're treating me as if I'm on the same level as this fool. I know you two are the only ones who came to this village. Jordik had already confirmed before coming that only Keter and Luke had entered the village. You're right, it's just me and this idiot here. Today, at least. Today, this is disappointing. Did you really think I would come here with no backup? Really just the two of us? Arbold. At Jordik's call, Arbold quickly responded, we haven't fully searched the area. Our tracks might have been exposed if we did so. Tuzg. Jordik's frown deepened. He didn't want to admit it, but he knew that killing them to silence them was a gamble. If word of the beast folks' existence and their connection to the Bident family spread, the house of Bident would be utterly ruined. Jordik knew he didn't have the authority to gamble with the fate of his family. Reluctantly, the grip on Jordik's spear loosened. Now, shall we start the real negotiations? Keter sat at the table first. 50,000 gold is too much. We'll send 1,000 gold every month instead. Don't get too greedy. 40,000 gold in a lump sum. I won't accept anything less. I can't hand over 40,000 gold all at once without knowing if you will keep your word. And don't talk about making promises. I don't believe your life is worth that much. The real negotiation had begun. Neither side seemed willing to yield an inch. Shall we all just die then? Like you said, I don't have the ability to capture the beast folk, but I can definitely claim the 10,000 gold reward for the tip. By the end of today, the Empire will get word. You seem desperate to capture them, but do you think you can find them by the end of the day? No, we will tell the Empire first. The reward is only given to the fastest person. You won't get a single coin, Jordik said, his voice firm. Okay, fine, take your 10,000 gold. I'll concede this time. But since you might just be bluffing and not actually report it, I'll make sure to report it too. We're done talking, so I'm leaving. As Keter stood up and started walking toward the exit, Jordik shouted angrily, sit down. Buzz off, Keter replied, ignoring him and heading for the door. At last, Jordik composed himself and spoke in a more measured tone. 20,000 gold. Jordik proposed a more realistic offer. Although it fell far short of the originally mentioned 50,000 gold, it was never a feasible amount. 20,000 was still a substantial sum that a mere knight couldn't typically offer. However, it was a much more plausible amount compared to 50,000 gold. Without turning around, Keter responded, I hate the number 2. Just fine, make it 30,000 gold, Jordik relented. The offer went up exactly 10,000 gold without any hesitation. Keter returned to his seat. It was clear from Jordik's face that this was the limit. The look on his face showed that he wasn't willing to go any higher, and if Keter tried to push further, Jordik would most likely seek other means to resolve the situation. Even though it wouldn't matter much to Keter whether Jordik looked for other means, there was no reason to push things further. Why turn down 30,000 gold when they're offering it? Keter returned to his seat and pulled out a document and a pen from his coat. You've seen this before, right? It's a blood contract. No forgeries or backing out. Keter scribbled the contract quickly. His handwriting was terrible, but it was still legible. Jordik frowned as he reviewed the contents. He had expected hidden traps or toxic clauses since he thought Keter was a conman, but there was nothing. To his surprise, the contract was remarkably straightforward. Jordik Elbident, representing the Bident family, agrees to transfer the sum of 30,000 gold coins to Keter El Safira. This transaction must be completed within 1 month as stipulated in this contract. Failure to do so will grant Keter the right to claim 10 times the amount, 300,000 gold, as compensation. Furthermore, this contract certifies that Keter will keep the secrets of the Biden family in exchange for the agreed payment. Anything you'd like to add? Keter asked. Arbold Jordik called out. Together with Arbold, Jordik rechecked the contract. There wasn't much to scrutinize. If Keter was marked as an ally of the Biden family, he would not only be exiled from the family but possibly face death. If Keter just took the 30,000 gold and broke his word, Jordik could simply release the contract to the public. This would destroy Keter's reputation, and no one would ever trust him again, tarnishing the Saphira name as well. For Keter, it was a reasonable contractum that left him no choice but to keep the secret. I've already signed it. Keter had already signed the contract and handed it over. All that remained was for Jordik to sign. He grabbed the pen, which was enchanted to automatically extract a small amount of blood from his finger, using it as ink. Before signing, Jordik hesitated once more. This was only the second time in his life that he had signed something with his name. When he had signed the first time, Patra, his father and the Patriarch of Biden, told him that no amount of consideration, whether 2 times, 3 times, or even 10, would ever be too much when signing a contract. This contract has no issues. With a smooth motion, Jordik wrote his initials in elegant handwriting and handed the contract back to Keter. Keter split the 2 stacked copies of the contract, keeping one for himself and handing the other to Jordik. Thus, the delicate and precarious agreement was finalized. Keter would remain silent about the existence of the beast folk, and Jordik would pay him 30,000 gold in return. I'll take care of silencing the villagers as a free service. Hurry up and find them, do whatever you want to them. Keter already killed the village chief. Having already seen Keter's brutality, Arbold was completely convinced. In truth, it wasn't so much that he believed Keter, but that he needed to believe him. The knights were exhausted. They had spent nearly a month in the field, constantly on edge. They were desperate to find the flying wolf and return home as quickly as possible. Keter, what do we do now? Our original mission was to find the missing knight, wasn't it? Are you really planning on keeping this secret? Helping the Biden family? That's just not right. Then why don't you go report them, huh? The contract said I have to keep the secret. Your name isn't on it though, is it? Oh, you're right. Luke felt foolish for not realizing something so simple sooner, as if he had been under a spell. Wait, is this magic? Did you trick them with magic? Realizing once again that Keter was a mage, Luke made a big fuss. Keter waved the contract like a fan and said nonchalantly, my mouth is magic itself. Wait a minute, but why are we still here? Isn't our business finished? It's not over yet. I told you earlier we can't let those guys find the beast folk. That's the part I don't understand. You're supposed to keep it secret, but oh, now you're catching up, huh? I said I'd keep the secret, but nowhere did it say we wouldn't find the beast folk. But even so, how are we supposed to find them? Are we really going to hide them? Us. While it was good that Luke was asking questions to learn, there was a limit to how far that went. Being able to deduce things was important, so Keter slapped Luke on the arm. Are you planning to ask about every little thing? Try deducing something, no matter how small. I really can't think of anything. I don't want to pretend I know something when I don't. Pretending only works if you actually know something. But you know absolutely nothing. Luke pouted. Put those lips back in. We're leaving now, Keter said as he stood up. Luke immediately followed behind Keter. They resembled more of a student trailing behind a teacher than an equal partner. We're just going to follow the Biden Knights, right? That way we won't have to do the searching ourselves. I'm telling you, we have to find them first. But how are we supposed to find them first? There's just the 2 of us. Are you going to use magic again? If there was some method or magic like that, do you think the beast folk would have survived this long? The Emperor would have hunted them all down ages ago. True. So how are you going to find them? Me? I'm not going to find them. Huh? Keter stopped in front of a building, the Pumpkin Leaf Inn. This was the inn where Reganon's subordinate was waiting. With his hand on the doorknob, Keter finished his sentence. They're going to come find me. The Pumpkin Leaf Inn was famous for its terrible food. True to its reputation, there were more staff than customers. Keter walked in and sat at the secluded table hidden in the shadows of a pillar. The middle-aged man sitting opposite him, who had already been there, stirred his now cold soup and said, You acted like you wouldn't come. Did you change your mind? I did. I'm going to expose everything. The middle-aged man, who had his head lowered, looked up and stared at Keter. If Luke were here, he would have been shocked. The man wasn't a villager, but one of Saphira's knights, a 3-star knight of the Order of the Galaxy, who wasn't even from the 4th Division that guarded the archives. It wasn't just one division of the Order that supported Reganon. I plan to return to the family and reveal everything about what Elder Reganon has been doing, Keter said. Do you think the Patriarch would believe that? Responded the middle-aged man. I'll tell them that Elder Reganon is hiding something in this village. They won't believe it at first, but they'll start looking into it more, don't you think? Hey, if you stare at me like that, it looks like you're confessing. You should have pretended not to know. You have quite the imagination, like the Lord mentioned. 100,000 gold. I've been thinking. I don't want to fight with the Elder, but I also don't want to let this opportunity go for just a small amount of money. So you came to Sephira out of pure self-interest, after all. What should I be a dutiful son instead? For the father who abandoned me, typical thinking from someone from the lawless city of Absinthe. I'll return to the family by lunchtime. Tell them to have 100,000 gold ready by then. If you are short of even 1 gold, the deal is off. Keter unilaterally delivered his terms and stood up. The middle-aged man could only glare at Keter's back as he left. Meanwhile, Luke, who had been waiting outside, overheard their entire conversation through a crack in the window. Keter, was it true that Lord Reganon called you yesterday and actually told you to leave the family? Now you get it. I never lie. Why would Lord Reganon? Actually, thinking about it, it makes sense. Luke began to understand Reganon's reasoning for asking Keter to leave the family, considering Keter's actions. However, he still couldn't figure out how Keter's current behavior and his search for the beast folk were related. Luke was about to ask Keter directly, but then stopped himself, remembering Keter's comment about thinking things through on his own. Is there a connection between Lord Reganon and the beast folk? It was an absurd idea, but it was the only thing that came to mind at the moment. Keter glanced back at Luke and gave him a nudge with his elbow. Just keep doing that. Was I right? Whether you're right or wrong, you're useless if you can't even come up with a prediction. So was I right or wrong? I don't know. I'm just guessing too. I think it might be the case, but I'm not sure. That's what I'm trying to verify now. Verify. Do you think Lord Reganon will really give you the 100,000 gold? I don't think he has that kind of money. He'll manage somehow if he sells everything down to his underwear, but I doubt he'd want to give it to me. So what do you think he'll do? Negotiate. It'd be easier to just kill me and get rid of the problem. Lord Reganon isn't the type to do that. How could a fish understand a bird's mind? 1. What if you're wrong? What will you do then? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Luke stopped abruptly at Keter's answer. Keter, on the other hand, kept walking. Luke felt a bit hurt, but he didn't bother to catch up. He already knew where Keter was headed. Can something like that really be taken so lightly? Luke couldn't take it lightly. One day, the pudding Luke had saved to eat later disappeared, and he suspected his dorm roommate. They got along well, but based on the circumstances, there was no one else who could have taken it. He immediately confronted his roommate, accusing him of eating the pudding without permission. The roommate denied it, but their relationship deteriorated to the point where it couldn't get any worse. In the end, Luke changed rooms and deliberately avoided crossing paths with his former roommate. The next day, a friend from the room next door handed Luke a pudding. He explained that he saw the pudding through the open refrigerator door while passing by and ate it without thinking. He even gave Luke 2 in return, telling him not to feel bad. The roommate hadn't been the culprit, but Luke couldn't even apologize. His roommate no longer wanted to see him. What would Keter have done? Luke chuckled to himself as he asked the question. He probably would have grabbed the roommate by the collar right away. Up to that point, they weren't so different. But what about after the real culprit was revealed? Luke wondered how Keter would have repaired the already broken relationship. Money, a heartfelt apology. That's something I'll have to see for myself. There's still a lot Luke didn't know about Keter, and he could learn a lot from Keter. Luke suddenly realized something. Becoming Keter's partner didn't mean that he was supposed to teach Keter. You are the one who should learn from Keter. Luke believed that was the true intention behind the patriarch's assignment. Before leaving the basement of the village hall, Keter asked the village chief if there was a quiet place to hide in the village. The village chief, who owed his life to Keter, thought for a moment and gave an answer. On your way here, you probably saw a soybean field. If you go deeper inside, there's a fairly large barn. The harvest is over, and since insects are swarming around the field, the villagers avoid the area entirely. The chief's words were true. The soybean field was deserted, and bugs were crawling all over. Upon arriving at the barn, Luke, who clearly disliked bugs, shuddered and shook his body in disgust. No one would come to a place like this. Keter, who had arrived first, was lying down, using his arm as a pillow. Keter, are you seriously sleeping? I'm waiting. Don't know when they'll come. Who would come here? No one knows we're here. I already let them know that I'm here. That can't be. I heard everything you said at the inn, and you didn't mention anything like that. Lesson 1. What did I tell you? There are no such things as coincidences in this world. I know, but Luke suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Now that he thought about it, Keter didn't just say lesson when he had said it while pointing at the village chief. At the time, Luke thought it was just a random gesture, but if it wasn't, the village chief is in on it too. Keter didn't bother to confirm or deny it with any gestures, so Luke went over the situation again in his mind. Back then, the chief had been listening to the entire conversation from the second floor. Even that was strange. It made no sense that he, an ordinary person, would stay and listen in on such an important discussion. The knights weren't blocking the exits, and the hall didn't only have a front entrance. The chief could have come down from the second floor and left through the front or back door at any time. He could have also moved to a corner of the second floor, trying not to hear anything. There were countless choices he could have made, yet the chief deliberately stayed to listen to the entire conversation between Keter and Arbold. My God, Luke got goosebumps, but it wasn't because of the village chief's actions that he hadn't noticed before. It was because Keter, who had noticed all of that even while engaged in such an intense conversation, seemed like a monster to Luke. Are you really just 18? Your appearance. It's fake, isn't it? Luke tried to pinch Keter's face, but Keter smacked his hand away. Don't reach for my face. If it were anyone else, I would have cut that hand off. Friends can. Strictly speaking, Luke was 3 years older than Keter, but that no longer mattered. Keter chuckled at how Luke called him a friend. There are 3 criteria to be my friend. You don't meet any of them. I think I know what they are. You're either rich, strong, or, the last one, maybe being beautiful or a high noble. You got half of it right. Keter stood up and reached out his hand. Luke thought it was for a handshake and extended his hand as well. Smack. Keter slapped Luke's palm and said, the bow. Give me the bow. Oh, Luke, who had been faithfully carrying the bow Keter was going to use, finally handed it over. After taking the bow, Keter also grabbed 6 arrows from the quiver on Luke's back. Do you even know how to shoot a bow? Luke asked. It was truly an innocent question with no intent to be condescending. It was illegal for commoners to even possess long-range weapons like bows or crossbows. Only licensed hunters were allowed to carry bows. It probably wasn't difficult for Keter to get a bow since he was from the lawless city of Absinthe, but it likely wasn't something he would have typically used as a weapon. A bow couldn't unleash even half of its full potential in cramped and complex spaces. Instead of answering, Keter showed through action. Thwack, thwack. Keter casually began firing arrows without even using a finger guard. The arrows he shot embedded themselves in various places around the barn. Watching this, a thought suddenly popped up in Luke's head. What had Keter been relying on to take all these risks until now? The archery Keter displayed didn't seem particularly impressive. He proved he wasn't a novice by hitting his targets, but that was about it. You shoot well, but... Keter hadn't possessed the amaranth. Luke would have fled immediately. Luke sighed as he looked at the arrows Keter had shot. Keter, I know it was just a test shot, but shooting them that high makes it difficult to retrieve them. Do you know how expensive each of these arrows is? Since bows weren't standardized weapons, there were no specialized forges to craft them. Arrows on the market were 1 gold for a bundle of 30. On the other hand, arrows produced at Sephira were undeniably of the highest quality. The cost to produce just 1 arrow easily surpassed 1 gold. As a result, it was common practice to reuse them as many times as possible unless they were severely damaged. Don't pull them out. Just leave them, Keter said to Luke. Arrows are extremely sensitive to moisture. If you leave them like that, they'll become useless in no time. I put them there on purpose. Huh, why? I'm getting ready to greet our guest. Just as Luke was about to ask further, the barn door swung open with a loud noise. Luke, who was standing near the door, jumped like a cat and landed beside Keter. I didn't sense any presence at all. Even the curse, which usually protected him from danger, only began to react noisily once the man had already appeared. The man who entered the barn had an ordinary appearance. Based on his clothing, he could easily be mistaken for a farmer coming to check on the barn. If it weren't for the way he calmly looked around at Keter and Luke, Luke might have dismissed him as just another villager. You have 2 choices. The man abruptly spoke to Keter without any introduction. Without waiting for Keter's response, he continued speaking. The man threw 2 bags at Keter. Keter glared at them and frowned. That isn't the line I was expecting. Hey, is this right? Are you sure? Didn't you say something like, I'll tear you apart and feed you to the crows? Or, if you leave now, I'll let you go. Think carefully. I wasn't told to listen to what you have to say. I was advised not to give you much time to think. Thus, clicking his tongue, Keter glanced at Luke. He was holding a bow with a determined look in his eyes but wasn't gripping any arrows. This is definitely unexpected. They still intend to capture me alive. Up until now, everything had gone according to Keter's predictions. But now, for the first time, things had gone off course. Well, things happened, that was it. It was only natural. Keter was not a god, and mistakes were common. When things like this happened, he simply moved on to the next path. What's your name? After a moment of hesitation in response to Keter's question, the man said, Hans, not your human name, your real name. The man showed hostility toward Keter, who was asking as if he knew the man's true identity. Thud, thud. The man began walking towards them in large strides. Keter, use amaranth, urgently shouted Luke, who was unable to fight due to the curse. However, Keter just chuckled. Why would I need to use a weapon for slaying dragons to catch goblins? Keter pulled 3 arrows from the quiver at Luke's waist and immediately knocked one on the bowstring. You don't want to talk, right? You'll want to soon. As Keter released the bowstring, the man's figure vanished from sight. This is a play on the Chinese saying, how can a small bird understand the ambitions of a great swan? It means that a commoner cannot understand the mind and plans of a great fellow. To Luke, it looked like Hans disappeared with an afterimage. He was nowhere to be seen, neither ahead nor to either side. Hans moved faster than the arrows Keter had shot. The rightful source is. The moment Hans disappeared from Luke's sight, the battle was already over, or so Luke thought. Keter. It was obvious that Hans was targeting Keter, so Luke threw himself forward to protect him. However, Luke ended up leaping into empty air as Keter had also vanished. Luke searched for Keter. Suddenly, a fierce wind swirled around him, whipping his hair and clothes. Hands had barely brushed past Luke. Hands turned to look up behind him, and when Luke followed his gaze, he saw Keter, who had already leaped to the opposite side. Keter was now hovering in midair, drawing his bowstring toward Hands. That's Cancer Archery. Cancer Archery was the fourth technique of Zodiac Archery. It was a skill that allowed archers to shoot even while suspended in the air. Luke could only learn it in theory, but even the Order of the Galaxy, Saphira's most elite, could only manage to use it on their best days. Luke had never seen anyone actually use Cancer Archery before, yet Keter was using this technique not in training, but in the middle of a real battle. Twang! The sound of Keter releasing the bowstring was sharp and crisp, reverberating in the air. Hands twisted his body to the left. It was the safest way to avoid arrows, which could only fly in a straight line. Squelch! It was the sound of the arrow piercing into flesh. The arrowhead was lodged deep into Hands' shoulder. The arrow curved. Luke shouted in disbelief. That was the same thought running through Hands' mind. The arrow had curved the projectile, which had been flying straight toward him, bent at an impossible angle, ultimately hitting his shoulder. Strong winds could cause arrows to curve, but there was no wind in this enclosed space. There was no natural explanation as to how Keter made the arrow curve. However, the answer was soon revealed. Keter leaped over Hands, who was bracing himself for an attack, expecting Keter to strike down from above. But instead, Keter simply passed over him, leaving Hands confused. Then, at that moment, Hands clutched his neck where blood was flowing from a fresh wound. A nearly invisible thin wire was tightening around his throat. The wire was tied to the end of Keter's arrow, and it only became apparent once it was drawn taut. Where did Keter even get the wire, and when did he tie it to the arrow? Hands had no time to think about it, as Keter was already knocking another arrow on his bowstring. Twang! At the sound of the string releasing, Hands jumped high into the air, aiming to use the barn's crossbeam as cover. But this was his first mistake. Keter hadn't fired the arrow, he had only drawn the string and let it go without releasing the arrow. However, the next sound was real. Whistle. An arrow flew from Keter's hand, soaring through the air. Hands, suspended in midair, had no way to avoid it. His only option was to cover his vital organshi's heart and head with his arms. But the arrow didn't strike his vital organs. Instead, it was embedded deep into Hands' thick thigh. A sharp pain spread through Hands' leg, causing him to grimace in agony. Because of this, Hands barely managed to hang onto the crossbeam with his left arm, let alone use it as a shield. Looking down, he retraced the battle in his head. Initially, Keter only had 3 arrows. He already fired all 3, so I should have some room to breathe now. That was his second mistake. Whoosh. An arrow pierced his left arm, the one gripping the beam. It must have hit a tendon, as his arm instantly lost strength and Hands fell to the ground. As he plummeted, he wondered where the 4th arrow had come from. The answer was right before his eyes. There were arrows embedded all over the walls of the barn. They hadn't just been stuck there for no reason. Keter had been retrieving them as he moved around. Meanwhile, the thin wire around his neck continued to dig deeper. It had tightened so much that there was no space for Hands to slip his fingers between his neck and the wire. The wire was connected to both the arrow embedded in his shoulder and the bracelet Keter wore. What Luke had thought was just an accessory was, in fact, a bundle of wire, thinner than a strand of hair, coiled into bracelet form. Thud, Hands crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Keter, standing on the beam Hands had tried to reach, pulled out an arrow lodged nearby and shot it into the dust cloud below. As if perfectly timed, Hands emerged from the dust just then. Hands blocked the arrow headed for his forehead with his thick forearm, then yanked out the arrow lodged in his shoulder, the one connected to Keter's wire. Voosh! However, Keter was even faster to lunge toward Hands, gaining momentum from Hands' pull. Crack! Keter then kicked the arrow in Hands' arm. Hands' eyes widened like those of a wild beast. The arrow hadn't been deeply embedded in his arm to begin with, but Keter's brutal strike drove it in further, causing the wound to tear open and become a deep gash. At that instant, Hands' body swelled slightly, and his fingernails extended into sharp claws. Voosh! Hands finally launched an attack on Keter. It was nothing more than a swing of his arm, but it was extremely fast and powerful. Keter flattened himself on the ground, which seemed too exaggerated and dramatic for dodging an attack. However, there was an arrow in his hand when he stood back up. Whoosh, whoosh. As he stood up, Keter jabbed the arrow into Hands' side a couple of times. Stop! Hands shouted ferociously, swinging his fists. It was a simple punch with no visible technique, but when there was enough power and speed, technique was irrelevant. Whoosh. Even Luke, standing some 10 meters away, felt the force of Hands' punch as his hair was swept back by the wind. His face was already drenched in sweat as he watched the fight unfold. Even a graze would kill me. There was no need to actually be hit to understand it. Hands' punches had the same force as an ogre's. An ogre's fists were massive, but Hands were still the size of a human's, so perhaps he was even stronger. But the true monster was Keter. He narrowly dodged each of Hands' punches, despite being well within the danger zone. Ketter's face was covered in blood, streaming from the wounds inflicted by the force of the winds created by Hans' swings. It was hard to believe he could still see. Of course, Hans was in an even worse state as his entire body was drenched in blood, yet strangely there was no sign of him collapsing. If anything, it seemed like Ketter's attacks were enraging him further. "I like that you're tough, don't fall now," Ketter shouted. Ketter's attacks grew wilder and faster. He swung his bow like a staff and used his arrows like daggers. Smack! Right then, Hans's fist directly hit Ketter's chest. The punch was capable of creating gusts of wind if it landed cleanly. Even rocks would crumble to dust. No human could withstand such force. Ketter, Luke, who had been watching in horror, was about to rush in. Thud! Ketter's kick struck Hans between the legs. Hans, who wasn't affected by any of Ketter's previous attacks, dropped to his knees. As he knelt, Ketter looked down at him with a smirk. "Smaller than me," he said mockingly. Crack! Ketter followed up with a powerful uppercut to Hans' jaw, sending his head snapping back. It was entertaining. Ketter found it exciting to give his all with the sole intention of killing the opponent. It was a bit of a shame that his opponent wasn't trying to kill him, but still, his resilience made it worthwhile. The outcome was clear now. Ketter didn't kill Hans, but Hans surely realized he couldn't defeat Ketter, not in his human form. Hans, who had fallen backward after taking a hit to his jaw, suddenly jumped to his feet. That hurt. Crack. Hans flexed his neck and snapped the wire that had been wrapped around his neck. Ketter knocked an arrow onto his bowstring, aimed it at Hans's face and said, "I told you that you want to talk to me eventually. I admit it. But first, tell me, why didn't you go all out?" Hans was asking why Ketter didn't use aura. "But isn't that obvious? Like you, killing isn't my goal," Ketter replied. "Heh, what kind of conversation do you think you can have with me? I just have to take you, that's all. I know. It's an order from Elder Reganon, isn't it?" Thunk! Ketter shot the arrow straight up into the ceiling. It pierced through and disappeared somewhere far beyond. "Relax, I was testing you." "Testing me?" "Luke, handkerchief." Ketter gestured at Luke. He didn't carry things like handkerchiefs, but Ketter knew Luke surely would. As expected, Luke, who had been standing by watching the whole time, approached and handed one over. Ketter gave it to Hans. Hans accepted it in silence and wiped the blood off his face. He had quite a lot of wounds on his face as well, but once the blood was wiped away, his face was clean. "I thought he was just strong, but his regenerative abilities are almost as good as a troll. All those wounds I inflicted on his body must already be healed." Beastfolk were naturally gifted with regeneration, but Hans was something special. "What exactly were you testing?" Hans asked. "Many things. You passed with flying colors. I don't understand." "Of course you don't understand. I'm just saying whatever comes to mind right now. In situations like this, it was always convenient to create a common enemy. I don't have time to explain. The people looking for you have arrived at the village," Ketter said. "I know that." Hans probably knew that the Bident Knights were searching for beastfolk from the village chief Ketter spared. But the fact that Hans still came to find Ketter meant that he had a fair amount of loyalty, or at least some sense of duty toward Reganon. If Hans trusted Reganon, then all Ketter had to do was side with Reganon. Ketter could just figure out how to use that later. Ketter was also curious why the Bident family was after the beastfolk. If he figured out the reason, he might be able to manipulate the Bident family. Ketter didn't want to know it because they were enemies of Saphira, but simply because it was fun to hold someone's weakness. If you know all that, get ready to move. We're heading to a new hideout. They haven't noticed yet. "No, I'm going back to the village to assess the situation myself." Contrary to his appearance, Hans was pretty cautious. Well, those who weren't careful were probably all captured or killed by now. But just because Hans was smart didn't mean he couldn't be tricked. In fact, sometimes it was easier to deceive the clever ones if one could create a convincing enough scenario. "Wait, I haven't heard your name yet." Ketter stopped Hans before he could leave. "I can't let him go just yet." The main player hasn't arrived yet. Though Hans was suspicious of Ketter, he still answered, thinking that Ketter was most likely not an enemy. "Karen." "Ah, not the full name yet, huh? Karen, I understand that you don't trust me, but how about this? Everything existed in Liqueur, even when it came to different species. Elves and dwarves were common, and beastfolk, of course, were no exception." Ketter figured he would just drop the name of the most disposable beastfolk he knew. "I'm already protecting a beastfolk named Alioli. Ever heard of him?" What Hans' attitude shifted in an instant. Oh, does he know him? It was perfect. If they were enemies, Ketter could offer to take care of Alioli for him, and if they were friends, he could set up a meeting. "How do you know that bastard?" Judging from Hans' reaction, they probably had some serious bad blood, typical for those stuck in Liqueur. "Well, you said you don't trust me, right? Let go of my arm already. So much force. You're going to crush my bones, man." Just then Luke, who was keeping watch outside, called out in perfect timing. "Ketter, someone's coming. I'm not sure if they're headed this way, but we should either hide or leave." Finally, the supporting cast arrives. "Now the stage is set. How could I leave? It's probably just a farmer. It'll be a hassle if we run into them, so let's just stay put," Ketter replied. Wait, no, they're headed this. Spear, I see a spear." "Oh, it's Joe Jordic," Luke exclaimed in a panic. "I've been waiting for you, man. You took your sweet time getting here." As Ketter shot Karen a look, his expression twisted in frustration. "Yeah, you get it. Jordik, the Biden family's hound, the villain looking for beastfolk, somehow tracked you down here. There was no time to consult anyone. Right now, the only person Karen could trust was Keter, the one standing right in front of him. Captain, we've searched all the places they could be hiding, but there's nothing. Jordik slowly closed his eyes. They're not hiding, Jordik replied. You're saying they're among the villagers, Arnold said. Bring me the village chief. He'll know. The chief is dead. What? Why did you kill him? We had no choice. Arnold then reported everything he had discussed with Keter to Jordik. After hearing the full story, Jordik ordered, go to the basement and check if the chief's body is still there. Understood. Without a word, Arnold ran off. He returned in an instant, his face ashen. He's gone, Arnold said. Bring me that conman from Sephira. We already ordered his capture, but don't tell me you didn't keep him under surveillance. We did, but once we saw him leaving the village, we didn't think much of it. Been thoroughly played. Thud, striking the floor with his spear, Jordik let out a deep sigh. The village chief is gone, and so is Keter. We can't find the beastfolk either. The beastfolk must be hiding among the villagers. That is the only option. Probably was. As Jordik implied it wasn't anymore, Arnold hastily replied, he couldn't have gone far since he wasn't on horseback. No matter how fast he runs, he couldn't have gone far. If we move now. Shut your mouth. I'm thinking, Jordik interrupted. Jordik's eyes were still closed. Arnold didn't press him further. He knew that when Jordik closed his eyes like that, it meant he was either angry or deep in thought. This time it seemed to be both. Whistle. A sound cut through the sky, making Arnold look up. As soon as he found where the sound was coming from, an arrow pierced the pillar of a building. Arnold silently approached the spot where the arrow had struck. It was a Sephira arrow. This was both expected and unexpected. Why and how had an arrow from Sephira suddenly flown towards the village? And at this exact moment, Arnold retrieved the arrow and returned it to Jordik. Captain, this. Jordik furrowed his brow as he accepted the arrow from Arnold. Where did it come from? He asked. I'm not entirely sure. Somewhere over in that direction, but I'm going first. Leave 2 of your men in the village and bring the rest with me in the direction the arrow came from. Captain, I could be mistaken, Arnold said, unsure. This is the only piece of evidence we have anyway. Holding the arrow, Jordik jumped away dozens of meters. With just 2 leaps, he swiftly left the village and soared into the sky. He scanned the area meticulously. Over there, in the vast plain that stretched out like an endless ocean, his eyes locked onto something, a large barn in the middle of a bean field with nothing else around. That had to be it, the place where the arrow was likely shot from. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind. So blatant, he's calling me. It was an obvious trap. Whoever fired that arrow wanted the knights of the Biden family to know their location. That someone was most likely Luke, the foolish Sephira knight. Why would he? A flood of thoughts raced through Jordik's mind. As they weren't hesitations but calculations, his steps toward the barn were as fast as ever. They're here. His sharp senses had already detected the presence inside the barn. There are 3 of them. 2 are obvious. It must be Keter and Luke. But who is the third? Jordik arrived at the barn and kicked the door down, breaking it to pieces. From inside, a mocking voice called out, Is that how the Biden family opens doors? I'll do the same if I ever visit. Keter, Jordik swung his spear toward the voice, not to attack but to intimidate. Yet someone grabbed the spear's shaft. They suddenly began tugging on the spear. The veins on Jordik's neck bulged in effort. Who is this? It wasn't Keter or Luke. Neither of them had the strength to block him. As the dust settled, the figure of a third person emerged, bloodstained, wearing tattered clothes and radiating the energy of a wild beast. Their face was unremarkable, but Jordik recognized them at once. It's him. This is the flying wolf that I and the High Elder have been searching for. Jordik felt a mix of excitement and confusion. I thought Keter and the beastfolk were on the same side. Why do they both look like they've been fighting? And now, why are they standing together, wary of me? It didn't matter. Biden's higher elder, a moon rabbit, had anticipated this situation. They warned Jordik that the Flying Wolf tribe was highly distrustful and wouldn't believe him, no matter how much he tried to explain that a moon rabbit had sent him. That was why the High Elder gave Jordik a token symbol to prove that he was a representative of the moon rabbit tribe. The High Elder assured that with this token, the Flying Wolf would have to believe him. Wait, I'm not your enemy, Jordik said, loosening his grip on the spear to ease the tension of the Flying Wolf. As Jordik reached into his belt pouch to retrieve the token, ever hear a thief admit he's a thief? Let's beat him up first, Keter shouted suddenly, firing an arrow directly at him. That was the spark. At the same time, Karen, the Flying Wolf, swung the spear he'd taken from Jordik right at him. They say first impressions went a long way, and it seemed like it was true. Getting Jordik here went according to plan, but the look on his face was strange. Jordik was looking at Karen like a long-lost lover, and on top of that, he was saying that he wasn't an enemy and put down his weapon. This is getting more interesting than I thought. The House of Biden was trying to protect a beastfolk, something the Emperor despised. The Emperor had enough power to disintegrate even the most prestigious houses like dandelion seeds in the wind. They know that and they're still doing this. Just then, Jordik reached for something at his waist. Keter didn't know what it was, but he couldn't let him pull it out. Striking first is always the best bet. After shooting an arrow, Keter provoked Karen. Ever see a thief admit he's a thief? Let's beat him up first. Though Karen seemed a bit unsure, it seemed like agreed with Keter's plan to attack first and ask questions later. Hey, I. Jordik stopped mid-sentence to crouch and dodge Karen's spear. Keter took that opportunity and lunged at Jordik. In the name of my fallen beastfolk friend, Keter shouted, pretending to be enraged over a non-existent friend's death as he swung his bow at Jordik. Stay out of this. Jordik just dodged Karen's attacks but kept throwing real punches at Keter. You need a nail trim, Keter said. Shut up. Jordik swung his arm toward Keter, but Keter blocked it with his bow and absorbed the blow with his body. Then Jordik slammed his elbow into Keter's back again and again. Fine, hit me all you want. What I'm more interested in is what you've got stashed in that pocket of yours. After about the 8th hit, Keter finally managed to snatch the item from Jordik's pocket and quickly retreated, repeating the same strike over and over. Is that how you killed the beastfolk too? Keter taunted. Surprisingly, it wasn't Jordik who got angry at what Keter was saying, but Karen. He had been swinging his spear carelessly before, but now he was moving faster, still careless, but much faster. Even getting grazed by that thing would make my bones ache every time it rained for the rest of my life. It seemed like Jordik could also see how powerful Karen's swings were, as he continued to dodge them with exaggerated motions, clearly trying to avoid even the slightest touch. I represent the Moon Rabbit tribe, Jordik suddenly shouted, thinking that this wasn't going to end anytime soon. It seemed to work as Karen stopped attacking. The Moon Rabbit tribe, Keter was pretty familiar with most beastfolk species, but he had never heard of the Moon Rabbit tribe. Seeing that Karen stopped attacking, it seemed like a real species. I came here to protect you. I even have proof, Jordik said. Karen seemed intrigued, and to be honest, so was Keter. The proof he's talking about, it's probably this thing I just swiped from him, isn't it? Luke, hold on to this for me. While the two were distracted, Keter quickly passed the jewel he stole from Jordik to Luke. What is this? Luke asked, curious. My treasure. Luke didn't know what it was, but he carefully tucked it away, treating it like something precious. I guess Luke can be cute, although he's nowhere near as cute as Dork. What proof do you have? Karen pressed Jordik. Jordik was just rummaging through his pockets, searching frantically. Good luck finding it. Wait a moment. I really have a token given to me by the Moon Rabbit tribe. Jordik insisted. I'll believe it when I see it, Karen replied, crossing his arms. Now it's my turn to step in. Karen, don't trust that filthy human's words. It's nothing but a wicked trick to buy time. Karen's eyes narrowed as Keter spoke. It seemed like Keter had just shortened Karen's patience from 5 to 3 seconds. You Keter, you despicable conman and thief. You took it, didn't you? Didn't I just say it? Why would a thief call himself a thief? Now you're trying to drive a wedge between us. You may be okay with this, Karen, but I can't take it anymore. Keter dashed toward Jordik before Karen. He sloppily swung his bow at Jordik, who looked enraged. Naturally, Jordik responded with a powerful punch. Keter could dodge or block it if he wanted to, but thud, gah, Keter fell to the ground. He spat out some blood to make it seem like he had taken a critical hit. Keter, Luke, instead of just shouting, why don't you try fighting? Instead, it was Karen who charged at Jordik. He didn't swing his spear half-heartedly, he swung his fists like a wild beast. Judging by his fighting style, he looked like either a bear or a wolf. I'd bet 10,000 gold he was a wolf. This is a misunderstanding. If you search that guy, you'll find the token. As Jordik spoke, Karen hit Jordik's side with his fist. I know what that feels like because I've been hit by that too. It'll feel like you're dreaming. Keter, Keter. Just as Keter was enjoying the spectacle of the fight, Luke shook him, shouting his name. Why, geez, you scared me. Or are you okay? It hurts. A lot. Can you get up? Let's get out of here quickly. All you think about is running away. I don't think fighting is the only solution to our problems. Neither do I. Jordik was just taking hits from Karen to prove his innocence. Watching him get beaten up was somewhat satisfying, but just watching wouldn't balance the scales. Where are you going? Luke asked Keter. I always make sure to return whatever I've received, no matter what it is. Keter approached Jordik, who was getting pummeled by Karen. Karen was trying to control his strength. It seemed like his anger was dying down as his punches were getting slower and weaker. Thwack, Keter kicked Jordik's side where his guard had become loose. Man, that feels good. Feeling the immense pain, Jordik dropped his guard and raised his head. Keter immediately gifted him a punch as their eyes met. Just take one hit, you little punk. No, two. Keter continually aimed for the back of his hand. I know from experience that this really hurts. I'm going to kill you. It seemed like that hurt a lot. Jordik dropped his guard and approached Keter with a menacing glare. At that moment, Karen stepped between them. Stop, he shouted. Jordik halted at those words, and Keter slipped a punch through Karen's side and hit Jordik in the stomach. You bastard. Karen tried to calm Jordik, who became agitated. No matter how strong Jordik was, there was no way he would be able to withstand the strength of a beastfolk. You, the one claiming to be the representative of the Moon Rabbit tribe, what is your name? At Karen's serious tone, Jordik managed to regain his composure and replied, Jordik el Biden, my name is Karen. Jordik, it's hard to believe you are the representative of the Moon Rabbit tribe without proof. However, I can at least tell that you don't harbor any ill will towards me. That bastard stole the proof. I'm sure of it. Is that true? Karen asked Keter. Looking wrongfully accused, Keter said, Karen, I don't care if I get stripped bare and get humiliated. What's truly unfortunate is seeing you be so easily deceived like the other beast folk. As Karen looked troubled, Jordik shifted his target. Keter, no Lord Keter, it seems we need to have a conversation. I have nothing to discuss with a tool of the Empire. I am not a puppet of the Empire. Just as you protect the Flying Wolf tribe, we do the same. What the hell is this? What does he mean by we do the same? What Jordik said next gave Keter certainty. Our Biden family also protects the Moon Rabbit tribe, just as the Saphira family protects the Flying Wolf tribe. We are comrades who share the same secrets. I believe there's plenty of reason for us to talk. This is interesting, very interesting. Jordik was claiming that the Biden family was protecting the beast folk that the Emperor was hunting down with fierce determination. It seemed like Jordik was under the impression that the Saphira family protected the Flying Wolf tribe as well. Wait, maybe it's actually true. The Flying Wolf tribe is indeed hiding in a village within our territory. It seems like this was Reganon's independent decision and not the Patriarch's, but there's no need to tell that to Jordik. Really, you should have said so sooner, Keter said. I said I'm the representative of the Moon Rabbit tribe, but you have no evidence, do you? No proof. I will get back the token you stole. For now, let's negotiate. We received information from the Moon Rabbit tribe about the location and dangers concerning the Flying Wolf tribe. We cannot stay here for even a day longer, we must leave. Sounds like you're saying the Biden family will take the Flying Wolf tribe. The crumbling Saphira family cannot protect the Flying Wolf tribe, only our Biden family can. Don't deny that. You said we should negotiate, yet you are threatening me. Should both of our families just hold hands and march into hell together? You know that the Emperor doesn't hesitate to eliminate families that help the beast folk, right? Are you saying you would kill your entire family with your own hands? Because family is one body. You're insane, you're correct. No matter how low they tried to keep their voices, the other was an overpowered beast folk. Karen was listening to their entire conversation, and with no progress being made, he was now suspicious of both Jordik and Keter. Jordik has to be sensing this as well, so he's probably getting anxious. It's time to take the finishing blow. Karn doesn't completely trust me anyway, and Jordik won't hand over the Flying Wolf tribe to me. How about we resolve this through a fundamental approach? Spit it out quickly. I agree with what you said. To protect the beast folk, we need power. But I keep hearing that it's a given that Saphira is weaker than Biden. I was wondering what you were getting at. Are you suggesting a war between our families? That wouldn't be bad, but as you said, it would be a waste of time. So let's confirm through the two of us as representatives. Are you saying you want to fight me right now? You a mere conman against me, the spear dragon? No, not that. Keter pointed behind Jordik. A group of people was approaching from afar. The Bident Knights, or in other words, Jordik's subordinates, were coming this way. Not just you. I'll take them all down. You truly are insane. I have no reason to refuse. I accept your challenge. Exactly. There's no reason for him to decline. It seemed like Luke thought differently. He approached Keter with a horrified expression. Keter, what are you thinking? I know you can fight well, but the opponent is a genius known as the Spear Dragon. Well, now that I think about it, I probably can't win. Winning or losing aside, you might die. The opponent is a Bident who despises us. Let's run away. From now on, you can only mention running away 3 times. Got it. If you say it 4 times, I don't care whether you're the Gramps' kid or not. Are you saying you want to die? I don't. What if you think about it this way? Let me tell you what will happen if you run away right now. You'll be known as the knight who abandoned Keter, your partner and the Patriarch's son, and fled. You'll be a knight who couldn't protect Saphira's secrets, and... Luke was frowning so deeply that it was hard to tell if he was angry or wanted to cry. It really seemed like he wanted to escape badly. But I hate cowards the most. Of course, you are indeed a coward right now. But you won't always be a coward, right? Let's take this opportunity to mature a little faster. Don't worry, we have a trump card. Right, Amaranth. Luke's expression brightened as if he had just remembered something. I won't use Amaranth, because I have you. Me, yeah, you. Keter placed his hand on Luke's shoulder. I mean it sincerely, Luke. You are strong. Strictly speaking, it's not you who is strong, it's the blood flowing in your veins that is strong. But it's only meaningful if you can utilize that strength. I was going to use the beast folk as sacrifices, but change of plans since they don't intend to kill us. You are the secret weapon that will save Saphira. Keter glanced at Jordik. Very good. His expression clearly shows that he wants to kill us. The knights of the Bident family gathered together. Arbold, who heard the full story from Jordik, whispered softly, "This is our chance. If we kill them all, we won't have to pay him 30,000 gold, and we can keep the secret about the beast folk." Jordik nodded in agreement. I know, but so does that guy. But I can't figure out what he's plotting. They didn't know about Luke, but Keter surely wasn't a fool. He was a con artist among con artists. His archery might have seemed mediocre, but his silver tongue was dangerously sharp. Whatever he's plotting, he's still just an archer. He can't beat us. Jordik agreed with that statement. A spear was stronger than a bow, no, stronger than a sword. He believed without doubt that the spear was the strongest weapon in the world. Yet the uneasy feeling gnawing at him made him hesitate. That crazy guy seemed more skilled in hand-to-hand combat than archery. Jordik couldn't deny that martial arts could be powerful if it reached its peak, but he didn't feel that Keter had reached that peak. Keter's martial arts were not organized like a knight, it was crude and sly like an undignified mercenary. Jordik believed that Keter did not stand a chance against the Biden's spearmanship, with martial arts or archery like that he was certain Keter would never be able to defeat the knights of the Biden family. It was an obvious fact that needed no thinking. Am I underestimating you, or have I lost my composure, blinded by greed? Jordik stared at Keter, who was casually chatting with Luke. He looked as if he was leisurely enjoying a picnic on a sunny day without a care in the world, even if it's not just about the money or the secret. I want to kill him, Jordik muttered, not bothering to hide his true feelings. Though he wasn't speaking for anyone to hear, Arbold chimed in. You don't even need to step in, Captain. I'll finish this quickly. Arbold wanted to show off his skills, eager to redeem himself to Jordik. However, Jordik pointed to another knight instead. You take the lead. The knight he chose was the newest member of the Order of the Silver Leopard, a junior knight who had recently joined. The junior knight, though surprised at being chosen, didn't hesitate or back down. Am I allowed to kill him? Give it your all. Though the response was somewhat ambiguous, the junior knight took it as permission to kill. Understood, sir. Gripping his spear confidently, the junior knight marched boldly into the field. Lord Keter, we are ready. As you are an archer, you may take the first strike. Typically, a duel began with both opponents facing each other. However, fighting like that put the archer at a severe disadvantage. Believing in fairness, the junior knight graciously offered Keter both the distance and the first attack. Keter, who had been chatting casually with Luke, picked up his bow and a single arrow, walking toward the junior knight. The junior knight assumed that Keter was approaching to speak to him. After all, if Keter intended to attack, he wouldn't come so defenselessly. The knight carefully observed Keter as he approached. He had already seen him once at the town hall, and even now Keter appeared unremarkable, tall but not particularly big. While Keter could pass as a son of a noble family if he dressed well right now, he resembled nothing more than a gigolo courting wealthy noblewoman. Keter's eyes were calm, his lips curled slightly upward, making him look careless and even somewhat content. The junior knight's state of mind changed as he observed Keter. It was a subtle shift that he didn't even consciously notice. His tension faded and the grip on his spear loosened. He was convinced that Keter was just approaching to speak. As Keter came within arm's reach, the junior knight said, "What do you want to say?" But in that instant, Jordik's urgent voice cut through the air. Wake up, it was too late. Before the knight could register what had happened, Keter's arrow, held in his hand rather than shot from a bow, had already pierced deep into the junior knight's chest. Squelch. Keter's unconventional attack shattered the assumption that arrows had to be fired from a bow. The knight only realized he had been struck when he could not breathe. GHHK. The arrow had punctured his lung. It wasn't a fatal blow, but it was enough to incapacitate him. As the junior knight collapsed, Keter grabbed him by the hair and stared at Jordik, still with calm eyes and a faint smile. Seeing that, Arnold flared up in anger, thinking Keter was mocking him. You cowardly bastard. Arnold was about to step forward, but Jordik stopped him with his arm. They both prepared, and since he offered the first move, it's his fault, but he caught him off guard. I knew he was a conman, but to bet his life on a con. Impressive, Keter. As Jordik acknowledged Keter, Arnold could no longer step forward. But there won't be a second chance, Sir Garuda. The next fighter from Biden stepped forward. Keter stretched out his hand and said, Wait, there's something I want to sell you. If it's the symbol of the Moon Rabbit tribe, I'll just kill you and take it. Huh, no, that's not it. What I'm selling is. Keter, with the junior knight's neck inside his bowstring, said, How much will you pay, sir? Death was inseparable for those who lived by the sword, especially for knights of a noble house. Are you saying you're going to kill a Biden knight? Arnold said. It was clear that he wouldn't let Keter live if that happened. Keter knew just how much knights know the nobility valued honor, and he also knew that this honor could ultimately be bought and sold for a price. 3,000 gold. You should never wait for the other side to ask how much it will take to spare a life. People who think they're special will die for their pride. If you kill our knight, you will die too, Keter. You plan to kill me anyway. But should you be talking about this right now? In 2 minutes, this guy will bleed to death. Jordik was put in a tough spot. If Keter had just brutally killed the junior knight, it would have boosted morale and given them a reason to act. Instead, Keter left the junior knight barely alive and offered to spare him for money an amount that wasn't too high or too low. For a knight, dying in battle was considered an honorable death, but hey, don't look at me like that. Everyone knew that a knight could die at any moment. They all accepted this when they became knights, but it didn't have to be now. If there's a way to survive, why would one choose death? 3,000 gold wasn't an unmanageable sum after all. Although the junior knight was easily overpowered by Keter, and the Order of the Silver Leopard was a secretive order, that junior knight was not just a comrade, he was a friendly younger brother and a fun companion. They didn't want him to die. If Jordik ignored the desperation of his men here, no matter how much charisma he had, he would lose their trust. I'll pay the 3,000 gold. Hand him over at once. Whoa, now this isn't your first deal, is it? Either pay in cash right now or sign an agreement. I'll sign. Bring me the contract. An extra 1,000 gold for the contract. You bastard. Although contracts were expensive as they were made with magical items, they rarely exceeded 10 gold. Charging 100 times that amount was outrageous, and it was hard not to curse Keter. With both the junior knight's life and his own leadership on the line, Jordik reluctantly signed a contract stating he would pay Keter 4,000 gold, 3,000 for the life, and 1,000 for the contract. Garuda, who rushed over to check on the wounded knight, bit his lower lip upon examining the injury. Captain, this arrow is curved like a hook. The moment we pull it out, the flesh will tear, and the bleeding will worsen. Most knights were trained in basic battlefield medicine, but removing an arrow, especially one shaped like a hook, required advanced skills. Even Jordik hadn't learned that after all. They never expected to be struck by an arrow in the first place. Jordik, who was struggling to maintain his composure, finally lost his temper. You planned to kill him all along, Keter. Keter had sold them a barely alive corpse. As Jordik shouted in anger, the eyes of the Bident knights blazed with fury. And Keter, as if pouring fuel on the fire, made a provoking remark. He's still alive, isn't he? It's your problem that none of you know how to remove the arrow. Enough. Now I can kill you with a clear conscience, Jordik growled. Jordik then gestured toward Garuda, not that he needed to though, as Garuda was already preparing to charge at Keter. What are you doing? There's a doctor right in front of you. You should be begging me to save him. Don't listen to that bastard's nonsense any longer, Jordik said. 2,000 gold to spare his life. If you don't trust me, then forget it, Keter replied, pouring cold water on the flames of Jordik's anger. At this point, Jordik just wanted to kill Keter no matter what happened, but not Garuda. Unlike the other knights, he genuinely didn't want to see the junior knight die. Captain, that bastard is stalling for time, a minute at most, Garuda said. Jordik was frustrated at Garuda's subtle urging. He would have barked at them to stop the foolish talk if he wasn't his subordinate. Hand over that damn contract again. And so, another 3,000 gold was paid. Finally, Keter approached the junior knight that was barely alive. To everyone's surprise, he plunged his hand straight into the knight's chest. It looked like Keter was actually trying to kill him rather than save him. The knights of the Bident family couldn't believe what they were seeing. Keter then yanked his hand out, pulling out the arrow along with it. Wiping his hands clean, he casually remarked, "Surgery complete. Clean the wound with water and bandage him up." Jordik scowled. "You've just made an even bigger hole in his chest, and you're acting shamelessly." "Just watch," Keter said smugly. "Why even bother?" It turned out they did need to see. The arrow had not only been removed, but the bleeding had completely stopped. Though the chest appeared sunken, there was no open wound. What is this? I swear I saw his hand go in. Who in the world are you? The knights of the Bident family stared at Keter in awe, their gazes burning with curiosity. Keter flashed a mischievous grin. "Just call me Saphira's genius doctor." Even the infamous Keter couldn't always fight without getting hurt, since he favored strategies that allowed his enemy to land a blow while he aimed for the kill. The first skill he mastered in liqueur was medicine. On top of that, Keter was a master of killing. He knew exactly where and how to strike to end a life, and that knowledge of killing was closely tied to the art of saving lives. He realized the difference between life and death was not in the action, but in the intent. With this understanding, Keter could perform miracles using pure medical skills. For example, he could save someone's life, yet leave them with lasting disabilities, just as he did with Bident's junior knight. There was no reason for him to fully heal an enemy knight, of course. Keter left him crippled. The Bident family would now waste vast resources trying to rehabilitate the knight. Jordik, who did not know Keter's intent, opened his mouth to speak, then quickly stopped. He felt a sudden desire to recruit Keter. As a leader hungry for talent, Jordik would even accept an enemy if they were skilled enough. However, he didn't want to recruit Keter. He was certain that accepting Keter as a subordinate would only put his own life at risk. "You've earned enough for the ferry to hell, Keter. You can't stall for time anymore." Though the junior knight had been caught off guard and easily defeated, there wouldn't be a second chance. Jordik was sure of it, and Garuda, who would now face Keter, also had no doubt he would win. Still, there was no room for complacency. Garuda wouldn't be as generous as the junior knight and allow Keter to have the first move, nor would he give Keter the space to create distance. Garuda immediately rushed forward, gripping his spear in an extended stance and thrust it toward Keter. This thrust, which increased the attack range threefold in an instant, was impossible to avoid without understanding spear combat. Furthermore, the Bident family's cross spear wasn't just specialized in thrusting. It was far superior in creating unpredictable variables and maximizing lethality. Even this thrust wasn't the main attack. The follow-up strike was the true danger. The moment Keter dodged, the relentless assault would begin, but then something unimaginable happened. Keter didn't dodge, actually advanced, as if he wanted to be skewered by the spear. Luke, watching from the side, felt his heart was going to stop. From his angle, it looked as though the spear had pierced straight through Keter's body. No. But that was a misconception. The spear did indeed pass through Keter, but not through his body. Keter dodged the spear shaft by slipping it between his side and his arm, then locked it under his armpit. The long shaft of the spear was now tightly secured by Keter's grip. If Garuda had been holding the spear with both hands in a normal stance, there would have been no way for Keter to beat him using strength. However, at that moment, Garuda was gripping the far end of the spear with only one hand due to using a variant thrusting technique, which required a one-handed grip. But Garuda was not like the junior knight who had been caught off guard earlier. He calmly adjusted his grip, seizing the spear with both hands, and began tugging on it with force. All his focus was now consumed by the struggle over the spear, and because of that, he missed something important. He failed to notice Keter drawing and firing an arrow, didn't see the trajectory of the arrow flying toward him. Typically, the mind reacted first, realizing the need to dodge an incoming arrow, and then sent that signal to the body to move. Unfortunately for Garuda, Keter's arrow was faster than the time it took for that command to reach his legs. An archer must be able to shoot in any situation. Even if you lose an arm, you should pull the bowstring with your teeth. Luke had been indifferent to the instructor's words from Saphira. It was easier said than done, and he didn't really believe it was possible. The tension in the bow was strong, especially for Saphira's bow, which was so strong that even an adult male struggled to pull it. Luke thought pulling such a bowstring in an unstable position was impossible, yet Keter had done it. With the spear lodged under his right arm, he managed to draw the bowstring, even aiming at his opponent. There was no need to pull the string all the way back, as the tension of Saphira's bow was immense. Just a slight pull could send an arrow 100 meters. The arrow Keter shot pierced Garuda's collarbone. It wasn't a vital spot, so Luke gasped in disappointment. Ah, Keter, why did you only take one arrow? If he could shoot a couple more arrows like that, he could subdue Garuda. But Keter had only one arrow, and he had just fired it. Should I throw him an arrow from here? Would the Knights of Biden allow that? If they intervened, Luke would have to intervene as well. In that situation, Luke wouldn't be able to help at all. Just being a spectator here was already pushing his limits. It's all right. Keter has amaranth after all. He told me he wasn't going to shoot it, but he was probably lying. Keter was a jokester, so Luke wanted to believe he was also joking when Keter said he wasn't going to use amaranth. Still, no matter how playful he is, he wouldn't toy with his own life. Well, maybe that's not the case. Keter had walked right up to the junior knight of Biden, his first opponent, to lower the junior knight's guard. If the junior knight had attacked without hesitation, Keter would have at least sustained serious injuries. But this is different. Luke had a vague feeling that Keter would win anyway. Luke felt that even if Keter didn't win, he at least wouldn't die. Though he had only seen Keter for a day, he felt that was the kind of person he was. Keter, you have a plan, right? That was what Luke wanted to believe. While Luke was momentarily lost in thought, the second fight also came to an end. Keter approached Garuda and struck the arrow embedded in his collarbone with his bow. As the arrow stirred inside Garuda's flesh, Garuda couldn't help but scream, and Keter swiftly swung his bow on the top of Garuda's head. Can you even call that archery? Keter shot an arrow while immobilizing the opponent's weapon, and he disrupted his opponent from pulling out an arrow. Then, at the right time, Keter used a technique where he struck the embedded arrow and destroyed the opponent from within. It wasn't a technique or value of Saphira. After Garuda fell, a similar scene unfolded. 5,000, stated Keter. It was Garuda's value. With a complicated expression on his face, Jordik replied, calculate the surgical fees all at once. Smart move. 8,000. Was money always this easy to earn? Luke felt dizzy from the amount of money being exchanged. Thousands were being tossed around, and it wasn't in bronze or silver. Everything was based on gold coins. The money I've painstakingly saved over 5 years is just 1,000 gold. Keter had quickly earned nearly 50,000 gold. 50,000 gold was enough for future generations to live off of, doing anything and everything they wanted. So why wasn't Keter satisfied? He could have just stopped here and safely left the scene. The Biden family wasn't a master house, but it was still a significant family that couldn't be dismissed. They were among the top families in the Lillian Kingdom. Moreover, the opponent standing before him was the spear dragon Jordik. There were rumors that no one among his peers could match him, and those rumors were true. Luke could tell Jordik was different from the others just by looking at him. Luke didn't doubt that Keter was a good fighter. However, at the end of the day, it was just human strength and skill. When aura was involved, strength and technique became meaningless. If the opponent didn't have the same aura, they simply didn't stand a chance. So was it that the Knights of Biden couldn't use aura? No, they could use it, but they chose not to, as Keter wasn't using it. Plus, they were arrogant, believing they could win without using it. Keter would be determined to lose the moment the Biden Knights decided to use aura, even before the fight began. After all, Keter was a mage and couldn't use aura. Mages possessed magical power, not aura, while they could imbue arrows with magical power that didn't allow them to penetrate aura. Magical power symbolized transformation, while aura symbolized strength. Do you know why Garuda lost? Jordik asked his subordinates. As they fell silent, Arbold stepped forward to answer on their behalf. It was because he let down his guard. Nonsense. Garuda was not careless. The reason he lost is that he didn't use aura. Martin: yes, sir. You have no reason to lose, do you? I will consider Keter as the enemy who killed my parents. Go, bring back the pride of the Biden family. Yes, sir, Martin answered succinctly as he stepped onto the battlefield. Keter, who had been squatting and doodling in the dirt with a twig, looked up and said, "That's worth 4,000 gold." Veins bulged on Martin's forehead as he felt like it meant that he was weaker than Garuda. Crisp, the bean pod at his feet crumbled to dust. A blue haze swirled around his entire body. It was the haze of aura. Zing. The aura that erupted from his body coalesced at the tip of his spear. With the spear aimed at Keter, Martin walked forward. It showed his determination to counter anything Keter might do with his spear. As he saw Martin using his aura, Luke shouted, "Keter, use Amaranth." Without aura, Keter's last resort was Amaranth. At Luke's shout, the Knights of Bident stirred in confusion. Amaranth, what is that, an artifact? Martin, who had been approaching with great confidence, suddenly halted. Jordik shouted, "He's bluffing. Don't give in, Martin." Martin immediately regained his composure. He was now only 7 steps away from Keter. Just 2 more steps and Keter would be within spear range. Keter was now standing, an arrow knocked on his bowstring. Martin couldn't tell where it was aimed, but it didn't matter. No matter where it comes from, I'll deflect it. Twang. Keter released the bowstring. It's coming. I can't see it. Martin already knew that Keter's arrow was fast, but he didn't think that it would be invisible. Squelch. The vanished arrow suddenly appeared, deeply embedded into Martin's left thigh. Martin staggered at the sharp pain in his thigh. He kept his gaze locked on Keter without pulling the arrow out. Pulling it out now would create an opening and increase his blood loss, so this was a wise decision. Keter, now without an arrow, approached first. As he entered spear range, Martin countered with a thrust. To prevent Keter from grabbing the spear, he executed a short jab with just the spearhead. Swish, swish, swish. In a lightning-fast sequence, Martin unleashed a triple strike aimed directly at Keter's face. But Keter dodged all 3 thrusts with just slight movements of his upper body. Only a few strands of his hair were sliced off, slowly drifting to the ground. Then Keter raised his right arm. Strangely, at the same moment, Martin's left leg lifted as well. Thud, Martin fell to the ground. He quickly tried to get up, but crack. Keter's bow struck Martin's head like a whip, once to the left, then to the right, and finally, like the others before him, right on top of his head. Blood dripped from Keter's bow, and then Martin saw something, a thin wire. Dark red blood trailed along the metallic thread, which connected Keter's bracelet to the arrow embedded in Martin's thigh. Wire. When did he do that to the arrow? It was when he was crouching earlier. While Jordik scolded his subordinates, Keter acted bored and disinterested. In truth, it was all a ruse to hide the fact that he set the thread on the arrow. Jordik had no choice but to acknowledge Keter. "I shouldn't have been scolding you," Jordik muttered, realizing that even he was underestimating Keter after warning his subordinates not to. That arrow disappeared. "Is that a Saphira technique? Want to know?" 1,000,000 gold, Keter responded with a smirk. "You'd sell your family's techniques for money. You're insane." "Well, if it's an absurd amount of money, it's enough to drive anyone a little mad. And how much is Martin's life worth? I already told you, 4,000 gold. Fine, 2,000 for surgery and 1,000 for the contract, making it 7,000 in total." Keter handed over the contract without hesitation. As Jordik wrote it up, he remarked, "I don't care how much you take. In the end, you won't be able to keep it." "Everyone says that," Keter replied with a shrug. After retrieving the arrow from Martin and stopping his bleeding, Keter returned to his position. With the same expression and stance as before, he provocatively addressed the remaining knights of the Bident family. "So who's next?" At Keter's taunt, Arbold turned to Jordik and said, "Sir, as much as I hate to admit it, Keter is a master of combat. It seems difficult for our less experienced men to handle him. Let me take care of him." "You're right," Jordik agreed. Thud. Jordik pulled his spear from the ground where it had been standing and took a step forward. "You all are no match for Keter. It hurts my pride to give him money I have no intention of actually giving. But sir, you don't need to." "Silence, this is no place for you," Jordik snapped, cutting off Arbold. He had grown tired of explaining Keter's strength. It wasn't that Martin was foolishly caught off guard. The moment Keter's arrow disappeared, Martin used Overshield. While the others hadn't noticed it, Jordik saw it clearly. As the Overshield was a defensive technique close to self-destruction, it provided extreme protection, but it didn't stop Keter's arrow. The arrow pierced Martin's thigh nearly halfway through, despite the Overshield. Arrow pierced Martin's thigh even with the Overshield. "Keter, this means you're an aura user, doesn't it?" Keter wasn't just any aura user, but one capable of infusing aura into an arrow. While the Knights of Saphira could also infuse aura into their weapons, Keter's technique was something far beyond that, to infuse aura and make it invisible. That's on a whole different level. At first, Jordik thought Keter was just a madman. Then he assumed Keter was simply a con artist. But now. So you were Saphira's hidden ace all along. It all made sense now, including why Keter was responsible for the flying wolf tribe, one of the 7 cursed species. You deceived everyone. You were sent here under the orders of Elder Reganon to protect the flying wolf tribe. A chill ran down Jordik's spine. He had underestimated the Saphira family, only to realize they had been one step ahead this whole time. I guess the saying that master houses will still last for 3 generations even after their fall is true. With that, Jordik dragged his spear across the ground. Cack. A deep gouge formed in the ground. Jordik leaned his spear on his shoulder, and an aura incomparable to Martin's shot out from his body. His mere presence was shaking the air around him. Come on, show me. Show me the true power of Saphira. But Keter wasn't the one thrown off by Jordik, it was Luke, who was gasping for air. It wasn't just because of the intensity of Jordik's aura. His curse was tightening around Luke's throat, urging him to flee from this place, to escape now. No, absolutely not. I can't just run away by myself. Keter had just defeated 3 of Biden's knights in succession, and he was probably exhausted. Even if the fights were brief, the mental and physical strain of battling skilled opponents was immense. It wouldn't be surprising if Keter collapsed from exhaustion at any moment. But now Jordik, the spear dragon, was stepping forward. If the previous knights were minnows, Jordik was a shark-atop predator eyeing the throne despite his young age. Yet Keter still had a chance with Amaranth, the demon bow. If he used that power, he could even defeat someone like Jordik. Perhaps that's why Keter hadn't used Amaranth up until now. Maybe he was saving it for this very moment. Luke didn't doubt for a second that Keter would win. Keter would be victorious, confidently walk over to him, and arrogantly brag about how he pulled it off. Splurt, blood sprayed into the air. It was the blood of the man Luke had believed in so strongly. It was Keter's blood. His face went pale in an instant. Keter's body was suddenly drenched in blood from Jordik's relentless attack. The legendary Keter, who had effortlessly subdued Biden's knights, was now being overwhelmed. Even with the curse tightening his breath and the weight of dread pressing down on him, Luke screamed with all his might, his heart pounding in terror. Use Amaranth, Keter. You'll die like this. Twang. Keter widened the distance between him and Jordik and shot the arrow he was tightly holding in his hand. It was the same transparent arrow he had shot at Martin. But Jordik spun his spear, completely blocking the front. Even though he couldn't see the arrow, its trajectory was predictable. Ping. As expected, Keter's arrow was deflected off the spear with a hollow sound. Jordik smirked in victory, while Keter turned around and calmly stared at Luke. Lesson 2. Luke was shouting at Keter to look ahead as Jordik wasn't giving him any mercy and thrusting his spear forward. But Keter, still staring straight at Luke, finished what he was saying. The first time is always the hardest. Thwack. Jordik's spear pierced through Keter's stomach. Keter collapsed forward and Jordik pulled the spear out. Despite his victory, Jordik looked dissatisfied. At that moment, Jordik sharply tilted his head to the side. An arrow whizzed past him. Drip. Even though he dodged quickly, blood trickled down Jordik's cheek from a narrow cut. Keter was lying motionless before him. That meant there was only one person left who could have fired that arrow. Luke. Luke, holding a bow and arrow, was glaring at Jordik with deadly intensity, ready to kill. Jordik, who didn't know about Luke's curse, wasn't particularly surprised by the attack. What did catch him off guard, however, was the force behind Luke's arrows. Impressive, he muttered. There was no need for conversation. Unlike Keter, Luke had plenty of arrows. Without hesitation, Luke pulled out 3 arrows at once and shot them simultaneously. As Jordik charged, he thrust his spear and intercepted all 3 arrows in one swift motion. But surprisingly, 3 more arrows flew toward him, even faster than before. Shooting arrows faster than I can deflect. Jordik closed in on Luke, but Luke kept retreating, continuously shooting arrows at him. Jordik couldn't seem to get close to Luke. Even his spinning spear technique wasn't working either, as each of Luke's arrows was precisely striking the spear's shaft and disrupting its rotation. Luke's strength was entirely different from Keter's style. Then one of Luke's arrows struck Jordik right in the chest. Luke had angled his bow just enough to deceive Jordik, but the wound was shallow, as Jordik, already knowing that he wouldn't be able to dodge the arrows, used aura armor first. I thought you were a servant, but it turns out you're a proper knight. I apologize for underestimating you, Jordik said. With that, Jordik kicked off the ground, causing the ground to erupt beneath him. As he swung his spear widely, the aura concentrated at the tip transformed into a slicing energy wave that surged toward Luke. Though the spear's range was short, knights could launch long-range attacks through their aura. This technique, called aura flight, was a symbol of a 3-star knight. The destructive power of the slash tore through Luke's arrows as it advanced. The attack was widespread and was waist-high, making it difficult to evade. Luke had 2 choices: flatten himself against the ground or leap into the air. Either option would leave him vulnerable and at a disadvantage. Luke chose the latter, jumping into the air. Even in the air, he continued to shoot arrows at Jordik, who was running toward him for a second attack. It was reminiscent of Ketter's earlier attack of shooting in midair. Clang! Even with his spear charged with powerful aura, Jordik couldn't easily deflect the arrows, as Luke's arrows were also concentrated with a matching amount of aura. As the fight continued, one of the knights observing from a distance remarked, "It seems the captain is enjoying himself. The way he's prolonging the fight instead of finishing it quickly." It wasn't just that knight who felt this way. The other knights also sensed it. To them, it appeared that Jordik was deliberately allowing the arrows to come close, dodging and blocking them as they came. Arbold thought differently, but he wasn't confident enough to tell his subordinates. He could see that Luke anticipated all of Jordik's movements. The Jordik he knew didn't let people win, especially if that person was an enemy. This Luke, how is he reading all of the captain's moves? No, that's not just reading his movements, he is basically anticipating them. It was common sense that people's behavior had a pattern. In battle, the person who figured out their opponent's pattern first and used it gained the upper hand. Right now, Luke seemed like he perfectly understood Jordik's pattern and knew that even though Jordik had his spear lowered, he was going to unleash an overhead attack, and he knew whether Jordik would do 3 or 4 thrusts. This was beyond just reading patterns. For someone as skilled as Jordik, showing his attack patterns so clearly was unlikely. Yet even with all of this insight, there was no chance that Jordik would lose. The captain is thorough. He still aims for complete victory even against a weaker opponent. Luke, whether he realized it or not, was firing his arrows recklessly. He never shot just when he fired many at a time. Even though he had 2 quivers, his rapid firing was quickly draining his supply. Jordik, meanwhile, was biding his time, waiting for Luke to completely run out of arrows without overexerting himself. Suddenly, there was a slight hesitation in Luke's relentless attack. For the first time, doubt crept into his movements, as he could feel the dwindling number of arrows at his fingertips, just 4 left. So far, his only hits had been minor grazes on Jordik's cheek and shoulder. There was no way Jordik would miss this opportunity. He closed the distance in a flash and launched a series of fierce attacks. These weren't just light attacks, even a graze would cause a serious injury. It was the kind of relentless assault that even a seasoned veteran would struggle to handle calmly. But Luke dodged every single attack. Just like Keter had earlier, he evaded it all by the narrowest of margins. However, it felt different from Keter. There was a distinct difference, something that Jordik himself sensed most keenly. This guy dodges as if he already knows where I'll attack. Keter avoided Jordik's attacks after seeing them. However, Luke was dodging without even needing to see them. The reason why he seemed to move similarly to Keter was because Luke was slightly slower. Jordik, who had been attacking without a pause, suddenly leaped back. As if anticipating this, Luke fired an arrow in an instant, aiming for a vital point. Jordik deflected the arrow and confirmed his suspicion. This guy knows everything I'm going to do. Jordik didn't care to ponder how this was possible. If he wanted to kill Luke, it wouldn't be difficult. Looks like I'll need to use my secret technique. The Bident family's secret spear technique was the Moonlight Spear style. Both the Order of the Black Leopard and the Order of the Silver Leopard were taught 4 fundamental techniques: New Moon Spear, Half Moon Spear, Reverse Half Moon Spear, and Full Moon Spear. However, only direct descendants of the family learned the final, most powerful technique, 5th form, Lunar Eclipse. This was Jordik's first time using Lunar Eclipse in real battle as well. Lunar Eclipse was a technique that couldn't be practiced in sparring matches. It was too destructive to be controlled. As such, instead of practicing on people, it was practiced on mountains. The massive crescent-shaped carving on the mountain behind the Bident family's estate was evidence of Jordik practicing Lunar Eclipse. Jordik's hair stood on end, and the aura he released warped the space around him, creating a momentary sense of weightlessness. Arbold shouted urgently, "Everyone, fall back, it's the Lunar Eclipse." The Bident knights hurriedly retreated. However, Karen of the Flying Wolf tribe only squinted, arms crossed, and did not budge. Luke too stood his ground, but it wasn't his choice. There's no avoiding this, no way to block it. That was what Luke's curse was telling him. In truth, it was no longer a curse, it had become his instinct that warned him of incoming disaster. This instinct was what had allowed him to fight Jordik on equal terms so far, but now that instinct was telling him it was hopeless. No matter where he moved or what action he took, nothing would make a difference. The only thing left was despair. Damn it, so what? Instead of tears, Luke cursed. Even though he knew it was meaningless, he decided to act as a true knight of Saphira. While he avoided meaningless battles, he never retreated from an ongoing one. At this moment, he wanted to fight as the best archer he could be, even in the face of inevitable defeat. Luke nocked an arrow and aimed at Jordik. In response, Jordik gripped his spear with both hands and swung it from a distance. His spear bent like a reed, eventually tracing a perfect circle. Luke put all the aura he could into his arrow and shot it along the best trajectory he could manage, but it was all in vain. Luke's arrow, along with his aura, disintegrated into mere dust. The next moment, Lunar Eclipse engulfed Luke entirely. Quah! In the vacuum left behind by the attack, a whirlwind whipped up the dirt and debris. Jordik stood still, catching his breath, his spear now planted firmly into the ground. "It's over," he muttered. Lunar eclipse, the secret technique of the moonlight spear style, was powerful enough to carve a deep cave into a cliffside. A human hit by such an attack wouldn't even leave behind bone fragments. Where Luke once stood, there was now a deep fan-shaped crater. Arbold, Jordik called for his deputy to deal with the aftermath, but there was no response from Arbold. Jordik's brow furrowed as Arbold always responded instantly. No matter the situation, Jordik had trained him to be that way. Yet even after 3-5 seconds, there was only silence. Jordik felt a strange sense of foreboding. It was a familiar feeling, just like when he had stabbed Keter. He turned his head toward where Keter's body had been lying. However, Keter was no longer there. For a moment, Jordik wondered if Keter had been caught in lunar eclipse and died, but he was certain that wasn't the case. "Keter, you bastard." Keter wasn't dead. In fact, it was clear now that Keter hadn't been fighting seriously from the start. During the battle, Jordik had doubts, but now he was sure. Why did Keter deceive me? For what reason? He didn't know the reason, but one thing was certain: Keter had tricked him. He's distracting me. Jordik swept away the dust from his field of vision with his spear. He was able to see in front of him as the dust settled. On the vast bean field, only two people remained standing, Jordik and Karen. But something was wrong with Karen. He was clutching his neck, and upon closer inspection, Jordik saw a deep wound running from his neck down to his navel. Thud, Karen collapsed. Jordik quickly scanned the area for his subordinates, and it wasn't long before he found them. What is this? As Jordik rushed over to his men, his eyes widened in shock. Their bodies were shredded, torn apart. Fortunately, no one was dead, but they were all gravely wounded, in desperate need of immediate medical attention. Why on earth? Jordik was certain he saw his subordinates escape the range of lunar eclipse. Besides, these weren't wounds caused by that. So who could have done this? At that moment, Jordik heard a groan, but it wasn't from one of his subordinates. It was Luke. He was stumbling to his feet, emerging from the dirt-filled crater. Jordik's eyes were already wide with shock, so his mouth dropped open instead. It was unbelievable enough that Luke was still alive, but what stunned Jordik even more was that Luke was unharmed. He was covered in dust, but not bleeding at all. Luke had taken the lunar eclipse head-on, yet he stood unscathed while everyone else was on the brink of death. Even amidst his confusion, Jordik acted swiftly. He charged at Luke to finish him off, but just then, "Hold it right there," shouted a grating voice, followed by the sound of an arrow flying from behind. Jordik quickly spun around, deflecting the arrow just in time. Clang, along with his spear, which he blocked the arrow with, Jordik was blown into the air from the impact. It was a tremendous arrow, which came from Keter, who was holding a bow completely unharmed. Jordik thought this was a dream. "I think it's the first time in this life that I'm getting a hole in my body. It's pretty breezy to have a hole like this once in a while." Keter didn't forget to relax his pupils to make sure the illusion was perfect. Luke probably didn't hear it, but for the sake of complete deception, he even slowed his heartbeat. A hole in the abdomen wasn't fatal, but to a kid without real combat experience, it would certainly look like he died. Keter even let his face slam into the dirt. Of course he wasn't dead, not even close. Just before Jordik's spear could penetrate, Keter shifted his organs aside, making sure only his flesh was pierced. Maybe Jordik has caught on by now. Jordik wasn't talking to Luke, but Keter. "Well, I guess this isn't enough to fool someone like you." But it didn't matter, because Keter wasn't trying to deceive Jordik, was trying to deceive Luke. "Is this not enough? This isn't enough for Luke to awaken. My death isn't enough to break his limit." Keter was curious about Luke's latent abilities as well, as even in Liqueur, which was known for having everything that existed, ability users were still a rare find. All the ones Keter had met had absurd, overpowered abilities. There was even a saying in Liqueur about how overpowered species were nothing compared to overpowered bloodlines. There was a guy named Marin in Liqueur, and he was also an ability user. His ability could swap out his own eyes with someone else's. When he did, he gained all their skills and power: swordsmanship, magic, anything. He could even use 2 sets of powers if he swapped both eyes. That's why they called him the Eye Collector. He had a collection of eyes from all kinds of unique or powerful individuals. He even asked for one of Keter's eyes once, but when Keter told him it would cost 1 billion gold, Marin backed off. I wonder what Luke's ability is. I hope it won't be that Luke wasn't actually an ability user, and this was just all my delusion. At least, that was what Keter thought, as he had the experience of awakening someone's ability back in Liqueur. A strong emotional shock was the condition for awakening the ability. Since that was what worked for the ability user in Liqueur, Keter figured it would be the same for Luke. Just when Keter started to wonder if his own death wasn't shocking enough, he heard the sound of an arrow being fired. It worked. Luke had shot his bow, but it was too soon to celebrate. Whether Luke was going to reach his true potential or not still hung in the balance. "Impressive," Jordik remarked with a sharp tone, breaking his focus from Keter. Now he could watch openly without hiding. That's it. Without moving his hands, Keter activated his internal mana to mend the wound in his abdomen. That would suffice after all. His body wasn't an ordinary human body. After all the fights he'd survived in Liqueur, it couldn't be. He had once lost his fingers and even his limbs. Back then, he had risked his life to undergo extensive body modification surgery from a chimeric mage. Now his blood carried the regenerative properties of trolls, so even with damaged organs or severed limbs, he could regenerate. This recovery rate became even faster when combined with his own medical skills. Once he finished sealing the wound, Keter turned his head slightly to watch the fight between Luke and Jordik. Not bad for a kid. He's got some real fire in him. Jordik, who had been underestimating Luke at first, was now fully focused on the fight. Jordik was so concentrated that he didn't even notice Keter slowly moving away. Keter hid behind the tall stalks of the soybean field to properly watch the battle. After watching them exchange blows twice, he had a clear idea of what Luke's ability might be. It's probably precognition. The window is probably around 0.3 to 0.5 seconds. Keter was able to draw this conclusion because Luke was perfectly anticipating all of Jordik's moves. Normally, when there was a vast skill difference between fighters, the stronger one could easily predict the novice's actions. Luke was nowhere near Jordik's level at best. He might be on par with Arbold, and yet he was reading Jordik's every move. That had to be an ability, no doubt about it. Abilities weren't something that could be replicated with magic. The origin of magic was these abilities anyway. But if that's all he's got, it's a bit disappointing. Precognition was indeed an overpowered ability, but that wasn't enough to qualify Luke to be Keter's subordinate. To be blunt, those kinds of abilities were a dime a dozen back in Liqueur. A replaceable ability lacked rarity. And well, look at this. Jordik's caught on too. He figured out Luke's ability. The atmosphere in the field was signaling that the battle was nearing its end. Jordik was clearly preparing for a massive attack, taking a stance for something big. Everyone fall back. It's the lunar eclipse. Seeing that the dregs of Biden are retreating, it must be an area attack. I think it's my turn to step in. Luke's ability isn't as top tier as I hoped, but I can't just let him die like this. Gramps Jack would be heartbroken, and then he wouldn't be able to serve as my butler anymore. I can't have that. Wait, Luke most likely also knew that he couldn't handle Jordik's ultimate move, the lunar eclipse. So why isn't he dodging? He's not even scared. If so, Keter couldn't do anything about it. If you're bluffing, Luke, just die now. That would be a less miserable end for you. Keter took a step back away from the range of lunar eclipse. Then the attack hit Luke directly. Right up until the moment of impact, Luke wasn't doing anything noticeable. What just happened? Suddenly, screams erupted from all around. It was Karen and the dregs of Bidens. Unable to contain his curiosity, Keter stood up slightly to sneak a peek at the situation. Everyone but him was wounded, bearing deep gashes as if clawed by some beast. Did someone ambush us? That's impossible. There's no one else here. So when did they get attacked? Cough, cough, a faint voice reached Keter. This is the kid's voice. He's alive. Just from the sound of the cough, Keter could tell that Luke was tired, but he didn't suffer any injuries. How is that possible? That lunar eclipse Jordik unleashed. Even my bones and flesh would have been separated if I took it head on. Wait, could it be? No way. The only explanation of the fact that Luke was completely fine was his ability. Keter didn't know how it exactly worked yet, but from what he saw now, the attack had been reflected. A reflection ability is one of the rarest and most powerful abilities. This changes everything. Luke, you're my friend now. Such a clueless guy. Jordik is going to notice you if you make sounds like that while getting up. Well, I've already seen everything I need to, so there's no point in pretending to be dead anymore. Hold it right there. Keter shot up and immediately fired in. Aura arrow? Keter's aura arrow wasn't like others, though. It was coated with magic, so none of the aura dissipated as it flew. Arg, Jordik blocked Keter's arrow but was clearly shaken. Guess it's his first time experiencing this kind of firepower. Jordik and Luke both stared at him in surprise as if they saw someone come back to life. I can't help but introduce myself if you look at me like that. I'm an attention seeker, you know. Call me the immortal of Sephira. Tears streamed down Luke's face. Keter was alive. His arrogant tone and his insane, yet calm expression could be no one else's. Did you do this? Asked Jordik, catching his breath and pointing his spear at Keter. Instead of replying, Keter threw his bow on the ground. Then the tattoo on his left arm traveled down and gathered in his left hand, ultimately becoming a jet black bow demon bow amaranth. The reason why he pulled this out without replying to Jordik was for one simple reason. Jordik wasn't worth talking to anymore. Keter was done using Jordik now. He was going to kill him along with the rest of Biden's knights and retrieve Karen. Voon, a demon arrow was loaded on Amaranth. Jordik's eyes trembled at the sight of the arrow, which was completely different from anything related to aura. He had never seen it before, but his instincts told him that the arrow Keter was holding had the power of death. Jordik's palms were already blistered, but he gripped his spear harder and shouted, "Did you think I, the spear dragon of Biden, would be afraid? Come at me." Jordik was preparing to unleash a second round of lunar eclipse. Luke, completely drained, staggered backward. His instincts were telling him that Jordik would be the one to die. The tingling sensation down his spine told him to back away to not get caught in the explosion. The atmosphere was tense, where something could happen at any second. Then someone intervened between the two of them. Stop. It was Karen who held out his hand to both Keter and Jordik to stop them. Despite suffering deep wounds and collapsing earlier, Karen had somehow recovered and now stood with a calm expression. Jordik canceled the lunar eclipse at Karen's intervention, but not Keter. Putting Karen and Jordik both in the trajectory of the arrow, Keter said, "What is it? I trust both of you, so stop fighting. There's no reason for allies to fight. It seems like my grandpa didn't train you well. Are we your subordinates? Should we concede and immediately stop at your say-so, my lord?" Everyone was bewildered as Keter spoke like he was going to see this through. "You're crazy. I willingly withdrew lunar eclipse, accepting the backlash, and yet you still plan to attack me. How can you call yourself a noble?" Jordik shouted. "Why are you blaming me when you're the one who backed down?" Keter shot back. "Lord Keter, please put down your arrow. I failed to show you proper respect because I was unsure of your intentions," Karen interjected. "Keter, maybe you should hear what Karen has to say before making any decisions," Luke said. With the three of them persuading him, Keter finally relented, lowering his arrow, acting as though he was doing them a favor. "Fine, I'll give you a chance. After all, I'm merciful." The balance of power had shifted completely. Everyone there now understood that Keter was in control. Luke fell back, all the tension releasing from his body. It was not knight-like, but he didn't have the energy to care about that. Ignoring Luke, Karen, Jordik, and Keter gathered. Karen, who had intervened to stop the fight, was the first to speak. "Lord Jordik, your spear technique has shown that you are truly the representative of the Moon Rabbit tribe." HMPH, the technique that Karen was talking about, was lunar eclipse. "Lord Keter, I did not think you were worthy of being Elder Reganon's representative, but if you are the owner of that artifact, I can acknowledge you." Karen didn't know the name of Amaranth, but it seemed like he could feel its power. Voom. Amaranth resonated for the first time in a long while, signaling its presence to Keter. Slap. Keter swiftly smacked the bowstring, silencing the resonance before speaking. "I get that you trust both of us, but what exactly are you trying to say?" Karen responded calmly first. "I'd like to hear why Lord Jordik sought us out." Finally given a chance to speak, Jordik felt his chest swell with emotion. "The Moon Rabbit tribe has foreseen a danger if you stay here. Come with us to Biden. We can protect you," anxiously said Jordik, worried that Keter might attack him. And sure enough, Keter immediately interrupted. "Don't inflate something anyone can predict and call it foresight. Even Elder Reganon said staying in one place too long isn't good. We've already prepared a hiding place. We'll go there, Karen." Of course, it was all a lie. Keter had made it up on the spot. A lie that couldn't be verified might as well be the truth, so it wasn't exactly wrong either. Karen looked troubled as both sides had valid points. Reganon had saved Karen and his companions from danger and hid them. Karen knew just how much of a risk he had taken by taking them in. In return, they had run a few errands for him, but the secret was well protected. As for the Moon Rabbit tribe that Jordik mentioned, they were long allies of the Flying Wolf tribe, so Karen also understood that they were trying to protect them. And truthfully, he felt more at ease with the Moon Rabbit tribe than with humans. Karen couldn't easily decide, and Jordik was growing frustrated. "My subordinates are gravely injured. We don't have time to sit around and wait here." Jordik rushed to his men and began treating their wounds. But the injuries of humans weren't enough to ease Karen's dilemma. Keter, as usual, approached Jordik, intending to make some money by offering healing services in exchange for payment. When he did, Keter caught a strange scent that irritated his senses. In a place filled with the smell of dirt and blood, there was an odd, out-of-place fragrance. It was the smell of oranges, not the juicy, fresh scent of orange flesh, but a light, sun-dried fragrance. This was the scent that was on Reganon. Jordik, noticing Keter approaching, said, "I'll pay you, just heal my men. Hurry up and give me that damn contract. You hand over everything you've got in your pockets, then I'll heal them." "What, that's all you want?" "Yeah, hurry up before I change my mind." "Fine, I'll give it all." Jordik handed over his entire pocket belt to Keter. After all, there was nothing important inside. Sniff, sniff. Keter sniffed the belt and nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, deal." Keter, now wearing the belt around his own waist, began healing the injured Bident knights. It was fast both his hands and the treatment. The Bident knights who were severely injured were now at least safe from bleeding out or suffering an infection. They would still need proper recovery, though. This is the best I can do here." Relieved by the fact that he saved his subordinates, Jordik released the tight grip he had on his spear. Immediately, Keter shot back. "Hold your weapon, you idiot." Without a word, Jordik picked up his spear again. For a brief moment, Jordik had felt a small sense of camaraderie toward Keter, but Keter reprimanded him, warning him not to let his guard down, lecturing me in this situation. Despite feeling a blow to his pride, Jordik thought that if anyone had the right to say that, it might be Keter. In Keter's hand was the pitch-black bow. "Is that Amaranth?" Jordik asked, recalling the name that Luke had mentioned earlier. But instead of answering, Keter responded with a completely unrelated question. "What is this even used for?" A yellow powder stained Keter's fingers. It had come from one of Jordik's pouches. Although Jordik was irritated that his question was ignored, he still replied, "It's just perfume powder. Nothing more than that." None of the others had it in their pockets. Tusk rummaging through people's things. "Of course my subordinates wouldn't have it. That's premium perfume powder, reserved only for direct descendants of Biden." "Oh really? So no one outside your family uses this stuff?" "Exactly. Tempted are you? How your Saphira family doesn't have any perfumers, so you can't even dream of this luxury. A modest luxury at best." At that moment Karen, having finished his deliberation, approached the two. "I've thought it over. I believe I need to speak directly with Lord Reganon." Neither Keter nor Jordik liked this conclusion. Of course, Karen could only suggest something like this because he was unaware of the intricacies between the two families. Keter quickly interjected, "No way. We don't have time for that. The people following you could arrive any minute now. Do you even realize how stupid it is to stand around here, worried that the Biden family might lose the Flying Wolf tribe?" Jordik also chimed in. "Saying you want to consult Elder Reganon, how indecisive. Are you doubting the foresight of the Moon Rabbit tribe? Why should Karen trust the Moon Rabbit tribe at all? Maybe they're just lulling you into a false sense of security, planning to sell you off to the Emperor. Don't you dare accuse our High Elder of being a con artist like you." Keter ignored Jordik. After all, the decision was to be made by Karen. All the traitors among the beast folk started that way. They sacrificed others to protect their own kind. "Do you know about the story of the Blade Bird tribe? Maybe the Moon Rabbit tribe wants to follow in their footsteps and become just as treacherous as those scum," Keter said. The Blade Bird tribe, like the other beast folk, was one of the races hunted by the Emperor. But 10 years ago, they were granted amnesty in exchange for offering the other cursed species as sacrifices to the Emperor. The long years of exile and endless pursuits had finally broken the spirit of the Blade Bird tribe. Karen visibly faltered upon hearing the mention of the Blade Bird tribe. He had heard the story, of course. The Blade Bird tribe was one of the most vocal groups calling for the Emperor's downfall. Yet in the end, they handed over their fellow beastfolk to save themselves and received amnesty in return. Now, they lived comfortably as nobility within the Empire. Could the Moon Rabbit tribe be any different? Could Karen really be certain they wouldn't follow the same path, especially when the survival of his people, the Flying Wolf tribe, seemed to rest solely on his shoulders? "No, it's entirely on me." Keter told Karen there were other survivors, like his older brother Alioli. "Then maybe we can afford to take a little more risk." The Flying Wolf tribe was only hiding in Hakos village. However, the Moon Rabbit tribe was different. They had taken control of an entire noble family. They were in a far better situation than Karen and his people, who had no standing within the Saphira family. And in all honesty, a thought crept into Karen's mind. Archery isn't enough to stand against the Empire. Of course, the divine power that Keter and Luke had displayed was impressive, but if they had wielded swords instead of bows, they would have been 10, even 100 times stronger. On the other hand, a spear was not a bad weapon. It had potential, much like a sword. Karen made up his mind. He was about to vocalize his resolve, but Keter up there, Luke, who had been resting, suddenly pointed to the sky. Everyone looked up, and they saw something falling rapidly from above. The three of them scattered in different directions as the object landed right in the middle of where they had been standing. It was clearly a human figure, except this one had wings. Boom! The folded wings unfurled, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Karen's body trembled as he saw who it was. A human with wings descended from the sky. Their wings were not like those of a bird. They shone with a color and sharpness like steel. The upper body resembled that of a human, but the lower half was avian. This beast folk was known to the world as the Blade Bird tribe. "Did you hear our slandering of the Blade Bird tribe all the way to the Empire?" Keter said with a hint of curiosity, but everyone except Keter looked serious. This was understandable, as the Blade Bird tribe were the Emperor's hunting dogs. If one of them appeared here, there could only be one reason to hunt beast folk. You, the Blade Bird, having landed and surveyed the surroundings, pointed at someone. Me? It was neither Karen, the Flying Wolf, nor Keter who had slandered the Blade Bird tribe. It was Jordik, the spear dragon of the Bident family. The Blade Bird showed hostility toward Jordik as they spoke. "You've been found, Moon Rabbit. If you surrender willingly, I will spare your human accomplices." At the Blade Bird's wrong accusation, some became happy while others frowned.